Chapter 1. The Doomsday Fortress System. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live monitoring feed. What you're currently witnessing is a meteorite named T30, with a diameter of 170 meters, which has now reached Earth's orbit. Experts predict it will plunge into the Pacific Ocean within 6 days. The 30th meteorite joins the ranks of the impending impact team, likely to land in the ocean. Coastal nations are under tsunami alerts. In just 2 short months, the world has faced dozens of meteorite strikes. Is the apocalypse upon us? Experts indicate that the core of the meteorite may contain hazardous substances, which would cause widespread pollution whether it lands in the ocean or on land. Today, Country E has announced the initiation of the 6th meteorite destruction plan. Chen Yin continuously flipped through television channels, each broadcasting news related to meteorites. Good grief, just as I've crossed over, the world is ending? Is this what they call a dramatic opening? Just yesterday, Chen Yin was burning the midnight oil in his office, unable to resist the urge to doze off at his desk. Upon awakening, he found himself transported to this parallel world, strikingly similar to Earth. After a bewildered day of adjustment, he was once again met with the chilling news of an impending apocalypse. Was he to be sent back immediately after crossing over? Surely, no novelist would dare pen such a tale. As he surveyed the surrounding dilapidated objects in the cramped, filthy room, Chen Yin's sarcasm fell silent. The owner of this body was a mirror image of his former self. Background, circumstances, personality all identical, a quintessential failure. The only distinction was that this body was a decade younger, merely 25 years of age. Some news reports were inevitably exaggerated. Normal individuals had long since exhausted their resources, stockpiling supplies and constructing various shelters to ride out the impending calamity. Yet the owner of this body had done nothing to prepare, even succumbing to drunkenness just yesterday. It could be said he had given up entirely. Such a mess was left for Chen Yin to clean up. Even if he wished to survive, it was too late to modify the shelter now. Ding. Binding complete. Host. Would you like to activate the Doomsday Fortress System? As Chen Yin sat on the sofa, smoking and lamenting his misfortune, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A system? Really? Well, that's just splendid. How could one cross over without a golden finger? Chen Yin felt as though he had been ignited, replying with excitement, yes. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated above him. The sound of electricity crackled in Chen Yin's ears, plunging the entire room into darkness. Startled, Chen Yin dropped to the ground, cradling his head in his hands. Although he could not see, he seemed to feel it. His house was warping and twisting. Fortunately, this terrifying phenomenon did not last long. 2 minutes later, silence enveloped the space, and the power restored itself. Chen Yin rose, only to find himself stunned by the sight before him. The once cramped and decrepit room had transformed into a spacious and bright living area. And it was not just any ordinary spaciousness, it resembled a villa's living room. The living area alone was larger than the house he previously inhabited. Moreover, new, pristine objects had appeared around him. Genuine leather sofas, a 50-inch LCD television, and an elegant coffee table. Everything felt surreal. Chen Yin wandered in shock through the room, his steps feeling almost weightless. Is there a second floor? Noticing a staircase in the corner, he instinctively approached. However, upon reaching the stairs, he encountered an anomaly. What is this? Before him, a thin veil of white mist suddenly materialized, blocking his path. As he reached out to touch the mist, an invisible force abruptly repelled him. Then, a vivid red cross gradually emerged within the mist that, it seemed to be a warning, prohibiting entry. The Doomsday Fortress System has been successfully activated. Would you like to claim your beginner's gift pack? The system's voice rang out at that moment. Yes, Chen Yin replied promptly. Instinctively stepping back a few paces from the invisible barrier point, 1,000 points have been awarded. Points can be used for upgrades, manufacturing, and all facilities within the fortress. The host will earn points for each day of survival, with the amount proportional to the host's activity level. Additionally, defeating enemies will also yield points. Points accrued will be tallied at midnight. Points reward, defeating enemies. Chen Yin absorbed the information, planning to explore further as guided by the system, and opened the system panel. First floor of the Doomsday Fortress Lord, Chen Yin. Attributes: camouflage, earthquake resistance. Basic facilities: living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator. Major facilities: equipment crafting station, food preparation station, prophecy crystal ball. Locked facilities: light weapons crafting station, task board. Outdoor facilities: archive area, recreation area, medicine crafting station. Reminder: all facilities on the first floor must be unlocked before the second floor will automatically be accessible. It appears that the staircase obscured by the air wall leads to the locked second floor. Chen Yin surmised based on the reminder. However, he had no time to speculate about the second floor's contents. After all, he had yet to fully comprehend the first floor. For now, he decided to accept the situation, especially since he now possessed a system. With no effort required, he had instantly acquired his own luxurious shelter. Moreover, there were so many advanced technological features. Chapter 2. Food and Weapons. In Chen Yin's line of sight, nearly every object could be opened to reveal its attribute panel. He casually opened one panel. Living room upgrade path. Advanced living room. Branches expansion 1000, double the existing space. Cold resistance 500. Install air conditioning, heating, fireplaces, etc., which activate automatically when indoor temperatures drop too low. Ventilation 400. Install an automatic ventilation system to effectively lower indoor temperatures. Drainage 500. Install a drainage system to prevent dampness and water damage, eliminating any humidity within. Kitchen upgrade path. Advanced kitchen branches expansion 500. Increase by 50 square meters. Smoke extraction 500. Improve smoke extraction efficiency by 100. Cookware 200. Add more usable cookware. Cleanliness 800. Install a disinfection and cleaning device in the ceiling, ensuring the kitchen remains spotless. Simply expanding the living room could deplete all his points. Excitement aside, Chen Yin remained rational. The living room was already spacious enough. He had only ever seen such a large living area on television in his past life. Even if he were to amass tens of thousands of points in the future, he would likely not choose to expand the living room. After all, at present, he was the only occupant. Moreover, upon glancing at the kitchen, Chen Yin recalled a pressing matter. His home was nearly devoid of food. It seemed the refrigerator had been empty even before his arrival. Though security had improved, without food, he would be stuck here, starving to death. That would be unbearably frustrating, and it would be downright foolish. Yet, a problem soon arose. The owner of this body finds himself with no cash and a negative balance on his card. It is difficult to imagine what he has endured prior to this moment. Fortunately, with the presence of the system, Chen Yin can at least attend to his basic needs. As there are no funds to procure food, he must resort to examining the food production station that the shelter provides. Chen Yin approached the food production station and opened the panel. Food production station upgrade path. Level 2 food production station, 2,000 points. Available creations: worm cake 50 points, cockroach cake 80 points, rat cake 100 points. Can these actually be consumed? Just the sight of these similarly named food items made Chen Yin's stomach churn. He had initially intended to spend some points to acquire some rations, while he sought other sources of food on his own. However, upon this revelation, it was clear that these were not legitimate food options. They were distinctly the sort of fare that humanity resorts to only in dire circumstances. System: are there any normal food options available? Chen Yin could not help but inquire. Unless he was on the verge of starvation, he would never consider consuming any of these three items. Apologies, host. Currently, these are the only food options available. To acquire other food types, please seek blueprints or upgrade the food production station. Upgrade? Not a chance. And how does one obtain blueprints? Based on daily activity levels, there is a possibility of acquisition, or by unlocking task lists and completing the tasks therein. Chen Yin promptly approached the locked task list, only to discover it required 2,000 points for unlocking. This is dire. It appears his only recourse is to sell furniture to earn some money. Of course, Chen Yin did not intend to sell the brand new furniture provided by the shelter. Instead, he aimed to sell the old furniture that had been pushed aside by the new. The new furniture consisted of large, cumbersome items, far too heavy for his frail physique to manage. In a desperate situation, he might have considered taking advantage of the circumstance. The old furniture, however, was different small components, lightweight, and rich in iron content. Iron, even in this world, must surely hold some value, right? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yin lifted an old table and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he glanced back at his shelter, and his eyes brightened. The exterior of the shelter still appeared as a dilapidated tin structure. Yet, the interior was an entirely different realm. Chen Yin even went so far as to repeatedly open and close the door, contrasting the scenes inside and outside. It was akin to two separate worlds. Perhaps this is the disguise attribute that the shelter possesses. Such a feature seems exceedingly advantageous. During the time of great calamity, order is bound to be in disarray, possibly even collapsing. A lavish shelter standing amidst a destitute area would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ill intentions. At present, the disguise attribute effectively mitigates this crisis. The level of safety has significantly increased. Nevertheless, one should not completely lower their guard. At the very least, the doors must be securely locked. After moving all his belongings, Chen Yin was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Securing the door, he grasped his items and made his way to the nearest hardware store. The store owner, a portly middle-aged man, was currently bent over the counter, engrossed in some task. "Do you buy scrap metal?" Chen Yin asked. "Absolutely." The owner stood up with excitement, glancing at the iron chair in Chen Yin's hands. "Do you have more?" "I offer a high price of 20 yuan per kilogram." 20 yuan? Chen Yin was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Is iron really so scarce in this world?" "Not exactly, but the situation is tense. People are crafting defensive weapons with iron, hoping to profit before the calamity strikes." The owner lowered his voice and pulled out a welded iron rod from beneath the counter. "Here, take one, young man. Things have been quite unstable in Feng City lately. It's wise to carry something for protection when you go out at night." Chapter 3 Crystal Ball of Prophecy. Anything is possible. The boss is not wrong about that. The only self-defense weapons at home are kitchen knives and fruit knives. Chen Yin would never touch anything impractical unless absolutely necessary. Not being a professional, he would definitely cause harm. If the social order hasn't collapsed yet and he ends up in trouble for excessive defense, that would be a disaster. He weighed a metal rod in his hand. Its weight was fine, and the length was moderate. If he didn't mind it being a bit awkward, he could fit it in his pocket. "Boss, I don't have any money on me. Can I trade these 2 iron chairs for a rod?" Chen Yin said matter-of-factly. "Well," the boss scratched his head, clearly hesitating. Chen Yin remained calm and pointed at the entrance. "I have plenty more outside, big and small, all made of iron, not far, just across the street." "Really? Can I go take a look?" The boss's eyes instantly lit up as he rubbed his hands and walked to the door to peek out. Chen Yin then led him to his doorstep. The boss was quite satisfied as he counted the items, even moving them on his own without needing Chen Yin's help. 20 minutes later, everything outside was cleared, the transaction was completed, and the boss counted out the money accurately, even providing Chen Yin with a metal rod for free, encouraging him to continue their business relationship in the future. Chen Yin was quite pleased, directly stowing the rod in his pocket. After confirming that it didn't hinder his movement, he headed to the supermarket. The supermarket was crowded, but fortunately, the clerks were constantly restocking, so items hadn't run out yet. Chen Yin quickly spent all his money purchasing a batch of supplies before leaving. Instant noodles and water. A pack of ham sausages, just these few items. Chen Yin didn't pick up everything he saw. In his previous life, he usually ate these. Perhaps he had gotten used to it. He didn't have high demands for food, just enough to fill his stomach. Moreover, the crowd made him feel very uncomfortable. Not because he had social anxiety, but because seeing the chaotic and noisy people scrambling for supplies always made him feel like an accident might happen. In short, during a disaster, it was best to avoid contact with others unless there was a benefit. Back at his doorstep, Chen Yin ran into an acquaintance. A real acquaintance. Someone who left a deep impression in his past memories. The blonde man in front of him was named Lu Lang, his only friend, with whom he shared a bond of life and death. Lu was also an orphan, but after 10 years together, their paths diverged. Lu went to a repair shop and made a group of friends, while Chen Yin stayed at home for years doing freelance work. "You scared me. I thought you were dead at home," Lu Lang said with a laugh, slapping his hand as he approached Chen Yin and put his arm around his shoulder. Chen Yin felt a bit resistant to this behavior, but to avoid raising suspicion, he had to let it go. He forced a smile at Lu Lang. "You're here." "Yeah, I came to talk some serious business with you." "What is up?" Lu Lang's expression gradually turned worried. "I mean, don't stay in this rundown place anymore. Come with us to the repair shop. It's turned into a shelter for all of us. The facilities are complete, there's food and drink. And you can play your favorite single-player games. There are countless backup generators. We can play until dawn." Lu Lang lightly nudged Chen Yin with his arm while speaking. "Let's talk later." However, Chen Yin paused for a few seconds before rejecting the offer. Although they were childhood friends and had a good relationship, it was from a past life, and he only had a deep impression of him in his memories. If they spent too much time together, the differences would ultimately be discovered. Moreover, he already had his own high-tech refuge, ensuring his safety, and he wasn't worried about food anymore. After all, he preferred solitude. And now with the system's support, he could be even more independent. As for Lu Lang and the others, he could reduce contact without completely cutting ties. "Oh, I knew you'd say that. Recently, Fengsheng isn't very peaceful. It's better not to go online unnecessarily. If you really feel uneasy, you can go to the official refuge in Nanyang district. It's crowded, which you might not like, but it's safe enough. Don't forget to lock your door at night. I actually think you should put something behind that flimsy door." Lu Lang didn't seem to intend to persuade him further. After giving a few reminders, he waved goodbye and left. Chen Yin remained silent, watching his figure disappear. Back at home, Chen Yin prepared instant noodles and took a bite before heading to the equipment crafting table. Equipment crafting table, upgrade path. Level 2 equipment crafting table, 2000, Available crafting. Protective suit, 200. Protective gloves, 50. Gas mask, 100. Bulletproof vest, 300. Everything looked quite cheap. But he didn't seem to need any of it at the moment. The last initial item, the prophecy crystal ball, intrigued Chen Yin the most. After all, it sounded somewhat fantastical and captivating. Standing before the purple crystal ball, which was enveloped in a beam of light, hovering in midair and gently rotating. Chen Yin was genuinely astonished. It shouldn't be described as fantastical, but rather as science fiction. He had only seen scenes like this in movies. According to the system prompt, Chen Yin cautiously reached out to touch the crystal ball, and a gentle sensation accompanied the interface that unfolded in his mind. Chapter 4, Zombie Crisis, Barbed Wire Construction, Prophecy Crystal Ball, Upgrade Path, Level 2 Prophecy Crystal Ball, 5000. Overview. Know all that is about to happen, with updates every week. 1. A meteorite fragment falls into the Fengsheng River. 2. The Fengsheng River becomes polluted, turning nearby residents into zombies. 3. Air pollution occurs. But the concentration is far less than that in the Fengsheng River area, returning to normal after several months. Zombies. After reading these 3 updates, Chen Yin felt as if struck by lightning. The system wouldn't lie. Ever since it appeared, Chen Yin believed it was omniscient. He had originally thought disasters would be physical ones like meteorite impacts. Unexpectedly, humanity was actually facing a zombie crisis. It was all too sudden. Everything was just too sudden. Chen Yin gulped down an entire bottle of water and took a long time to calm down. Perhaps he was the only one in the world aware of this impending disaster. He wasn't foolish or naive. If he reported this to the authorities, they would likely consider him mentally unstable and lock him up. Therefore, self-preservation was paramount, and he needed to quickly devise a countermeasure. The river near the area is about 8 kilometers away, so it doesn't belong to the nearby residents, which means it can be free from infection. The water used in the town comes from this river. Since the meteor fragments contain a zombie virus, the river is bound to be contaminated. Drinking tap water is out of the question. Besides that, the air has also been polluted. From the details, it seems that the situation isn't as severe as that near the river, but it's still not reassuring. Inhaling too much might still lead to becoming a zombie. At this moment, he recalled the equipment crafting station he had seen earlier, which had items like gas masks and protective suits. Perhaps wearing them would prevent him from getting infected when he goes outside. However, right now, he wanted to check out other facilities that were still locked. After all, zombies are real, and no one in the town is aware of this matter. Once a zombie outbreak occurs, even if the authorities respond quickly, they cannot prevent heavy civilian casualties. In short, he felt it was only a matter of time before the city would be paralyzed. By then, the entire city would be overrun by monsters, and he certainly didn't want to be visited by zombies. He scanned through the unblocked facilities, the light weapon crafting station, the task list, outdoor facilities, archives, leisure area, and medicine crafting station. Finally, his gaze settled on the outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities, 500 overview, can build walls, fix defenses, and other equipment around the shelter. Walls are a great thing. Keeping zombies completely out and maintaining a safe distance will naturally be much safer. However, the light weapon crafting station can also be unlocked for just 500 points. According to the description, it seems to be able to directly create weapons like guns, which would definitely be much better for self-defense than an iron rod. He currently has 1,000 points, enough to unlock both facilities. But any further upgrades for the walls and weapon crafting would leave him with no points left. Although from now on, he would earn points for each day he survives. If his activity level isn't high enough, receiving only a few points could be troublesome. Not long after, he came to a realization. As the saying goes, as long as you're alive, you can generate output. Without enough protection, what good would a Gatling gun do him? Besides, even if he crafted a gun, he wouldn't know how to use it. It might look simple, but when it comes to actual operation, his hands might not keep up with his brain. Therefore, reinforcing the walls was the right choice. He decided to prepare for the worst and spent 500 points to unlock the outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities, upgrade direction. Level 2, outdoor facilities possible equipment. Traps, 200. Barbed wire walls, 500. Generator, 500. Garage, 1000. Crossbow launch device, 1000. Surveillance equipment, 1000. Corpse collector, 1000. The walls are just made of barbed wire. Well, it's better than nothing. Let us build it. As the crisp sound came from outside, he opened the door to look out. Then, he saw a 3-meter-high barbed wire wall. This thing seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, but fortunately, no one around noticed. It looks quite sturdy. Chen Yin approached the wire fence and tugged at it with his hand. The fence barely budged, yet it was quite elastic. Overall, the wire fence formed a quadrilateral that securely enclosed his shelter. Although it gave off a prison-like vibe, it also made Chen Yin feel much more at ease. Additionally, the wire fence had 2 doors at the front, which were made of iron and appeared rusty, adding to the prison-like atmosphere. Even though he had lost count, Chen Yin still wanted to check the attributes of the wire fence. After all, this should be one of the most important aspects in the early stages, as it provided defense against zombies and needed to be prioritized. Wire fence wall, upgrade path, steel wire fence wall branches, sturdy, 500 replaces the original materials of the iron doors and wire fence, reducing physical damage taken by 50. Tall, 800 increases the height of the wire fence to 5 meters. Fire resistant, 500 reduces fire damage from any source by 50. Cold resistant, 500 less likely to freeze, increasing lifespan. Tetanus, 1000 the wire fence becomes extremely sharp. Anyone except the fortress owner who touches it will suffer severe lacerations and continuous bleeding. Chapter 5. Unexpected point settlement. Everything looks good. I should upgrade the iron door first. Chen Yin had already decided on the priority for upgrading the wire fence. After all, the iron door was rusty and made a screeching sound when opened, seeming rather flimsy. It felt like it could be kicked open with a single kick. That's right. Thinking carefully, humans might be more dangerous than zombies. Although the shelter had camouflage properties that made it hard to detect, the wire fence stood out quite a bit. Even a fool could tell how sturdy this wire fence was and how many zombies it could block. In any case, it was best to be cautious. Unless the entire city turned into zombies, it was impossible for no one to notice his territory. With the lessons learned from his past life, Chen Yin had become almost distrustful of anyone. After locking the front and back doors, he returned to the house. After finishing a bowl of instant noodles, Chen Yin looked around and then glanced outside the yard, gradually feeling more at ease. He wondered how many points he could settle by midnight. How about taking a nap first? With that thought, Chen Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to head back to sleep. Although he had just moved a bunch of furniture, it was all small items, and he could recover after resting for a while. However, this body had already been resting for half a day and was still dripping with cold sweat, close to exhaustion. It seemed he needed to exercise. If he couldn't fight zombies, he at least had to be able to outrun them, right? Chen Yin shrugged and laid down on the big bed in the bedroom. The bed felt incredibly soft and smooth, and Chen Yin swore he had never slept on such a good bed in his life. In less than 2 minutes, he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long had passed when Chen Yin slowly woke up. After washing his face and fixing his hair, he took a look at the time. It was 11 o'clock, still an hour to go. Since he had nothing else to do, Chen Yin simply pushed the door open, ready to exercise. At night, the barbed wire seemed to tower higher than during the day. When the wind blew, it produced a faint clattering sound, giving a cold and imposing feeling. It even conjured a vivid image in Chen Yin's mind. Under a dark moon and strong winds, countless zombie figures crowded outside the barbed wire, banging and howling. Chen Yin took a deep breath, stopped his wild thoughts, and began to squat, stretch his chest, and stretch his legs. During this time, he heard loud shouts and guessed that a fight had likely broken out. However, there were no streetlights around, and it was pitch dark, making it impossible for him to observe the situation properly. An hour later, Chen Yin returned to the house, panting heavily. System, open the settlement interface. Without resting, he eagerly spoke. The next moment, the settlement interface appeared before him. Today's point settlement. First survival confirmation, 100 points. First unlocking of new equipment, 500 points. First construction of new equipment, 500 points. Out for trading, 30 points. Received a suitable weapon for free, 50 points. Out for procurement, 20 points. Nighttime physical exercise, 10 points. Total points settled, 1530 remaining points. 1530, seeing such a high number of points, Chen Yin was completely stunned. It turned out he had been so active yesterday. He thought it would be hard to even gather 100 points. It seemed he had underestimated himself. Looking at it this way, simply eating, sleeping, or even just staying at home could earn him points, just varying amounts. However, this might only be a one-time occurrence. After all, the items above were all marked as first time. It was equivalent to a first recharge reward in a game. He estimated that next time there wouldn't be as many points, or perhaps even none at all. Well, he certainly wouldn't complain about having too many points. He had to make good use of this 1530. Chen Yin immediately went out and upgraded the materials for the barbed wire and the iron gate. With 500 points deducted, the barbed wire shook suddenly but made no sound. He waited for a while, and seeing that the barbed wire was still, he approached to check. The feel of the barbed wire was completely different from this afternoon. It was now more elastic, yet also significantly sturdier. A gentle squeeze caused a bit of pain in his fingertips, indicating that it was not just hard but remarkably so. As for the iron gate, the rust was gone, and it looked brand new. It opened smoothly without any strange noises. The key point was that after locking the door, no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge at all. Success! Chen Yin clapped his hands, a smile spreading across his face. Not to mention kicking it down. Even a car would struggle to break through. However, he soon thought of some issues. While the defense had increased, the height. The barbed wire was only 3 meters high, which could easily be climbed by someone with training. As for zombies, it was even easier. If left unchecked, their numbers would only grow, and once they formed a human ladder, they could easily climb over to come after him. Therefore, he needed to increase the height. Chen Yin subconsciously looked up and hesitated after seeing the sharp anti-theft net at the top of the wire fence. Without protective gear, climbing over the anti-theft net would only lead to injuries. The zombies hadn't appeared yet. They would only show up once meteorite fragments landed nearby. Chapter 6. A kind reminder. Chen Yin initially considered upgrading either the height of the wire fence or the anti-theft net. The former would increase the difficulty for enemies attempting to climb it and reduce the risk of being attacked. The latter would turn the wire fence into a weapon, capable of both offense and defense, causing serious harm to any creature that touched it, effectively eliminating any potential danger. In fact, if he upgraded the latter, there would be no immediate need to upgrade the former. However, the issue was that the latter would indiscriminately attack anything other than himself. Although he didn't think highly of people, he wasn't insane. If curious individuals, especially mischievous kids, accidentally touched the wire fence, could it mean instant death? At least until the disaster struck, he didn't want to deal with any legal troubles. So, it was better to wait and see. Upgrading was a quick process. As long as he kept a calm mindset, he could upgrade when the zombies attacked. Chen Yin took a shower and changed clothes, but sleep eluded him. So he reluctantly turned on the TV to watch the news. During the disaster period, all entertainment programs had been suspended. Every channel was broadcasting real-time news about the meteorites. They even launched a midnight news channel. Watching the news about a meteorite the size of a human head, but with a diameter of several hundred meters, Chen Yin thought about the seismic resistance of this apocalyptic fortress. Although he didn't know how many levels of tremors it could withstand, the fragment had landed 8 kilometers away in a river. Even without seismic resistance, he figured it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, an urgent news report came on. Viewers still in front of the TV, please pay attention and listen carefully. The T-30 meteorite self-destructed just at 0:14. The hundreds of fragments split from the explosion are now hurtling toward Earth at high speed. It is estimated that about 76 fragments will land within our borders, while the remaining 831 will mainly fall in regions of North America, Europe, and the Pacific. It is expected that cities in our country will be impacted. The sudden news made Chen Yin sit up straight. It was certain that fragments would fall in his city. He just wanted to know the specific timing. If it was tomorrow, he would need to be cautious. Now, a local news announcement. At this moment, the TV screen changed automatically. A meteorite fragment is expected to land in the center of Fengxing River in our city in about 4 days. The moment it lands may trigger approximately a 3.5 magnitude earthquake, so residents are advised not to panic. There will be alternative arrangements for those living near Fengxing River, and officials will dispatch thousands of soldiers to organize a temporary evacuation. Please make sure to spread the word. Additionally, please refrain from lingering near Fengxing River in the coming days, and keep an eye on local news. For days, it seemed there was still time to prepare. Chen Yin nodded, feeling pleased. For days would not only allow him to train his body well, but also to accumulate more points. Strive to accumulate points for both the protective suits and the weapon crafting station. Ensuring everything is foolproof is the most important thing. Early the next morning, while eating instant noodles, Chen Yin heard a knock at the door outside the courtyard. He immediately went out to check. Standing outside the barbed wire was Lu Lang. "Open the door, it's me," Lu Lang shouted boisterously. Chen Yin smirked slightly and opened the door. Once Lu Lang came in, he looked around in shock. "Wow, what's up with this barbed wire? It was completely bare outside your door yesterday." I spent all my savings to get someone to install this anti-theft barbed wire." Chen Yin quickly fabricated a lie. "Oh, so that's how it is. They really work fast. Can you give me their number?" Lu Lang said excitedly. "I want to arm my repair shop too." Chen Yin could only continue to spin his tail. "They said they would stop working after finishing my order. That's too bad. Why didn't I think of that?" Although there are a lot of people at the repair shop, it can't avoid petty theft. The two chatted for a while. Then Lu Lang handed over a large bag. He said that he saw all the instant noodles he bought yesterday were lacking in nutrition and easy to get tired of. So he bought some bread, snacks, marinated eggs, and fruits for him. He also said that if it wasn't enough, he could come over to get more. Although he wasn't particularly close to this childhood friend, Lu Lang's gesture moved Chen Yin unexpectedly. Besides the orphanage director from his childhood, no one else cared for him like this. No wonder their friendship was so deep. They were like brothers. If it weren't for the memories of this body, he would have thought Lu Lang had some ulterior motives. However, even so, Chen Yin wouldn't be moved enough to tell him about the shelter. A gentle reminder for him was the maximum he could offer in return. "Hey, let me tell you something. Just you and the brothers at the repair shop need to know." "Okay, go ahead. You know about the meteorite fragments, right? If conditions allow, everyone should prepare gas masks. If not, even masks will do." Lu Lang was momentarily stunned, and when he saw Chen Yin stop speaking, he raised his chin. "Continue. When the meteorite fragments not only pollute the river, but also the air, prolonged inhalation will drive you crazy. Yes, crazy. Like rabid dogs, they will bite everyone. You must be on the lookout for such people. Otherwise, if you get bitten by them, you'll go crazy too." Chapter 7. The arrival. Chen Yin didn't mention anything about zombies because, in this world, there is no such thing as zombies. That's right. There are no works about zombies. Humanity's understanding of them is completely zero. If they existed, Chen Yin could probably summarize it in one sentence. Moreover, after the disaster, humans would connect their behaviors to zombies, bringing it into reality and taking precautions. Lu Lang was completely baffled by his words. "Fengzi, where did you hear this from? Some foreign media website? Is it true?" "It's true. You have to believe me. In short, try not to go out. And if you must, make sure to take proper protective measures and weapons." Lu Lang nodded heavily. "Okay, Fengzi, you've never lied since you were a child. So how could I possibly not believe you? I have a few homemade gas masks. Do you want one?" "I already have one. Thank you." After chatting for 5 minutes, Lu Lang said to take care and left. For the rest of the day, Chen Yin stayed close to the shelter. At noon, Chen Yin accidentally learned that someone had died near his home last night, the cause being a burglary. Remembering the group of people shouting and yelling last night, Chen Yin decided that he would never leave the house. In fact, it wasn't just now. Months ago, the world had already descended into chaos. Incidents of looting and vandalism were rampant and becoming increasingly violent. Some national leaders even made concessions to the rioters. Although things were chaotic, the country was recognized as the only one with relatively stable control over riots. The reasons for this were multifaceted. Unfortunately, reality was harsh after the appearance of zombies. Maintaining order became exceedingly difficult. Now, all Chen Yin could do was not to cause trouble for the country. That day, he accumulated 102 points, which he was very satisfied with. He hadn't even stepped out the door and still had over 100 points. For the next 3 days, Chen Yin continued to stay indoors. He ate, exercised, watched the news, and slept in a normal cycle. Regardless of day or night, there were all sorts of chaotic sounds coming from outside. However, Chen Yin remained indifferent. At this moment, focusing on himself was the mindset of a normal person, with upgraded barbed wire as a barrier. He was not worried about any wild animals approaching. At worst, he could continue to level up. In total, after 4 days, he accumulated 564 points, leaving him with 1594 points. That morning, August 19th, Chen Yin learned through the television news that a meteorite fragment had fallen into the Fengxing River 2 hours earlier. It had begun. Chen Yin went to the equipment crafting table, spent 350 points, and made a protective suit, gloves, and a gas mask. He had 1244 points remaining. Just as Chen Yin was about to try on the protective suit, a sudden crash came from outside the yard. Chen Yin looked out the window and saw a luxury car had crashed into the barbed wire. A middle-aged man and a young woman got out of the car. The man looked about 20 years older than the woman. He was holding his bleeding forehead, apparently having just suffered a considerable impact. This place seems like it can keep them out. The man glanced at the barbed wire and immediately ran over to pull at the iron gate, with the young woman following closely to help him. Within seconds, their actions became increasingly rough as they kicked and pounded on the gate. And the woman's expression turned increasingly ferocious as she muttered obscenities. At that moment, Chen Yin walked out wearing a gas mask, seeing someone in the yard. The two breathed a sigh of relief but also appeared quite impatient. Turns out, this rundown house is occupied, which made me kick my foot in pain. The woman complained in front of Chen Yin. Just watching the way they had kicked the door made Chen Yin feel very displeased. The woman spoke again, and Chen Jin's gaze turned considerably colder. However, with the gas mask on, no one could see his expression. Hurry up and open this damn door. The woman shouted at Chen Yin. What's happening outside? Chen Yin ignored her and asked the man uncertainly. The man had a bit of an attitude but was also impatient. There are rioters everywhere. They've gone mad. They chased us all the way here. He panted heavily, coughing after speaking, as he had nearly collapsed his lungs while escaping back to the car. Rioters? Could it be that they're here so soon? Chen Yin was somewhat surprised, tightening his mask and looking at the two of them. You should leave. This is a personal sanctuary, and I don't accept anyone. After saying that, he turned to leave. Hey, you can't just stand by and watch us die. The man panicked at this and elbowed the woman, who was about to say something, causing her to immediately shut up. I'm the general manager of Fengshan Group. If you save me, there are benefits for you. Hearing the man's identity, Chen Yin stopped in his tracks and turned to look back. After 20 years of being a corporate worker, he felt sick at the mention of such titles. But in that glance, Chen Yin seemed to notice something else, a group of staggering figures. Though unclear, he guessed those figures were the zombies chasing them. The man and woman also noticed the approaching rioters, their faces turning pale. Those crazed beings that bite anyone they see. They would believe they were eaten. Brother, take this. The man trembled as he pulled out a stack of money and threw it over the barbed wire, landing right at Chen Jin's feet. This is a deposit. Just let us in, and I'll give you 20,000. No, 50,000. Chen Jin smiled slightly. He picked up the money and approached the two, looking at them through the barbed wire. Speak. Are you deaf? I've given you the money, so why aren't you opening the door? The woman immediately got angry again, banging on the iron gate. Chen Jin scratched his head and kindly reminded her, the more you shout, the more they seem to get excited. What? The woman frowned and turned to look. Sure enough, the rioters were howling even more intensely, their limping steps drawing closer to them. The woman instantly regretted her words, trembling all over. Yet she blurted out, you're threatening me. Just wait, you'll regret this. Chen Jin remained silent, but couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Wasn't that the opposite of what she should be saying? Shut up. The man finally couldn't hold back, pointing at the woman's nose and scolding her. Then turned back to Chen Jin with a friendly smile. Brother, I know you think the money is too little. Just wait. The man ran back to the car and soon returned with 2 briefcases. This is 1 million. Enough for you to buy an apartment. Just let us in. And it's all yours. He opened the briefcases to show Chen Jin the neatly arranged money inside, while the man appeared obsequious. He had already devised a plan in his mind. Damn it. Ignoring me, are you? Once I step inside, I shall smash your head with my suitcase. You adore money, so I'll use it to crush you. But in the next moment, Chen Jin unexpectedly shook his head, saying, I apologize, but I have no interest in money. With that, he tossed the cash back at the man's feet. The man was taken aback. He assumed that the masked figure before him was merely dissatisfied with the amount of money offered, thinking that anyone living in such a dilapidated tin shack would surely cling to any hope of wealth. Yet now, he realized he was mistaken. Indeed, there exist individuals who regard money as mere refuse. If wealth is of no use, then other methods must be employed. Listen here, you insolent wretch. My status is not a facade. I am extending you a courtesy. Open the door at once, or I shall summon others to dismantle this wretched barbed wire and your abode. The man's expression darkened, his eyes wide with fury, baring his teeth in a menacing threat. In that moment, one could easily believe he had transformed into a zombie. Grant you courtesy? Let them show you respect instead. Chen Jin let out a cold laugh. The man's theatrical shift in demeanor was entirely anticipated. Having endured countless threats in his previous life, he refused to cower once more in this new existence. What significance did his arrival hold if he allowed himself to be intimidated by mere words? What purpose did acquiring the system serve? Moreover, given the outbreak of the zombie crisis, would wealth and power matter in the face of the undead? Very well, wait right there. I shall smash through your pitiful door. The man, watching Chen Jin turn away, erupted in a fit of rage and promptly returned to his car. With the pedal to the metal, his luxury vehicle hurtled forward. The iron gate stood resolute. The barbed wire remained unyielding. The man inside the car nearly spat blood in disbelief. The impact of crashing into the iron gate rebounded almost entirely, likely injuring his insides. How could it be so unyielding? Was it fashioned from diamonds? Realizing the gate had not budged under his assault, he remained defiant, repeatedly ramming into it. Oil leaked from the vehicle, smoke billowed from the engine, and his bloodshot eyes screamed with determination, showing no signs of relenting. The woman, sensing his madness, quickly distanced herself, grasping the barbed wire and calling out to Chen Yin. "Little brother, don't go. Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." The woman suddenly adopted a softer tone, her demeanor shifting dramatically. As Chen Yin paused to glance back, she raised her eyebrows and gently placed her right hand on her chest. "Surely you do not favor the big boss." "I do not either. You must have been oppressed by them at some point." Hearing this, Chen Yin could only shake his head, a cold smile on his lips. Was this woman being deliberately malicious? Did she intend to disgust him one last time before her end? "Look, he has gone mad. Let us not concern ourselves with him. I see your home has a back door. Why not let me in through there? Once he is dealt with by the thugs, all the money in the car will be yours." The woman smiled charmingly and said, "And I'm also yours." She seemed so ordinary, yet so confident. Her illogical words completely ignited Chen Yin's anger. Money, 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 and women. Does a man have to have these two things to survive? Hearing this, Chen Yin suddenly felt a sense of clarity and relaxed a bit, pointing behind the woman. "They actually prefer you." The woman turned around abruptly and found that the thugs had already reached her. Dozens of mouths were lunging at her. Soon after, the woman began to scream, and a bloody scene unfolded. The man in the car, seeing that he couldn't break the door, finally stopped. However, due to his severe injuries, he stumbled out of the car and fell flat on his face, startling one of the zombies, which immediately lunged at him. Amidst the screams and curses of the couple, Chen Yin entered the house without looking back. Chapter 9. The right move is to fight back once inside. Chen Yin collapsed onto the sofa and took a moment to collect himself. At this point, he finally saw the real zombies. They were just like in the movies, mangled and bloody, with eyes clouded and lifeless. It was truly shocking. The scene of them devouring the couple was so disgusting that no other word could describe it. Now, his shelter was completely surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, there was barbed wire blocking them. But he couldn't just leave these zombies there. He had to find a way to clear them out. Otherwise, seeing those things every day when he went out would be detrimental to his mental state. So, he needed to quickly find a suitable weapon. Although the barbed wire had been upgraded and was strong enough to withstand a car crash, he knew that staying in the shelter was only a temporary solution. Food would eventually run out, and even if he rationed, he would have to go out to find more after a month. Moreover, if a group of desperate survivors emerged within that month and raided or occupied a supermarket first, he wouldn't even be able to scavenge leftovers. In any case, the predictive crystal ball was not omnipotent. He needed to anticipate potential events. Conflicts would arise among humans over various resources, and there could even be violent confrontations. But he didn't have to worry about that too much since he was a lone wolf. However, if he encountered survivors in the future, the only way to suppress them would be with a gun. Guns were, after all, the ultimate tool in the early stages. Chen Yin approached the light weapon crafting table and spent 500 points to unlock it. With a loud bang, the fully illuminated and sparkling light weapon crafting table appeared before him. Light weapon crafting table, upgrade path. Level 2 light weapon crafting table, 3000. Can craft, military long knife, 500, M9 pistol, 1000, double-barreled shotgun, 2000. He had 744 points left, which was only enough to buy one military long knife. A long knife sounded quite powerful, but his main goal was not melee weapons. Although he didn't know how to use a gun, it was a ranged weapon after all. He could kill zombies completely from a safe distance. With a little practice, he would definitely master it. Chen Yin murmured to himself, his face full of confidence. His mind raced as he had already mapped out his plan for the week. To craft a gun, carve out a bloody path, seize supermarket resources, and intimidate the surrounding survivors. Good deeds never go unpunished. Chen Yin had experienced this too many times in his past life and was already tired of it. So he thought, why not just stop being a good person in this life? Everyone was looking out for their own interests, and wasn't that a form of equality? The current social order had already collapsed. Perhaps tomorrow someone would form a gang, elect a leader, and start causing trouble. He was alone and certainly couldn't show weakness. In any case, with a gun in hand, he could conquer the world. So, should he charge out now? Chen Yin considered carefully. Killing zombies would earn points. The more, the better. The more he killed, the more points he would gain. Although the M9 pistol was only worth 1,000 points. The subsequent purchase of ammunition surely wouldn't be free, right? He needed to save enough for bullets. Chen Yin was solely focused on how to efficiently kill zombies, without a hint of worry. After all, the barbed wire was an impenetrable wall. It blocked the zombies and created opportunities for him. He could unleash his attacks from behind the wire, and the zombies couldn't bite or reach him. Just thinking about that feeling was exhilarating. A few minutes later, the impatient Chen Yin donned his protective suit, gas mask, and gloves. Fully armed, he stepped outside. Chapter 10. Eliminate them all outside the yard, in front of Chen Yin. Dozens of zombies were clawing at the barbed wire with their filthy hands. When they saw a living person like Chen Yin appear, the horde went wild. The howls were incessant. But no matter how they pushed against the wire, it remained unmoved. The bloody zombies did not halt Chen Yin's steps. On the contrary, they ignited his fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to smash them on the head. The gaps in the barbed wire were just wide enough for him to extend a metal rod. So, Chen Yin could only use this method to silence the noisy creatures. This attack might not be more effective than hitting them directly on the head, but as the saying goes, as long as you're alive, you have the means to fight back. With that barrier in place, the zombies could only suffer his blows. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yin aimed at a zombie, gripped the metal rod tightly, and slammed it into the creature's face. The zombie that took the hit let out a strange cry and fell backward. Dead already? Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. Instead of feeling delighted, he was skeptical. Could he really be that strong? Did he just kill a zombie with a single hit? But the next moment, the zombie stood up again, and Chen Yin dismissed his unrealistic thoughts. Although it was still alive, a chunk of flesh was missing from its face, and blood was oozing from the wound. The tip of the metal rod wasn't completely smooth, and the uneven edges actually increased its piercing power. Moreover, according to Chen Jin's speculation, the skin of the zombies might deteriorate very quickly. Aside from their enhanced strength, their body and speed actually weakened, and they did not have any outstanding advantages. Therefore, it was reasonable to take a piece of flesh from the opponent. So what? Go for the head. Anyone who has seen zombie-related works should know that the brain is the weak point of zombies. Chen Jin was no exception. The current situation forced him to apply the settings from zombie works to reality. Soon, Chen Jin targeted that half-destroyed zombie again. With a fierce thrust, he pierced directly into its forehead. The zombie trembled violently, and as the metal rod was pulled out from its brain, its body collapsed like it had lost its bones, crashing against the barbed wire in an exaggerated manner, and it no longer moved. Chen Jin shook off the blood and flesh on the iron rod, his heart racing. He was extremely excited at this moment. It felt as if some switch inside him had been turned on, and he was exhilarated. He had taken down a zombie. 2 rounds of attacks, simple and easy. Chen Jin had overestimated them. They were not as exaggerated as he had imagined. Perhaps after killing a few more, he would get used to it, or even become numb. These mindless zombies did not understand how to escape or think. They just stared at the unreachable prey, frantically clawing at the barbed wire. Subsequently, this line of zombies fell like chives, first selected by Chen Jin and then slaughtered. Some were killed in one blow, while others took 3 or 4 hits to go down, but in most cases, it was 2 strikes. However, Chen Jin believed he was definitely not skilled enough. Otherwise, if he aimed better and struck harder, he could easily take them down in 1 hit. After nearly an hour, all the zombies in front of Chen Jin had fallen. The barbed wire was covered in blood and flesh. Blood dripped from the barbed wire like rain. The whole scene was quite moving. The air was filled with a foul smell that would probably make anyone gag. But Chen Jin, fully equipped with a mask, could not smell a thing. Additionally, his gloves and protective suit were stained with bright red. Thud. Exhausted, Chen Jin sat down on the ground, looking at the bodies sprawled before him, and couldn't help but shout, "Awesome." Then, he glanced at the barbed wire on the other sides. There were still quite a few zombies clinging to the wire over there, though fewer than on this side. However, at this moment, Chen Jin truly had no strength left to continue. The consumption from this round was much greater than the exercise from previous days. Moreover, the combination of the protective suit and gas mask made him feel extremely hot and difficult to breathe. He hurriedly ran back inside, shedding the cumbersome outfit. Then, he picked up the disinfectant on the windowsill and cleaned up. After that, he kicked it into the corner, considering that there might be issues with the tap water. Chen Jin did not plan to rinse off the protective suit and the blood on his hands. Fearing that he might forget, he directly turned off the water valve. After catching his breath, Chen Jin stopped recalling the scene of slaughtering the zombies. He made instant noodles, prepared a bottle of water, and rewarded himself with a sausage for his performance today. After a hearty meal, Chen Jin fully armed himself and inspected the yard. After confirming that the number of zombies had not increased, he returned to the house and locked the doors and windows. He had no idea how many zombies he had killed in that exhilarating battle, but he thought about the system's reward points for defeating enemies and felt certain he had earned a considerable amount. That night, Chen Jin adapted quickly. Initially, he searched for earplugs due to the wailing sounds outside, but perhaps due to the exhaustion from the battle, he fell asleep before long. When Chen Jin woke up, the sun was already shining brightly, and he could hear birds chirping outside. However, the scene around him was starkly different. Bodies, severed limbs, dried bloodstains, and distant burning buildings filled the area with death and despair. Chapter 11. The power of tetanus. Chen Jin looked around for a while, shook his head, and couldn't find the words to express his feelings. He opened the system's settlement interface. Today's point settlement, survival confirmed, 30 points. Basic diet, 3 points. Defended against 2 threatening strangers, 100 points. Brave and reckless, 50 points. First zombie kill, 200 points. Zombie kills, 182 points. Barbed wire sustained significant damage, 40 points. Total points, 784 remaining points. 1528. He had enough points to craft a gun, and even had enough left over for a military long knife. However, Chen Jin was not in a hurry to craft anything. While killing zombies yesterday, he remembered something: the upgrade option for the barbed wire. It clearly stated that anyone who touched it would suffer severe lacerations and bleed profusely. The effect of continuous bleeding was essentially a death sentence. Therefore, if he upgraded, would the zombies outside the barbed wire be instantly incapacitated? Chen Jin felt a surge of anticipation. If his gamble paid off, it would be a huge profit in every aspect. Although it cost 1,000 points, which made him a bit reluctant, he wasn't just hiding at home. As long as there were zombies visiting, even if he killed only a few each day, he could still earn a few hundred points. As for buying a gun, there was no need to rush. He remembered that the disaster had erupted suddenly yesterday during the day. During the day, supermarkets or malls would certainly be crowded. In short, Places with dense human traffic would undoubtedly have a ridiculous number of zombies. Even if survivors gathered to venture out, they wouldn't be able to seize those resource points immediately unless they were led by official personnel. Otherwise, with their weapons, it would be impossible to take control. Fortunately, Chen Yin felt no need to hurry. With a command, the points were deducted, and the tetanus upgrade was complete. There was no sound coming from outside the window. Everything was very quiet. Chen Yin immediately armed himself and stepped out. Then, he unexpectedly discovered the zombies that had just been clawing at the barbed wire. At this moment, his head was drooping to one side, and his body was slumped against the barbed wire. No, to be precise, he was hanging on the barbed wire. His arms were hanging down naturally, slightly swaying. Chen Yin widened his eyes and quickly approached the barbed wire to take a closer look. All the zombies clinging to the barbed wire had their bodies pierced deeply by it from head to toe, with blood flowing everywhere. The surroundings instantly fell silent. And at that moment, Chen Yin could only hear the crisp sound of birds chirping. After a long while, Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Tetanus? Is it that powerful?" Instantly killed all the zombies on the barbed wire? Looking at those zombies in such a state, Chen Yin could hardly believe it. At that moment, a zombie approached from nearby. Chen Yin saw it and did not retreat, quietly waiting for it to come closer. After all, it was outside the barbed wire, so there was no need to be wary. A few seconds later, the zombie let out a mournful howl and suddenly lunged at him. Immediately, a sound of flesh tearing was heard as it crashed into the barbed wire, instantly tearing itself apart. Its mouth was sliced open by the wires, and its jaw fell off. Chen Yin quickly stepped aside to avoid getting splattered with blood. Upon closer inspection, this zombie was mangled all over. A normal person would surely be horrified at the sight. Walking around the yard and looking at those gruesomely dead zombies, Chen Yin nearly laughed out loud. Wasn't this invincible? Now, as long as a zombie approached, it would be instantly killed by the barbed wire. By the end of the day, it would probably be hard to even see a living zombie. He was already not very worried, and now he felt even more relaxed, without any troubles. However, soon, Chen Yin seemed to think of some important questions. Did the zombies killed by the barbed wire count as his kills? If he didn't keep track, he would be missing out big time. Chen Yin felt a bit anxious but didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he wasn't at the point of farming points from zombies yet. His actions yesterday were essentially taking advantage of a loophole. If it weren't for the barbed wire separating them, he wouldn't have been able to face even a single one without being dazed. After all, he had never confronted a zombie head-on. Who knew if they had other attack methods besides lunging and biting? How to defend and how to dodge were all issues. It seemed that having a gun wouldn't be enough in the future. Unexpected incidents were inevitable, and if forced into close combat, a single iron rod wouldn't be enough to break through. When conditions allowed, he should prepare a military combat knife. That would definitely have more killing power than a rod. That day, Chen Yin's task was to assist the barbed wire. He used an iron rod to poke all the zombies hanging on the barbed wire down to the ground. After all, it had to look a bit more presentable. Just looking at a row of hanging zombie corpses was enough to make one feel uneasy. The system was rigorous. He didn't expect the zombies killed by the barbed wire to count as his own. He just hoped that such actions could earn him some assist points. Early the next morning, Chen Yin woke up early and immediately opened the settlement interface to check. Today's point settlement, survival confirmed, 30 points. Good sleep, 10 points. Regular diet, 2 points. Barbed wire kills zombies, 357 points. Clean wire, 25 points. Points settlement, 466. Remaining points, 994. Seeing the 357 points from killing zombies, Chen Yin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. The zombies killed by the wire really counted as his. Moreover, he had killed many. And just looking at the points, it was almost double what he earned yesterday. His gamble had paid off completely. Now he didn't even need to clean up the zombies. He could just stay at home doing nothing, and by the end of the day, hundreds of points would come directly to him. Time-saving and labor-saving. Chen Yin had effectively transformed into a big boss. However, while Chen Yin was in the bathroom, a new problem arose. The bathroom light went out. Not only the bathroom, but also the kitchen light and the TV. That's right, the power was out. Just like in those zombie movies, it was either a power outage or a network disconnection. Living in the dark without light was no different from those walking corpses outside, right? Chapter 12, Traps to Attract Zombies? Perfectly matched with barbed wire. Due to this unexpected situation, making guns and long knives might be delayed for a few more days. But this was something he had anticipated. In a city facing a zombie crisis, it would be abnormal not to have power or water outages. Besides, with the barbed wire continuously outputting, he didn't have to worry about not having points. Opening the outdoor facilities option, Chen Yin focused on the auxiliary generator worth 500 points. After confirming verbally, his points instantly decreased by 500. Outside, a buzzing sound gradually started. Click. All the equipment in the house was restored to power. Chen Yin turned off all the lights, put on his protective gear, and walked outside. Coming to the side of the house, Chen Yin found the bulky and noisy auxiliary generator. The zombies wandering nearby, upon hearing the generator's noise, immediately followed the sound. Then, one after another, they crashed into the barbed wire, losing their heads. At that moment, Chen Yin thought of a way. He could use the noise of the generator to attract a large number of zombies to crash and earn more points. But the cost might be high. This meant he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Just hearing that noise in the house earlier was already making his ears ring. Forget it. He didn't want to risk another sudden death. Ultimately, Chen Yin hesitated and decided to see if there were any noise reduction upgrades for this engine. After all, the generator had to be running continuously to provide power. Auxiliary generator, upgrade options. Energy type generator branches. Self-cleaning, 500. The generator automatically cleans internal dust and dirt every week. Soundproofing, 200. Effectively reduces the noise of the generator. Power consumption, 500. The generator's power capacity is double that of before. Heavy metal exterior, 1000. Replaces the original material, making the generator sturdier and more durable. Charging, 3000. The generator automatically replenishes fuel without the need for manual refueling. Sure enough, it worked. Chen Yin grinned and immediately upgraded the generator's soundproofing. In an instant, the generator in front of him became much quieter, like a deflated tire. If one had to make a comparison, it was akin to the sound of a chainsaw being reduced to that of a range hood. Chen Yin even went back inside to experience it. Although he could still hear a bit, it was significantly better than before. Of course, the trade-off for such a benefit was that he was left with only 294 points. However, Chen Yin thought it might be a good idea to do a reverse operation and see what else could be upgraded, spending those 294 points as well. After all, upgrading any facility would only bring him benefits. However, it seemed that indoor facilities were out of the question, as the lowest cost appeared to be 500 points. So, he checked outdoor facilities and found there was indeed something he could upgrade. It was a trap. It only required 200 points. Chen Yin immediately looked at the trap's description. Trap, 200, upgrade path. Advanced trap, 4000, overview. As the name suggests, traps are mechanisms placed on the ground. Any creature that steps on the trap, except for the fortress owner, will take damage. Note that traps cannot be moved and are only for fixed point defense. Branches. Animal trap, 20 upgrades a regular trap to an animal trap, increasing damage by 50, effective against all creatures. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Bite force, 100 enhances the trap's biting force 5-fold, capable of instantly severing limbs. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Stinky chemicals, 50 upgrades a regular trap to one with a special odor, reducing damage by 50 but attracting nearby zombies. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Increase, 200 doubles the number of traps you have, distributed at the front and back doors of the shelter. Environment adaptation, 500 your traps will become invisible. No one except you can see your traps. Auto refill, 1000 any traps used will be replenished the next day. After scanning through the options, Chen Yin seemed to have spotted something remarkable. For example, the stinky chemicals trap. Although it reduced damage, it added an effect that could attract zombies. Imagining hordes of zombies being lured over and then crashing into it made Chen Yin incredibly happy. That would mean a lot of points. After upgrading this, combined with barbed wire, it would be invincible. Chen Yin didn't hesitate at all and spent 200 points to unlock the trap. Then he spent another 50 points to upgrade it to a stinky chemicals trap. In total, he spent 250 points. 250, what a lucky number. If he had discovered this good item earlier, he wouldn't have resorted to the ridiculous method of using the generator's noise to lure zombies into a trap. But then again, each option has its own pros and cons. The generator that doesn't upgrade its noise reduction keeps running, and he can't sleep at all. Today, Chen Jin's tasks are quite simple. He continues to assist with the barbed wire, helping to clear the bodies hanging on it. He wipes the barbed wire with some used water. After all, he had just seen the settlement page. Keeping the barbed wire clean can earn him some points. Until dusk, Chen Yin finally finished his tasks and returned to the room with satisfaction. Chapter 13, Handling Bodies? Constructing a body disposal machine early the next morning. Chen Yin opened the settlement interface. Today's points settlement, survival confirmation, 30 points. Good sleep, 10 points. Regular diet, 1 point. Constructing generator, upgrading generator, 200 points. Restoring power to the shelter, 100 points. Very pleasant mood, 35 points. Spike barbed wire kills zombies, 612 points. Cleaning barbed wire, 53 points. Total point settlement, 1085 remaining points, 1129. He actually earned over 1,000 points yesterday, just from seeing the points for killing zombies. Chen Yin could guess how many zombies must have died under the barbed wire. The effect of the foul chemical traps is quite evident. If only he had discovered it sooner. With messy hair and without washing up, Chen Yin pushed the door open and stepped outside. What he saw was a scene of chaos. In addition to countless bodies hanging on the barbed wire, there were also layers of bodies stacked underneath it. A wave of rancid odor hit him. Even through the protective suit, he could smell it, and his brow furrowed. Although he could kill zombies every day without lifting a finger, the bodies of the deceased zombies don't just disappear on their own. If this continues, his shelter will soon resemble a garbage dump. Living among hundreds or thousands of bodies, various viruses and bacteria are merging. It's practically stacking up debuffs. No matter how thick this protective suit is, it can't withstand their erosion. Just thinking without action won't do. Chen Yin felt it was necessary to clean up the bodies. As for how to clean them, it wouldn't be by piling them up and burning them, nor by digging a pit to bury them. Instead, he planned to use the system's advanced technology to deal with them. That's right, Chen Yin had already thought of it. And he had come up with the idea just before going to bed last night. With nothing to do yesterday, Chen Yin took a glance at other outdoor equipment that had not been unlocked. Among them, the body collection machine caught his attention. This device not only processes bodies, but also provides random rewards to Chen Yin after collecting a certain number of them. He is quite excited about the random rewards. With so many bodies, he is sure to earn more than one random reward. Plus, he can clean up the bodies at the same time. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At present, he has 1129 points. And unlocking the body collection machine requires 1,000 points. It's just enough. After successfully betting on the spike barbed wire, Chen Jin's confidence has skyrocketed. This time can be considered a small gamble. If the random rewards include a large number of points or other good items, he will undoubtedly make a fortune. Looking around, there were no living zombies in sight. Only 2 wandering zombies across the street in the distance. 2 mangled corpses blocked the iron gate outside. Chen Jin exerted a lot of effort to push both the corpses and the iron gate open. However, instead of directly moving the corpses, he headed straight for the garbage cart at the entrance. It was much more convenient to transport the corpses with this than to carry them manually. Although loading the corpses onto the cart would consume some energy, so what? The random rewards were his motivation to keep going. Tightening his gloves, Chen Jin loaded a dozen corpses onto the garbage cart in one go. Then, he hurriedly pushed the cart back into the yard and locked the door. Being cautious was undoubtedly the best approach. It seemed that while he was moving the corpses, he had attracted the attention of the distant zombies. Fortunately, they were incredibly slow. Next, Chen Jin was eager to proceed. Unlock. At his command, the points instantly dropped to 129. Suddenly, a machine that emitted white smoke appeared out of thin air in front of him. The appearance of this machine was quite imposing. At the top of the machine was a skull decoration, about the size of a computer screen, gleaming and dazzling in the sunlight. Below the machine was an apparatus resembling a conveyor belt entrance. However, this entrance was like an abyss, unfathomably deep, and he had no idea where it led. But why think too much about it now? It was enough to know that the entrance was definitely for disposing of corpses. Next to the corpse collector, a red button was very conspicuous. Chen Jin gently pressed it, and the conveyor belt immediately began to operate. Then, he tentatively placed a corpse on the conveyor. As the corpse was transported and dropped into the entrance, the skull at the top suddenly lit up and turned a bright red. Following that, eerie sounds similar to wailing spirits came from the entrance. Chen Jin paused, thinking, it really is like an abyss. The skull was hard to miss. Upon closer inspection, he discovered some clues. As he moved slightly closer, he saw that there were numbers marked in the left and right eye sockets of the skull. The left eye displayed the number 3, while the right eye showed the number 9. Chen Jin couldn't guess what these numbers represented and didn't want to speculate. Practice is the only standard for verifying truth. He estimated that continuing to throw corpses in would gradually unravel the mystery. Without hesitation, Chen Jin picked up a corpse and tossed it into the entrance. In the next moment, the number in the skull's right eye changed to 8. Suddenly, Chen Jin had an epiphany. He even guessed what the unchanged number 3 in the skull's left eye represented. Soon, he pulled 8 corpses from the cart and lined them up on the conveyor. As the 8 corpses were transported, the number in the skull's right eye gradually returned to 0, and then it suddenly began to roll like a lucky wheel. Finally, it stopped at the number 10. Meanwhile, the number 3 in the left eye changed to 2. Boom. At that moment, a loud crash came from the entrance of the collection machine, and a black briefcase was thrown out. Chen Jin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He guessed correctly. Haha. Chapter 14, Generous Random Reward. A head-on clash with zombies. This briefcase must be the random reward. In Chen Jin's view, the number 10 on the right represented the number of corpses to be collected. As long as he collected 10 corpses, he would receive a random reward. On the left was the number of times he could receive rewards. Now, with one reward distributed, he still had 2 chances left. This meant he would need to transport 20 more corpses later. Let's open the random reward and take a look. Chen Jin pushed aside all thoughts, rubbed his hands together, and quickly picked up the briefcase. He undid the clasp and opened it. What is this? Inside the briefcase lay a knife. The blade was smooth, and the tip was incredibly sharp. Just looking at it was intimidating. The overall length was about 40 centimeters, not an ordinary short knife or dagger, but also not as large as a cleaver. After picking up the knife, a notification popped up in front of Chen Jin. Obtained military long knife. A military long knife? ISNT that one of the items from the light weapon crafting table? Worth 500 points. Chen Jin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this random reward to directly yield something from the crafting table. This was fantastic. It was like earning 500 points directly. Plus, he wasn't used to the iron rod anyway. He could replace it with this weapon without a second thought. Chen Jin weighed the long knife in his hand. It felt very light and easy to handle. He swung it a couple of times and could still hear the whoosh of the wind. It was light, yet powerful. That description was perfect for it. Chen Jin was almost overjoyed. Because this time, the random reward yielded a military long knife. Next time, he might get a firearm or something similar. Looking up at the skull, it seemed to be telling him, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and move the corpses. Chen Jin pushed the cart and rushed out, prioritizing the cleanup of the corpses at the entrance. Returning to the corpse collection machine, he transported another 10 corpses. Bang! With another sound from the entrance, a backpack was thrown out and landed on the ground. Not a briefcase this time. Chen Jin frowned and picked up the backpack. It was bulging, as if it might burst at any moment. He unzipped it, and the contents instantly spilled out. They fell to the ground with a crash. What the heck? When Chen Jin saw what was inside, his eyes nearly popped out. Bullets. Countless bullets. The entire bag was filled with them. There were loose ones, boxed ones, and even fully loaded magazines. In total, there must have been hundreds, and judging by the specifications, they were undoubtedly handgun bullets. This was perfect. He saved a significant amount of money on buying bullets. Chen Jin was extremely eager for that last random reward. Now that he had a melee weapon and bullets, wouldn't it be time to get a gun too? Chen Jin was exceptionally excited, his hands trembling. After delivering the last batch of bodies in one breath, he stared at the dark entrance, clenching his fists. Come on, bring out a gun. I beg you. Chen Jin muttered repeatedly, and for a moment, The body collection machine became his lottery station. Bang! The entrance made a final sound, and a suitcase popped out. At that moment, the skull emitted an electronic laugh, and the red light flickered out, signaling that the machine had stopped operating. Could it be that something really came out? Chen Yin rushed to the conveyor, picked up the suitcase, his eyes wide open. With a joyful heart, he opened the suitcase. What lay before him was a pitch-black object. Chen Jin's smile gradually faded as he couldn't help but mumble to himself. What is this? He slowly picked up the item, and a system prompt followed. Acquired pistol silencer. Chen Jin exclaimed in realization. Although he didn't get a gun, obtaining a pistol silencer was still quite good, if it weren't for this item. Chen Jin wouldn't have even considered that aspect. That is, the loudness of gunfire. While a gun is a lethal weapon and effective against both humans and zombies, the cost is the enormous noise it generates. Not only does it alert humans, but it also attracts zombies. A silencer effectively avoids both issues. It is indeed a very important accessory. With his backpack on and a long knife in hand, Chen Jin returned to his room with a silly grin. In the afternoon, he stepped out with the long knife. He felt it was necessary to prepare for going out. Perhaps he could make a pistol tomorrow. So, it was good to warm up and practice some knife techniques first. Chen Jin arrived at the iron gate and happened to see a zombie approaching. Taking a deep breath, he opened the iron gate, gripping the knife with both hands. With a sudden sprint, he swung down at it. The zombie couldn't react in time. As it raised its hands to perform the standard zombie action, he cleaved down at an angle, nearly cutting its head in half. With a thud, the zombie fell to the ground, various colorful substances spilling out of its head. Chen Jin let out a long breath, unable to resist saying to the fallen zombie, "Is that all?" Chapter 15, Practical Training ends. A new round of predictions. Although it was his first hard encounter with zombies outside his territory, with just that one strike, the anxiety in his heart vanished instantly. Zombies were just like that. Dealing with them one-on-one was manageable as long as he acted quickly. But what if there were multiple? As Chen Jin thought of this, he caught sight of 2 more zombies in his peripheral vision. How could he know if he could handle it if he didn't try? Let us do it. These practical training sessions were necessary. It wasn't his style to only act when the situation was dire. Chen Jin charged directly at the 2 zombies. However, this time, they seemed to quickly notice him. They stretched out their hands, and their limping steps suddenly quickened. Not good. Chen Jin immediately halted, stopping his reckless behavior. If he charged directly, he might be able to take down the first zombie. However, the second zombie might leap at him during the interval of his attack. He couldn't handle that. Moreover, both of them were already fully alerted, their attention completely focused. But such a problem wouldn't stump Chen Jin. If he got knocked out by 2 zombies, how could he still show his face outside? Chen Jin took a few steps back, turning to observe, wary of any zombies that might suddenly attack from behind. Soon, the intervals between the 2 zombies clearly widened. Seizing the moment, Chen Jin rushed forward and swiftly decapitated the zombie in front of him. The attack interval was more than sufficient. Chen Jin almost jumped up to strike the second zombie's head. However, this strike went awry. It completely severed the opponent's right arm instead. Chen Jin was momentarily stunned, staring at the oncoming zombie, and instinctively kicked out. Thud! The kick sent it staggering back a few steps. Then Chen Jin swung his knife again and finally chopped off its head. That was close. Chen Jin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that he wouldn't use such a seemingly flashy yet foolish move next time. In the following hour, Chen Jin killed many more zombies around the shelter, over 20 in total. There were singles, pairs, and even groups of 3. All were ruthlessly dispatched by Chen Jin using a pulling technique. The key was that this long knife was highly lethal, requiring no technique at all. 1 strike per zombie naturally boosted his courage and morale. Of course, being reckless alone wouldn't do. Chen Jin had also mastered a bit of technique. For instance, when a zombie lunged at him, he could kick it aside to prevent being bitten. This counterattack wasn't just about courage, it might also relate to talent. After all, he didn't think other survivors could react quickly enough to kick back when facing a lunging zombie. In any case, Chen Jin managed to kill so many zombies by believing in himself. Although it was exhilarating to slash through them, he couldn't keep up with the day's exhausting pace. After moving so many bodies and killing so many zombies, it was impossible for a normal person not to be worn out. Back in the house, Chen Jin took off his thick protective gear. Then, feeling a bit pained, he poured a bottle of water over it to wash away the bloodstains. Kicking the protective gear aside, he boiled some mineral water to make instant noodles. He then took out a sausage and an apple as a reward for himself after such a long day. The barbed wire hadn't been cleared yet. Oh well, that could wait. Time to rest well today. Chen Jin stopped his thoughts. The instant noodles, which usually had no flavor, were surprisingly delicious today. In the evening, after finishing his workout in the house, Chen Jin approached the prophetic crystal ball. He had been so busy today that he completely forgot about it. If he remembered correctly, it had been exactly a week. The attributes of the prophetic crystal ball should be updated by now, right? To be prepared for anything, he needed to quickly check what might happen next. Chen Jin placed his hand on the crystal ball. As a warm sensation enveloped him, a series of attributes unfolded in his mind. Prophecy crystal ball, upgrade direction. Level 2 prophecy crystal ball, 5000. 1. The outdoor temperature will continue to drop, reaching around 20 degrees lower, and will return to normal within a month. 2. The bacteria in the air will mutate, making ordinary masks ineffective against them. 3. Fierce zombie dogs will intervene. Zombie dogs? It seems the apocalypse gives no one a moment to breathe. Within just a few days, new monsters have appeared. Perhaps even more mutated creatures will emerge later. Chen Jin stroked his chin, gradually deep in thought. Those zombie dogs might be weaker, but their agility is much greater than that of zombies. It will take practical combat to test their strength. However, he needs to stay more alert. In any case, he will take it one step at a time. He won't back down easily. As for the first two affixes, Chen Yin is not too worried. He can just upgrade his protective suit when the time comes. The next day, Chen Yin calculated his points. Survival confirmed, 30 points. Good sleep, 10 points. Fair diet, 7 points. Combat status at peak, 60 points. Killed zombies, 205 points. Killed zombies with barbed wire, 458 points. Points total, 877. Remaining points, 1006. Exciting. Just over 1000 points. Chen Yin rubbed his hands together, feeling extremely delighted. With this, he could craft a handgun. Chapter 16, being monitored. Arriving at the light weapon crafting station, Chen Yin immediately crafted an M9 handgun. As the cold, black weapon floated into the center of the crafting station, Chen Yin slowly reached out to catch it. I have a gun now. Chen Yin was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. Eager to go outside and find a target to practice his shooting. The target, of course, would be zombies, as there were no targets in the house, and the outdoors was much more spacious. Chen Yin examined the M9 handgun repeatedly, feeling it was very comfortable to use. What are we waiting for? Let us go out and find a target to shoot. Chen Yin didn't forget to put on his protective suit, grabbed the gun, and pushed open the door. As he opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Brrr. Chen Jin's body shivered involuntarily, and he suddenly realized that the outdoor temperature had started to drop. He originally planned to upgrade the warmth of his protective suit, but since he crafted the gun, he didn't have enough points and could only wait until tomorrow. Although the outdoor temperature was noticeably lower, Chen Yin, wearing his protective suit, could still bear it. After all, nothing could stop his enthusiasm for testing his gun. As he arrived in the yard, before he could find a suitable target to shoot at, he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. Who? Chen Jin's eyes widened, instinctively turning to raise his handgun. However, when he turned, he only saw a row of zombie corpses hanging outside the barbed wire. Chen Yin realized that his view was blocked by the corpses. He quickly ran over, pushed aside one of the bodies, and looked outside. Then, he saw a nimble figure just as it slipped into the small woods. A human. Chen Yin thought of this immediately. Because zombies can't possibly be this agile. Could it be that he was being watched just now? In an instant, Chen Yin felt a chill run down his spine. It was early in the morning, and he suddenly received this news. It felt like a celebrity being caught on camera by paparazzi, infuriating and alarming. Now, it was impossible for Chen Yin to stay focused without being on high alert. However, it wasn't long before he gradually calmed down. Regardless of how many people were watching him, what their motives were, or when they started monitoring him, their goal was definitely aimed at his shelter. After all, at first glance, this perimeter of barbed wire exuded a sense of security. Who wouldn't want to be protected by this barbed wire, regardless of the equipment inside? But if they really intended to break in, it would likely come at a significant cost. Unless they had firearms as well, it would be a bit tricky to confront them. Otherwise, Chen Yin wouldn't mind using them as target practice. The door and the barbed wire were impenetrable. To break in, they could only climb. However, one could easily guess the outcome of attempting to climb over barbed wire. For an outsider with ill intentions, it was an insurmountable situation from any angle. Just climbing the barbed wire could lead to serious injury, not to mention being met with guns after getting over it. Suddenly, Chen Yin felt no worries at all. There was absolutely no need to be concerned. If they wanted to seek death, no one would stop them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of an apartment building, a lean man with green hair knocked on door 102. This guy was the one who had been monitoring Chen Yin earlier. Knock. Knock, knock. Open up, it's me. Behind the unit door, there was a chaotic sound of furniture being pushed aside, followed by a cautious face peeking out. The two exchanged glances. The green-haired man immediately raised his arm to show the other person something. Then, he turned around to show them again. Not bitten. Come in. The man stepped aside, and the green-haired one quickly squeezed inside. The small room was surprisingly packed with people. There were at least a dozen of them. Each person looked fierce, with more than half covered in tattoos and scars, giving off a strong sense of intimidation. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man stood up from the crowd. He was the leader of this group, known by a loud nickname, Brother Feng. He approached the green-haired man with a serious expression and asked, "What is the situation?" There are indeed people living in there, and they're very young. They look to be in their 20s. The green-haired man quickly reported the situation. In their 20s? Just one person? Brother Feng paused for a moment and continued to inquire. Yes, just one, and he has no weapons. The green-haired man nodded firmly and continued his report. After all, he had been observing for over 40 minutes under various dangers. Aside from a generator, there was only a dilapidated small metal shed in the yard. It was impossible for more than one person to be living there. After hearing this, Brother Feng furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Living alone and without any weapons, what is the deal with the corpses of zombies hanging on the barbed wire? Could it be that they really crashed into it? Having analyzed the situation yesterday, the protagonist also thought of this point at this moment, finding it reasonable. Chapter 17. The appearance of zombie dogs and the start of target practice before the disaster began. This group of people were nothing but outright villains. Their usual income came from threatening street vendors, acting as local bullies, or petty theft. Once the disaster started and the law was no longer a concern, they became even more reckless. To escape the pursuit of zombies, they even pushed passers-by into the horde. They then took over a rental apartment belonging to a young couple. It was this very apartment. The couple's fate was tragic. The man, disregarding the number of assailants, fought back, but was beaten to death on the spot. The woman was captured, subjected to continuous humiliation day and night, and later used as bait to lure zombies, ultimately being devoured. They were truly ruthless. The kind of thugs who deserve to be executed 100 times over. Last night, under the cover of darkness, they accidentally spotted a shelter belonging to Chen Yin. The barbed wire, covered in corpses, was quite eye-catching, forcing them to pay attention to it. They intended to check it out up close. But due to the large number of zombies gathering near the barbed wire, they halted their actions, initially unaware that someone lived there. They learned from a lookout that it was a private shelter, housing only a young man. The protagonist was naturally excited. If that were the case, wouldn't they be striking gold? The barbed wire could not only fend off the biting maniacs, but could even kill them. Safety was guaranteed, and they wouldn't have to worry about blocking the door with various items anymore. Moreover, there was a usable generator. The city had been experiencing power outages since yesterday, and they did not want to live in darkness. They craved a life filled with lights and revelry. Since half the people in this city had gone mad, and the law had become ineffective, they considered themselves the law now. Kill, burn, and loot. They were the kings of this apocalypse. Brothers, prepare to move tonight. We're changing to a new home. After thinking this through, the protagonist immediately addressed his subordinates. The younger members hadn't thought as much as he had, and were already eager. Now that they heard their leader's clear instructions, they widened their eyes and nodded, readying their weapons and equipment. Chen Yin observed for about an hour inside before confirming that no one was watching him, then stepped outside. Practicing his shooting skills was now the top priority. If all went well, he had added 2 types of enemies to his list, zombie dogs and human foes. The former lacked intelligence but made up for it with aggression and agility. If the latter does not possess long-range weapons, it may not cause him harm. But it certainly has intelligence and thought. It can use various means to threaten his shelter. In short, both are about equally powerful, but they are definitely more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Suddenly, a series of dog barks interrupted Chen Jin's thoughts. He turned to look and immediately saw a bloody dog standing outside the barbed wire, barking at him. From the outside, it appeared to be a medium-sized dog, but it was impossible to tell what breed it was. Its back had a gaping hole, with the bones clearly visible. The flesh was incomplete, making it impossible to identify its breed. In any case, this was definitely a zombie dog. What a coincidence, just as he was thinking about it. Chen Yin muttered to himself, pulled the gun's bolt, and slowly walked toward the zombie dog. He intended to use this zombie dog to test his gun. However, as he reached the barbed wire, the zombie dog suddenly lunged at him. It crashed into the barbed wire and was instantly impaled. Chen Yin stepped back, wary of getting splattered with blood. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have come closer. Maybe it would have just barked in place, and I could have used it as a target. Chen Yin couldn't help but curse, feeling disappointed as he turned to leave. But then he noticed another zombie dog outside the barbed wire, standing sideways, not barking at him, just staring intently. This zombie dog looked even more terrifying. Parts of its face were missing, and half of its skin seemed to have been stripped away. Yet, Chen Jin's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he felt a bit anxious. Please don't charge at me again. Can't you just let me finish you off? Chen Yin muttered as he quickly raised his gun. After aiming for about 3 seconds, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The silenced M9 handgun made a crisp sound but missed the motionless zombie dog, hitting the ground in front of it instead. Chapter 18. Gun testing completed. Analyzing techniques. The sound of the bullet had been minimized, but it still startled the zombie dog since it landed right in front of it. So, it shifted slightly, but showed no intention of running away. Off target. But that's okay. Seeing that the zombie dog hadn't fled, Chen Yin continued to aim. Bang! He fired again. This shot was clear and precise, hitting the zombie dog in the head. It shattered its already mutilated face into pieces. Immediately, it let out a pitiful howl and collapsed to the side. Yes. Oh. Meanwhile, Chen Yin let out a cheer of exhilaration. Even though the dog was motionless, he had aimed for about 5 seconds before shooting. But scoring a headshot was an exceptional performance for him. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Chen Yin was still basking in his joy, a chorus of barking erupted around him. More? So many? Chen Yin was a bit surprised. He turned his head and saw 4 or 5 dogs appearing in his line of sight, running towards him from the east and north. Those undead dogs were indeed very fast. In just a few seconds, they dashed from a distance to nearby. Moreover, the key point was their small size, making them hard to hit with a gun. However, at the moment, Chen Yin was just analyzing the situation and wasn't too worried. After all, he had hundreds of rounds of ammunition, so he wasn't concerned about running out. If he did, he could simply move the bodies to the collection machine. And if he was lucky, he would get hundreds of rounds back. Plus, with the barbed wire in place, the undead dogs couldn't even get a hair on him. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yin started shooting at the undead dogs. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying a magazine, one of the undead dogs was shot in the leg and fell over. It slowly got up, only to be shot twice more by the quick-reacting Chen Yin, collapsing instantly. Before he could deal with the remaining undead dogs, one of them lunged and crashed into the barbed wire, effectively ending its own life. However, one of the undead dogs seemed to display a bit of cunning. Seeing its companion crash into the barbed wire and get torn apart, it stopped in its tracks. Then, it stood there and started barking at Chen Yin in a confusing manner, as if cursing at him. Chen Yin turned around and walked over, reloading his handgun. He had thought that the undead dogs were all dead. Approaching the remaining undead dog, he had a close encounter with it. With a single shot, he blew its head off. What are you barking for? He cursed, putting away his gun and moving on. The fight with the undead dogs lasted less than 5 minutes. Although he had taken advantage of the barbed wire, Chen Yin didn't feel like he hadn't learned anything. The attacks of these undead dogs were quite similar to those of the zombies. They lunged and bit, but were much faster than zombies. While zombies had a larger range of attack, they were slower. If one didn't counterattack but instead dodged, retreating directly would suffice. The lunges of the undead dogs, however, should be avoided by sidestepping. Moreover, one had to anticipate the opponent's attack in advance. At present, there didn't seem to be any more undead dogs nearby. Otherwise, Chen Yin might have specifically sought one out to test himself. After all, he was bold and meticulous, and this was not a difficult task for him. It was only by daring to try and challenge oneself that one could secure a place in this apocalypse. Didn't those movie antiheroes survive this way? He even had a system with him. Why couldn't he emulate that? Afterward, Chen Yin came to the side of the body collection machine. He pressed the conveyor switch. But there was no response. He had intended to move some bodies to earn random rewards, but seeing that the machine was quiet, he couldn't help scratching his head. Did I guess wrong? Isn't the reward updated daily? Unable to resist, Chen Yin clicked on the upgrade option for the body collection machine to check the details. Body collection machine, upgrade direction, body harvester branch efficiency enhancement, 500. The speed of the collection machine, transporting bodies, increases by 200. Variety, 1000. The random reward range of the collection machine expands to 5 types. Know when to stop, 1500. The demand for bodies decreases from 10 to 9. Calm and collected, 2000. The recovery of random rewards changes from once a week to twice a week. So expensive, there's not one I can upgrade. I overestimated this thing. I thought I could recover reward times 3 times a day, but you're telling me it's only once a week? Chen Yin was all set to head out and collect bodies, but after reading this, he immediately lost his motivation. It seems that even with a system, sometimes you still have to work steadily. But it's okay, before the next random rewards are restored, he won't run out of the resources in hand. Chen Yin initially wanted to clear the bodies tangled in the barbed wire, but after some thought, he decided to abandon the action. The current situation is that the bodies have formed an irregular wall, effectively concealing everything in the shelter. Although it slightly obstructs his view, it doesn't matter. As long as he is in this yard, he is invincible. Chapter 19. Climbing the barbed wire, skin torn and flesh shredded. Around 10 o'clock at night, a group of figures appeared in the small forest next to the shelter. These were Feng Gu and his crew. At this moment, they were armed with various sticks, machetes, strong flashlights, and other weapons. Feng Gu even had a deadly weapon ready in hand, called a spring knife. Although it looks similar to a spring-loaded knife, the addition of the flying aspect makes its structural principle quite different. This is a tactical weapon from the military, which he obtained through smuggling a few years ago. Not only can it be used as a close combat weapon for self-defense, but there is also a button on the handle that, when pressed, causes the blade to shoot out. The launch distance is about 15 meters, with force comparable to a manually thrown knife. It can easily penetrate a skull. If the opponent has no knowledge of this thing, it is definitely a concealed weapon. At that moment, the scout, green hair, rushed back. Boss, I've checked. There are only 2 crazies nearby. All right, ignore them, everyone charge in. With Feng Ji's command, the younger brothers around immediately surged forward. However, Feng Gu noticed that 4 people behind him stood still, awkwardly looking at him. Are you deaf? Why aren't you going? Feng Gu asked irritably. The 4 younger brothers exchanged glances and spoke one after another. Boss, I have an upset stomach. I'm about to soil my pants. Me too. What? Hearing this, Feng Gu was instantly furious, grabbing one person by the collar. Are you all in cahoots to trick me? Trying to escape at the last moment? No, boss. We would never. Then what is going on? Why is it so coincidental that you all have stomach issues? The group looked troubled and replied one after another. It must be the tap water. Are you all idiots? The tap water is as yellow as urine. Dare to drink it? Brother Feng couldn't help but hit a few heads. Enough. Go back and watch your homes. There's no need for all of you since it's just one person. Since you have diarrhea, don't eat anything this week. If there are no objections, get lost. Brother Feng cursed repeatedly, while the 4 little brothers nodded and thanked him before running away. Then, Brother Feng turned around and found that green hair was staring at him with a fixed gaze. Kid, you've only been here for a short time, but your contribution is several times higher than this bunch of useless fools. After this operation, I will promote you well. Don't worry. Brother Feng thought green hair was going to ask the same question again, so he patted his shoulder and spoke up. No, Brother Feng, Brother Feng noticed green hair's face was covered in sweat and gradually frowned. You're not feeling unwell too, are you? Yes, I was fine just now. But suddenly I'm having difficulty breathing. Difficulty breathing? Upon hearing this, Brother Feng instinctively took a deep breath. Cough, cough. As a result, he also felt that his breathing was not smooth and couldn't help but cough twice. It wasn't because the air was thin, but rather that the air seemed to be filled with dust particles. Breathing it in felt stuffy and uncomfortable. However, Brother Feng didn't think much of it. He believed the barbed wire was hanging with corpses, which must be emitting a foul odor, so it was normal for the air quality to be poor. Once they occupied the place, they would clean it up. After comforting green hair, the 2 quickly caught up with the main group. They had already reached the barbed wire. They deliberately chose a spot filled with corpses as a climbing point. 1. It could serve as a smokescreen to conceal their actions. 2. They could save manpower by stepping on the corpses to climb over the less than 3-meter-high barbed wire. However, considering that the barbed wire could easily kill those madmen, Brother Feng had made sufficient defensive preparations. For instance, they all had cut-resistant gloves. Once worn, the sharp parts of the barbed wire wouldn't hurt them at all. The owner of this house probably never imagined it would be ambushed like this. Brother Feng smiled slightly, already looking forward to how luxurious this place could be turned into as a refuge. All right, time waits for no one. Let us go. Brother Feng urged immediately, and everyone put on their cut-resistant gloves, preparing to climb. But the next moment, as a few people touched the barbed wire, a series of flesh-tearing sounds came through. Ah! Those few people instantly cried out in pain, howling. Hey, what the hell is going on with you? Brother Feng was stunned and quickly shouted, everyone, shut up. A few people were covering their bleeding hands, gritting their teeth and gasping for breath. One of them even started crying. Boss, our hands are cut. They quickly showed their hands to Brother Feng. Seeing the gaping wounds, with one finger even hanging limply to the side, Brother Feng was completely dumbfounded. Didn't you all wear gloves? We did. However, someone took off their glove to show Brother Feng, and they saw that the glove was slashed open in several places, torn to shreds. How could this be possible? Brother Feng believed he had been extremely cautious. Before leaving, he had even used a knife to poke the cut-resistant gloves a few times, and the quality of the gloves was excellent, showing no signs of damage. Yet, this barbed wire easily cut through the gloves and even severed a younger brother's finger. Chapter 20. Chaos. Could the barbed wire be sharper than a knife? This was completely beyond his imagination. Impossible. There must be some dull spots. Brother Feng shook his head in disbelief, pushed his younger brother aside, and personally put on the gloves to touch the barbed wire with his finger. As a result, just a light touch pierced through his fingertip along with the glove. Gasp. Brother Feng quickly retracted his hand and warned, stay away from the barbed wire. Something's not right with it. The other younger brothers had actually already distanced themselves upon seeing the tragic state of their companions, not daring to approach the barbed wire at all. Boss, how about we go back and think of a strategy and talk about it another day? Green Hair quickly suggested, inwardly relieved that he hadn't foolishly tried to touch the barbed wire earlier. No way, we've come this far. If we don't break through, our losses will be even greater. Brother Feng's thoughts were completely opposite to Green Hair's, and he immediately retorted, those who can still move, bring the bodies here. Brother Feng quickly changed his plan. He intended to use these bodies to form a wall of flesh, which would help them climb while primarily blocking the deadly piercing of the barbed wire. That's right, this barbed wire could definitely take lives. Just a light touch was enough to cause severe injuries, not to mention what would happen if someone leaned against it. No wonder those crazies would crash into it and die. He had considered that the barbed wire would be sharp, but he hadn't anticipated it being this sharp. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chen Yin, gun in hand, was observing the movements of the group through the window. He had just heard shouting outside and rushed to check. Since Brother Feng and the others were using a flashlight for illumination, Chen Yin almost immediately spotted their location. He watched as someone in the crowd tore off their clothing to bandage their wounds. Chen Yin confirmed that some of them had been unfortunate enough to come into contact with the barbed wire and were injured to the point of being unable to care for themselves. This meant that among these invaders, there were fewer fighters and more useless injured people. However, Chen Yin was not in a hurry to act. Although he had practiced shooting throughout the day, he couldn't guarantee he could take them all down without leaving any behind. But, since they were alive, there would always be a way. Chen Yin quickly thought of a plan to deal with them. If they came in, he would wait until they were close enough before launching a surprise attack. This way, it was possible to catch them all at once. After all, it was easy to get in but difficult to get out. There was no way they could climb back out. The door lock was also quite peculiar, and he didn't believe anyone could figure it out on the spot. Chen Yin carefully observed everyone and felt more at ease when he noticed they only had cold weapons. Sticks and knives? Is that all? They dared to come over that night. They were quite bold. Let's see what their capabilities really are. At that moment, beneath the barbed wire, Feng Gu and others who were moving bodies suddenly heard the sound of barking. There are dogs barking? Really? Let's catch one and keep it as a pet. The group did not guess that those were zombie dogs and instead relaxed, quietly discussing, until someone noticed a dark corner where a dozen gruesome, terrifying dog-like creatures were gradually emerging. The zombie dogs formed a fan shape, surrounding Feng Gu and the others. Feng Gu, this doesn't look like an ordinary dog. The green-haired one turned pale, his jaw nearly dropping. The others, including Feng Gu, had their eyes wide open. How could they possibly understand zombie dogs when they had barely faced zombies before? They didn't even know that dogs had gone mad in this world. Just the sight of the zombie dog's gaping maws was enough to scare them to the point of nearly losing control. Everyone prepared for battle. At this point, Feng Gu said, and everyone stopped what they were doing, picking up their weapons. There was no chance to escape now. Everyone fell silent, even holding their breath. The dogs paced back and forth, waiting for an opportunity. Cough, cough, cough. However, at that moment, the green-haired one's violent coughing broke the silence. Feng Gu hurriedly stepped forward to check. Kid, pull yourself together. We can't, huh? Before Feng Gu could finish, the green-haired one suddenly shouted and lunged at him. Feng Gu was startled and instinctively pushed the green-haired one away. The green-haired one crashed into another person, who unfortunately got bitten on the neck, instantly losing a chunk of flesh. The green-haired one has turned into one of those mad ones. Quickly, get away from him. The group couldn't understand why the green-haired one had suddenly gone mad. Clearly, he had passed the inspection when he returned in the morning and showed no signs of being bitten. The moment the green-haired one turned into a zombie, the pack of zombie dogs also sprang into action, charging towards the crowd. Feng Gu and the others had to deal with the crazed green-haired one while facing the attacking zombie dogs. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Roars, gasps, and barking filled the air. The absurd scene combined with the intense sounds was almost like a Hollywood blockbuster. Chapter 21. reaping the benefits without effort. Everything happening outside was vividly visible to Chen Yin. He was both astonished and delighted. They were being attacked by zombie dogs. Great. He needed to prepare for battle quickly, aiming for a double harvest. After thinking this, Chen Yin rushed out of the house. Meanwhile, Feng Ge had already fended off a wave of zombie dogs and had picked out 2 people who had been bitten. You two, climb up. Feng Ge pointed at the barbed wire and instructed them. This was undoubtedly a crazy decision, but there was no choice. The fate of those bitten by zombie dogs was all too predictable. Moreover, if they don't retreat into the yard now, they will face total annihilation. They no longer care about alerting the owner of the yard. After all, the other side is unarmed. Just sending in one person can subdue him. Big brother, I'm going first. Take care. One of the injured younger brothers shouted with tears in his eyes, then charged at the barbed wire. With a squelching sound, he was completely impaled like a candied hawthorn. Blood gushed out. His body hung solidly on the barbed wire. Step on his shoulders. Let's go. Brother Foam, with a crazed expression, continued to roar. The second younger brother hesitated for 2 seconds, then hurriedly climbed up his companion's corpse, pressed tightly against the barbed wire, and was directly pierced through like a specimen. He became motionless. The height of the human ladder was sufficient. Brother Foam climbed over the 2 younger brothers' bodies, trying to cross the barbed wire. However, at the moment of crossing, his back was scraped by the anti-theft net, instantly stripping away several pieces of flesh. Thud! He fell directly to the ground, his body scraped, and his arm nearly dislocated, with blood from the wound soaking his shirt and quickly pooling on the ground. The cost of forcefully crossing the barbed wire was extremely heavy, sacrificing younger brothers while injuring himself. But at least he had made it in. If he didn't do something soon, none of the younger brothers would be left. Brother Foam gritted his teeth and remained silent, painfully getting back up, limping toward the iron gate. However, the next moment, something suddenly clamped down on his foot. Brother Foam couldn't help but scream in agony. Looking down, he discovered it was a bear trap. It had clamped down hard on his foot. Damn it, using such a dirty trick. Brother Foam muttered curses. In the pitch-black yard, he couldn't see anything. It was precisely the foul-smelling chemical trap that Chen Yin had set up earlier, and at this moment, Brother Foam had stepped right into it. Although it only had half the damage of a regular trap, this fierce clamp nearly cost Brother Foam half his life. If it had been a regular trap, he might have fainted from the pain on the spot. Hiding in a corner, Chen Yin couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Brother Feng's predicament. What bad luck. But it's a pity to waste a trap like that. Chen Yin thought Brother Foam was just a younger brother in their gang, so he continued to hide in the corner, waiting for others to climb over the wall. This time, he had a new idea. Instead of rushing to silence them, he would capture a few alive for interrogation. He wanted to ask where their base was, inspect their base, clear out the remaining forces, and prevent future troubles. He would also casually loot anything useful. At this moment, Brother Foam gritted his teeth and desperately pried the trap off his foot. He rolled and crawled to the gate, shouting to the people still fighting outside, "Come over here quickly." However, after fiddling with the door lock a few times, he couldn't open the iron gate. To his surprise, he found that the lock was completely beyond his understanding. Outside was a silver chain, with a square lock in the middle, and it seemed there was a rotating lock inside, along with a spring and a wheel, locks within locks within locks. How the hell do you open this? Feng Ge nearly spat blood on the spot, kicking the iron door in anger. Then he immediately felt pain and held his leg. Hey, breaking into my house is one thing, but deliberately damaging my front door? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was Chen Yin speaking. Oh no, he has been discovered. Feng Ge's heart sank, and he raised his axe, ready to turn around and fight desperately. But then, seeing the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at him, Feng Ge immediately stopped shouting. His fighting spirit vanished in an instant. He felt like a bomb that was about to explode suddenly went silent. He was completely stunned, in utter disbelief. Clang! As the axe fell from his hand to the ground, Feng Ge knelt down, sweating profusely, forgetting the pain in his body for the moment. Hadn't he been told that the owner of the house had no weapons? Why was there a handgun? Had the green-haired guy deceived him? Had he betrayed him? The intelligence was wrong, and extremely so. Naturally, Feng Ge thought of the green-haired guy. In fact, the green-haired guy had been overly nervous at that moment. When he saw Chen Yin coming out, afraid of being discovered, he immediately turned and ran away, not noticing the gun in Chen Jin's hand. In reality, he was still loyal to Feng Ge. But now, the green-haired guy had turned into a zombie, and everything became inexplicable. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Haha, this misunderstanding is so absurd. Can't you find your own home? Climbing over to ask me? Feng Ge's illogical words made Chen Jin laugh. Meanwhile, Feng Ge awkwardly laughed along, turning to look at his little brother who was still fighting desperately against the zombie dogs outside. Chen Jin also turned to observe the situation outside. At that moment, Feng Ge slowly reached for his waist. What was he doing? Suddenly, Chen Jin turned around and shouted. Feng Ge was startled, his whole body trembling, and quickly withdrew his hand. This move from Chen Jin was actually a probe. He was deliberately testing the other party. And sure enough, as expected, the opponent was not planning to give up resistance. They were quite brave. And no, I'm not doing anything. Take it out. Quickly. Feng Ge seemed to want to cover it up, but Chen Jin gave him no chance, raising his handgun and threatening him. It's just a knife, really nothing. Seeing that Chen Jin's expression was completely serious, Feng Ge had no choice but to comply, slowly pulling out a spring knife, appearing ready to surrender. What seemed like a normal action actually concealed a huge secret. Even in the dark, Chen Jin noticed it carefully. The moment the other party pulled out the knife, they turned it sideways, aiming it at him. His intuition told him that this was definitely not normal. Bang! Chen Yin fired. Very precisely. The bullet struck Feng Ji's left hand holding the knife. Feng Ji's left hand was instantly pierced through, and he bent down, clutching his palm. All his schemes had been seen through by Chen Yin. He now had no way to counterattack. The barbed wire had exhausted all its strength to break in, but it resulted in continuous injuries inside the yard, leaving him with just a breath left. I thought I could turn the tables. But then I found a gun pointed at my head again. It truly is a moment from hell to heaven, and another moment from heaven back to hell. Feng was almost driven mad. Big brother, spare me, I was wrong. I'm such an idiot. I have no parents. I can do anything, and I'm strong. As long as I don't die, you can command me for a lifetime. Just don't treat me like a human. Please, big brother, let me live. Feng finally surrendered, enduring the pain, and bowed 3 times to Chen Yin, almost knocking himself out in the process. Chen Yin approached him expressionlessly and picked up the spring knife. This thing seems quite special. He played with it for a bit and couldn't help but ask, is there a button on the handle? Yes, this is. Feng intended to give Chen Yin a serious explanation, but when he looked up, he saw Chen Yin aiming the knife at him, with his hand already pressing the button. Hey, no, whoosh. Feng barely got the words out when Chen Yin pressed the button, and the blade shot out from the handle in an instant. Then, the blade awkwardly pierced Feng's forehead. Feng trembled violently, his eyes wide, his throat moving up and down, but in the end, he couldn't say anything and collapsed. Damn, Chen Yin was stunned. What kind of black technology is this? He had never seen anything like it. Thank goodness he had decisively shot at that moment. Otherwise, it could have been him with a knife in his forehead. Chen Yin let out a long breath, couldn't help but curse Feng for being so cunning, pulled the knife out of his forehead, and reloaded it into the handle. Then, he rushed towards the chaotic battle. However, when he arrived, he found that the battle was almost over. The losing side was naturally Feng's group. They lacked combat experience, good weapons, and the zombie dogs attacked accurately, resulting in more than half of them having their throats bitten and dying on the spot. The remaining ones were either knocked down but not bitten in vital areas, continuing to fight back with weapons, or were strong fighters who not only stood their ground but even managed to kill a few zombie dogs. Unfortunately for them, someone was about to take advantage of the situation. That was Chen Yin. Chapter 22, Pursuit. Rooting out future troubles. Bang bang bang. Chen Yin directly fired at the few strong fighters who were desperately battling the zombie dogs. The crisp sound of gunfire rang in their ears, and before those people could react, they were hit in the waist or legs. With a cry of pain, they fell to the ground. Soon after, they were besieged by the incoming zombie dogs. But Chen Yin reacted extremely quickly, shooting all the fallen people to ensure they had a quick end. Of course, it wasn't out of pity for them. He was just afraid the points he gained would be snatched away by the zombie dogs. The remaining zombie dogs noticed Chen Yin and all charged at him one after another. Then they crashed into the barbed wire and became a pile of mush. At that moment, not far away, 2 of the people Chen Yin had shot suddenly got up and supported each other as they ran away. Damn, are they playing dead? Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback. He initially intended to shoot and stop them, but it was getting late, and the other party was still on the edge of darkness. Within 3 seconds, he could no longer see their movements. Chen Yin had no choice but to put away his gun and give up the chase. Sighing, he still managed to smile. He had hardly intervened at all and had effortlessly eliminated a group of enemies. He was likely to be the biggest winner now. So why bother with anything else? It's best to quit while ahead. Returning to the entrance, Brother Feng's body lay motionless there, thinking of the high-end weapons he had. Chen Yin walked over and searched him. Besides a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, there was only a box of some explosives left. Shaking his head, Chen Yin directly tossed the explosives into the garbage truck. Useless, at least for now. After that, he threw Brother Feng's body into the vehicle for storage and went back inside. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Chen Yin got up. He still hadn't washed his hair or face, and he hadn't even counted his points. He just took his gun and went out. Outside, it was eerily quiet. To the east of the barbed wire, the bodies of the enemies from last night lay scattered, blood and flesh everywhere, creating a rather gruesome scene. Chen Yin arrived at the spot where the 2 had escaped the previous night and checked the ground. Sure enough, he found the bloodstains they had left behind. Chen Yin had actually thought this through long ago. If it hadn't been for the poor visibility at night, he would have pursued them right then and there. He believed in swift retribution, never dragging things out. He felt it was necessary to cultivate this habit in the apocalypse. As long as he could find a clue, he had to pursue and eliminate the threat. After all, in the apocalypse, being lenient with enemies was just a cruel torture for oneself. Thus, Chen Yin began to follow the blood trail. Although the blood was dried, the path was very clear. In just 20 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of an old apartment building. Along the way, he ignored a bunch of zombies and eliminated 2 zombie dogs feasting on corpses. At the door of room 102, there was a large pool of blood, and the doorknob also had remnants of blood on it. This must be it. They didn't live far, but escaping back home was their mistake. Chen Yin muttered to himself and kicked the door. Unexpectedly, the door was kicked open with ease. Chen Yin immediately raised his gun, aiming inside the room. After scanning through various clutter, he spotted several people lying around inside. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total? How strange. Did I let this many go yesterday? Chen Yin was momentarily stunned, but didn't dwell on it. Pointing at the 6 individuals, he threatened, "Get up. Quickly. Don't shoot. I promise I won't move." 2 bandaged individuals immediately got up, hands raised in surrender. These 2 were indeed the ones who had escaped last night. "You 4, stop playing dead and get up." Chen Yin aimed his gun at the remaining four and threatened. However, they did not respond at all. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yin noticed that these individuals had vacant expressions, pale faces and bluish lips. They looked as if they had been poisoned. No, it didn't seem like poisoning. Is it about to turn into a zombie? Chen Yin thought to himself, his eyes widening slightly. They are sick. It seems like this started after drinking the tap water, reminded the two surrendered assassins. Chen Yin nodded after hearing this. Since they had drunk the tap water, the consequences were probably well understood. You two don't look so good either. Chen Yin turned to look at them, noticing their faces were not much different from those of the others. The only difference was that one group could communicate normally, while the other had completely turned into fools, for had been infected by drinking tap water, and two had inhaled a large amount of contaminated air without protective gear. Good grief, is this place breeding something sinister? They are all carriers of the virus. Instinctively, Chen Yin stepped back from the two, raising his gun, kneeled down. The two had nothing to say and quickly knelt down. After all, the person had a gun. How could they resist? But seeing Chen Jin's stance, they quickly understood what he meant. They burst into tears. Please, spare us. We had no choice but to follow Brother Feng. Attacking your shelter was completely out of desperation. Snot and tears flowed, and even they were starting to believe their own words. In reality, they had once been Brother Feng's right and left hands, having sworn loyalty to him many years ago. However, Chen Jin, being who he was, would never believe such nonsense. But he was curious. What kind of person was their leader, Brother Feng? He sounded quite impressive. Could he possibly be one of the four? Who is your leader? Why haven't I seen him? Chen Jin couldn't help but ask. The two paused, looked at each other, and said, it's the one who climbed over the barbed wire. Oh, it's him? This caught Chen Jin off guard, almost making him laugh out loud. Unfortunately, he had mistakenly killed Brother Feng yesterday, but thinking it over, that guy really did have the qualities of a leader. He had killed without hesitation, caring for his subordinates, unafraid of death, and quite cunning. Even when he had just a breath left, he was still thinking of taking revenge. Fortunately, it ended without any major issues. Your leader has quite a nice knife. It almost showcased my skills yesterday, Chen Jin said, pulling out the spring knife, still stained with Brother Feng's blood. Seeing Chen Jin fiddling with the knife, the two were immediately startled, instinctively covering their heads, trembling all over. Anyone who understood it knew that this thing was a ticking time bomb. Either it would suddenly be activated to stab the opponent, or it could accidentally harm their own people. Just then, Chen Jin noticed that the four people in the room had slowly started to stand up. Clearly, from their eyes, it was evident that they had turned into zombies. Ahem. Chen Jin coughed lightly, noticing that the two had not detected anything, and said, it seems I came at the wrong time. No, I came at just the right time. Then he changed his tone, a strange smile appearing on his face. Bang. Then, Chen Jin took a few steps back and suddenly closed the door. The two people left in the room looked at each other in confusion, but soon, they heard heavy breathing coming from behind them. When they turned around, they immediately screamed. One of them was tackled and bitten on the neck. The other person managed to escape in time and forcefully pushed open the door. However, they found that Chen Jin had not left. Instead, he was leaning against the wall in the corridor, looking relaxed, with his gun pointed at their chest. I was trying to save a couple of bullets, Chen Jin said frankly. The person froze for a moment, suddenly filled with pain, tears streaming down their face, and retreated behind the door. Then, at Chen Jin's gesture, they closed the door. Immediately, screams and struggles could be heard from behind the door. Chen Jin kicked the door, waiting for the sounds of struggle to stop. After hearing the sounds of gnawing, he slowly opened the door again. Bang, bang. After a few gunshots, four zombies fell to the ground, completely unaware, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. Okay, it's over. Time to scavenge some loot and retreat. Chapter 23, Bacterial Resistance, Upgraded Protective Suit. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Jin left the room with a bulging plastic bag, feeling quite satisfied. Inside the plastic bag were the spoils he had scavenged, mostly food. There was half a bag of rice, canned goods, sausages, juice drinks, and snacks like sunflower seeds. A small amount was for personal use, including soap, hair gel, perfume, and other toiletries. The rest consisted of medicine, boxed and bottled. Although it wasn't too much, it was definitely necessary to keep some for future needs. I'll have something good for dinner. On the way back, Chen Jin thought about how to reward himself. After all, he had repelled human invaders last night. Although the zombie dogs intervened and indirectly helped him, Chen Jin felt that even without their assistance, he could have easily achieved victory. After all, that group of people could not break the situation no matter what. Climbing in was pointless. Even if they scaled the wall, they would be captured by him. Their weapons were ridiculously poor. Aside from the spring knife from Brother Feng that almost showcased itself, there was nothing that could rival his gun. Once outside the barbed wire, Chen Jin casually rummaged through the bodies of the invaders. Although the corpses were in terrible condition, their clothes were still intact. He found many cigarettes, lighters, and chewing gum on these guys, as well as some seemingly useless change. He decided to keep the chewing gum. As for the cigarettes and lighters, he intended to save them for later. He would only smoke under significant pressure. But right now, his life was not without hope. In fact, it was quite stress-free, so there was no need to smoke at all. He was living quite comfortably and easily. Food, weapons, shelter, he had everything he needed. His movements were unrestricted, and he felt incredibly free. What pressure was there to speak of? However, he wouldn't go so far as to quit smoking altogether. After all, in his previous life, he was a heavy smoker. Even though he had crossed over, his craving for cigarettes remained. Chen Jin muttered to himself, then took out a cigarette and lit it. With a deep puff, he smiled slightly. but I need to smoke one first to have the strength to quit. He stood outside the door, smoking. In the distance, a zombie seemed to have set its sights on him, slowly approaching. Chen Yin, while smoking, appeared quite calm. It was as if he regarded the zombie as a human, simply watching quietly. By the way, why was there a zombie virus in the meteorite fragments? Staring at the creature, Chen Yin instinctively pondered this modern-day conundrum. But soon, he stopped his musings. He wasn't a professional, and deep thinking was completely unnecessary. Such discussions should be left to scientists in the world. For now, he just needed to focus on living well, with the prophetic crystal ball in hand. No matter how turbulent the world became, he would survive just fine. Unintentionally, Chen Yin noticed that this group of invaders was wearing cut-resistant gloves, which surprised him a bit. It seemed that these people were not so reckless after all. They had clearly calculated their approach before attempting to take over this place, coming well prepared. However, advanced technology was invincible. The barbed wire would ultimately disregard their protective gear. Their failure was not due to inferior equipment, but rather because his defenses were simply too formidable. Perhaps in the future, there would be invaders with even more sophisticated gear targeting his shelter. Everything was uncertain. He would take it step by step. Chen Yin extinguished his cigarette underfoot and returned inside. System, you understand me. Daily points settlement, survival confirmed, 30 points. Average sleep, 5 points. Average diet, 2 points. Morale at peak, 100 points. Shelter defense successful, invaders repelled, 500 points. Barbed wire killed zombie, 161 points. Barbed wire killed zombie dog, 688 points. Killed zombie dog, 249 points. Killed human enemy, 945 points. Killed human enemy leader, uncovered their scheme. Reward, zombie dog data. Point settlement, 2670 remaining points. 2,676 over 2,000 points. Isn't this better than payday? And what's this zombie dog data? Although he didn't know what it was, he could figure it out soon enough. While chewing gum, Chen Yin suddenly slammed the table, almost biting his tongue. This was not just a small profit. This was a complete windfall. Looking at it this way, zombie dogs and human enemies were indeed quite valuable. There were only a little over a dozen human enemies, and it seemed some of them had been taken down by zombie dogs, which didn't count towards his points. That still amounted to nearly 1,000 points. However, compared to zombies and zombie dogs, the frequency of encountering human enemies was definitely lower, unless one's shelter becomes famous overnight, attracting a large number of ruthless individuals who occupy the place day and night. And considering that zombie dogs are overall stronger than zombies, but in fewer numbers, it stands to reason that human enemies and zombie dogs are more valuable. Chen Yin didn't continue analyzing this further, as he could hardly wait to spend his points. He had mentioned upgrading his protective suit yesterday, but had run out of points. Therefore, there would be no delay today. It was time to upgrade. With that thought, Chen Yin opened the upgrade options for the protective suit. Protective suit, upgrade direction, advanced protective suit. Branches, breathability, 100 increases heat dissipation vents. Periodically releasing hot air to relieve the wearer's stress. Heat resistance, 200 adds a layer of heat-resistant film to help the wearer withstand high temperatures. Cold resistance, 200 adds a thick layer of insulation to resist extreme cold. Portable backpack, 500 adds a detachable large-capacity backpack on the back, automatically ignoring an internal weight of 40 pounds. Bacterial resistance, 1000 adds disinfection devices on both shoulders that periodically spray disinfectant onto the suit, effectively resisting 50 incoming bacteria and viruses. It all seemed quite good, with the most expensive option being just 1,000 points, and all were very practical. Chen Yin nodded in satisfaction and prioritized upgrading breathability and cold resistance. Then, he put on the protective suit, walked around the room for a while, and indeed found it useful. After upgrading breathability, he no longer felt the stuffiness. Whenever he began to feel hot, the protective suit would slightly contract, as if the air inside was being sucked out. Then, after a few seconds, it would return to normal, and the temperature inside would decrease, making him feel very relaxed. If it hadn't been for the tight points earlier, he would have upgraded breathability long ago. After testing the breathability, Chen Yin opened the door and walked around the yard twice. It wasn't cold anymore. Chen Yin felt very pleased. After upgrading cold resistance, the outer layer had become significantly thicker, which normally would make it less breathable. However, after upgrading breathability, he no longer had to worry about this situation. In short, the two upgrades complemented each other perfectly. Invincible. Chen Yin happily returned indoors. Then, he faced a choice. Should he upgrade the bacterial resistance of the protective suit? Because the prophecy crystal ball had indicated that the bacteria in the air had mutated. Wearing masks had become ineffective, indicating their strong penetrating power. Although the protective suit was definitely more defensive than a mask, Chen Yin didn't know which bacteria could penetrate the suit. Unless the prophecy crystal ball clearly stated that the suit would be ineffective against those bacteria, otherwise it would just be a Schrodinger's protective suit. After considering for a long time, Chen Yin decided it was better to be prepared. Perhaps over time, the bacteria would continue to mutate and become even stronger. So, with determination, Chen Yin upgraded the bacterial resistance. In an instant, Chen Yin felt that something extra had appeared on both sides of the shoulders of his protective suit, which was somewhat bothersome. That something was a disinfection device, oval in shape, resembling a blush compact. In the center, small lights flickered slowly, and the inner and outer rings rotated slightly in opposite directions from time to time, looking very high-tech. It seemed that as long as this device was not damaged, the disinfectant inside would continue to refill, allowing for continuous use. Just 30 seconds after the device was installed, it sprayed a jet of disinfectant outward. The disinfectant flew towards Chen Yin's head, then formed a mist, gently falling onto the protective suit like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. Although it appeared gentle, Chen Yin felt an inexplicable sense of security at that moment. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about being invaded by bacteria or viruses when going out. In fact, he could even disinfect his home while he was at it. Chapter 24. Unlocking the archive area. At this moment, Chen Yin still had 1376 points left. Naturally, he wouldn't save them. He had to spend them all. He needed to consider where to spend them specifically. The barbed wire for the core facility? That seemed unnecessary for now. In terms of attack and defense, it was already at the ceiling level. The traps had all been triggered by Brother Phone. But there were still 4 left, and their efficiency in attracting zombies would significantly decrease. Right, let us check out that zombie dog data. Chen Yin suddenly remembered something and opened the system to take a look. System, what is this zombie dog data? Due to the lack of a detailed introduction, Chen Yin had to ask the system. It belongs to the archive area of the shelter facilities. It's similar to a blueprint. If you want to view it in detail, please unlock the archive area and place it inside. The system replied promptly. So I have to spend points to unlock the archive area again. Sigh. By the way, I've never even gotten a blueprint before, and it's similar in nature. Chen Yin pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The archive area wasn't expensive. Unlocking it only cost 500 points. Moreover, he didn't have anything urgent to upgrade at the moment. Otherwise, those 2,000 points would be gone in the blink of an eye. Thus, Chen Yin spent 500 points to unlock the archive area. Boom. A loud noise suddenly echoed in the room, startling Chen Yin. Then, white smoke began to rise from a corner of the room. Chen Yin cautiously walked over to check, and found that the wall in the corner now had a door. This must be the archive area, Chen Yin murmured to himself. Waving away the white smoke and pushing open the door to the archive area. Once inside, he was immediately greeted by a spacious view. In front of him was a long, narrow corridor. On both sides of the corridor stood bookshelves over 5 meters tall. The bookshelves were made of black ebony, looking very clean and new, but there wasn't a single book on them. They were completely empty. In one corner stood an iron ladder. Other than that, there was nothing else. This is completely another space, right? Chen Yin couldn't help but comment. Just looking at the endless corridor made him feel that this room was entirely off. Forget it, whatever. The system is all-powerful. Chen Yin wandered between the shelves, recalling his purpose for unlocking this place. Put the zombie dog data and images into the archive area, he said immediately. As the zombie dog data and images disappeared from the system warehouse, everything seemed as if nothing had happened, and the surroundings fell silent. Chen Yin felt a bit bewildered. Was that it? As he looked around, he noticed something. In the bookshelf area at the entrance, there was a book placed at an angle on the top shelf. Chen Yin shrugged, grabbed the iron ladder from the corner, climbed up, and picked up the book, sitting on the ladder to read. As he turned the page, he saw a bloody photo, which was indeed a picture of a zombie dog. Damn, does it have to be so scary? It even had an illustration. Horror novels don't even have this kind of dedication. Chen Yin shook his shoulders and continued to flip through the pages. Zombie dog, abbreviated as corpse dog. Before infection, it was a canine. Its body decays faster than ordinary zombies, with some even losing their skin, making them look bloody and terrifying. Its strength rivals that of zombies. And it is agile, but more fragile than zombies. Its primary attack method is pouncing, and it likes to bite through the throats of its prey. The virus within is quite potent. Those bitten will turn into zombies within 8 hours, during which they will feel no unusual symptoms. At night, they prefer to move in packs, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. There were only a few sentences, which seemed to record all the information about the zombie dog. Flipping the page again, it was all blank paper, with no further records. So, the purpose of the archive area is to document monster data. Chen Yin suddenly realized. Not bad, really not bad. This way, he wouldn't have to analyze everything himself. Just flipping through the book gives him all the information he needs. Although he had previously analyzed the zombie dog, there were a few points in this data that matched his analysis exactly. However, some things couldn't be deduced just from appearances. For example, the fact that they move in packs at night. Last night, when the pack of zombie dogs attacked Brother Feng and the others, Chen Yin thought it was just a coincidence. Since Brother Feng's group was large and made a lot of noise, it naturally attracted a pack of zombie dogs. Now, he realized that it was simply their nature. Regardless of the situation, they preferred to form groups. Additionally, there was the virus issue. Those bitten would turn into zombies within 8 hours. This information is quite important from a certain perspective, but it doesn't seem important for him. To put it bluntly, the only thing he could learn from this message is how long he could survive after being bitten by a zombie dog. The monsters had appeared for less than a week, so it was impossible to develop a serum. If bitten by a monster, there would naturally be no way to save oneself. One could only quietly wait to become a zombie. Chen Yin then opened the upgrade option for the archive area. He thought, since he now knew the data on zombie dogs, he might as well unlock the data on zombies too. It's never a bad thing to know more. Archive area, upgrade direction, advanced archive area, 4,000, unlockable, zombie data and images, 200. Sure enough, there was a lot of information available, and it was quite cheap. Unlock it. Chen Yin quickly unlocked the zombie data and illustrations. In the next moment, another book appeared on the bookshelf beside him, positioned right next to the book about zombie dogs. Chen Yin gradually understood something and looked at the seemingly endless bookshelf, suddenly feeling a bit of dread. Would there really be thousands of different monsters appearing in the future? Calming himself, Chen Yin opened the zombie data and illustrations. Zombies, also known as the living dead, were once human before infection. Most had pale faces, rotten skin, and walked in strange postures. Their strength was about 15 times that of an adult, but their bones, muscles, skin, and other organs were more fragile than those of humans. Their attack methods included lunging, biting, and scratching. They would desperately attack any part of their prey they could reach. The viruses within them varied, and those bitten would typically turn into zombies within about 18 hours, experiencing fever, dehydration, vomiting, and dizziness in the early stages. In the middle stages, they would inexplicably feel panic and anxiety, restlessness, and intense pain at the bite site, which would be cyclical. In the later stages, they would likely lose the ability to move and speak, and their skin would lose its color. Some zombies preferred cold, dark places, where they could temporarily learn to hide and ambush. Heat and cold would affect their mobility, and prolonged stay in such environments might teach them to play dead to ambush passing prey. After reading this, Chen Yin gained a lot of knowledge, especially about the zombies' tendency to play dead, which he had never encountered before. However, now that he was aware of it, he could keep an eye on any bodies he might come across in the future. After all, who knew if they were really just corpses? In any case, staying away was the best approach. Having explored the sea of knowledge, Chen Yin walked out of the archives. He had made up his mind. With 676 points remaining, upgrading a handgun accessory should be feasible. So he took out his M9 handgun and opened the upgrade options. M9 handgun upgrade options. Military M9 handgun. Ammunition, 50 replenish 50 rounds. Capacity, 100 replace with an extended magazine, increasing from 15 to 32 rounds. Recoil, 200 replace with a high standard barrel, adding a grip and stock to effectively reduce recoil. Durability, 500 replace the entire gun body with high-grade materials to increase lifespan. Sight, 500 add a low magnification red dot sight to enhance shooting accuracy. Let us upgrade the capacity first, it's quite cheap. After reviewing the options, Chen Yin nodded and made his choice. The M9 successfully upgraded its capacity, and the extended magazine was significantly longer than the previous one. Additionally, Chen Yin made an astonishing discovery. All his spare M9 magazines had also been replaced with extended ones. It was a complete win. With more bullets, the firepower was naturally sufficient, effectively avoiding the fear of running out of ammo. Chapter 25, officially going out. Target. Chen Yin was eager to take his gun and head out. After all, he had only practiced shooting for a day and had not yet reached a proficient level. Yesterday's performance was also exceptional, especially since most of the enemies he hit were either lying down and unable to move or had their backs turned to him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was taking advantage of the situation. Chen Yin walked out of the courtyard and found a zombie not far away, raising his gun and shooting. This was a rare moving target, much easier to hit than a zombie dog. The difficulty was moderate, and of course, it was very helpful for practice. After nearly a dozen shots, the zombie not far away finally fell to the ground slowly. I told you, the previous ones were just taking advantage of the situation. Chen Jin's face darkened as he continued searching for moving targets. Throughout the day, Chen Yin was immersed in shooting. He wasted over 300 bullets alone. However, he was not worried at all, as bullets could be replenished. Moreover, it only cost 50 points to restock 50 rounds of ammunition. That's equivalent to 1 point per bullet, which sounds cheap. Additionally, from his calculations over the past few days, he could earn more than 1 point for each zombie he took down with a bullet. In short, it was a guaranteed profit. In the evening, Chen Yin took the half bag of rice he had acquired to the kitchen. He spent 200 points to upgrade the kitchen utensils. In an instant, many items appeared in the kitchen. Cutting boards, pots, bowls, chopsticks, forks, and spoons were all there. It even made Chen Yin feel a bit guilty, thinking that 200 points might be a bit too little. He scooped out 3 bowls of rice and poured them into the pot. Speaking of which, he hadn't cooked in a long time. His skills had become quite rusty, and he couldn't even remember the last time he cooked. However, making fried rice should be no problem. After preparing some simple ingredients, Chen Yin wrapped a scarf around his neck and put on the chef's hat that came with the kitchen upgrade, adding a sense of ceremony. About an hour later, a dish of pickled vegetable and ham fried rice was finally served on the table. As he took a bite of the shiny rice, Chen Yin began to savor it. What surprised him next was that his eyes became moist without him realizing it. Yes, this rice was so delicious that it made him want to cry, even though the ingredients in the fried rice were just pickled vegetables and ham. He remembered that he hadn't eaten food he made himself in 3 years. In his previous life, as an office worker, he would occasionally cook for himself. However, as he increasingly worked overtime, he lost time for cooking, eventually giving up his hobby as he worked late nights and relied on takeout. Later, when takeout became too expensive, he switched to instant noodles. From getting tired of it to feeling nauseated, eventually, he became numb to flavors. He even developed a very peculiar aversion to food. Apart from instant noodles, he had no desire for any other food. Food was just something to fill his stomach. It didn't need to be good. Now, he had discarded that notion. As the dusty memories gradually awakened, a determination surged within Chen Yin. For the sake of his health, he decided to cook for himself every day from now on. But what about the issue of ingredients? It has been a week, and I'm afraid the vegetables in this city must have spoiled. Even if they haven't, viruses and bacteria are likely clinging to them, and eating them would surely have serious consequences. As Chen Yin pondered the issue of food supplies, he savored every bite of a plate of fried rice. The aroma in the room lingered, refusing to dissipate. Before going to bed, Chen Yin also drank a bottle of warm milk, then made a firm decision. Tomorrow, he would officially go out. The goal, food supplies. A variety of them. Anything would do. After all, saving even a little is better than nothing. Food is essential for survival. Not only must one eat enough, but it should also be good. Even in this apocalyptic world, he wanted to eat well. After all, he is unique and has the ability to strive for a better life. Why not give it a try? Looking at the map of the neighborhood, Chen Yin decided to head to the nearest Rongxing supermarket tomorrow. It seemed to be the same supermarket where he bought instant noodles before. With his plans set, Chen Yin went to bed early. The next morning, Chen Yin checked his points. Survival confirmed, 30 points. Good sleep, 10 points. Nutritious and delicious diet, 20 points. Killing zombies with barbed wire, 84 points. Killing zombies, 301 points. Killing zombie dogs, 24 points. Killing human enemies, 140 points. Total points, 677. Remaining points, 1053. After some consideration, Chen Yin decided to upgrade the M9 to full configuration, since he was going out today and was unsure how many zombies he would encounter in the supermarket. Upgrading his main weapon to the highest level was undoubtedly the safest choice. So, aside from the durability of the M9, Chen Yin spent a total of 700 points to upgrade the recoil and scope. With the stock and grip configured, Chen Yin held the M9 in his hand and tested its feel, gradually breaking into a smile. This feeling was like holding a submachine gun. He believed it could deliver the power of a submachine gun. The red dot sight was particularly important, as it was undoubtedly better than iron sights. After all, with a sight, it would be difficult to miss. The grip, stock, and scope all combined to enhance accuracy. Holding the M9, Chen Yin felt like he was on a power trip. Fully armed, he spent another 100 points to replenish 100 rounds of ammunition, shoot a piece of gum, and thought, "Alright, let us go to the supermarket and make multiple trips." Chen Yin pushed open the door. Whoosh! A gust of wind hit him, almost knocking him down. The scene outside was a bit more pallid compared to yesterday. That pallor was a result of frost, and it was much colder than the day before. Moreover, judging by the trend, the temperature was expected to drop further. It was already early autumn, with temperatures neither too hot nor too cold. If it dropped by 20 degrees, it would go below freezing. In that case, survivors would have to face not only the virus and zombies, but also the sudden onset of winter. Those without spare winter coats would find it difficult not just to search for supplies, but likely even to survive indoors. The only benefit is that global warming is no longer a concern. But what does that have to do with him? He has enough to eat, warm clothing, and is well equipped. One could say he is not exactly thriving, but he certainly won't die easily. As he pushed open the door and stepped outside, Chen Yin slipped and nearly fell. The ground was already coated with a thin layer of ice. It seemed that in addition to food, he also needed to find a pair of non-slip shoes, he thought to himself. Then he easily crossed the street. The way was clear. Not even a trace of a zombie in sight. Only scattered corpses on the ground. Wait, corpses? Chen Yin suddenly recalled something he had learned yesterday. Extreme temperatures, whether too high or too low, could cause zombies to play dead. So, the bodies lying on the ground couldn't be. Chen Yin furrowed his brow as he looked at the corpse blocking his path. Bang! Chen Yin immediately pulled the trigger and shot at the corpse. The body showed no reaction, so he cautiously fired 2 more shots. Oh! The corpse suddenly began to shake violently, letting out a wail, and slowly lifted its head. It really was playing dead. Chen Yin was startled, relieved that he had fired those extra shots. After that, he shot the head of the fainting zombie, ensuring it was truly dead. Chen Yin never expected zombies could be so cunning. It didn't move at all after the first shot. If it were anyone else, they might have fallen for it. Better to be cautious, better to be cautious. Chen Yin slowed his pace, trying to avoid the surrounding corpses. After a lot of maneuvering, he finally reached the supermarket. The entrance of the supermarket was a mess. The walls were covered with dried blood, and various dismembered bodies lay around. The cold wind from the low temperatures dispersed the rotten smell, but it also brought death. Since there were still intact corpses at the entrance, Chen Yin was extremely careful. First, he tested with his gun, then boldly approached with a long knife. He pierced the heads of nearly every corpse with his knife. None of them were pretending to be dead. Chen Yin felt relieved and passed through, entering the supermarket. However, what greeted him next was yet another sea of corpses. Indeed, there were so many bodies that he instinctively described the quantity as a multitude. Chapter 26, Survivors on the Rooftop. At this moment, Chen Yin couldn't avoid the corpses anymore. If he wanted to grab something off the shelves, he had to continue testing. Either there were corpses mixed in with the fainting ones, or they were all playing dead. Chen Yin climbed onto the checkout counter, gazing into the depths of the hundreds of square meters of the supermarket. Corpses were everywhere, probably over 100. He could only hope that among these 100 or so, there was only one playing dead. Chen Yin didn't plan to use the clumsy method of eliminating them one by one. Instead, he opted for another simple and brute force method, making noise. After all, zombies had very sensitive hearing, and he didn't believe they would continue to play dead after hearing a commotion. At the supermarket entrance, there was a large vase. The vase was exquisitely designed, with light blue patterns that highlighted the profound culture of porcelain. If it weren't for his urgent need, Chen Yin would have wanted to take it for himself. Finding the right angle, Chen Yin kicked a vase that was about his height. The vase lost its balance and slowly began to topple over. With a loud crash, it shattered into pieces. Then, Chen Yin heard the wails coming from all directions. To his shock, the corpses in front of him began to rise one by one. In an instant, it felt like he was back in the chaotic scene of a supermarket rush. Crowds everywhere, bustling with activity. Chen Yin didn't fire a single shot and immediately turned to run out of the supermarket. This was completely contrary to his expectations. It wasn't that 1 out of 100 was playing dead. It was clear that out of 100 playing dead, only one was truly dead. Perhaps the sound of the shattering vase was too loud, stirring even the zombies outside the supermarket, blocking his path. Chen Yin certainly wouldn't let these obstacles slow him down. He raised his gun and fired. With a full magazine of 32 rounds in the M9. The firepower was impressive. Before he could finish a single magazine, several zombies had already collapsed, dead beyond recovery. Although it might sound exaggerated, to Chen Yin, with the red dot sight installed on the M9 and the gripstock reducing recoil, it was as if he could hit whatever he aimed at. He casually fired a couple of shots, blowing the heads off 2 zombies. However, with hundreds of pursuers behind him, Chen Yin didn't dare to linger and kept running. In fact, he wasn't just fleeing from the horde. He had long devised a strategy to deal with them. That was to lead them toward the direction of the barbed wire at the shelter, allowing them to achieve a collective demise. After all, the shelter wasn't far from the supermarket, and he estimated that the zombie horde would arrive in less than half an hour. Over 100 zombies should be worth quite a few points, right? Chen Yin felt a sense of pride, turning back to shoot at the horde, aiming to keep their interest in him. As long as there weren't over 100 zombie dogs, he could still manage to lure them. Meanwhile, on the not-so-tall rooftop of Rongxing's supermarket, several heads peered out, all masked, staring in shock at Chen Jin's direction. They had witnessed all of Chen Jin's actions. Who is this guy? Has he gone crazy? He doesn't seem to be running away. Among them, a man and a woman dressed in law enforcement uniforms were discussing Chen Jin. This small team consisted of 2 women and 4 men, totaling 6 members. Their specific identities included enforcers, a medic, a retired worker, an unemployed person, and a student. Jiang Yingxue, 28 years old, had been an enforcer for 6 years. Her apprentice, Shen Haidong, was 4 years younger than her. The two had been assigned as a team by their superiors a month ago and usually patrolled the northern district. When the disaster struck, they happened to pass by Rongxing supermarket, initially thinking there had been a riot. They soon realized the situation was more complicated and quickly organized a rescue operation. However, there were too many people in the supermarket, and with only the 2 of them, they ultimately managed to save only a handful of individuals and sought refuge on the rooftop. The decision to hide on the supermarket's rooftop was, of course, a last resort. But at that moment, it was the best way to avoid danger. Originally, their group had over 20 people. In the first 2 days, everyone was relatively united. But by the 3rd day, internal conflicts arose. Some couldn't stand her rules for distributing food and formed cliques to go off on their own. Others were shouting about wanting to go home to save their families. Due to the strong reactions, Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to compromise, allowing more than half of the people to leave. She tied them to a concrete pipe with ropes, letting them escape down the sidewall. In the following days, more people left one after another. Up until now, the 6 of them still couldn't understand why the young man who broke into the supermarket deliberately made noise. Startling over 100 undead. While it might not be good for him, it was a blessing for them. After all, he had drawn the horde away. Jiang Yingxue felt it was a good opportunity to scavenge for supplies and quickly said, "Xiao Shen, come down with me." "Huh, Sister Shui, isn't it too dangerous now?" Shen Haidong understood Jiang Yingxue's intentions, but was still hesitant at that moment. After all, those undead were quite cunning. And one of them had even pretended to be dead and bit their retired team member, Old Fu, yesterday. "We can't waste any time. If we don't get some warm clothes, we'll freeze to death here tonight." Jiang Yingxue's voice rose significantly. She wasn't foolish. Today's temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees compared to yesterday, and it seemed likely to continue to fall. Right now, food was secondary. Without winter clothing, it was only a matter of time before they froze to death on the rooftop. Ugh, what the hell is wrong with this world? People suddenly become half dead. And now the weather is going crazy too? Shen Haidong couldn't help but complain, turning to look at the middle-aged man next to old Zhang. The middle-aged man was old Fu's son, named Fu Hao. "Hey, you come over here." Given that the middle-aged man was in his 30s and still relying on his parents, and had not been proactive during the early collective actions, Shen Haidong had a very negative impression of him. I still have to take care of my dad." Fu Hao replied awkwardly with a smile. Then he half-heartedly asked old Fu, who was leaning against the wall, "Dad, how are you feeling now?" Old Fu waved his hand, indicating he was fine, but his pale and weak face had long betrayed him. Ugh. Shen Haidong sighed helplessly and turned to look at the young female university student. The student immediately looked terrified and shook her head. "I won't go. I won't go? I'll go with you." At that moment, the elderly man in his 50s stood up. "If possible, can you stop by my clinic? Dr. Liu, we need to check the situation outside. We'll notify you when we come back. For safety's sake, you should stay behind for now." Jiang Yingxue interjected to stop him. "All right then." Dr. Liu's face was serious, and he could only nod in agreement. The two quickly moved aside the obstacles at the rooftop door. As soon as they opened the door, a zombie suddenly lunged at them. "Watch out, Sister Shui." Shen Haidong immediately pushed Jiang Yingxue aside, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger, but instead of a gunshot, a crisp clicking sound followed. Out of bullets. Shen Haidong was taken aback and momentarily stunned. Seeing the zombie getting closer to his face, he screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head was instantly blown open, causing it to collapse. This scene frightened a nearby female student, who screamed, while the others turned pale and backed away. Jiang Yingxue put down her handgun and quickly helped him up. "Actually, I'm running low on bullets too," Jiang Yingxue said softly, a hint of helplessness on her face. "Sorry, Shuejia." After the close call, the two made their way down the stairs to the supermarket. Chapter 27. Encountering human enemies again? Chen Yin had emptied 2 magazines and had stabilized the aggro of the horde. It should be fine now, he thought, but just then, his train of thought was interrupted by the sound of barking behind him. Cursing under his breath, he quickly turned around. 2 zombie dogs were charging towards him, about 20 meters away, one in front of the other. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the first time he was facing zombie dogs directly without the protection of barbed wire. Although they were fast, they were charging straight at him, allowing Chen Yin to easily hit the leading zombie dog. Once hit, the dog stumbled, its speed significantly reduced, giving Chen Yin the chance to fire several more shots. The leading zombie dog was hit 3 times, with 1 shot to the head, rolling on the ground a few times before dying on the spot. However, the situation was not over. Its death gave the other dogs time to advance. Chen Yin had initially wanted to distribute the shots evenly, but because the first dog inadvertently shielded the others, the remaining dog effortlessly reached Chen Yin's front. Damn! In a critical moment, Chen Yin discarded his M9 and drew the long knife from his waist, bringing it down immediately. Flash! This strike, not merely a coincidence, was sheer luck. It struck the zombie dog's head, splitting its face cleanly in 2. Blood sprayed onto Chen Yin's protective suit, prompting him to instinctively shield his face. Then, with a gentle flick, he shook off the severed zombie dog's body. That was a close call. Haha. Chen Yin laughed without panic, glancing back at the horde's position before sprinting back into the shelter. Perhaps it was the stench of the chemical traps in the yard that attracted the horde. As their speed increased significantly, their eyes filled with greedy desire, as if there was a feast of fresh meat waiting for them. For ordinary survivors, these crazed hordes were nothing short of a nightmare. No one could stop their advance. Just the sight of over 100 zombies charging towards you would terrify any normal person into a panic. However, their path narrowed, and they provoked someone they shouldn't have. What made this person terrifying was that he could easily dismantle this fearsome horde without lifting a finger. It was truly spectacular. At this moment, Chen Yin had returned to the yard, closed the door, and couldn't help but sigh while staring at the pile of corpses in front of him. This time, he could finally experience what it felt like to be besieged by zombies. Of course, the outcome of this siege was that the zombies might be completely wiped out, while he would earn a few hundred points for it. Once the zombies reached the barbed wire fence and began to crash into it one by one, dying off, Chen Yin felt it was about time. There was no need for him to supervise anymore. After all, their target seemed to have shifted from him to the foul-smelling chemical traps in the yard. This meant he could safely retreat, as the hatred had completely transferred. So, Chen Yin stealthily opened the back door of the yard and ran off to scavenge supplies from the supermarket. After returning with a full load, he could also collect the corpses of the zombies, making it a perfect plan. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Chen Yin quickened his pace. Although he was approaching from the side and was not far from the horde, those zombies were too preoccupied with their goal to notice him. They were all fixated on reaching the traps in the yard. 5 minutes later, he was back in the supermarket. The scene inside now was completely different from before. Although it was still dilapidated, with bloodstains everywhere and a few skeletons in the corners, there were almost no bodies left. Moreover, many items were still on the shelves, though most had fallen to the ground, making it inconvenient to pick them up. But for Chen Yin, that was no big deal. After all, once he cleared out the zombies, this supermarket would belong to him. It seemed that all the nearby survivors should have perished by now. Otherwise, the shelves wouldn't be so well stocked. Or perhaps many survivors had attempted to come here to scavenge, but ultimately didn't make it out alive, joining the ranks of the corpses. Whatever the case, there was no need to overthink it. Even if there were survivors, he could simply intimidate them into leaving if they dared to step into the supermarket. If that didn't work, he could always resort to forceful expulsion. With a smile on his face, Chen Yin grabbed a bloodstained shopping cart, ready for a thrilling shopping spree. From any perspective, he had been waiting for this day for a long time, taking items from the shelves without spending a penny, grabbing whatever he wanted, even tasting something and putting it back or throwing it away. His actions would be completely unrestrained. After all, this supermarket now belonged to him. What is this? Rolling his eyes, Chen Yin suddenly noticed a severed hand in the cart, belonging to some unfortunate soul. He quickly picked it up and tossed it away. Oh, Sister Shue. A hand. Be careful, there must be zombies nearby. However, the next moment, he heard a few startled gasps from the direction he threw the hand. Chen Yin was taken aback, instinctively stopping in his tracks and crouching behind the cart. The supermarket fell eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. From an overhead view, both parties were merely separated by a shelf. At this moment, Chen Yin was pressed against the shelf, moving with extreme caution. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong were using a counter in the waist-high grocery area as cover, slowing their pace and walking silently. Both sides were undoubtedly trying to find each other's positions. However, their intentions were different. Chen Yin was searching for the man and woman, while the latter mistook Chen Yin for a zombie and was trying to locate him. It should be right next door. Shoo, keep it down. There might be more than one. I'll go around, and we can flank him. Chen Yin heard the conversation between the two again, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Right next door? He speculated in his mind and noticed a gap between the shelves that allowed him to see a little of what was happening next door. Just then, a figure slowly passed by. It was Shun Haidong, who was planning to go around. But how could Chen Yin know who that was? He suddenly turned his head and stared at him. Law enforcement member? Seeing the uniform on Shun Haidong, Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this supermarket was under official control? No, if that were the case, with their capabilities, they wouldn't have been unable to clear the zombies in this supermarket. The first thought left Chen Yin feeling awkward. After all, that would mean he couldn't realize his ambition of ruling the area. But upon considering the second thought, he felt hopeful again. Besides, there seemed to be only 2 enforcers. Perhaps they had fallen behind. Or could they be impersonators? In any case, it was possible. It would be best to clarify things first and approach with caution. Just as Chen Yin was thinking this, another figure passed by next door. It was Jiang Yingxue. He glanced over and noticed she had a gun in her hand, but didn't seem flustered. It was normal for law enforcement members to carry guns. So they probably weren't impersonators? Suddenly, Chen Yin thought of a way to avoid direct confrontation while still gathering information. He could ask them directly across the shelf. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed the woman had turned back. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished like a ghost. Chapter 28. Just a misunderstanding. The actions of the other party left Chen Yin somewhat dazed. Suddenly, with a clatter, the items on the shelf made a noise. The woman's face appeared between 2 products, her sharp eyes fixed on Chen Yin, with her gun aimed in his direction. Chen Yin naturally saw her, and as he looked at the cold gun barrel aimed at him, his mind went blank. A person, a human? Jiang Yingxue had already sensed that something was hiding behind the shelves when she passed by earlier. She planned to make a surprise attack and shoot the zombie from across the shelf. However, upon realizing in that instant that the figure was a human, she was momentarily stunned. Moreover, in the next moment, she quickly recognized him as the young man who had just attracted hundreds of zombies away. Why is he back? No. How could he come back so quickly? Just as Jiang Yingxue was about to put down her gun and prepare a greeting, Chen Yin suddenly raised his M9 and started pulling the trigger wildly. Bang bang bang. Chen Jin's mindset was steady, but not overly so. When he saw the other party pointing a gun at him, his first thought was not to confront or say something like, "Don't move, put down the gun." Instead, he felt that the other party would certainly pose a threat to him, so he chose to strike first. 2 bullets whizzed past Jiang Yingxue's ear, bringing her back to her senses. Shocked, she immediately crouched down to dodge. She never expected that the first thing the other party would do upon seeing her was to open fire. Although she knew the other party had a gun and had speculated whether the person's identity was similar to hers as a law enforcement officer, she never imagined them to be a ruthless madman. After all, at first glance, their temperament and appearance seemed so youthful. However, to see someone of the same kind for the first time and say nothing before directly shooting, it was clear that one should not judge others by their appearance. She had thought too highly of this person. Thus, within seconds, Jiang Yingxue changed her perception of Chen Yin from a good person to a cold-blooded fugitive. At the same time, she began to fight back, and the two engaged in a crazy gunfight across the shelves. The products between the shelves were easily shattered and pierced. The remaining bullets ricocheted off the shelves, creating blinding sparks. But perhaps due to the unique shooting angles, both sides were evenly matched and ultimately failed to hit each other. However, in terms of sustained firepower, Jiang Yingxue was no match for Chen Yin. Jiang Yingxue was using a domestic Type 07 new handgun with a capacity of 8 rounds. In contrast, Chen Yin's M9 had a capacity of 32 rounds, 4 times hers, not considering other accessory differences. As Jiang Yingxue ducked down to reload her handgun, Chen Yin was still firing away, continuing to unleash a torrent of bullets. Perhaps due to Chen Yin's rapid firing speed, Jiang Yingxue started to panic and let her imagination run wild. Was this guy holding a submachine gun? Or was it silenced? Could he be an armed drug dealer on the run? How could he have such good equipment? Better than law enforcement? Just as she was still in shock, a bullet grazed her delicate, fair cheek. The burning sensation on her face made her feel as if she had been hit. Her grip loosened, and the unprepared magazine flew out of her hand, causing her to drop to the ground, instinctively covering her head with her hands. Only then did Chen Yin prepare to reload. On the other side, Shen Haidong hurriedly ran over. "Sister Shui, don't come over." Bang bang bang. Losing sight of the woman, Chen Yin naturally turned the gun towards the man. Shen Haidong's face changed drastically, and in fear, he wailed and lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the bullets. Both parties lost sight of each other, but Chen Yin knew that neither dared to move recklessly, continuing to suppress with firepower. Although this idea might not be very realistic, Chen Yin truly wanted to shoot through the shelves and hit the other party. After all, he still had 10 magazines, totaling over 300 bullets. He believed he could blast them to pieces. "Hey, brother, stop shooting. We are humans, not zombies. Hey, can you hear me?" At this moment, Shen Haidong immediately began to explain, his voice trembling with the sound of gunfire. Chen Yin heard him but remained silent, continuing to shoot. "Stop shooting, brother. We should have a proper talk." After emptying 4 or 5 magazines and creating a gap in the shelf in front of them, Jiang Yingxue finally couldn't hold back any longer. She felt that retaliation was unnecessary because, judging by the firepower from the other side, she would believe they had an entire arsenal with them. The only way to save themselves now was to negotiate. Since the other party rushed to the supermarket, they must be here to scavenge resources. If necessary, they could let them scavenge. There were still plenty of supplies here. The priority was to stabilize the emotions of the other party. Of course, they definitely couldn't let them take the resources for themselves. Negotiation doesn't end with the first round. There is also a second round. She had been a negotiation expert while on duty and had successfully talked down many hostage takers. She was confident in her ability to de-escalate the situation. Chen Yin wasn't losing his mind either. Upon hearing that they wanted to negotiate, he also stopped firing. "What do you want to talk about? Let's start with introductions. I am Jiang Yingxue, an enforcer, and this is Shen Haidong, also an enforcer. I'm Chen Yin. May I ask why you, as enforcers, want to kill me?" Chen Yin introduced himself first and then asked directly. "Kill you? Jiang Yingxue was taken aback. Suddenly recalling the earlier situation, she realized it was all a misunderstanding. She had mistaken Chen Yin for a zombie and almost shot him. Listen, brother, I apologize. This was entirely my mistake. I thought you were a zombie and almost fired. However, upon hearing Jiang Yingshue's explanation, Chen Yin shook his head. I don't believe you unless you prove to me that you are enforcers. Shen Haidong sighed, stood up, and immediately felt Chen Jin's gunpoint on him. Don't panic, brother. Look at my uniform. ISNT that proof of our identity? Shen Haidong quickly tugged at his uniform awkwardly. Huh, do you think I'm a fool? If I pick up a uniform off the ground and put it on, I can pretend to be an enforcer too. Hearing this, Shen Haidong was stunned. It was a reasonable argument that was indeed convincing. Previously, if someone donned a uniform and claimed to be an enforcer, they might have been caught and taken to the station for questioning. But now, with social order and chaos, not only could someone impersonate an enforcer, even running naked down the street would likely go unnoticed. Xiao Shun, don't just stand there, get the duty badge out. At this point, Jiang Yingxue stood up and reminded him. Right, the duty badge. Shen Haidong finally remembered, breathing a sigh of relief as if he had grasped a lifeline. This will be enough to prove our identity. Let me show you. Jiang Yingxue slid their duty badges along the shelf toward Qin Jian. Qin Jian caught them and, while looking at the badges, continued to aim his gun at the two. Put down the gun. There's no need to be so cautious. Jiang Yingxue reminded him. Qin Jian frowned and glanced at her, but did not comply right away. Instead, he checked both of their identification badges before slowly lowering his weapon. The photos on the badges were not misleading. They were indeed enforcers. The farce was over, and Qin Jian felt relieved, though he still wasn't completely at ease. After all, a significant issue was still looming over him. Chapter 29, An Alliance? Qin Jian, come with us, let's get to know each other better. Jiang Yingxue spoke up at that moment, her face adorned with a sweet smile that made it hard for anyone to feel wary or cautious. Qin Jian holstered his weapon, walked around the shelf, and finally faced the two of them. Jiang Yingxue extended her hand directly. Qin Jian was taken aback for a moment, realizing she wanted to shake hands. A handshake represented reconciliation and friendliness. Jiang Yingshue's hands were delicate and fair, soft like cake. However, Qin Jian felt an inexplicable aversion. Ever since his fiancée had betrayed him, he had become very cautious around women. Where are you from, Qin Jian? Why should I tell you where I'm from? Qin Jian replied with a smile. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let me go first. Our small team consists of 6 people, and we are currently living on the rooftop of this supermarket. Besides the 2 of us, the others are students, a doctor, and retired workers. We saw you lead all the zombies away from the supermarket. You are really impressive and brave. I appreciate your help with this troublesome issue. Although there was a brief misunderstanding earlier, thankfully we didn't lose anything. You must be here to search for supplies, so hurry up. It's still very dangerous here. Jiang Yingxue continued speaking rapidly, seemingly not giving Qin Jian a chance to interject. Nevertheless, Qin Jian could still sense the underlying meaning in her words, especially the last sentence. To put it simply, she wanted the supermarket just as much as he did. The implication was clear. As a token of gratitude, they would allow him to scavenge for supplies in the supermarket, and then quickly send him on his way. There was no way Qin Jian would let her take advantage of him. Just as Qin Jian thought this, Jiang Yingxue was indeed contemplating the same. Not only that, but she had even further intentions to recruit Qin Jian. Indeed, their equipment and weapons were quite luxurious. Protective suits, gas masks, protective gloves, and a fully equipped M9 pistol with firepower rivaling a submachine gun. With him around, the survival chances of the team would increase significantly. As long as he agreed to scavenge for supplies, she would immediately invite him to join them. If he agreed again, everything would proceed according to her wishes, quite smoothly. In that case, they would not only save a batch of supplies, but also gain a powerful member. Moreover, he would likely share his resource points, allowing them to replenish their ammunition as well. Of course, it would be even better if there were extra protective suits and gas masks. So I wouldn't have to wear this rag all day, feeling uneasy about the bacteria in the air. If Qin Jian knew what Jiang Yingxue was thinking at that moment, he would definitely tell her directly that she was overthinking. Jiang Yingxue decided to be straightforward and half-jokingly said, "Why don't you join our team? You seem so cautious. You must be alone." Qin Jian ignored her comment and asked, "Can you all be reasonable?" This question left both of them confused. I want to beat around the bush. Even if you are enforcers, this supermarket now belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Qin Jian looked at them both and shrugged. What? What did you just say? Jiang Yingxue was stunned. This was simply a case of asking for too much. On the side, Shen Haidong couldn't hold back and quickly said, "Brother Qin, don't joke around. Isn't this equivalent to taking our territory? We took this place a week ago. You're the one being unreasonable here." Qin Jian replied. "This territory is not yours. It's occupied by over 100 zombies, and I can deal with those zombies, while you can't. So it belongs to me now, right?" His words were concise and to the point. Shen Haidong turned pale. There was no denying the truth in what Qin Jian said. If it weren't for the presence of over 100 zombies in the supermarket, they wouldn't have had disagreements over resources, and they wouldn't have had to leave or scatter. We are all in this together, trying to survive. Why do you have to do this? Jiang Yingxue said, feeling awkward. If you and I form an alliance, wouldn't this supermarket belong to you as well? She couldn't believe that she couldn't persuade this younger guy. What she didn't know was that Qin Jian was actually much older than she appeared, having experienced ups and downs far beyond her own. I feel I've said enough. There's no need to explain further. Qin Jian sighed, and with a click, he chambered around in his M9. This was just to intimidate. He certainly wouldn't kill enforcers without reason. The two of them shuddered at the sound of the chambering, feeling that saying more would lead to trouble. All right, we'll let you have this supermarket, but you have to give us a way out. Let us take a few warm clothes. Jiang Yingshua's voice trembled. No way. If you want to trade, you have to buy, Qin Jian said with a glare. At this moment, Shen Haidong turned around and jokingly said, Okay, boss Qin. How much do your clothes cost? He took out his wallet as he spoke, but Qin Jian waved his hand to indicate it wasn't necessary. I never said you had to pay with money. Right now, I wouldn't take 10 billion even if it was given to me for free. Shen Haidong had already been rebutted by Qin Jian multiple times. At this moment, he threw up his hands and stepped aside with a bitter expression. Fine, I won't get involved. Jiang Yingxue wasn't disheartened. She quickly thought of something to say. How about I trade you with something of equal value for the warm clothes? Sure, let's hear it. Qin Jian replied. Jiang Yingxue furrowed her brow and began to think carefully. There are still some food and drinks left. But Qin Jian definitely can't take them. After all, he has a supermarket now. Medicines and medical equipment. Yes, these are things that the supermarket doesn't have. And he definitely needs them. Jiang Yingxue immediately said, We have a lot of medicines and medical equipment, all brand new. Qin Jian took a deep breath and considered carefully. He really didn't have any medicines or medical equipment. However, he wasn't sick or in need at the moment, so he didn't require them right now. Let's do this. Leave the medicines for me. Do you have any fresh vegetables? Qin Jian changed the subject. After all, he came to the supermarket mainly to rescue the vegetables. He wouldn't mind however many there were. Jiang Yingxue nodded without hesitation and called Shen Haidong to go upstairs to find fresh vegetables. Qin Jian wasn't idle either. He went back to get a cart and quickly made his way to the vegetable section. When he saw the neatly arranged fresh vegetables wrapped in plastic wrap, he immediately beamed with joy. Oh, they have everything. I'll pick a few today and come back tomorrow. Qin Jian muttered to himself. But as he got closer to the vegetable stand, he suddenly froze. The vegetables looked fresh from a distance, but upon closer inspection, the ones under the plastic wrap were covered in rotten spots. These weren't ordinary rotten spots. They had a spiderweb-like pattern, dense and creepy. It was completely unlike ordinary vegetable diseases. Oh no, have the vegetables come to life? The next moment, Qin Jian was startled by a cabbage that suddenly jumped up beside him. The cabbage landed right at his feet, and he kicked it aside. The cabbage lay on the aisle, making strange sounds, and then turned over. Then, Qin Jian saw that the cabbage had two black tentacles growing from it. The tentacles wiggled in the air, rolling the cabbage back and forth. Seeing such a disturbing scene, Qin Jian felt like he would need a lifetime to recover. Chapter 30. The watchdog. Although he didn't know why these vegetables had mutated so bizarrely, Qin Jian didn't plan to just run away. Instead, he walked toward the tentacled cabbage, intending to crush it. Wait, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't want to dirty my shoes. Qin Jian suddenly thought of something and pulled out a lighter. So, like lighting a firecracker, he bent down and ignited the root of the cabbage while it was still. He then quickly ran away. Soon after, he heard the ignited cabbage emit a sound similar to a baby's cry. You might as well just scare me to death, Qin Jian complained with a grim expression. After seeing the cabbage monster turn completely charred, he casually set fire to all the vegetables around him. Nobody could imagine whether such monsters would jump out from those vegetables. Moreover, since the vegetables were all corroded by bacteria, if he didn't want them to affect other products, he could only burn them all. 5 minutes later, several vegetable stands were engulfed in roaring flames. Of course, Qin Jian wasn't foolish. He kicked away the flammable materials to prevent other product areas from being affected. When Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong came down from upstairs, they saw the vegetable area burning fiercely not far away. At first, they were startled. But when they saw Qin Jian standing calmly in place, they didn't think much of it. After a long wait, Jiang Yingxue approached Qin Jian and handed over 2 carrots. Those were the last of their vegetables, taken from the old vendor's basket. If it weren't for the eggs and vegetables from the old vendor's basket, their small group probably would have parted ways that day. Just these 2? Looking at the 2 carrots, Qin Jian asked disdainfully. There are more, but they're a bit special. Jiang Yingxue glanced back at Shen Haidong, who handed over 2 flower pots. At first sight of the flower pots, Qin Jian frowned and said, Are you trying to fool me with potted plants? Is this a joke? No. Take a closer look, Shen Haidong quickly reminded. Qin Jian stretched her neck to take a look inside and found that the flower pots did not contain ornamental plants, but rather, they held green onions and garlic. These were things Shen Haidong had accidentally discovered in a corner of the rooftop and seemed to have matured. They could be considered a type of vegetable, as long as the other party didn't mind. Of course, Qin Jian didn't mind green onions and garlic, after all. They could be made into food and had detoxifying and anti-cancer effects. In this post-apocalyptic world, their value had significantly increased. However, thinking about the vegetables that were covered in rot and even sprouted legs earlier, Qin Jian swallowed and said, Let me check them first to see if they have legs. Since the 2 hadn't seen the earlier scene, they exchanged confused glances at Qin Jian's words. Fortunately, after the inspection, these vegetables showed no abnormalities. Okay, the deal is done. 2 carrots, 4 garlics, and 4 green onions can be exchanged for 10 sets of warm clothing. Since clothes are useless to me, I'll let you take a little advantage. Qin Jian calculated and said. Jiang Yingxue felt that this was somewhat unreasonable and quickly asked, we only need 6 sets. Can we exchange the remaining 4 for something else? Qin Jian frowned, giving her a disdainful look, and advised. I suggest you keep some spare clothes because it might drop to below freezing in a few days. Wearing just 1 set won't be enough. How do you know? Jiang Yingxue asked in confusion. Qin Jian replied without thinking, I guessed. Thus, after a brief negotiation, Zhang Yingshue's side conceded and took a basket of warm clothing upstairs. Before leaving, Chen Yin told them his address and said that if they found any extra fresh vegetables, they should definitely come over to trade. He would be happy to exchange. He also warned them not to steal anything when he wasn't around, or else if he caught them, they could forget about staying on that rooftop. Of course, Zhang Yingxue and her companion dared not disobey, as even if they had the intention, they lacked the courage. It would be easy for Chen Yin to do something to them. Although Chen Yin verbally warned them not to have any ideas about the supermarket, he couldn't be there 24/7 to catch them in the act. As Chen Yin was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed 4 corpse dogs emerging from nowhere, currently blocking the entrance and gnawing on a nearby body. Facing 4 of them was quite dangerous. After all, Chen Yin had just experienced a 1-on-2 situation, which had nearly gone awry, with the second dog being accidentally killed by a stroke of luck. However, the supermarket did have a back door. Wait. It seemed like there was a way. Chen Yin suddenly thought of a clever plan that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he avoid these 4 corpse dogs, but he could also have them act as his guards for free. He nodded to himself, quietly wheeling the cart out through the back door, returning to the supermarket while keeping a distance of about 20 meters from the dogs. Then, he shouted at them, "Hey." This shout startled the 4 corpse dogs, who quickly noticed the fresh meat in front of them and charged over. The moment Chen Yin shouted, he turned and ran. The speed at which the corpse dogs pursued him was faster than he had anticipated, but fortunately, he wasn't far from the back door. A few seconds later, he reached the back exit and left the door slightly ajar to monitor the dogs' movements. As the 4 corpse dogs lunged at him, Chen Yin swiftly closed the back door. Bang! Bang! The sound of their collision echoed as he locked the door. He listened for 2 seconds to ensure they were still banging against it before making a dash towards the front door. When he slammed the front door shut, the corpse dogs were surprised to see the fresh meat reappear at their previous dining spot and immediately turned back, tongues lolling. Meanwhile, Chen Yin had picked up a chain door and a set of keys lying on the ground, locking it in place. The dogs crashed hard against the door, even injuring themselves in the process. Blood splattered against the transparent glass, causing tiny cracks to form. Chen Yin instinctively leaned back. Then, he calmly pulled down the roll-up door above him, locked it with the key from the chain door, and returned to grab the cart before leaving. Everything was going according to his plan. Now the supermarket was somewhat secure. It would be difficult for outsiders to enter, and those inside would struggle to leave. In any case, unless 100 or more people showed up, these 4 corpse dogs together would be a nightmare for a small group of survivors. Returning to the wire mesh gate, Chen Yin clicked his tongue and checked the situation. The 100 or so zombies had mostly knocked themselves out. The few lucky survivors remained because their companions' bodies blocked the wire mesh, leaving them nowhere to crash into. However, they ultimately could not escape Chen Jin's grasp. He aimed carefully and shot them in the head with precision. Oh dear, how to clean this up? Looking at the more than 100 corpses at the entrance, Chen Jin's only thought was that if the recycling machine had no limit on rewards, he would be rolling in it. Although there were excess bodies, they were finally useful. But how long would it take to move them all into the yard for storage? Forget it, let us not worry about that for now. Chen Yin turned back into the room. That night, he treated himself to a nice meal. Scrambled eggs with green onions and ham stir-fried with carrots sprinkled with garlic powder. 2 small dishes, exquisite and delicious, enough to finish without wasting anything. Chapter 31. All equipment on the first floor unlocked. Chen Yin took a deep breath. His nostrils instantly filled with the aroma. The whole room was filled with the smell of cooking. His culinary skills had indeed not declined. Haha. Chen Yin picked up his bowl and started eating, finishing the dishes in a flash. Not a single grain of rice was left in the bowl, and the plate was cleaned so well that not even a trace of oil could be seen. This is great. It would be wonderful if he could cook every day. However, fresh vegetables were really too scarce. Remembering the lively cabbage he saw in the supermarket during the day, Chen Yin felt a shiver run down his spine. Sigh. The Doomsday Fortress is good for everything, except it can't grow vegetables. If only there were some high-tech greenhouse to collect seeds and become self-sufficient. Just as Chen Yin was lounging on the leather sofa picking his teeth with a toothpick, the system suddenly spoke. Please rest assured, host. What you need is on the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress. Please continue to unlock the equipment. Huh. Chen Yin immediately sat up, his eyes wide open. System, are you saying there's a greenhouse on the second floor? You're spoiling the surprise. I feel a bit embarrassed now. Chen Yin chuckled foolishly, trying to chat with the system and hoping to learn more about the equipment on the second floor of the fortress. However, the other party only said that one sentence and then fell silent. Chen Yin shrugged helplessly. Normally the system was quite aloof, and it was impossible to summon it for a chat. But it's fine, sometimes unexpected things happen. That one sentence from the system piqued his curiosity about the equipment on the second floor. A greenhouse would mean no more worries about vegetables. However, it seemed he needed to unlock all the equipment on the first floor to access the second floor. Thinking of this, Chen Yin opened the equipment interface of the shelter. The equipment on the first floor that had not been unlocked yet included the task list, leisure area, and medicine crafting station. The points required to unlock them were 100, 300, and 500 respectively. Not too expensive. If he could spare 1,800 points tomorrow, he would unlock them directly. Chen Yin nodded to himself. By the way, these 3 items look quite useful. The first one could accept tasks issued by the system, not only with point rewards, but also seemingly with design blueprint rewards. The second one was self-explanatory. If he could play billiards or use a computer in this apocalypse, it would truly be a royal treatment. As for the third one, while unlocking it might not be that useful, Having it for emergencies was undoubtedly the best. After all, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get sick in the future. After making his decision, Chen Yin returned to the kitchen, took out various fruits from the refrigerator, carefully cut them into a fruit platter, and brought it to the coffee table to enjoy the deliciousness. These fruits were all brought to him by Lu Lang. Returning to the topic, I wonder how my childhood friend is doing in their shelter. Did they listen to my advice and wear their gas mask? Or have they unfortunately met with misfortune? They shouldn't be dead. Despite their carefree demeanor, they are quite meticulous and thoughtful in this body's memory. So, there is no need to go out and visit their shelter right now. As I always say, taking care of oneself is more important than anything else. After finishing the fruit platter, Chen Yin went straight to bed. He slept very soundly, even though he usually got up by 8 at the latest. When he finally woke up today, it was already 8:30. However, there was no rush today, and he gradually began to take things easy. Lazily, he made his way to the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and decided it was time to wash up. Instinctively turning on the faucet, he paused for a moment. Remembering that he had turned off the water valve, and the tap water was contaminated and unusable. I can't possibly use bottled water for washing up every day, can I? While brushing his teeth, Chen Yin couldn't help but think about this issue. He had moved in 2 cases of bottled water yesterday, and there were still hundreds of cases at the supermarket. That sounded pretty sufficient, especially since he was the only one using it. But upon further reflection, without any tap water, he had been using bottled water for cooking these past few days, and now washing up as well. In the future, he might even need it for laundry or boiling tea. In short, relying on bottled water instead of tap water would be unsustainable. He'd believe it if someone said he'd run out of several hundred cases in a year. Chen Yin tried to access the upgrade options for the sink, but didn't see any purification equipment, so he had to give up. He hoped that when he unlocked the second floor, there would be water-related equipment. After quickly washing his face and eating, Chen Yin opened the settlement interface. Daily points settlement, survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 23 points. Extravagant diet, 21 points. One weapon almost fully equipped, 50 points. First melee combat with zombie dog, reward, blueprint, for blue pill. Killed zombie with barbed wire, 860 points. Attracted over 100 zombies, displaying extraordinary courage, 80 points. Negotiated with survivors, achieved complete victory, 100 points. Occupied supermarket for personal use, 2,000 points. Total points settlement, 3575 remaining points, 3828 over 33,000 points. Just for occupying a supermarket, he received 2,000 points. After going out yesterday, he had essentially earned the equivalent of a house. Now, not only could he unlock all 3 devices, but he also had over 2,000 points left. Chen Yin patted his chest, trying to calm himself down. However, he couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. How could he possibly control his excitement? Just by luring a zombie and shopping, he had earned so many points. If things continue like this, not to mention unlocking the second level, it seems that the third level will be unlocked in no time. By the way, I heard that I seem to have obtained a design blueprint. Chen Yin stopped laughing, calmed down, and searched the system warehouse. Blue pill design blueprint? Seeing the name of the design blueprint, Chen Yin suddenly thought of that legendary medicine for men. However, this thing is of no use to him. He's not lacking in that area, but there's no way around it. It seems that everything given by the system is random. Well, if conditions allow in the future, he might as well give it a try. Chen Yin then inquired about the location of this blue pill design blueprint through the system. It was exactly at the medicine production platform he was about to upgrade. So, he spent 1,800 points and quickly unlocked these 3 facilities. With a series of tremors in the room, a cloud of dust suddenly rose. Chen Yin quickly moved to the doorway and casually picked up a gas mask from the ground and put it on. About 5 minutes later, everything quieted down. In the hall, there was now a platform with a mysterious light beam, an object similar to a blackboard, and a new door in the corner of the hall. The platform should be the medicine production platform. The blackboard was flashing with text. It must be the task list. As for what was behind that door, besides the leisure area, there couldn't be anything else. Feeling satisfied, Chen Yin walked to the center of the hall, looked around, and nodded appreciatively. The first floor facilities had all been unlocked, so the second floor should be unlocked now. Chen Yin didn't rush to the stairs. Instead, he planned to check the specific functions of these 3 new facilities first. After all, even if the greenhouse on the second floor was unlocked, he wouldn't have any seeds to plant, right? He placed the blue pill design blueprint on the medicine production platform and then checked it out. Medicine production platform, upgrade direction. Level 2 medicine production platform, 5,000. Overview. A platform for producing special medicines, can be used for temporarily enhancing the body. Can produce, red pill, 50,050 drug quantity, blue pill, 100,0100 drug quantity, sharp eye secret medicine, 150,0150 drug quantity. Chapter 32, Accepting Tasks. Double-barreled shotgun completed. Chen Yin was a bit stunned upon seeing this. This was the first time he had seen something that could be produced not only by spending points, but also by using other materials. However, he naturally couldn't understand the specifics of the drug quantity. So, he decided to consult the system about this issue. The system then responded, Host. The medicine production platform comes with a medicine decomposition machine. By putting various types of medicines or raw materials into the decomposition machine, it will break them down into drug quantities. The drug quantity will vary based on the freshness and rarity of the decomposed medicines. Oh, thanks for the information. Chen Yin nodded in response. Now he understood. He must use various medicines in the decomposition machine to obtain drug quantities. But if he were to spend points to buy these medicines, it would definitely be too much to pay. After all, the cheapest ones cost 500 points. And with that many points, he could upgrade a piece of equipment, even if he didn't mind spending points. Relying solely on them to acquire these items would mean there would be no stock available in the future. It would be a case of buying and using them immediately. Therefore, making them using medicinal quantities is undoubtedly the most cost-effective approach. Right now, he had no medicine for decomposition, not even a little. However, finding medicine wasn't a difficult task. There was a pharmacy less than 2 kilometers from his home. Moreover, Jiang Yingxue mentioned yesterday that she had a lot of medicine there as well. But for now, Jiang Yingxue was closer to him, making it more convenient to get the medicine. There was no rush before heading to her place for the medicine. He might as well check the effects of these 3 types of medicine first. After looking through them, he found that the red pill would immediately restore 50% of his injuries and accelerate wound healing by 10 times for 3 days, making it suitable for emergency use. The blue pill was not the one he initially thought. Instead, it would grant a lasting antibody for 3 days, preventing any bacteria or viruses from invading his body. This meant that even if he were accidentally bitten by a zombie or a corpse dog, as long as the antibody effect was active, he wouldn't get infected. Even if the bite was severe, its effect leaned towards defense, and it was indeed impressive. Finally, the sharp-eyed secret potion leaned towards offense, significantly enhancing strength and speed, as well as improving smell, hearing, and vision. The effect lasted for 2 days. Each of these medicines was more powerful than the last. Additionally, there were no side effects, and they could even be taken together for compounded effects. Once he consumed all 3, wouldn't he be invincible outside? Chen Yin was already looking forward to what it would be like to go out after stacking all those buffs. After checking the medicine crafting station, Chen Yin approached the task list. The task list was clearly displayed, with each task separated by a line of light, totaling 3 tasks. Task list, upgrade direction. Medium task list, 2000, overview. Responsible for providing tasks for the Fortress Master, updated weekly. Task 1, personally kill 50 zombies. Reward, 500 points. Task 2, personally kill 15 corpse dogs. Reward, 800 points. Task 3, provide assistance to a survivor. Reward, increase the random reward count for a corpse disposal machine. P.S. All completed tasks will be settled together with daily points. These tasks seem manageable. After seeing the details, Chen Yin was pleasantly surprised. He initially thought the system would give him some sinister tasks. Personally killing monsters was something he could definitely do now. Killing 50 zombies was definitely within his capability. He could finish that in a day. As for the 15 corpse dogs, he would need to fight a few waves, but it wasn't too difficult. As for assisting the survivor, trading with Jiang Yingxue should count as helping her, right? He was just about to head out to find her. So why not give it a try? Chen Yin prepared his gun and gear, ready to go out. Then he remembered he still had over 2,000 points unused. So he returned to the living room. Points seemed to serve no purpose at the moment, so it might be better to spend them directly on upgrading equipment. Chen Yin quickly scanned various gear and devices, ultimately stopping in front of the light weapon crafting table. His gaze fixed on a double-barrel shotgun valued at 2,000 points. Yes, he wanted to craft a double-barrel shotgun as his second main weapon. This weapon is a type of shotgun, and its power is evident. Any creature that gets too close will be torn apart by the powerful pellets. With this gun, dealing with the undead hounds would certainly be much simpler and more straightforward, as he could easily take them down with a single shot. The only drawback is that it can only hold 2 shells at a time, but that's secondary. Being able to take down monsters with 1 shot is what matters most. Without hesitation, Chen Yin spent the 2,000 points and crafted the double-barrel shotgun. Weighing it in his hands, he felt as secure as if a heavy stone was resting in his heart. The weight was just right, and the smooth feel was satisfying. Additionally, the deadly ammunition was ready. He loaded 2 red shells into the gun and spent 28 points to buy 14 bullets. The reason for purchasing 28 points worth of ammunition, rather than a round number, was because he had no points left. That's right. Remaining points, 0. He had spent them all. However, Chen Jin's mood was exceptionally cheerful. After all, it was like spending money on something he loved and deemed worthwhile, rather than on mortgage payments or debts. He realized that a gun is indeed a man's romance. Although the double-barrel shotgun had limited ammunition, Chen Jin still wanted to find a target to try it out. He opened the door, and a cold wind blew in as usual. Chen Jin felt nothing, only slightly swaying from the force of the wind. Outside, everything was pale. Wait, this pale feeling seems familiar? He paused in the yard, frowning instinctively and reaching out his hand. Soon, a complete snowflake gently landed in his palm. Snow in August, right at the beginning of autumn. Goodness, winter has squeezed out autumn, arriving a season early. Chen Jin sighed, pushed open the iron gate, and immediately spotted a zombie walking toward him. This zombie was covered in blood. Its decaying skin had formed a layer of white frost, making it look somewhat less repulsive. Good morning, Mr. Zombie. Would you like a freshly fired bullet? Chen Jin absurdly greeted the creature, then raised the double-barrel shotgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Boom. The shotgun let out a deafening roar, causing Chen Jin's ears to twitch and his body to instinctively shrink back. Since acquiring the M9 pistol, which was equipped with a silencer, this was his first time hearing a normal gunshot. In an instant, as the shotgun spewed flames, the pellets fragmented into several pieces, embedding themselves into the zombie's body, creating dozens of blood holes, and the tremendous impact sent it flying backward. When it hit the ground, its body was already mangled, missing several fingers, with its internal organs and intestines scattered everywhere. Chapter 33. The second transaction, Chen Yin stepped forward and took a look, instantly shocked beyond measure. It was indeed a powerful weapon. If it weren't so formidable, how could it be used for hunting and dealing with creatures larger than humans? Chen Yin grinned and loaded another round of ammunition. There was no way around it. This weapon could hold 2 bullets at once, and if it weren't for the crisis, he would definitely ensure the ammunition was full. With this hunting rifle, Chen Yin walked with even more swagger, head held high, as if he were the most confident person in the world. Bang, bang, as he walked down the street. Chen Yin casually took out 2 zombies pretending to be dead on the ground. Trying to trick me? No way. He could tell those 2 zombies were faking it because the ground they were lying on was too clean. There wasn't even a drop of blood, let alone any entrails. The truly dead zombies were either mangled or lying in pools of blood. At least in this area around his home, that was the case. In short, the act of playing dead was completely ineffective against Chen Yin. In fact, to conserve bullets, Chen Yin even humiliated the zombies pretending to be dead. For example, he would kick them in the rear to wake them up, then use his long knife to behead them from behind. Damn, why are there so many fakers? Along the way, there wasn't a single standing zombie. Instead, they were all lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Their behavior undoubtedly made it inconvenient for Chen Yin to walk, so he had no choice but to slow down, waking them one by one before executing them. Beheading also made it easier to mark the dead zombies, so that when he returned, he could quickly spot any that were pretending to be dead. It took quite some time for Chen Yin to clear his path. He estimated he had killed around 40 of them. Remembering the task of killing 50 zombies, he nodded slightly to himself. It hadn't even been a day since he went out, not even an hour, and he was about to complete a task. This efficiency was unmatched. Oh, Chen Yin let out a triumphant shout. At this moment, there were decapitated bodies lying haphazardly around him, and he stood proudly among them like an executioner. Unbeknownst to him, his ostentatious behavior was being observed by a group of hostile survivors nearby. There were still zombies in the distance, but Chen Yin felt no urgency to complete that task. He could easily finish it by taking out a few zombies he encountered along the way, and the deadline for the task was a full week. He could even wait until the weekend to do it. His primary goal now was to find Jiang Yingxue and the others to offer them some assistance. After all, the third task offered a reward for an additional recovery machine usage, and that thing had a strong element of randomness, potentially yielding various rewards. Wouldn't he that be more generous than the monotonous point rewards? If he were to get some kind of weapon or something even more impressive, he would hit the jackpot. With high hopes, Chen Yin had now arrived at the supermarket entrance. Just as he was about to lift the rolling shutter, he suddenly remembered that there were 4 zombie dogs still locked inside, so he halted his movement. With the current terrain and his double-barreled shotgun, dealing with 4 zombie dogs was certainly much easier. However, if he eliminated them all, there would be no watchdog to guard the supermarket. Chen Yin wasn't a genius with high intelligence. He couldn't think of a way to trap the zombie dogs and keep them in the supermarket. Moreover, upon careful consideration, while it would effectively prevent anyone from stealing items from the supermarket, it would also make it inconvenient for him to come and go. After all, those creatures wouldn't recognize their owner. Sighing, Chen Yin patted his head and decided to find another way to locate Jiang Yingxue. He then went around to the alley beside the supermarket and called out, "Hey, Jiang Yingxue. And that guy, what is his name, Haidong? Can you hear me? I need to talk to you." Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue and her companion heard Chen Jin's call and were pleasantly surprised, hardly believing he had reached out to them first. Following the sound, Jiang Yingxue leaned over the rooftop and waved. "I can't hear you. I'm here. I want to trade something with you. Just wait a moment." After saying that, Jiang Yingxue pulled back and soon a thick rope was thrown down from the rooftop, swaying right in front of Chen Jin. Wow. I didn't expect this. That's great. It makes trading much easier. The appearance of the rope instantly solved many of Chen Jin's troubles, as they could now conduct the trade without crossing into the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue then appeared above the rope, and with a swift and graceful motion, she grabbed the rope and slid down in just 5 seconds. Chen Jin thought to himself that if it were him, he wouldn't dare to slide down holding onto the rope, fearing that he might burn it out. In any case, those who received professional training were indeed different. If he had to engage in close combat with her in the future, he would probably be no match for her in a physical fight. If it weren't for the clothes Chen Jin provided, she and her companion wouldn't have made it through the night and would have frozen solid. So, it was clear that Chen Jin was their lifesaver. Given that he had come to them to trade today, it was only polite for Jiang Yingxue to come down to meet him. "What do you want to trade?" Without asking why Chen Jin didn't come up the supermarket stairs, Jiang Yingxue smiled and inquired. "You said yesterday that you had a lot of medicine, right? I need some now, so let us see what you can offer." Chen Jin got straight to the point. Jiang Yingxue didn't intend to beat around the bush either. She was even more straightforward than Chen Jin. "I want to replenish my ammunition, is that okay?" Currently, they weren't lacking food, but Jiang Yingxue only had 1 magazine of bullets left, and Haidong had none at all. With just 1 magazine, going out to search for supplies was out of the question. Without searching, there would be nothing to trade with Chen Jin. However, she didn't have high hopes, as she had just met Chen Jin yesterday and had only traded once. Their relationship was still quite distant, so how could he possibly trust her? As expected, the next moment, Chen Jin smiled, and Jiang Yingxue awkwardly smiled back. "How about I give you a weapon?" But suddenly, Chen Jin spoke up, neither explicitly refusing nor agreeing. "Weapons? Great." Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment upon hearing the word weapons, and then thought Chen Jin wanted to sell her a gun, so she uncontrollably nodded excitedly. However, she was overthinking it. This, not bad, right? Chen Jin pulled out a military long knife from behind, which still had some blood on it. He felt a bit awkward when the other party noticed it wasn't he new and wiped off the blood. It's only been used once, Chen Yin argued. Though in reality, this knife had been used just an hour ago to slash through zombies. The reason for selling the long knife was that Chen Yin found it somewhat inconvenient to carry. With an additional double-barreled shotgun, when he strapped on the knife, he had to take off the shotgun, and vice versa. There was no time when he could be empty-handed. The long knife was worth 500 points, which was no longer precious to him, and the recycling machine might even offer this item. Although he had previously used it to cut down zombies and had killed a rushing zombie dog in a critical moment, he could overlook the former since he now had a way to deal with the latter. This double-barreled shotgun had high damage and a wide spread. It could blast apart not just one, but even 3 rushing at him. Therefore, Chen Yin felt he would be at a loss trading the long knife. Chapter 34 Encountering an attack. Although Chen Yin didn't sell her any ammunition, the sharp, brand-new long knife still caught Jiang Yingshua's attention. Just looking at it gave off a feeling of being very lightweight yet deadly. It was snowing heavily today, and the weather was gloomy. However, the blade's edge still glimmered slightly, which was quite surprising and seemed unscientific. How much? No, how much medicine can it be worth? Jiang Yingxue decided to buy it, because she felt short on ammunition and needed a good weapon. With her intuition, carrying this knife out would make dealing with zombies as easy as slicing through vegetables, 1 cut for each. If only there were a scale to weigh it. But it's fine, you decide. Just don't offer too little, or I won't agree. Chen Yin wasn't thinking about bargaining since he was eager to complete the task in return for random rewards. Alright then. Let us trade half of our medicine for this knife. Okay, I'll give you the knife first. Chen Yin handed over the long knife, and for a moment, he felt a sense of liberation in his hands that made him want to laugh out loud. Jiang Yingxue took the long knife and suddenly felt that this guy wasn't as easy to talk to as she thought. He was just a bit unconventional and had some wild ideas. But she understood he was doing this to survive. After all, in this apocalypse. Even she had started to distrust some people. Do you have any specific medicine you want? I can pick it out for you. No need. As long as it's medicine, packaged or bottled, it's fine. Good. Jiang Yingxue quickly climbed up, and 5 minutes later, she came down with a basket of vegetables. However, just as she was halfway down, a sudden sound of wind whooshed past her ear. Whoosh. Crack. Jiang Yingshue's body jolted, and she frowned, turning to look. A crossbow bolt was lodged diagonally into the high wall beside her. What? She widened her eyes in shock. In the next moment, she realized someone was aiming at her with a crossbow. However, she was still in midair and had no chance to dodge. Chen Yin had been watching Jiang Yingxue climb down and naturally saw the crossbow bolt flying towards her. He froze for a moment and quickly turned his head. Whoosh. As soon as he turned, he saw a crossbow bolt coming at him. Instinctively, Chen Yin crouched down to protect his head. The bolt whizzed past, stirring up a strong wind above him. Chen Yin cursed under his breath, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. He didn't dare to stay in place for another second and suddenly dove behind a nearby trash can to hide. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the alley, 5 figures were charging in with a fierce demeanor. The 2 in the back each held a crossbow, expressionless, loading their weapons as they walked. The 3 in the front grinned with strange smiles, wielding axes and machetes, casually running towards him. We're definitely going to find a lot of stuff in that basket. If we get it, we'll have everything. And that woman, don't kill her. I want to enjoy her later. The 3 even started chatting, their words dripping with arrogance. They saw Chen Jin's movements and thought he was completely scared, hiding and too afraid to come out, feeling confident about their victory. In reality, Chen Jin wasn't afraid of their crossbows. He was just waiting for them to get closer before pulling out his double-barreled shotgun to give them a surprise. However, the next moment, he heard a groan from above. It was Jiang Yingxue. Chen Jin froze for a moment, looked up, and was shocked to find that she had been hit. A crossbow bolt was lodged in her abdomen, and her face contorted in pain, swaying as if she might fall at any moment. She was still about 5 or 6 meters off the ground. At this height, a direct fall could leave her severely injured or even dead. But right now, Chen Jin couldn't care for her. As soon as he exposed himself, he could be hit by a crossbow bolt. Their accuracy was enough to nearly hit him and had already injured Jiang Yingxue. He absolutely couldn't afford to be complacent. He had to deal with the 3 thugs in front of him first. The 3 thugs had quickened their pace, charging forward. Ha. This kid doesn't even dare to show his face. Too bad you can't hide forever. We're coming to chop you up. Hey cutie, just show your head. Uncle won't kill you. The 3 thugs kept taunting, treating Chen Jin as if he were nothing. Just as they were about to reach the trash can, Chen Jin suddenly peeked out from behind, aiming his shotgun at the 3 of them. In an instant, their smiles vanished and their brains raced. If given a chance to respond, they would have instantly knelt and begged for mercy, a stark contrast to the previous moment. Bang, bang. The barrage of gunfire shattered the 3 thugs completely. Yes, in every sense of the word. Suddenly, the 3 people seemed to vanish into thin air, with various limbs and flesh flying everywhere. Rather than being shattered, it was more accurate to say they were blown apart. What the heck, they have guns. What? How is that possible? In the distance, 2 thugs with crossbows were completely stunned by the scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had been secretly observing Chen Jin for quite a while. Although that guy had killed quite a few zombies and was quite bold, they hadn't seen him pull out a gun, run. But the 2 of them didn't dare think too much at that moment and quickly turned to flee. Chen Jin had no intention of letting them go. He got up and pulled out an M9, firing a burst. After just 2 shots, one of the fleeing thugs let out a wail and fell to the ground. The other thug, seeing his companion get shot, hurriedly stopped but, after hesitating for 2 seconds, still turned back to abandon him and escape. The downed thug was utterly desperate, turning back to pull the crossbow, hoping for a lucky counterattack. However, the next moment, a bullet accurately pierced through his head. On the other side, Jiang Yingxue was on the verge of collapse. Earlier, 2 arrows had struck, one hit her, and the other grazed the rope. If she moved too much, the rope might snap instantly, causing her to fall straight down and end up crippled. But the incessant bleeding from her wound was gradually pushing her to a dead end. With a loosening of her grip, the weakened Jiang Yingxue fell. However, instead of hitting the ground hard, she landed on something very soft. Ouch, my back. After hearing Qin Jian's complaint, Jiang Yingxue widened her eyes and realized he had caught her. You, enough, it's over. Qin Jian interrupted her. Jiang Yingxue nodded, revealing a smile of relief, and weakly thanked him. Thank you. However, she soon lost consciousness. 5 minutes later, Shun Haidong, Fu Hao, and Dr. Lu climbed down. They were quite slow to react. If it weren't for Qin Jian calling them down, they would still be on the rooftop questioning whether they had heard gunshots. Sister Shui, are you okay? Don't scare me. Seeing Jiang Yingxue injured, Shun Haidong immediately called out anxiously, his eyes seemingly filled with tears. After all, if their mentor died, how could he lead everyone to survive? It's okay, don't be afraid. Young man, come help. Dr. Lu comforted Shun Haidong and turned to Qin Jian. Initially, Qin Jian wanted to refuse, as he had already saved the person and didn't want to help with the rescue. However, considering the task he was currently undertaking, he hesitated. Helping the survivors once should count, right? If he helped again, he might not receive extra rewards, but it seemed it could count towards his activity level, increasing his settlement points. Qin Jian's thoughts were all about benefits. He wasn't purely interested in helping others. So, without saying a word, he crouched down and joined the rescue effort. In the end, Qin Jian took the initiative, not only repairing the damaged rope, but also carrying the bandaged Jiang Yingxue back to the rooftop. Chapter 35. Fu Hao's ambition. Thank you, Brother Qin. If it weren't for you, Sister Shui might have fallen to her death. On the rooftop, Shun Haidong continuously expressed his gratitude to Qin Jian, who was worried that he might kneel down to bow to him. If possible, I would do anything for you. No, that is not necessary, right? Qin Jian replied with a forced smile, feeling that Shun Haidong was overdoing it. Although he didn't know the relationship between Jiang Yingxue and him, it was clear that he genuinely cared for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an outrageous request. Qin Jian initially planned to leave immediately. However, considering that the group might have accomplices who could come back to retaliate against him, he decided to stay put for a while longer, taking advantage of the high vantage point on the rooftop to survey the area. After about an hour, seeing no sign of the assailants, Qin Jian felt relieved and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go, he glanced to the side and noticed Fu Hao staring intently at him. It seemed he wasn't looking at him, but rather at his weapon. Is there something you need? Nothing, Qin Jian asked, and Fu Hao chuckled in response. Thank you for saving our captain. Feeling a bit awkward, Fu Hao added. Qin Jian nodded and climbed down using the rope. As he passed by, he casually picked up the weapons of the assailants. He thought he might keep them for later and sell them if needed. With a business mindset ignited, Qin Jian walked out of the alley holding the weapons. Then, another thought struck him. What if the sudden attack by the assailants wasn't a coincidence, but rather something they had prepared for in advance? Had he been too conspicuous while dealing with the zombies, and had they seen him? Qin Jian took a sharp breath, muttering to himself. I need to be more cautious in the future. This battle made him realize that his biggest enemy at the moment wasn't the zombies, but rather humanity. When Jiang Yingxue woke up, it was already evening. Shuijia, you're awake? Where's Qin Jian? He left a while ago. Oh, Jiang Yingxue involuntarily recalled what Qin Jian had done earlier. In fact, although she appeared to be unconscious, she was somewhat aware. She knew that Qin Jian had been busy helping to rescue her, fixing the rope, and even carried her up to the rooftop despite her weight. He was truly a good person. No, he should be described as someone with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Even if he seemed solely interested in business, he still stepped up to save her at a critical moment. Although they were not very familiar with each other and even initially had some disdain for one another, he was surprisingly charming. Though a bit thin, he was quite handsome. For a moment, Jiang Yingxue forgot the pain from her injuries and let her thoughts wander. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, shaking her head and slapping her forehead. How strange. Even at this time, I'm still thinking about this. Later, Jiang Yingxue was finally able to get up and walk, but she had to stop and rest after covering only a short distance. At that moment, leaning against the edge of the rooftop, Fu Hao suddenly addressed everyone. I have a plan, everyone. Everyone was momentarily stunned, instinctively focusing their attention on him. It is important to note that not only are the undead rampant nowadays, but there is also chaos from violent mobs, and without decent weapons, it's nearly impossible to protect oneself. And that Qin Jian, his equipment is practically overflowing with wealth. So why don't we? Fu Hao spoke halfway, his eyes sharpening as he made a cutting gesture with his hand. A few people exchanged glances, clearly unsure of what Fu Hao meant. When would it start? Before Jiang Yingxue and the other core members could respond, a female student suddenly asked with wide eyes. Fu Hao felt he had found allies and smiled as he said, let us wait for him to come looking for us next time, or we can take the initiative to find him at his shelter. Doesn't he want fresh vegetables? We can pretend to bring some to lure him out, and then we strike directly. At that point, we'll have a double harvest, new equipment, and a new shelter to shield us from the elements. Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong exchanged glances, and then both frowned. Their identities are enforcers, not those irrational thugs. They could never commit acts like taking over someone else's territory or killing indiscriminately. Even if they had decent weapons to confront Qin Jian, they wouldn't choose such an unethical approach. The safest and most correct way is to coexist peacefully, maintain cooperative relationships, and gradually build mutual trust. Fu Hao, are you saying this in front of us? Are you asking for trouble? Shen Haidong said with a forced smile, dismissing Fu Hao's words. Fu Hao shot him a disdainful glance. Hey, it's the end of the world. How can you still want to be the good guys? Can't you abandon your previous identities? Go if you want to. Jiang Yingxue crossed her arms, looking at Fu Hao as if he were foolish, then turned away and ignored him. Meanwhile, the female student continued in a somewhat frantic manner. I completely agree with Fu Hao. I really can't stand living on the rooftop anymore. I want to sleep in a big bed. I want warm blankets, not this down jacket. I want to eat delicious food, fried chicken, hot pot, not just chew on instant noodles. The female student gradually began to shout, as if all her frustrations from the past days were being released. Still, the same message. If you want to go, then go. No one will help you. Jiang Yingxue turned her back to the two and reiterated. For some reason, her level of disdain for this girl surpassed that for Fu Hao. Every time the rooftop door was hit by the undead, the girl would scream in fear, retreating to the side but doing nothing. On the contrary, her screams would attract more of the undead. On the first day, it was because of her that the rooftop door was almost broken down by the horde, but fortunately, there were enough people at that time to block the door. Some had even angrily suggested kicking her out of there, or even throwing her off the rooftop. But considering their identities, she had promptly stopped that behavior. Sigh. You all don't want the duck that's right in front of you. If you want help, at least don't stop me. Girl, it seems that only you can help me. Tomorrow we will set out together to visit his hideout. At this moment, Fu Hao approached the female student and said. The female student was taken aback upon hearing this, then panicked and replied, I'm a girl. How can I do such dirty and tiring work? No, then what can you do? Fu Hao looked confused and continued. How about this? You leave the killing to me. You just need to lure him out. No, I won't go. There are monsters outside. I won't go? The female student quickly shook her head. I only agreed to your plan, but I didn't promise to go with you. I'll just cheer you on from here and wait for your triumphant return. Her words amused Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue, who were nearby. Come on, both of you. Dr. Lu couldn't help but advise, trying to suppress a laugh. Chapter 36 More business opportunities. Fu Hao scratched his head, sighed, and returned to old Fu's side. Dad, since you're not long for this world anyway, why not help your son achieve something great? You once said that with your sacrifice, I would have a future. If Chen Yin were present, hearing Fu Hao speak to his father like this would surely result in a punch. What kind of words are these for a normal person? However, Jiang Yingxue and the others were used to it. Fu Hao had always spoken to old Fu in this tone before he was bitten. Old man. Seeing old Fu leaning there without saying a word for a long time, Fu Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. Yesterday, Dr. Lu had explained that old Fu's condition was due to excessive blood loss, putting him in a semi-comatose state. Little did they know. No one realized that old Fu's current state was actually the prelude to becoming a corpse. Suddenly, old Fu lifted his head and grabbed Fu Hao's ankle. Old guy, you're awake? Damn it, I thought you had died on me again. You. Before Fu Hao could finish, old Fu suddenly lunged at him and bit his leg. What the hell? What is wrong with you? I was just cursing you a bit, is that necessary? Seeing old Fu suddenly go mad and bite Fu Hao, the others couldn't sit still and rushed over to separate them. Old Fu, what's wrong with you? Xiaoshun. Stay away from him, something's not right. Jiang Yingxue seemed to have noticed something and widened her eyes, quickly warning Shen Haidong to back off. Shen Haidong dodged the bite and cautiously pushed old Fu's head away. Dr. Lu, please come and see what's wrong with old Fu. No, Dr. Lu, you shouldn't get close. Jiang Yingxue pushed Dr. Lu away and examined old Fu closely. Then she shook her head in shock and said, Old Fu, he has turned into a living corpse. Huh. This statement startled everyone. How could this be possible? Fu Hao shook his head in disbelief, then suddenly changed his expression dramatically, crying out to old Fu, Dad, say something. You must be pretending, right? The crowd pulled the father and son apart and used the only rope they had to bind old Fu up. Watching the old man fuming and going crazy, the few people exchanged helpless glances. They never expected that once that thing bit someone, it could also infect others. Dr. Lu, realizing the severity of the situation, slowly crouched down and muttered, this is even scarier than Ebola. Sister Shui, leaving it like this isn't a solution. I can't even sleep at night, Shen Haidong said, hands on his hips, expressing his frustration. Jiang Yingxue remained silent, but gave Shen Haidong a look, prompting him to understand the unspoken message. Upon seeing her expression, Shen Haidong suddenly had an epiphany. How else could they handle it? Of course, they had to deal with it normally. Seeing Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong approaching, Fu Hao immediately stood up in front of the old man, wiping his tears. What are you doing? What do you want? Listen, Fu Hao, your dad is no longer your dad. To ensure everyone else's safety, we have to deal with him. They did not hide their intentions and told Fu Hao directly. You guys are going too far. As law enforcers, this is premeditated murder. If I get the chance to escape, I will report you. Expose your actions. Fu Hao's eyes widened in fury, rambling incoherently, and even attempted to hit Jiang Yingxue. But in the next moment, he was pulled back by Dr. Lu, facing him directly. Then, Dr. Lu slapped him hard twice. Shut up. Your dad has turned into a living corpse, and it's your fault. That hit hard. Indeed, when the zombie broke in, it was the old man who protected Fu Hao from being bitten. The son was unharmed, but the father had suffered. As a fellow father, Dr. Lu understood the old man's good intentions, which is why he couldn't hold back and stepped in to slap Fu Hao. Get lost. You were bitten by him too. Your time is short. People like you should go to hell to accompany your father. Dr. Lu said in exasperation, startling Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong. Alright, so you all are bullying me, huh? Today, I will definitely go against that Qin Jian. If he won't let me steal from the supermarket, then I will. Fu Hao gritted his teeth, already resigned to his fate. He turned around and removed the barrier from the iron door, charging out of the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue stopped Shen Haidong, who wanted to chase after him, and reminded him, forget about him, lock the door. Down in the supermarket, Fu Hao grabbed a flashlight and found a shopping cart. He began loading it with various food items while tearing open a bag of cookies and devouring them. Qin Jian, just you wait. I'll meet you personally tomorrow. Let's see what you're really capable of, to make those two law enforcers back down. Leaning against the cart, Fu Hao ate and drank while vaguely planning to confront Qin Jian. However, in the next moment, he seemed to hear some strange wheezing sounds. Who is it? Fu Hao was taken aback, thinking it was Jiang Yingxue and the others coming after him. He shone the flashlight in that direction, laughing, are you having second thoughts? But when the beam of light landed, it revealed four bloodied, corpse-like dogs. Thud! The bottle in Fu Hao's hand suddenly fell to the ground, startling the undead dogs, which lunged at him. A clown had thus met his end. After returning to the shelter during the day, Qin Jian didn't come out again until evening. When he stepped outside to work out in the yard, today was a lesson learned. Next time, he definitely wouldn't let any random person sneak up on him. Qin Jian muttered to himself, realizing he had been secretly followed by a group of thugs who had launched a surprise attack on him. He initially thought there weren't many survivors around this area, but to his surprise, there were quite a few. Those hiding on rooftops and running underground were even more active than the zombies. They were well equipped, with handguns, crossbows, and spring-loaded knives. They could have even brought in tanks. He thought that aside from himself, the survivors in this city had entered a cold weapon era. Perhaps it was due to the parallel world. This country didn't have strict controls over firearms? Or was it that there were simply no restrictions on firearms at all? Just like some other regions where people had let loose? As Qin Jian exercised, he was distracted, deep in thought. After all, he had let one go this morning and couldn't trace their base, so he couldn't eliminate them. However, if he could find even a little clue, he would never let them escape. An hour later, Qin Jian returned to his room. It was time to break down the medicines. With that thought, he quickly pulled out various drugs from the basket. If possible, he felt he should keep some small pills on him in the future. If he ever got into a tricky fight, he could take them all at once, stack up the buffs, and launch a fierce counterattack. Soon, Qin Jian tossed all the medicines into the decomposer on the medicine-making station. With a crack, the opening of the decomposer automatically closed. Then, a metal plate extended to block the medicines inside, and a sound similar to a juicer came from it. 600 units of medicine have been stored in the medicine-making station. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Jian nodded in satisfaction. He had decomposed a considerable amount of medicine, making each medicine only required a fraction of what he had. Although he hadn't sustained much injury in the morning's battle, Jiang Yingxue was in a completely different situation. She had almost bled to death. Qin Jian felt he had a good business mind. He decided to make a red pill and sell it to Jiang Yingxue. It was known that the red pill could immediately restore 50% of one's injuries and would also speed up the healing process. For Jiang Yingxue, this was definitely a lifesaver. Moreover, it only cost 50 units of medicine to make, making it a great value. Chapter 37 Preview, Second Level Equipment, Making ID Identifier. After finalizing his plan, Qin Jian spent 100 units of medicine to produce 2 red pills, one for himself and one for Jiang Yingxue. The red pills were oval-shaped, about the size of a taro ball, and had a pleasant fragrance that almost tempted Qin Jian to sneak a bite. Afterward, he spent 250 units of medicine to produce blue pills and Sharp Eye secret medicine, keeping them as reserves for future outings. As long as there is enough drug decomposition, there is no need to worry about insufficient drug supplies. On Jiang Yingxue's side, there is still half of the drugs reserved for herself. So that half can be roughly considered as 600 units of drugs, meaning he currently has a total of 850 units. Even if he engages in a major battle every few days, it would be more than enough for a month. After finishing these tasks, Qin Jian stored the enhanced drugs in a plastic bag, separating them from Jiang Yingxue's drug. He then went to check the task completion status on the task board. The first task of killing 50 zombies was completed. Originally, he didn't think he had killed enough in the morning, but on the way back, he encountered a few passing zombies and took them out easily. Therefore, the 500 points reward was secured. The second task was to kill 15 zombie dogs. But he hadn't seen any today, so the kill count remained at 0. The third task of aiding survivors was completed, and he could finally claim a random reward tomorrow. Qin Jian rubbed his hands together, feeling quite excited. The yard was already prepared with dozens of corpses, and if the recycling machine didn't refresh the reward count soon, the corpses would freeze solid, making them difficult to retrieve. For dinner, Qin Jian attempted to make dough, planning to make 2 buns. The filling was ham, green onions, and carrots, without any regular meat. Qin Jian actually craved meat, as the lavish dinner yesterday had whetted his appetite, raising his standards. Unfortunately, given the current situation, there was no meat available, and even fresh vegetables had gone bad or disappeared. With a greenhouse already established, wouldn't there be a place for raising livestock as well? After finishing the buns, Qin Jian suddenly remembered he hadn't explored the second floor yet. He thought he might as well take a look, although nothing could be unlocked yet. It was good to familiarize himself with it in advance. He quickly approached the staircase and tentatively reached out his hand. This time, there was no red cross or any invisible rebounding force. The staircase was completely accessible. Qin Jian excitedly ran up the stairs. The lighting on the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress was dimmer than on the first floor, and the space seemed larger as well. But despite its small size, it was well equipped, with a sofa, television, refrigerator, and so on. System, open the overview of the second floor facilities. Chen Yin eagerly said to the system. Soon, the system panel for the second floor appeared before him. Doomsday Fortress second floor. Fortress Master, Chen Yin, regular facilities. Living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen. Refrigerator major facilities. Tactical throwables crafting station. Trap crafting station lock facilities. Heavy weapons crafting station, 8,000. Greenhouse, 2,000. Livestock area, 10,000. Training ground, 5,000. Reminder, all facilities on the second floor will unlock the third floor automatically once unlocked. The facilities on the second floor were fewer compared to the first floor, but they seemed more important. After all, at a glance, there are resources for sustainable development, which will inevitably become an important food source for him in the future. Greenhouses are not expensive, only 2,000 points. Once he has seeds, he can prepare to unlock them. Surprisingly, there are indeed livestock areas. However, unlocking them costs 10,000 points. The heavy weapon crafting station and the training ground are also quite pricey. And what exactly is the training ground for? Is it just for training? The equipment on the second floor has various uses, which not only shocked him, but also made it difficult for him to choose. He felt that the priority should be to get the greenhouse first. After all, with 0 points in hand, he couldn't even buy a bullet for a handgun. Whether it's 10,000 or 5,000, it's astronomical for him. However, there are still 2 built-in facilities waiting for him to check out. So, he went to the Tactical Throwable Crafting Station. Tactical Throwable Crafting Station, upgrade direction. Level 2 Tactical Throwable Crafting Station, 10,000. Can craft. Molotov cocktail, 500. Smoke bomb, 500. Molotov cocktails and smoke bombs are certainly good items. The former can create a sea of fire, turning anything in front of it to ash. The latter is useful for retreating or attacking, effective against both humans and monsters. Unfortunately, the items here are too expensive, at 500 each. He could upgrade a piece of equipment downstairs for that price. He shook his head and moved to the Trap Crafting Station. Trap Crafting Station, upgrade direction. Level 2 Trap Crafting Station, 5,000. Overview. Unlike the traps in the yard, the traps made here can be taken out of the shelter. Can craft. Bear trap, 200. Bait trap, 500. He glanced around and suddenly felt it was necessary to craft a bait trap tomorrow. He had already seen the effects of the bait trap in the yard. If taken outside, it could attract the attention of monsters, reducing potential risks, and also help gather them for a clean sweep. So, the items on the second floor are not completely useless for now. He went downstairs, heated a bottle of milk to drink, then returned to his bedroom to sleep. The next day, he hurriedly opened the settlement interface. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 18 points. Balanced nutrition, 15 points. First visit to the fortress second floor, 100 points. Zombie kills, 386 points. Task 1 completion, 500 points. Task 3 completion, additional random reward from the recycler. Encountered an attack, successfully countered, 480 points. Fearless in crisis, saved a companion, 200 points. Generous assistance. Aid to the distressed, reward ID, identifier blueprint. Point settlement, 1678 remaining points. 1678, not bad, not bad. Although it's not as much as yesterday, it's still enough. Plus, he got a blueprint. Chen Yin immediately checked the design diagram, named ID Authenticator, and confirmed that it belonged to the light weapon crafting station. So he placed it inside without hesitation. Crafting the ID Authenticator required 500 points. Its purpose was to attach to firearms or locks, securing them in a special way. Specifically, if attached to a weapon, whenever the weapon was aimed at someone with an ID recognized as Chen Yin, it would instantly lock, preventing any shots from being fired. If attached to a lock, both the lock and all nearby reference points would become incredibly hard to destroy, only opening automatically when the ID recognized was Chen Yin. Wow, this thing is amazing. Chen Yin was astonished upon reading those explanations. The first use, without thinking too far ahead, meant that if he was forced into close combat and someone took his weapon, once that person aimed at him, the gun would become useless, giving him time to counterattack. The second use could be applied right away. He could attach it to the supermarket's entrance, ensuring that the door would only open for him and remain shut to anyone else. Wasn't he that better than those guard dogs? He decided to buy it. Considering the supermarket had 2 doors, Chen Yin did not hesitate and spent 1,000 points to craft 2 ID authenticators, with 678 points remaining. He headed to the second floor and used the trap crafting station to create bait traps, carrying them with him. He also didn't let the remaining 178 points go to waste. He spent 78 points to replenish 39 rounds of ammo for his double-barreled shotgun, leaving exactly 100 points in his pocket. The bright red bullet chain hung across his body, and with his airtight protective suit, Chen Yin looked like a war maniac, mysterious yet bloodthirsty. In the yard, Chen Yin didn't rush out, but instead walked over to the body recycling machine to check it. Remaining random rewards, 1 time. As expected, the reward was in place. What was he waiting for? Let us get started. Chen Yin rubbed his hands together, eagerly placing the prepared bodies onto the conveyor and turning on the recycling machine, watching the bodies disappear. 10 bodies collected, accompanied by the machine's eerie laughter. A suitcase flew out. Oh, I guess it's a gun. Or maybe parts. Chen Yin muttered to himself, excitement bubbling inside him like checking a lottery ticket. He suddenly opened the suitcase, but didn't he find a gun or any gun parts? Instead, there was a bunch of incongruous items. Who puts food in a suitcase? However, it looked pretty good. Chen Yin saw neatly arranged food that resembled cookies inside the suitcase and picked up a piece to taste. It wasn't a cookie. It had a meat flavor, but it tasted fine. Just right since he had breakfast. He decided to take a few pieces to eat on the way. Chen Yin was munching on something, his mouth full of crumbs, when he stuffed another piece in. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification sound. He had obtained 20 rat cakes, 30 cockroach cakes, 40 worm cakes, and 10 fried chicken fillets. Uffed. The moment he heard rat cake, Chen Yin spat it all out. He gagged for a while, but couldn't bring anything up. Rushing back to his room, he quickly downed a bottle of water, which gave him the courage to return to the suitcase and close it properly. What the heck? No wonder it felt so strange. It tasted like meat. But he couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. Did I just eat several dead rats? Chen Yin's face turned green, but then he suddenly remembered something. Besides these 3 bizarre food items, there seemed to be something else. Fried chicken fillet. Chen Yin immediately rummaged through the suitcase and discovered that there was a hidden compartment. Opening it, he found 10 pieces of fried chicken fillet neatly arranged in a container, wrapped in oil paper. Each piece was the size of 2 palms put together. Golden and crispy, with a tender inside. It looked completely different from the meat-colored rat cakes. Chen Yin brought the suitcase back into the room and picked up a piece of chicken fillet to enjoy. So hot, fragrant, delicious. Chen Jin's mouth was greasy, and he remembered complaining last night about not being able to eat normal meat, especially since there wasn't a single live bird to be found for miles around. Yet this morning, he won a prize of delicious, juicy fried chicken fillet. Was this sheer luck, or was the system intentionally messing with him? If it was the latter, please, system, don't hold back. Feel free to tease me more. The hidden compartment of the suitcase was perfect for keeping things warm. So Chen Yin decided to leave the remaining chicken fillets inside to rest. After a satisfying meal, he finally stepped out. As soon as he was outside, he set up the bait trap on the path to the supermarket. The moment the bait trap was placed on the ground, white gas was released from all 4 corners. Before Chen Yin could even stand up, he was hit by a terrible stench. What the heck? Did this trap emit that? The smell was incredibly strong. Even with protective gear, he could smell it. Chen Yin quickly covered his nose and stepped aside, then looked around. He saw several zombies lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, suddenly starting to stand up and fix their gaze on him, speeding towards him. Wow. This trap can even lure out the zombies pretending to be dead. This 500 points spent was truly worth it. Chen Yin deliberately kept his distance, observing the effect of the bait trap from behind a row of small trees covered in white snow. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 10 zombies had gathered around the bait trap. In under 10 minutes, almost 20 zombies were milling about, confused and aimless. Good stuff. Chen Yin couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards the bait trap. Hopefully, by the time he returned, there would be 100 zombies gathered here, and he could come back to reap the rewards. While consolidating his shooting skills, Chen Yin quickly ran to the entrance of the supermarket in 10 minutes while wearing non-slip shoes. Then, he took out the ID scanner. Can this thing even attach to a rolling shutter? Chen Yin thought to himself, and without overthinking it, he just placed it on the shutter. To his surprise, the ID scanner beeped and actually adhered to the rolling shutter. The next moment, the scanner emitted a green light, and a sweet female voice announced, ID verification successful. With a clatter, the rolling shutter automatically began to rise. Chen Yin watched the scene, feeling both impressed and astonished. This was too magical. He couldn't help but exclaim. This device was essentially a security system. Moreover, it was a real security measure. Once attached, any reference point around it seemed invulnerable and difficult to breach. Unsure of just how invulnerable it was, Chen Yin decided to test it out. He took a step back, and the rolling shutter immediately fell down again, showing its sensitivity. Chen Yin retreated about 10 meters, raised his M9, and fired a shot at the rolling shutter. Bang! The shutter made a crisp sound, and Chen Yin seemed to clearly see the bullet ricochet off the shutter. Could it really be that bouncy? He walked over to take a closer look. The spot where the bullet hit the shutter left no marks or dents. Although the shutter was made of iron, it wasn't particularly thick, and if shot, it would at least leave a noticeable mark even if it didn't penetrate. This meant that under the attachment of the ID scanner, the shutter truly achieved an indestructible effect. Doubting this, Chen Yin aimed his gun and fired at the wall beside the rolling shutter. Sparks flew as the bullet ricocheted off the wall. The wall might be thicker than the shutter, but with a different material, any marks left should be more visible than those on the shutter. However, upon inspection, it still showed no signs of impact, as if nothing had happened. Chen Yin clapped his hands and grinned. Invincible. It not only deterred intruders from entering through the front, but also discouraged them from breaking in through the walls. Next, Chen Yin attached another ID scanner to the back door of the supermarket. The entire supermarket was now completely under Chen Yin's control, and not even a fly could get in. Beep beep. Identity verification successful. After the back door opened automatically, Chen Yin thought for a moment and entered the supermarket. Since he had the ID scanner, there was no need to keep the 4 guard dogs, as they would only be a hassle now. Chapter 39. Instant effect of the red pill. Chen Yin deliberately lowered his footsteps and soon spotted the 4 zombie dogs. They were lying lazily next to a bloody corpse, likely having just had a hearty meal. Chen Yin lay down on the ground, took out his M9, aimed, and started shooting. One zombie dog was shot in the head and died on the spot, while another was shot down while trying to run away. The remaining 2 corpse hounds intended to use a tactical approach, circling around from the left and right to attack Chen Yin. However, Chen Yin was not fooled by such flashy tactics. He skillfully controlled the distance and pulled out his double-barreled shotgun, firing 2 shots. The 2 corpse hounds were instantly blown to pieces, unable to even leap towards Chen Yin. By the way, whose body is this? It looks quite fresh. Chen Yin felt that the chewed-up corpse was quite different from the others in the supermarket, and out of curiosity, he walked over to take a look. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Isn't this the guy? From the half of the face that was left, Chen Yin recognized that this individual was one of the partners from Jiang Yingshue's team, the middle-aged man who had been staring at his gun with a strange expression yesterday. To be honest, just from the first glance of their eye contact, he felt that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. And today, his true colors were indeed revealed. What a pity, he tried to steal but ended up getting done in instead. Chen Yin chuckled in schadenfreude and headed up the stairs towards the rooftop. He politely knocked on the door, and a vigilant voice from behind it called out. Who is it? It's me, Chen Yin. Brother Chen. In just one night, Shen Haidong's way of addressing Chen Yin had changed. His status had even reversed. Originally, Shen Haidong was a year or 2 older than Chen Yin. Chen Yin didn't think much of it. He had willingly become a servant to him before, so he could call him whatever he wanted. I'm here to see Commander Jiang Yingxue. Chen Yin casually changed how he addressed her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but smile. Her smile was filled with so many emotions, including joy and excitement. Why is he so concerned about me? Aren't we just in a normal cooperative relationship? Jiang Yingshue's mind wandered. It seemed like the joy of surviving a crisis. Even her dreams last night were filled with scenes of Chen Yin picking her up and comforting her, saying everything would be fine. Enduring the pain. Jiang Yingxue personally came before Chen Yin, somewhat complaining. Why did you leave so quickly yesterday? I didn't even have time to thank you. Chen Yin wanted to say. Weren't you unconscious yesterday? How could you thank me? How's your injury? Thanks to you, it's healing very quickly. Jiang Yingxue flashed a bright smile, though her words seemed a bit absent-minded. Thanks to me? Chen Yin felt a bit confused, and he noticed that Jiang Yingxue seemed different today. Her eyes were filled with an unmistakable joy, as if she had won a huge lottery. Every time she looked at him, her eyes sparkled, occasionally avoiding his gaze on purpose. Is this woman? Did she hit her head or something? Chen Yin ultimately couldn't think of that aspect, uncertainly guessing to himself. After chatting about trivial matters, Chen Yin quickly got to the point and introduced the product he was promoting today. What? Is this for real? Eating this will immediately restore half of my injuries? And it will speed up the healing process within 3 days? After Chen Yin finished introducing the red pill, everyone was utterly incredulous. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Especially Dr. Liu, who kept adjusting his glasses, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. But upon reflection, the world has changed so much. What strange things could not happen? So, with a mix of skepticism and a desire to listen, he asked, Chen, if you don't mind me asking, what are the raw materials for this pill? Or did you get it through other means? Chen Yin hesitated for a moment and replied directly, I made it myself. The materials are a trade secret. I only let you know because I trust you. But it's best if you keep it among yourselves and don't spread it around. Jiang Yingxue shrugged and said, it seems there's no way to spread it. There isn't a living soul around. She then added, all right, enough chit-chat. Let's see how it works. I should mention that once you take this, all the remaining medicine in your hands will belong to me. Jiang Yingxue turned to instruct Xiao Shen, pack up all the remaining medicine for Chen Yin. Okay. Shen Haidong nodded and immediately began to act. Dr. Liu, wanting to say something but holding back, just muttered to himself, you have to leave at least 1 bottle. Seeing Jiang Yingxue so decisive, Chen Yin also didn't want to drag things out. He directly handed the red pill to Jiang Yingxue. You can take it with water. Afterward, he kindly reminded her, as the pill looked quite dry, that swallowing it without water would be quite torturous. This offhand remark made Jiang Yingxue feel pleased. Thinking to herself that he cared for her, could it be that there were mutual feelings? So, she obediently took the pill with water. What does it taste like? Chen Yin asked curiously. Kind of bitter, but not too much, Jiang Yingxue replied, which confused Chen Yin. He thought she deserved a literary award for her ambiguous answer. 5 minutes later, it seemed like nothing had happened. The group sat together, exchanging awkward glances. After all, Chen Yin had never used it before. So he cleared his throat to ease the tension, saying, it should take effect soon. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yingxue suddenly gasped. Ah, it's so hot. Everyone turned their attention to her, rushing forward to check. Then, Jiang Yingxue made a surprising move for Chen Yin. She suddenly lifted her shirt, revealing the wound on her abdomen. Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that Jiang Yingshue's physique was impressive, with visible abs and a well-defined waist. However, the most important thing at that moment was her wound. The wound was slowly emitting smoke. Jiang Yingxue gasped for air, unwrapping the bandage around the wound, revealing a bloody gash. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the wound visibly stopped bleeding and began to scab over. My goodness, I've never seen anything like this. Dr. Liu was completely dumbfounded, repeatedly exclaiming in disbelief, grabbing his hair as if witnessing something world-shocking. Indeed, this scene could shock the entire world, as there is no special medicine that can cause a wound to scab over and stop bleeding in just a few minutes. How do you feel? Chen Yin smiled faintly and asked. Jiang Yingxue was still in shock, reaching out to tentatively touch her wound, only to find no blood. It didn't hurt at all. The area felt quite sore. Jiang Yingxue reported her feelings. Chen Yin clapped his hands. That settled then. The transaction was pleasant. I look forward to our next cooperation. After saying this, Chen Yin was about to take the medicine basket and leave. Wait. Jiang Yingxue quickly called out to him. What? Still want to do business? Chen Yin had already thought of what to sell them next. The 3 types of pastries drawn in today's lottery. Mouse cakes, cockroach cakes, earthworm cakes. After all, only he knew what they were made of. If he sold them, what if the other party enjoyed them? Chapter 40. Eat while it's hot. Chen Yin turned around, only to find Jiang Yingxue rushing towards him. Instinctively, he stepped back and jokingly said that this was all part of his duty, and there was no need for her to say anything about offering herself. Chen Jin, thank you. Jiang Yingxue certainly wouldn't say that, but at this moment, she firmly held both of Chen Jin's hands. Chen Jin felt goosebumps all over. I originally thought you were the kind of person who wouldn't part with a dime, but ever since yesterday, I suddenly see things differently. You're not that kind of person. You're a good person, better than anyone else. Hearing these 2 sentences left Chen Jin in a daze, wondering, am I being given a good person card? I'm starting to take an interest in you, and I'm looking forward to our upcoming cooperation. The latter part of Jiang Yingshue's statement sounded quite normal, but the first part was a bit unusual. Indeed, this was not a hint at all, but a blatant indication. However, Chen Jin's focus was different from that of an ordinary person. He became serious and said, since you all want to cooperate with me so much, that's fine. I have a job at hand. What do you want to do? Chen Jin planned to ask these people to help him move zombie corpses, cheap labor that he wouldn't pass up. Chen Jin's proactive invitation was hard for everyone to resist. Jiang Yingxue almost immediately nodded in agreement. Sure. What is the job? What are the benefits? To be honest, given Jiang Yingshue's current mood, she would even willingly do a job for Chen Jin for free. It wasn't anything related to killing zombies. It was just a bit dirty and tiring. The benefits would remain confidential for now, but they definitely wouldn't be shortchanged. That's even better. Almost tacitly, the few people present agreed to Chen Jin's request, except for the female student in the corner, who had not spoken to Chen Jin the entire time and seemed timid, as if she had a favor to ask, since the other party had not expressed anything. Chen Jin naturally wouldn't go out of his way to be friendly. He directly categorized her as someone whose credibility might be in question. Under Chen Jin's lead, everyone exited the supermarket. During this time, Jiang Yingxue saw Fu Hao's body and couldn't help but mutter, he really did die after all. He deserved to die. After all, he was bitten by his father and wouldn't live long. Nearby, Dr. Lu said resentfully that people like Fu Hao deserved to be scolded more. Chen Jin clearly remembered that besides Fu Hao, there was another person in Jiang Yingshue's team. However, considering that Fu Hao had gone to the supermarket to steal and was then bitten by a zombie dog, along with the mysterious disappearance of that individual, Chen Jin didn't dare to ask more. Anyway, he guessed that there must have been disagreements in their team again yesterday. The reason he said again was that Jiang Yingxue had mentioned earlier that their team originally had 4 or 5 dozen people, but after several splits and reunions, only 4 remained. Chen Jin, do you know that recently, the zombies can play dead? On the road, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but remind Chen Jin kindly. In fact, Chen Jin had known this for several days and nodded, I know. Then do you know that people bitten by zombies will also turn into zombies? And there is no cure for it? Jiang Yingxue anxiously reminded him again. Chen Jin, however, looked helpless and didn't know what to say. This was something even children understood. Surely they should have known by now. Wow, what a surprise. Something's coming. Huh, what is that? At that moment, Shun Haidong suddenly pointed in one direction and shouted. Chen Jin turned to look, and a zombie dog was rushing towards them with its fangs bared. No way, you can't even recognize a zombie dog. Your eyesight is really poor. However, after hearing Shun Haidong's words, Chen Jin couldn't help but complain. Shun Haidong looked a bit confused. Zombie dog? Is it a dog? Chen Jin sighed, and as the zombie dog charged towards them, everyone instinctively stepped back. In that instant, he raised his double-barreled shotgun and blasted it into pieces. This is called a zombie dog, a mutated dog, Chen Jin explained as he lowered his gun. At that moment, he also thought of something. Seeing how clueless they were, they would definitely suffer when going out in the future. So, Chen Jin decided to change the original reward of rat and cockroach cakes to information rewards. Naturally, he would provide information on zombie dogs and zombies. After they finished their tasks, Chen Jin would go back to the archives, copy the original documents, and hand them over to them. Jiang Yingxue and the others nodded, while the female student beside them was still holding her head in both hands, screaming loudly. Hey, shut up. Before Chen Jin could say anything, Shun Haidong lost his temper first and pushed her hard. The female student trembled all over and finally came to her senses, her eyes filled with tears. If you dare to make trouble again, just go back now. Shun Haidong said threateningly. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with this female student. But now, they were on their way to help Chen Jin. And if they messed up or upset him, could this girl handle the consequences? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just so scared. The female student sobbed in response, not daring to look anyone in the eye. Chen Jin, however, said nothing and seemed to quickly adapt to everything. Soon, everyone arrived at the bait trap location. The trip to the supermarket and back took less than an hour, and the bait trap had already gathered nearly 100 zombies. If it weren't for bringing Jiang Yingxue and the others along, Chen Jin would have started using them as targets for practice long ago. What happened here? Why are there so many zombies gathered? I'm not sure. Let's keep our distance. I feel like we're being watched, and that wouldn't be good. Jiang Yingxue and the others discussed nervously, while Chen Jin kept the truth from them. After all, although they were familiar with each other, they weren't close enough to reveal their secrets. When the time comes for them to truly risk their lives for one another, then they can talk about revealing secrets. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Chen Jin's refuge. The first thing that caught Jiang Yingxue and the others' eyes was the towering barbed wire fence, surrounded by a chaotic mass of bodies. Is this really his refuge? My goodness, it looks like a battlefield. The August snow blanketed everything around the refuge in white. Your task is to move these bodies into my yard. Chen Yin finally revealed the details of the job. Indeed, the bodies had piled up too high in the refuge. And with his limited energy and constant busyness outside, how could he find time to clean up the corpses? So, he had to find someone to do the heavy lifting. After years of being a corporate worker, he finally got to be the boss this time, instructing others to do this and that. When Jiang Yingxue and the others heard this, they felt overwhelmed. There were just too many bodies. Although the bloodied parts were frozen and not too disgusting. Most of the bodies were buried in snow, and to move them, they first had to shovel the snow. Jiang Yingxue hadn't expected that Qin Jian would have them do such physical labor, but thinking it over, it made sense. After all, the reason he was so willing to entrust the task to them was because he trusted them, right? To build that trust, and to strengthen her relationship with Qin Jian. She was willing to do all the dirty and tiring work. Just give us some tools, and we'll get started right away. Jiang Yingxue said with a bright smile to Qin Jian. Is she really this happy to be working? Although they were working for themselves. Seeing Jiang Yingxue's incongruous smile made Qin Jian think to himself, what a strange woman. So, Qin Jian fetched all the tools and handed them to Jiang Yingxue and the others. They worked in an orderly fashion to clear the accumulated snow at the entrance and then began to move the bodies together. By midday, they had almost finished clearing the bodies at the entrance. Everyone was red-faced from the cold, breathing out warm air. At that moment, Qin Jian opened the door and appeared behind them, holding a plate of mouse cakes. Everyone, lunch is on me. Eat while it's hot. Qin Jian never anticipated that when he tentatively heated up 20 mouse cakes in the microwave, they would emit a tempting aroma. Yes, a truly enticing aroma. It smelled like chicken. For a moment, he was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, could it be that these weren't made from dead mice, but rather bamboo rat meat? It was said that bamboo rat meat was edible, delicious, and tasted great. However, no matter how good it was, he couldn't accept it. Brother Qin, you're treating us to lunch? That's too much. We're so embarrassed. Brother Qin, you're being too polite. Thank you, Qin Jian. What is this? It smells so good. Upon smelling the aroma of the rat pie, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, saliva pooling in their mouths. Although their food supply was still ample, they had only been chewing on instant noodles, occasionally enjoying a better meal of hot dog or some snacks that hardly filled them up. So, not only was the thought of eating a meat pie a dream, even having warm food seemed like a fantasy. It seemed that no one was being polite. As they quickly finished the rat pie on the plate, devouring it while praising Qin Jian's cooking for being delicious, soft, and greasy. Is it good? As long as it's good, haha. Qin Jian smiled awkwardly, watching them eat the rat pie, feeling nauseous inside. How can rat meat taste so good? However, given their current state, he thought it best to keep the truth to himself. After all, what if someone vomited after hearing the truth? The yard was already dirty enough. It didn't need any more mess. At that moment, Qin Jian noticed Jiang Yingxue quietly sitting beside him. She then handed him a piece of rat pie, bringing it to his lips. You should eat. I've already eaten. Qin Jian quickly dodged, but she persisted. As long as I'm full, it's fine. This is too precious. If you don't eat it, you can take it back. Actually, it's not that precious. Then you should eat it. Jiang Yingxue pressed the rat pie against Qin Jian's lips. Qin Jian's mind raced. To eat or not to eat? Finally, he made a decision. Okay, I'll eat. He took a bite, holding his breath, unwilling to chew it thoroughly. But the next second, it really is delicious? Wow, so tasty. Qin Jian couldn't escape the allure of its taste, laughing as he said, I didn't expect my cooking skills to be this good. If he really made such dark cuisine, he would probably have trouble sleeping all night. But there was no turning back now. He had already boasted about his skills, making it hard to back down. Feeling emboldened to explore the realm of dark cuisine, Qin Jian returned to his room, heated up the cockroach pie and earthworm pie, and took half to share with everyone. He was still cautious, thinking if these two were also delicious, he would regret giving them all away. But if they weren't, he would gladly give them the rest. These are different flavored meat pies. You can try them first. Is it really okay? I'm already full. You don't need to waste food on us. Jiang Yingxue reminded him with some principles. Qin Jian didn't think he would lose out, feeling a bit impatient. Come on, just eat yours. He then roughly shoved the cockroach pie into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and handed the remaining half back to Qin Jian. You try it. What does it taste like? Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback, took it, and tossed it into his mouth. Well, it's average, not bad at all. Then, Qin Jian suddenly paused, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Yingxue. The item you just handed me. Has she eaten it? Is this an indirect kiss? Qin Jian felt a shiver run down his spine, and then saw Jiang Yingxue give him a mysterious smile before getting up and leaving. Qin Jian felt like he had been set up, as if something had been taken from him, feeling quite unfair. After everyone enjoyed the hearty lunch, they began their afternoon work. Except for that female student, everyone was full of energy and working efficiently. Soon, a path was cleared in the yard, while the snow piled up to over a meter high in various places. At that moment, under Qin Jian's gaze, the female student slowly approached him. Qin Jian remained silent, using his eyes to ask her, what's the matter? Qin Gu, could you come here for a moment? The female student spoke softly, her expression sad and delicate, resembling a character from a classic novel. If there's something to discuss, why not say it here? Qin Jian bluntly replied, showing no respect for her. The female student hesitated. It's a private matter. Is it that you need to go to the bathroom? Then I can't let you in. Qin Jian speculated and said to her, let's go. He then led her to the back of the house. Qin Gu, do you still have those meat pies? Can you give me a few more? The female student stopped and immediately reached out to plead. Chen Yin was taken aback and let out a long sigh. He was annoyed. This was simply going too far, wasn't it? During lunch earlier, he had noticed her grabbing a handful of rat cakes, stuffing half into her mouth and the other half into her pocket, clearly taking the most. When it came to sharing the cockroach and earthworm pies, she was the most enthusiastic. Now, she was even asking him for a private chat to request more food. Should he just hold a competitive eating contest for her? This time, Chen Yin had no intention of giving her any face, pointing at her clothing pocket. Don't you have a lot left in there? I don't have any. I got the least. Those hungry wolves were just insane. A little girl, couldn't compete with them. The female student not only lied but also slandered Jiang Yingxue and the others. Chen Yin found it laughable. Is this what a college student is like? She didn't understand humility, only knew how to argue and defame. Moreover, he had seen her behavior during his supervision. He still had old scores to settle with her. Not only did she eat the most, but she also didn't do her work properly. As soon as she entered the house, she would immediately drop the shovel to rest. Or at most, symbolically move a few bodies aside and then ignore them, doing the least work while eating the most. This was simply parasitic behavior. Get lost. Disappear from my sight immediately. Chen Yin smiled coldly, pointing to the side. The female student's expression pained for a moment, then she suddenly hugged him. Gu, please take me in. The monsters outside are just too terrifying. I don't want to die. My requests are really simple. I just want to eat meat pies every day and have a thick blanket. Chen Yin, taken aback by her hug, did not push her away or dodge. Instead, he quietly waited for her to finish speaking. The female student talked a lot throughout, and her intention was undoubtedly to get him to keep her. However, the other party was evasive, not even mentioning a word about reciprocation. And she only wanted to eat meat pies every day? 100 points for a mouse pie. And he couldn't even afford that. How shameless could she be? She only brought up her own demands, without mentioning any cost. Even a casual offer to help with laundry or cooking in the future would have sufficed. Is this a place to raise a giant baby? Let go. Chen Yin said coldly, not letting go. As long as you don't agree, I want to let go. Please, Chen Yin Gij. The female student clung on stubbornly, even thinking that her acting cute would make Chen Yin helplessly agree. Chapter 42. Night attack. Her confidence stemmed from successful experiences during her college years, where she had used cuteness and charm to gain various benefits from boys. However, such tactics were completely ineffective against Chen Yin. On the contrary, it only ignited his anger further. It's a miracle that you're not kicked out of the team by Jiang Yingxue and the others. So, you can't beat them, so you join them, right? Chen Yin said with a strange smile. The female student looked at him in shock and slowly let go. What are you talking about? Chen Yin Gij. The next moment, she felt something cold pressed against her stomach. Looking down, she was startled to see Chen Yin's double-barreled shotgun. Don't scream. I really dislike noise right now. I won't say anything else. You understand what I mean, right? Chen Yin anticipated that the female student would scream in fear, so he threatened her. She immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Please, she sobbed silently, hoping to evoke the last shred of sympathy by crying. Chen Yin aimed at her head with the shotgun, his right hand gently disengaging the safety. The female student abandoned her last hope and turned to run away in fright. Chen Yin put away the gun, muttering to himself, I hope no one challenges my bottom line again. As dusk approached, the bodies hanging on the barbed wire had been mostly cleared away. The yard was filled with corpses and snow, but it looked much tidier than before. At least it would be easier to toss the bodies into the recycling machine later, and without the bodies obstructing the view, it was much more open. Before starting work, Chen Yin reminded Jiang Yingxue and the others not to touch the barbed wire recklessly, or they would face the consequences. Everyone remembered his warning, so no one was accidentally injured. When Chen Yin handed over 2 sheets of paper filled with writing, Jiang Yingxue frowned and asked, what is this? Information about zombies and corpse dogs. Keep it safe, Chen Yin replied. Information? Isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Yingxue was taken aback. You're giving us such important information so easily as a reward? Chen Yin was also surprised by Jiang Yingxue's reaction. Isn't it normal to give a reward after work and provide a meal? Why does it sound like I just gave you state secrets? Because I trust you. I sell you information. In the future, you may need to do more tasks for me. If you don't even understand the characteristics and habits of zombies, then what use do I have for you? Chen Jin's explanation was quite logical, and Jiang Yingxue nodded to accept the information. Suddenly laughing lightly, I thought our reward was that meat pie. Originally it was, but I changed my mind at the last minute. Thank you all for your hard work. I won't see you off. 5 minutes later, Chen Yin watched as several people left. The courtyard was still filled with light snow, but the sound of shoveling had ceased, and everything fell silent. Chen Yin sat under the eaves, lighting a cigarette. What should I eat tonight? He muttered to himself while smoking. On the way back, Jiang Yingxue and her group did not have a peaceful journey. Instead, they encountered a zombie attack. The pile near the bait trap had originally gathered hundreds of zombies. But since Jiang Yingxue and her team acted discreetly and passed quickly, only a dozen were drawn away. Is it never ending? Why won't they give up? Jiang Yingxue said, a bit impatient with the zombies chasing them. Then she gestured to the others. You go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Be careful of your wounds. Shen Haidong, knowing his mentor couldn't hold back, quickly reminded her. Jiang Yingxue nodded, and the people behind her quickly left. On their side, a dozen zombies were already approaching. Jiang Yingxue pulled out the long knife she had bought from Chen Jin earlier. In the next moment, she charged into the horde. It wasn't a reckless charge. Her steps were light, and her figure was as elusive as a wild goose. With a swift motion, 2 zombies' heads fell to the ground in an instant. And Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of the horde. In and out with ease. Even though her injury hadn't healed, she managed it. This knife is terrifyingly fast. Jiang Yingxue glanced at the long knife in shock, thinking to herself, it's even faster than a butcher's knife. It easily cuts through bones and flesh in one go. Knives, guns, deadly wire traps, and those inexplicably red pills. Where on earth did Chen Yin get all this equipment? Who exactly is he? Just over a week into the apocalypse, he easily mastered the attack patterns and characteristics of zombies and even corpse dogs. Even seasoned veterans couldn't summarize everything as comprehensively as he did, could they? Scary. Thank goodness he isn't our enemy. Jiang Yingxue snapped back to reality and charged again, beheading several more zombies. Then, unhurriedly, she glanced at the information Chen Yin had given her, shifting from offense to defense to test the zombies' attack patterns, dodging back and forth. Sure enough, they only had simple lunges. If only I had known their weakness was the head earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so many bullets at the beginning. I haven't encountered corpse dogs yet, but I have all their data, so there's no need to fear those skinning monsters. After knocking down the dozen zombies, Jiang Yingxue quickly turned to leave. In the deep of night, near the Rongxing supermarket, a group of masked individuals appeared. There were over 20 of them, lined up against the wall, moving cautiously, each holding a machete, an axe, or a crossbow. At the forefront was a bald man wielding a single-barrel shotgun. The bald man, Gu Changming, was the leader of this group, which had a notorious name, the Wolf Gang. Before the apocalypse, they were wanted for selling homemade weapons and had been hiding in the city. After the world ended, they took out all their hidden weapons and fought back, repelling wave after wave of zombies. They quickly realized that the world was doomed and there was no need to hide anymore. Instead, they could walk freely in the streets, burning, killing, and looting any survivor teams they encountered, and capturing beautiful women to take back with them. Aren't they trying to catch us? We're just walking down the street. Let them come. This was a phrase Gu Changming often repeated lately, and his arrogance stemmed from the fact that he no longer saw the shadow of any law enforcers. Today, their outing had a very special purpose, and it was incredibly exhilarating. It was related to the law enforcers. Howsy, are you sure what you saw yesterday was a law enforcer? A beautiful female law enforcer? Gu Changming couldn't help but ask again, having repeated this question at least 10 times since they set out. The person named Howsy was one of the attackers who had narrowly escaped from Chen Jin's gun the day before. Boss, I would never lie to you. It was definitely a female law enforcer, young and beautiful, not even 30. Not even 30. Haha, that's perfect for me. Gu Changming grinned wickedly, revealing a row of disgusting yellow teeth. It had been over a decade since he dreamed of taking revenge on the law enforcers. Now, it was finally about to come true. Moreover, it wasn't just revenge. Gu Changming's demeanor was frantic, and he was nearly drooling. Let us send a group to check that alley over there. If they're careless and Haven T pulled back the ropes, we can sneak up. The rest of you, come with me to the supermarket entrance. We'll sandwich them. Gu Changming thought that the law enforcers on the rooftop were like a ripe duck ready to be eaten. Eliminating them would also mean seizing the supermarket. Supplies, revenge, and women, 3 birds with 1 stone. Tonight was going to be a harvest night. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue was leaning on the edge of the rooftop, resting her chin in her hand, thinking about how Chen Jian had fed her earlier and given her crucial information as a reward. After so many years of being busy with work, she hadn't even had the chance to date. Now that she finally wanted to start a relationship, the world had changed. Oh, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. It's not just a saying, Jiang Yingxue muttered helplessly, wishing she had met Chen Jian earlier. At least before the apocalypse, she could have had a passionate romance. Just then, Jiang Yingxue suddenly saw a group of figures appear in the alley below. Zombies? No, they weren't zombies. Seeing those figures lined up neatly rather than stumbling, Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened. Xiao Shun, wake up! Huh. Leaning against the wall, Shun Haidong woke up immediately and wiped his mouth. Quick, pull up the rope. Jiang Yingxue whispered urgently. Although she didn't know who these people were, she was certain they wanted to climb up the rope. What is going on? Shen Haidong had no idea what was happening, but quickly grabbed the rope beside him and started winding it up. Damn it, have they found us? At that moment, the group of thugs reaching the rope below noticed it rising rapidly and were momentarily stunned, cursing under their breath. One of the thugs, disregarding everything, jumped up and grabbed the rope. Quick, get up here, the thugs shouted, and the action commenced. The other thugs exchanged glances and immediately jumped, each grabbing onto one another to pull the rope back down with force. Damn it. Shen Haidong was suddenly jolted by the force and asked tensely, Sister Shui, what is down there? A group of people, but they're not friendly. Jiang Yingxue replied, decisively pulling out her gun and aiming at the people below, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The thug at the top was hit in the head and fell off the rope. The climbing thugs were taken aback by the gunfire. Then someone shouted, don't be afraid. Keep climbing. They can't have that many bullets. Get the crossbows up here for cover. Stop dawdling. Another voice yelled. Jiang Yingxue heard this and quickly withdrew her head. In a few seconds, several crossbow bolts shot up from below, hitting the wall or flying straight into the sky. Sister Shui, we can't pull the rope anymore. There are too many of them. Should we cut it? Shen Haidong and Dr. Lu were sweating profusely and felt helpless. Then cut it. Jiang Yingxue didn't hesitate. Cutting the rope was undoubtedly the best way to avoid danger. Swish. With a swift stroke, the rope only frayed slightly. Jiang Yingxue was stunned and swung again, but the rope still didn't break. Oh no, the rope is too thick. This knife isn't meant for cutting ropes, is it? Jiang Yingxue regretted a little. If it weren't for making the rope sturdy, she wouldn't have tied several bundles into a tight knot. Just as she was about to strike a third time, The thugs on the other side had already climbed up and poked their heads out. Jiang Yinxue immediately spotted them and yelled back, "Xiao Shun, cover me." Then she thought, "Qin Jian, this happened so suddenly. I hope I can still see you tomorrow. Damn it, I'll fight." Shen Haidong, hearing the order, responded and couldn't help but curse as he pulled out a military knife and rushed toward the thug who was about to climb up, stabbing him in the shoulder and kicking him back down. Then Dr. Lu also came to the side of the rope, gripping a scalpel, waiting for the thugs to climb up again. Almost there, almost there. Jiang Yinxue continued to chop at the rope, mumbling to herself. As for the female student, she was trying to hide as far away as possible, wishing she could burrow into the wall. Shen Haidong turned to look at her, sighed, and ran over to hand her the shovel in the corner. "Come with me. I won't go." The girl had tear stains on her face from the afternoon, shaking her head vigorously, still weak. "Hurry up, if you don't resist, you're going to die." Shen Haidong almost shouted in frustration. If it weren't for his special status, he would have slapped the girl. It was infuriating. Even when faced with death, she did nothing, just waiting to die quietly, like a piece of meat. Damn it, I should have let those people throw you down. Saving such an ungrateful person, you're even worse than a traitor. Shen Haidong couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. As the girl listened, her expression shifted from weakness to a daze. Finally, her eyes widened, veins popping on her forehead. "Why are you scolding me? What did I do wrong? I just want to live." Her heart twisted suddenly. The girl snatched the shovel, and Shen Haidong felt a surge of joy, thinking his provocation had worked. "Come with me." However, as Shen Haidong turned around to wave, the girl suddenly swung the shovel towards his head. Ah! The back of Shen Haidong's head took a heavy blow, and he cried out, collapsing to the ground. "Xiao Shun." Jiang Yinxue turned around, shouted, and hurried towards Shen Haidong to check on him. Then, she glared at the girl. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" "He scolded me." The girl yelled, baring her teeth. "And so you hit him? Do you think you're justified?" Jiang Yinxue was now furious, her patience with the girl completely exhausted. What is the difference between this girl and a lunatic? Submissive to the enemy but striking at her own? Even at such a critical moment. Swinging the shovel at a teammate. Right now, only Jiang Yinxue and Dr. Lu could resist. Meanwhile, someone had climbed up from the ropes, grabbing Dr. Lu's hair and starting to fight. "I've made up my mind. I'm leaving your team. I'm joining theirs. You've disappointed me too much. As law enforcers, you can't even guarantee my safety. You can't even ensure I get enough to eat." The girl shook her head, eyes wide, roaring. If Qin Jian had heard this, he would probably have exploded with rage on the spot and shoved a gun in her mouth. But Jiang Yinxue could no longer hold back, cursing as she threw a punch at her. The girl's nose was hit, and she immediately rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. Jiang Yinxue ran back, raised her knife, and directly struck the thug fighting Dr. Lu as if he were a zombie, severing his head. Dr. Lu had been cut on the shoulder by the thug and quickly ducked aside, pulling out disinfectant and bandages to tend to himself. With the thug dead, the others finally had a chance to peek out. However, before they could assess the rooftop situation, a long knife swung towards them. The thug shouted in fright, quickly evading the attack. However, he soon found that his hands had left the rope. Then, he screamed as he fell from the upper floor. At this moment, only Jiang Yinxue was left to resist. Just that one strike. Please. Just as the situation was critical and more thugs peeked out, Jiang Yinxue turned around, gripped the long knife tightly, her muscles tensed, and struck down fiercely. The rope finally snapped with a loud crack. All those who were struggling to climb up fell down. At this moment, Gu Changming heard the cries from the end of the alley and couldn't help but run over to take a look, only to find that all those lying in the alley were his own people. Damn, useless trash. Break the door. Hurry up. You few with crossbows surround the supermarket. Don't let them escape. Chapter 44. Exhausted Gu Changming even after hitting a wall, Gu Changming still felt that his plan was flawless. After all, they still had more than a dozen people. The few on the rooftop were completely at their mercy. As the thugs with crossbows kept a close watch on all sides of the supermarket, Jiang Yinxue no longer dared to show her face. Now, she could only pray that Qin Jian's automatic door would work. Thinking of the conversation with Qin Jian about the supermarket's anti-theft system in the afternoon, Jiang Yinxue placed all her hopes on those two doors. As long as they couldn't break through that door, they would be temporarily safe tonight. Get out of the way. At this moment, Gu Changming proudly brandished his shotgun, pushing aside the surrounding lackeys. The lackeys raised their weapons and shouted, forming two rows, looking just like terrorists. Then, Gu Changming aimed the gun at the lock of the rolling door and pulled the trigger hard. Bang! The gunshot rang out, deafening. Okay, go. Without looking back, Gu Changming pointed at the rolling door and instructed his lackeys. They rushed forward, baring their teeth and using all their might. When going up, make sure not to accidentally injure that female enforcer. I want to keep all the spoils for myself. Everyone will get a share. Gu Changming had already started to feel confident, smiling at everyone. However, confusion and shock soon spread through the crowd. Boss, the door won't open. What? No way. Gu Changming was stunned upon hearing this, quickly squeezing into the crowd, widening his eyes at the door lock, only to find it completely undamaged, not even a scratch. He was instantly bewildered. Could the lock on this rolling door be sturdier than that of a residential door? Previously, they had broken into several survivor shelters, all by blasting the locks with guns, and it had been highly efficient. Why did it suddenly fail this time? Get out of the way. This lock is my first shot. I must have aimed wrong. Gu Changming pushed the people around him away, aimed at the lock again, and fired. Then, he also joined the effort to lift the rolling door. 3, 2, 1, lift. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, but still couldn't lift the rolling door. The rolling shutter door stood as if embedded in the ground, completely motionless. Gu Changming couldn't hold back any longer. Damn. I don't believe it. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a barrage at the door lock. As a result, a bullet fragment accidentally ricocheted back and knocked him over. Ouch, boss. The others hurriedly helped him up. Don't mind me, check the door lock. Gu Changming pulled out the fragment lodged in his flesh, disregarding the wound, and urged them on. The group stepped forward to inspect it, their faces filled with pain and helplessness. Boss, the door lock is still intact. Upon hearing this, Gu Changming gasped for breath, his hair nearly standing on end from anger. Is this rolling shutter door imported from outer space? How can it be this sturdy? After all this effort, the lock is fine, and I not only wasted a whole magazine of bullets, but also got injured by my own gun. This isn't a day of harvest at all. It's a total loss. Several of my men even got hurt. Boss, it seems there's some kind of device on the door. At that moment, one of the younger members touched the ID recognition device attached to the door and quickly reported. Gu Changming, holding his wound, walked over to take a look. Beep, beep. ID recognition failed. As he leaned closer, a female voice immediately came from the device. The group exchanged bewildered glances, gradually becoming confused. Although they hadn't seen much of the world, they weren't foolish. The door required facial recognition to enter, but when did rolling shutter doors become this high-tech? Entry now required ID verification? It seemed that brute force wouldn't work, and they had to find a technical way to break in. Xiaodong, come take a look. Gu Changming called over Xiaodong, who was standing by with a crossbow, and the latter immediately approached the ID recognition device for a closer inspection. Xiaodong had been an electrician before joining the gang, so he had some understanding of security devices and figured he could dismantle the gadget quickly. 5 minutes later, Xiaodong looked up, his expression dazed as he stared at Gu Changming. How's it going, Xiaodong? Can you fix it? This, boss, Xiaodong stammered, looking completely perplexed. I've never seen a security device like this. It doesn't even make sense. There are no parallel circuits. No, not even any wires. It's just an empty shell stuck up there. What? An empty shell device? Gu Changming's head spun upon hearing this. Xiaodong meant that even he couldn't figure this thing out. No way, I still don't believe this. Let's check the back door. Gu Changming waved his hand, and everyone rushed to the back door of the supermarket. Although the back door also had that strange device, it didn't have that blasted rolling shutter door. Gu Changming had learned from his previous experience and first sent someone to kick the door hard. After kicking for a while, the younger member's legs were sore, but the door didn't budge at all. Damn it! Gu Changming cursed, ignoring the risk of friendly fire, and aimed at the device, firing a shot. Bang! After one shot, Gu Changming didn't even look and fired again. After firing more than 20 shots in a row, Gu Changming used up all the bullets in his pocket. The device finally seemed to show some signs of damage. Although there was only a small scar, it sparked a hint of luck in Gu Changming and the others. Use something to smash it. It's already broken, and if we keep attacking, it will just fall down. The younger brothers rolled up their sleeves, wielding axes and knives to strike at the device. Xiaodong ran back to the front entrance, planning to study the device, not wanting to waste time on either side. One side was brute force to break the door, and the other was technical expertise. Gu Changming's group was putting in a lot of effort and energy. During this period, the noise they made attracted zombies and zombie dogs. After a fight, they lost one member and injured another. Unbeknownst to them, the night passed. In the narrow alley, Gu Changming and the others slumped against the wall or lay on the ground, exhausted and dispirited, their expressions dull as if they had turned into fools. They hadn't slept all night, taking turns to break the door, all ending in failure. The device remained firmly in place on the door, only with a few new scars added. This round of action yielded nothing, and instead, the cost was heavy, very heavy. Gu Changming shakily got up, his vision blurry and the world spinning. Not only was he freezing, but after smashing the door all night, he felt on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the pain at his wound was unbearable. When he touched it, there was a slippery, elastic feeling. Instinctively, Gu Changming looked down and was shocked to find a ring of something resembling a tumor growing at the site of his wound. Ah! He shouted, instantly waking up. Gu Changming knew the air was filled with a lot of pathogens. Breathing a little could cause various illnesses, and breathing too much could turn one into a zombie. But he never expected that just being exposed for one night would lead to such a situation. Get up, everyone. We're going back to rest for a bit. Unable to make any progress with the supermarket for now, Gu Changming had to organize a tactical retreat. Just as everyone was groggily getting up, a rope fell from the wall behind them, and a slender figure slowly climbed down. However, the rope was too short, and the distance to the ground was unsafe, forcing the person to jump down. A sound of pain startled Gu Changming and the others, and they all turned around. Then they saw a student-like girl propping herself up to stand. Indeed, it was the girl who had climbed down, unable to stand the others any longer. She had tied a rope while they were asleep and climbed down, intending to seek refuge with this group that was relentless towards them. Chapter 45. Important information. Even though the person was a girl, Gu Changming and the others were very cautious and pulled out various weapons, aiming at her. The girl immediately raised her hands and explained, "Don't shoot. I'm here to join you. Join us." Gu Changming lowered his gun and looked the girl up and down. "Are you from that group on the rooftop?" "Yes. I mean you no harm. I sincerely want to join you. That group treated me poorly and even hit me." Even in the face of adversaries, the female student continued to feebly argue her case. Gu Changming paused for a moment, still harboring doubts about her veracity. "You too. Search her," he commanded. "Yes, boss." The two subordinates promptly approached the female student, their gazes turning lewd. After a night of introspection, the female student had undergone a significant awakening. She reasoned that without relinquishing her dignity, How could she secure the means to survive? These rough men might indeed appreciate her kind. As the two subordinates searched her, she remained completely still, even puffing out her chest and lifting her chin, allowing their restless hands to roam. Although her appearance was unremarkable, she seemed quite young, perhaps still innocent. Moreover, she had defected from the rooftop gang, potentially possessing valuable information. In no time, Gu Changming had thoroughly analyzed her. Boss, we finished searching, there's nothing. However, there's everything. The two subordinates returned to Gu Changming, grinning mischievously. Yes, I see it. I'm not blind. Gu Changming replied with a slight nod and a smile. He then beckoned the female student over. Without hesitation, she confidently approached him. Our organization is called the Wolf Gang. My name is Gu Changming, but you can call me Brother Ming. Gu Changming embraced the female student warmly, introducing himself with a smile. Hello, Brother Ming. The female student forced a smile in response, briefly introducing herself as well. The group then departed the alleyway. Half an hour later, the female student was brought to their refuge. This so-called refuge was merely a farmhouse in an urban village. Yet, compared to residing in an apartment, this place offered a protective wall, capable of sheltering many while warding off the encroaching zombies. As the female student passed one of the houses in the courtyard, she caught a glimpse through a window of a group of filthy, barely clothed women. Each woman huddled in a corner, some burying their heads in their knees, others clutching their heads, their eyes wide with madness. The scene was unmistakably clear to the female student, sending waves of anxiety through her. Perhaps she would soon become one of those women. Suddenly, regret washed over her. In Jiang Yingshua's team, though food was scarce and warmth lacking, at least she was not forced into servitude, her actions unrestrained. But now, there was no turning back. Gripping her teeth, she resolved to endure this fate. Yet soon, a thought struck her. Perhaps sharing her knowledge could elevate her standing. At the very least, she could avoid the torment faced by those women. Gu Changming then led her into a room. Upon entering, he began to remove his clothing, leaving only a tank top, and locked the door. He then turned to the mirror, inspecting the growths on his wounds. Damn, how long has it been? You've grown again? Gu Changming cursed, placing a basin under himself and picking up a knife from the table, putting a piece of cloth in his mouth. Then, he suddenly slashed at the tumor with the knife. The female student initially had no idea what Gu Changming was doing and curiously got up to take a look, only to be met with the bloody and gruesome scene. She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes nearly popping out. 5 minutes later, Gu Changming finished cutting. The water in the basin had turned bright red, with several pieces of tumor floating on top. After dipping them in disinfectant, Gu Changming quickly bandaged himself and then approached the female student. Look at you, so disheveled. You must be hungry, right? Gu Changming gestured for her to follow his hand. And the female student saw a table full of various foods. Braised eggs, sausages, braised chicken feet, canned food, and even 2 leftover stir-fried dishes. Without saying a word of thanks, she began to gobble down the food. However, she wasn't blind. She watched as Gu Changming poured a small packet of powder into a glass of orange juice. Here, have some drink, don't choke. Gu Changming handed her the orange juice with a harmless smile. The female student felt a surge of fear, already imagining the consequences of drinking the juice. She slowly took the orange juice and suddenly said, Brother Ming, I want to tell you something. Oh, you mean about the people on the rooftop? Gu Changming replied with a smile, spreading his hands. I'm not in a hurry to hear it. After all, that supermarket is locked up, and we can't get in. We're figuring out a way, so let's drink something to calm down. Gu Changming guessed what the female student was about to say, but she continued, Brother Ming, what if I told you I have a way to crack the supermarket's lock? Gu Changming was momentarily stunned, frowning. What? You mean you can crack that security device? Yes. The female student nodded vigorously, showing no signs of hesitation. I can't crack it, but Chen Yin can. Because the key is with him. Who is Chen Yin? Is he one of the people on your rooftop? No, let me explain. The female student quickly shared everything about Chen Yin with Gu Changming. What? This can't be true. Gu Changming was dumbfounded, thinking that even novels wouldn't dare to write such a character. A person monopolizing all the resources of the supermarket, having an impenetrable personal sanctuary, fully equipped, with 2 guns ready, rich in food, able to eat fried meat pies every day, and even possessing a mysterious drug that could instantly heal injuries? If he hadn't heard it all, Gu Changming would have directly believed her. But if what she said was true, then perhaps there was a way to heal his injury. Trusting the fact that she was all alone and wouldn't dare to deceive him, Gu Changming chose to believe her. In short, if they could secure that item, then his hideout, equipment, the female enforcer on the rooftop, and the entire supermarket would all belong to them. They could completely wash away the shame from last night. So, is there only one enemy they are facing? Although the opponent has 2 guns, they also have firearms and a dozen crossbows on their side. With numbers on their side, they are not at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. In fact, they might even intimidate the opponent into hiding. You eat first, and I'll discuss this with the brothers. Your intelligence is very important. When we return victorious, you can be my first lady. What do you say? Chapter 46, Attack for no reason again? Upon hearing Gu Changming's offer, the female student was overjoyed and immediately agreed. I'm willing. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you, Brother Ming. She hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Gu Changming patted her head and smiled as he walked out. Everyone, gather up. I have something to say. Gu Changming shouted in the middle of the yard. In the next second, several younger brothers ran out from the room where the women were held, bare-chested, and fastening their belts. Other younger brothers also rushed out from various rooms. Once everyone was gathered, Gu Changming shared the information about the item. Wait, boss, I have a question. Halfway through, A member named Rat stepped out from the crowd, frowning and raising his hand. What is your question? Speak. This item seems similar to what I encountered the other day. Huh. If Rat hadn't mentioned it, Gu Changming would have almost forgotten. Just the other day, Rat was chased away by someone armed with a shotgun and a pistol. If it weren't for that person, Rat and the others would have long since overrun the group on the rooftop and rescued the female enforcer. It seemed that the equipment of this item was identical to that person's. Wait, I'll ask when I get back. Gu Changming felt uncertain. He hoped that the item and that person were not the same. If the intelligence was inaccurate, lowering their vigilance could lead to unnecessary casualties. But soon, Gu Changming returned to the yard, grinning widely. I asked, it's the same person. Everyone don't worry. Just go for it. Whoever captures that item alive will get a reward of meat. Plus, you can take a few women with you. All right. Instantly, the group raised their weapons and cheered excitedly. Jiang Yingxue yawned and slowly woke up. Listening carefully, she realized the group of thugs downstairs had stopped banging on the door. Perhaps they had given up on the strange lock and left. She had only slept for 2 hours, but Jiang Yingxue felt satisfied. She tightened her thick clothes, exhaled a breath of cold air, and suddenly thought of something, quickly turning her head. In the corner, Shun Haidong lay quietly with a bandage wrapped around his head, while Dr. Lu leaned against the wall, dozing off. Wait, where's that girl? Looking around, Jiang Yingxue couldn't find the female student, and her brow furrowed with growing unease. Then, she recalled the words she had said to herself yesterday. She has had enough of them and plans to join those thugs. That girl. Damn it. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but curse. She initially thought the girl was just venting her anger, but it turned out she wasn't joking at all. Isn't she supposed to be timid and afraid of trouble? How could she suddenly turn against everything and dare to align with thugs? She's gone mad, really mad. Jiang Yingxue felt the situation was getting worse, especially since she had no idea how long the girl had been gone. Moreover, she wasn't worried about the girl falling into a trap. After all, that was her own choice, and whether she lived or died no longer concerned Jiang Yingxue. What she feared was that the girl might leak all the information to them and then bring a large force to launch a second attack here. Wait. My reasoning is incorrect. Jiang Yingxue's brain was racing, and she shook her head vigorously. Qin Jian had mentioned that the supermarket's door lock could only be opened with his ID authentication. The failed night raid yesterday had already proven that Qin Jian was telling the truth. Even if their ultimate target was them, they would have to get past the supermarket door lock. Otherwise, they would never reach them. So they might. The weather today was very clear, and she could even see a ray of sunlight. But at this moment, Jiang Yingxue's heart felt as cold as ice, as if it had suddenly stopped. Qin Jian is in danger. Jiang Yingxue quickly woke up Dr. Lu and told him she was going out for a bit before turning and climbing down the rope. I have 2 boxes of bam en route. Take them to Qin Jian in exchange for some meat pies. Hey, don't go so fast. Dr. Lu had just taken out the medicine when he found Jiang Yingxue had vanished, looking aggrieved as he muttered to himself, there's not enough food. Jiang Yingxue ran like crazy, directly bypassing a group of zombies. Along the way, she passed over a patch of icy ground and accidentally slipped. Fortunately, the fall only dirted her clothes and didn't cause any injuries as she had feared. Before long, Jiang Yingxue spotted Qin Jian's shelter. On the other side, Qin Jian had just woken up. Calculating points, he yawned lazily. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 17 points. Luxurious and nutritious diet, 23 points. Killing zombies with barbed wire, 94 points. Healing allies, 100 points. Providing food to allies for free, 100 points. Cleaning the yard, 572 points. Allies killing zombies with your provided weapons, 52 points. Allies successfully resisting an attack at night using your weapons, 250 points. Total points, 1232. Remaining points, 1332. Wait, what are those last 2 items? Upon seeing the details for the last 2 points, Qin Jian immediately perked up. Allies. It can't be referring to Jiang Yingxue and the others, right? By the way, if they kill zombies using the weapons I provided, do I still get points? And they were attacked last night? Can they really be attacked while living on the rooftop? But it seems like they are fine. Qin Jian sighed in relief, then frowned. Am I actually worried about them? Sigh. Kindness is indeed uncontrollable. Qin Jian opened the door and tested the temperature outside. Although it wasn't snowing anymore, it was much colder than yesterday. Even with enhanced protective gear, he could still feel the gradual chill in his legs. Qin Jian wasn't unfamiliar with physics. It was definitely colder when snow melts than when it snows. But he had a solution. Just wear more clothes, right? So he went back inside, put on a sweater, and then donned his protective gear again. This time, he didn't feel cold when he stepped outside. Arriving next to the barbed wire, Qin Jian touched it and scraped off the frost that had formed on it. I feel it's necessary to upgrade the barbed wire's cold resistance. It seemed to have loosened significantly, possibly from being hit by zombies or from the cold, unlike before when it was taut. Just as he was about to head back inside to upgrade it, he caught sight of a figure rushing towards him. Qin Jian thought it was a zombie dog and figured he might as well go out and deal with it. However, as he drew his gun and aimed, he was surprised to find that the approaching figure was none other than Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue? What are you doing here so early? Qin Jian exclaimed in astonishment, half-jokingly saying, I don't provide free breakfast. No. Jiang Yingxue shook her head, panting, her face red from the cold. You should come in first. Qin Jian promptly opened the door. He assumed her urgency was to report on the attack they experienced last night. Once Jiang Yingxue calmed down a bit, she finally spoke. As long as you're okay. I was fine too. Qin Jian scratched his head, puzzled by her confusing remarks. By the way, was your shelter attacked last night? He asked curiously. Jiang Yingxue waved her hand dismissively. That is not important. I suspect you'll be attacked today too. What did you say? Qin Jian was instantly stunned. Wow, receiving such a bombshell this early in the morning? But he hadn't provoked anyone. Why was he suddenly facing another attack? It really was impossible to have a peaceful day. Chapter 47. Taking enhanced medication. Are you saying it's a monster attack or a human attack? Qin Jian quickly inquired. Jiang Yingxue then recounted everything that had happened yesterday. Qin Jian inhaled sharply and sat down under the eaves. This female university student was quite bold. Not only had she betrayed them, but she was also colluding with a group of thugs. She even wanted to tip them off to come after him. Had her fragile heart cracked after being scolded by him yesterday, causing her to turn rogue? Qin Jian wasn't panicking. Instead, he found the student's behavior quite comical. Like a clown. Jiang Yingxue, fearing he wouldn't believe her, continued to emphasize. This is my intuition, very strong. I think you need to take some measures to respond. Please believe me, because I don't want you to die. Jiang Yingshue's second sentence, both in tone and expression, seemed a bit off. Qin Jian turned to look at her deeply. I don't want to die either. After that, Jiang Yingxue informed Qin Jian about some of the intelligence she had gathered. For instance, the opposing side had over a dozen crossbows and a single-barrel shotgun. Jiang Yingxue deduced from the sound that it was a shotgun. But she had not had the chance to see the gunman. With more than a dozen crossbows and a shotgun, this group of thugs was much more formidable than the previous gang. Qin Jian pondered over how to respond, stroking his chin. If it came to a head-on confrontation, it was uncertain whether they could win. Even disregarding the shotgun's short range, it might not reach him. Besides, there were still those more than a dozen crossbows. If the crossbow users were as accurate as the two he had encountered earlier, it would be extremely troublesome. After all, barbed wire could stop zombies. But it couldn't stop bullets and crossbow bolts. They could easily slip through the gaps in the wire. He needed to consider some tactics. Qin Jian turned to Jiang Yingxue and spoke. Jiang Yingxue, however, looked puzzled. Do you want me to come up with a strategy? Honestly, I can't think of a solution. There are at least 20 of them. Their equipment is top-notch, and we only have at most 2 guns. No matter how we confront them, there won't be a good outcome. Don't worry, we will get through this difficult time. I'll figure out a way, but I need your help. Qin Jian reassured Jiang Yingxue. Upon hearing this, a surge of courage welled up in Jiang Yingxue, and she nodded. All right, what should I do? You just stay here and don't leave this yard. Then, I'll get you something. Qin Jian stood up and went back inside. In a moment, he reappeared at the door, holding a crossbow that had been confiscated 2 days prior. Here, take this for self-defense. There are a total of 18 bolts, so use them sparingly. Jiang Yingxue took the crossbow, feeling both touched and surprised. You just trust me with this weapon so easily? Qin Jian, slightly impatient at her question, replied. Come on, are you silly, or am I? You've given me such important intelligence. Of course, I should give you something in return. Besides, it's only fair. If you're going to act with me, I naturally have to provide you with weapons. If you were invulnerable, I would have let you wield a long knife to fight them already, wouldn't I? His last remark even came with a joke, causing Jiang Yingxue to chuckle. All right, Qin Jian, I will defend this place with my life. You can go with peace of mind. Qin Jian nodded, thinking to himself how her last statement sounded like a curse on him. 10 minutes later, Qin Jian went to the equipment crafting station on the first floor and the tactical throwing object crafting station on the second floor, purchasing a smoke grenade and a bulletproof vest, spending a total of 800 points. He had 532 points remaining. Given the crucial role of the smoke grenade in this counterattack plan, Qin Jian decided to check the upgrade options for the grenade and see if he could enhance it. Smoke bomb, upgrade direction, advanced smoke bomb branch range, 200. The detonation range of the smoke bomb is enhanced, capable of covering a circular area with a diameter of nearly 70 meters. Concentration, 200. The smoke concentration is increased threefold, reducing visibility for those inside to just 1 meter, making movement nearly impossible. Duration, 100. The smoke effect duration is extended from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Decoy, 200. The smoke bomb contains a special odor that attracts nearby zombies. So cheap? At a glance, 3 out of the 4 upgrade options can be upgraded. Qin Jian felt a surge of joy and, after a careful look, decided to upgrade the range, duration, and decoy of the smoke bomb. Everything was going according to his plan. The reason for not choosing to upgrade the concentration was that he might also enter the smoke bomb's range. If visibility was only 1 meter, it would definitely affect his operations. After spending 500 points, he was left with only 32 points. It was impossible to accumulate points. But there was no choice. Upgrading was just a means to survive better. Qin Jian put on his bulletproof vest and hung the enhanced smoke bomb on it. With the addition of protective clothing and a sweater, he was effectively wearing 5 layers. It was already getting hot. Fortunately, there was a ventilation function. Qin Jian thought to himself, feeling relieved, as he picked up a cup of hot milk from the table, poured half into another cup, and walked out the door. He handed half of the hot milk to Jiang Yingxue. After all, this woman had it tough, having only rested for 2 hours, and even got up early in the bitter cold to inform him. A bit of milk as a reward was nothing. Moreover, she would still need to help him with his tasks, and if she performed well, the thugs she killed could even count as points for him. In short, if he utilized Jiang Yingxue and her group well, his point income would increase. Taking the hot milk, Jiang Yingshue's eyes widened, and she felt more than just gratitude. She really wanted to give Qin Jian a big hug. Unfortunately, she could guess that he would be very resistant to such behavior and might even get angry. Thank you. The thousands of words in her heart ultimately simplified into these 2 words. It had to be said that Jiang Yingshue's expression did not escape Qin Jian's notice. After giving her the milk, She seemed to transform into a bashful girl, avoiding his gaze and feeling shy. Pull yourself together, don't get distracted, it's wartime. Chen Yin patted her shoulder, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Jiang Yingxue nodded vigorously, as if she had returned to her duty days. With her superior pointing and lecturing her. Before long, Chen Yin had already left the shelter and arrived at the direction of the decoy trap. The decoy trap area was bustling, with nearly 200 zombies gathered for a party. Utilizing zombies for a counterattack was also one of Chen Yin's plans this time. After all, no matter how many opponents there were or how advanced their weapons were, they couldn't withstand so many zombies, right? The tactic of overwhelming numbers against the zombie horde was unarguable. Even if the species were different, the essence was the same. At this moment, Chen Yin took out all 3 types of potions. After consuming them, he thought to himself, I must be the brightest one in this area now. Optimistically, he first swallowed the blue pills and the sharp-eyed potion, saving the red pill for recovery. Within a few seconds, he felt as if his entire body was on fire. What is this feeling? Am I about to turn into a ghost rider? Chapter 48. Cover everything. Enhanced smoke bombs. Chen Yin couldn't help but take off his protective suit and put on a gas mask to catch his breath. During this process, he distinctly felt a qualitative change in his 5 senses. Originally, the horde of zombies was about 100 meters away, but he could clearly see their specific clothing, behaviors, and even their dismembered bodies. His vision was astonishingly clear, as if he had a camera in front of him. Moreover, he could hear the wailing of the zombies more clearly, which was extremely grating and somewhat noisy. His sense of smell was also overly enhanced, allowing him to detect the stench of the horde from quite a distance away, temporarily becoming an all-seeing eye and an acute ear. Chen Yin then felt a strong change in his body. That was strength and speed. Instinctively, he kicked a tree behind him. Bang! The tree, wide enough that 5 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, emitted a clear muffled sound and shook violently, causing all the snow on top to fall directly onto Chen Yin's head. He shook off the snow and smiled slightly, then quickly climbed the tree. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, he was up the tree, faster than a monkey. He had poor health as a child, and let alone climbing a tree. Even a light jog would leave him exhausted. Now, it felt as if he had transformed into a titan, mastering the skill of climbing trees. I'm invincible. Chen Yin exclaimed excitedly to himself as he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to test his current strength. Chen Yin jumped down from the nearly 6-meter-high tree, landing lightly with barely a sound, and dashed straight into the densely packed horde of zombies, without hesitation or fear. After all, having taken the blue pill, even if he got bitten, he wouldn't be infected. His goal was not to kill all the zombies, but to retrieve the bait trap from the center of the horde. Thus, the scene unfolded. A figure, almost invisible to the naked eye, rushed into the horde, which completely failed to react and was knocked around chaotically. However, by the time they realized what was happening and tried to grab the figure, it had already secured the bait trap and escaped from the horde. How thrilling. In terms of both speed and courage, he could definitely apply for a Guinness record. Chen Yin had already appeared about 100 meters away from the horde, hands on his hips, wearing a confident smile. He wouldn't dare say he could match the speed of a zombie dog, but when it came to playing with hundreds of zombies, he was more than capable. At this moment, Chen Yin had completely lost his guard against the zombies, even feeling a strange sense of familiarity with them. With a bait trap, he was like a corpse handler, wandering back and forth with over 200 zombies near the shelter. Jiang Yingxue, who was in the yard, was dumbfounded at this scene. Is this really a human? If I had hundreds of zombies following me, just turning around would probably scare me unconscious. Although the scene was shocking, seeing Chen Yin safe and sound naturally reassured Jiang Yingxue. It was easy to guess that Chen Yin had attracted so many zombies for a purpose. Before long, Chen Yin returned to the tree, where the zombies had gathered in clusters below, densely packed, and quite eerie. If someone fell down, they would probably be torn apart by the horde in an instant, with no chance of survival. But Chen Yin, at this moment, was acting as if nothing was wrong, resting his hands behind his head with one leg crossed over the other. Time for a quick nap. It seemed like nothing was happening for now. Saying this, he put on his gas mask as a makeshift eye cover, and soon fell asleep amidst the noise of the zombies. After an unknown amount of time, a loud sound of a vehicle roared in, instantly waking Chen Yin. They've arrived? Chen Yin rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Not far away, a truck was crashing through the zombies, heading straight for the shelter. Chen Yin jumped down, landing in the middle of the horde. His enhanced body even added to his weight, scattering half of the zombies in an instant. A few seconds later, he squeezed out from the mass, looking as if he had emerged from a crowd. At this moment, in the shelter's yard, Jiang Yingxue had already hidden herself, drawing her crossbow and aiming at the direction of the truck. The driver was Gu Changming, the leader, who loved to take the lead in charging forward, fulfilling his responsibilities as the leader. This battle was sure to yield great rewards. The truck quickly reached the barbed wire and came to a steady stop. Seeing that a female student was sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Yingxue couldn't hold back and shouted, "Traitor!" After saying that, she pulled the trigger on her crossbow, and the bolt shot out straight. Although the accuracy was acceptable, the distance was too far, and the truck's glass was too thick, causing the bolt to penetrate only halfway before stopping, the glass instantly cracking in a spiderweb pattern. "Ah, Minggu, someone shot at me with a crossbow." The female student in the truck exclaimed, holding on to Gu Changming tightly. "It's okay, just stay hidden in the truck. I'll bring that Chen Yin over to vent your anger." Gu Changming replied. "All right, Minggu, you must catch him. I need to humiliate him today," the female student said frantically. In reality, this battle did not require her, as she was of no use. But thinking about how Chen Yin had threatened her with a gun and scolded her yesterday, she felt a surge of anger and fearlessly came to the scene, wanting to take revenge for what had happened. A few slaps to his face, a kick to his groin, or even a few stabs would suffice, as long as it relieved her anger. After all, Minggu was protecting her. What did she have to fear? The female student thought of this and suddenly smiled with a sinister expression. After getting out of the car, Gu Changming patted the trunk, and in the next moment, the trunk door opened with a thud. Over 20 people jumped out, some even carrying iron ladders. The female student reminded them that the barbed wire couldn't be climbed or even touched, so Gu Changming, without any luck-based thinking, directly prepared the iron ladders to use this method to enter the courtyard. The group worked efficiently, quickly placing 2 iron ladders against the barbed wire, and several of the younger members began to climb up. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt flew in the next second, hitting one of the younger members in the shoulder. He let out a wail and fell sideways, crashing into the barbed wire, and his body was instantly pierced like a meat skewer. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Is the barbed wire made of blades? Never mind, as long as we don't touch it, we'll be fine. Someone find that Chen Yin for me. Give him 2 bolts. Gu Changming assumed that the person shooting from the courtyard was Chen Yin. Little did he know, Chen Yin was sprinting towards them and had already appeared behind them. Because he moved so lightly, Gu Changming and the others were completely unaware that they were about to be ambushed. At this moment, Chen Yin threw out both a bait trap and a smoke bomb at the same time. Puff! The smoke bomb landed beside the truck, and in an instant, the smoke enveloped Gu Changming and the others. The bait trap was thrown under the truck, making it hard to reach or even notice. With the enhanced smoke bomb and bait trap combining together, and so many living people around, the zombies behind Chen Yin went into a frenzy, clawing their way toward the barbed wire. What is going on? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Changming and his group were bewildered by the suddenly appearing smoke. It's a smoke bomb, boss. What? A smoke bomb? How is that possible? Gu Changming widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this something only the military has? Could it be that the military has arrived? The smoke spread too widely, and Gu Changming and the others had been walking for a long time without finding their way out. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yin had already transformed into a ghost, blending into the smoke. Chapter 49. The Trap. Someone in the crowd suddenly let out a wail and fell to the ground, unable to escape fate. It was the rat who had narrowly escaped that day, hit by Chen Yin SM9. Who? The crowd was too noisy, and since Chen Yin SM9 was silenced, no one could hear the gunshot. They only saw someone fall in the crowd. It's the rat. What happened to him? Gu Changming rushed over to check on the rat, only to find blood oozing from his lower abdomen, and was instantly shocked. That wound was clearly from a gunshot. Remembering the smoke bomb that someone had thrown at their feet, Gu Changming began to panic. Everyone be careful. Someone is shooting at us. With this shout, everyone got goosebumps, instinctively crouching down and quickly searching for the shooter's location. However, how could Chen Yin be discovered? He shot twice from within the smoke and then darted back out. Playing a cat-and-mouse game, the enhanced physique allowed him to move in and out of the smoke effortlessly, making it difficult for the others to capture his figure. Furthermore, Chen Yin deliberately remembered the positions of several assailants and, after running out, began to shoot blindly into the smoke. 2 more people fell to the ground. And Gu Changming was completely panicking now. His subordinates were dropping one after another, yet he still couldn't locate the enemy's position. However, if he recklessly ran out of the smoke, the enemy would likely be waiting, and he would end up in even more danger. Just then, Gu Changming vaguely saw a strange figure dive into the smoke. There! Gu Changming shouted while pointing, then raised his shotgun to shoot. Damn! The speed was too slow. Chen Yin immediately felt something collide with him and thought it was bad, so he turned and ran out of the smoke. Then, he instinctively looked down to check. He found several bullet fragments embedded in his bulletproof vest. The enemy had shot him. Chen Yin was somewhat shocked but also relieved. Luckily, he had prepared by buying a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, that shot could have cost him his life. To be honest, the bulletproof vest made by the system was really different. Although the fragments made him feel the impact, they didn't cause him any pain. Damn it, I might as well not go in at all. My backup is about to arrive. Chen Yin glanced back at the wave of approaching bodies and smiled slightly. Then, he aimed his gun at the smoke and began to spray bullets randomly. Bullets flew past Gu Changming and the others, with some unfortunate enough to be hit in the legs and fall, while others were incredibly lucky and shot in the head, dying on the spot. Damn you, how dare you mess with us? Gu Changming felt as if they were being treated like lab rats, unable to resist cursing, but still dared not rush out. Instead, he immediately crouched down and fired his shotgun in the direction the bullets came from. The others followed suit, crouching down and shooting their crossbows towards the outside of the smoke. Chen Yin had already anticipated that they would retaliate from the smoke, so he hid behind 2 bodies piled on top of each other and continued shooting. During this time, he also pulled out a double-barreled shotgun and fired into the smoke. Although this thing had a short range, it had a wide spread of pellets, and blind shooting might yield surprising results. His guess was correct. The large number of pellets from the double-barreled shotgun hit 3 of Gu Changming's side again, 1 losing an ear and 2 being knocked down on the spot. The smoke continued for about 5 minutes without dissipating, while the gunfire inside and outside the smoke continued. Is this even a smoke bomb? Gu Changming increasingly felt that something was off. In his younger days, he had served in the military and knew a thing or two about military weapons. A normal smoke bomb could last about 30 seconds, and a special one might last around 5 minutes. But this, 5 minutes had already passed, and there was no sign of the smoke fading. Could this possibly be a nuclear smoke bomb? So persistent? Gu Changming instinctively searched for the location of the smoke bomb's landing point and quickly found it. However, with bullets still flying overhead, he could only crawl forward. Finally, he reached the approximate spot, grabbed the smoke bomb, and threw it far away. This should help the smoke dissipate quickly, Gu Changming thought to himself, feeling quite pleased, wondering if there was anything he couldn't handle. Forget about the people outside for now. They should take the chance to crawl in. First, capture Chen Yin, and besides, the smoke in the courtyard shouldn't be too thick, allowing us to observe the enemy's position. Gu Changming, being somewhat experienced, quickly changed his tactics. His subordinates nodded and, gathering their courage, began to rise and crawl up the iron ladder, braving the bullets. But how could Jiang Yingxue in the courtyard let them succeed? Although the smoke bomb concealed Gu Changming and the others, making it difficult for him to see the movements of the enemy within the smoke. The smoke's coverage did not extend to the barbed wire area. As soon as someone climbed up the iron ladder and exposed themselves, Jiang Yingxue instantly spotted them. Without hesitation, she shot an arrow. The thug was hit in the chest and immediately fell down. The second thug, feeling lucky, attempted to climb over during Jiang Yingshue's moment of attack, but accidentally touched the barbed wire with his foot, and his leg was instantly pierced. The thug howled in pain and fainted, getting stuck on the iron ladder and completely immobilizing himself, blocking the others below. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue was naturally very pleased, as her enemy had effectively taken themselves out without her lifting a finger. What is going on? Haven't they crawled in yet? Boss, someone is stuck in the barbed wire. We're blocked. Damn, a bunch of useless fools, not helping at a critical moment. Just as Gu Changming was about to climb over himself, he noticed that it seemed quiet outside the smoke. Could they have been taken out by us? He speculated warily, thinking that the people outside had been shot down by their random fire. After about 10 seconds, feeling that it was safe, he slowly got up. The others cautiously stood up as well. Let us go out and take a look, Gu Changming ordered. At this moment, under Chen Jin's round of blind fire, there originally over 20 members had dwindled to 17, with 3 dead and 6 injured to varying degrees. Suddenly, Gu Changming and his team noticed a large group of figures emerging from the smoke. The figures were swaying and continuously moaning. Damn, zombies. Where did so many come from? Shoot them. No one expected that just as one wave had subsided, another wave would rise. A massive influx of zombies inexplicably surged in from all directions, completely cornering them by the barbed wire. Boss, we're surrounded. I don't want to be eaten. In just a few seconds, a sea of hundreds of zombies rushed into the smoke, leaving no escape route, and despair instantly filled the group. Some even lost control and began to cry out. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Gu Changming's eyes widened in shock, realizing too late what was happening. Chapter 50. The exploding truck. I thought Chen Jin and his refuge were like a ripe duck ready for the taking, but unexpectedly, the other side was not just one person. They had long set a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. In an instant, Gu Changming was filled with rage, nearly biting his tongue in anger. All the intelligence had come from the female student. However, at this moment, he realized that the reality was completely different from what she had said. Gu Changming turned around and ran towards the truck, opened the passenger door, and yanked the trembling female student out of the vehicle, throwing her directly to the ground. Damn it, you dare to deceive me? I trusted you so much. Treated you well, even made you my first lady. I swear I'll kill you. Gu Changming rushed over and kicked her repeatedly, cursing loudly. The female student was completely bewildered, rolling on the ground and pleading, Brother Ming, don't hit me. I was telling the truth. How could I dare to lie to you? Get lost, you filthy liar. I should have shot you right then. After saying that, Gu Changming raised his gun and aimed at her. But the next second, he felt the zombies closing in from behind, and his body shook as he quickly scrambled onto the truck. Get in. Retreat. Gu Changming shouted, and the remaining people hurriedly crawled and rolled, even throwing away their weapons. Diving into the back of the truck. Please, Brother Ming, don't leave me behind. Get lost. The female student quickly got up to climb onto the truck, but was kicked down by Gu Changming, who slammed the door shut. Virum. Bam. The truck first slammed down on the accelerator, crashing into the barbed wire. Uffed. What Gu Changming didn't expect was that the violent impact pierced the front of the truck. The engine immediately began to smoke and catch fire. The barbed wire even shattered the glass, almost impaling his face. What on earth is this barbed wire made of? His face turned pale in fear, and he quickly reversed the truck. Bam. But as he did, he felt the rear of the truck smash against a wall. To be fair, it was indeed a wall, just of a different kind. It was a wall formed by a horde of zombies. The brothers who had entered the back of the truck didn't have time to close the door, and the dense mass of zombies surged in, instantly swallowing them. Gu Changming had already guessed what was happening in the back of the truck, cold sweat pouring down, but he did not give up, slamming on the accelerator. Virum. The truck seemed unstoppable, crushing its way out of the horde. Gu Changming didn't care about anything else, thinking that as long as he had life, there would be a way out, and he charged out of the smoke with a truck full of zombies. This scene was exactly what Chen Yin, hiding under a tree hundreds of meters away, witnessed. Due to the damage to the truck's engine and the 2 front wheels being punctured by the barbed wire, the vehicle's speed had decreased significantly, swaying left and right, flinging zombies out of the back one by one, creating an absurd yet oddly humorous scene. Chen Yin had thought the other side would be completely consumed by the zombies, but unexpectedly, they managed to survive and were planning to escape by car. Wait a minute. But in the next moment, Chen Yin unexpectedly noticed that the truck was leaking oil. There was a chance to stop it. No, it should be said to destroy it directly. Chen Yin ran like a sharp sword, chasing from the side. After a few dozen seconds, He finally got close enough to the truck. Gu Changming in the truck saw Chen Yin following closely in the rearview mirror and was momentarily confused. How could this zombie run so fast? No, this is definitely not a zombie. Gu Changming was instantly filled with fear, because even if his truck was missing 2 wheels, its speed with the accelerator fully pressed was still considerable. However, the person chasing behind was running almost at the same speed as the truck. This completely exceeded his understanding. But extreme fear would inevitably turn into crazy anger. Gu Changming was already in this state. He opened the car window, took out a shotgun, and shouted in panic. Don't come any closer. While howling, he pulled the trigger. Several shots went wide, missing by a long distance. However, Chen Jin's bulletproof vest had already been heavily damaged. So to avoid risk, he simply stopped, aimed at the truck, and fired. Bang bang bang. He was not aiming at the body of the truck, but at the fuel tank. The tank was already leaking, and if he hit it, the truck would explode instantly, engulfing the people and zombies inside in flames. Gu Changming saw that the other party had stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. But hearing bullets hitting his truck, he became anxious again. Not good. Seemingly regaining some rationality, Gu Changming unexpectedly noticed in the rearview mirror that his truck was leaking oil in large quantities. Moreover, the engine at the front was on fire. The vehicle was in an extremely dangerous state. Now he could only think of one thing. No, I must abandon the truck. As soon as he thought of it, without waiting for the vehicle to slow down, Gu Changming opened the car door and jumped out. Boom. In the next second, before he could hit the ground, the truck behind him suddenly exploded with a flash of fire. The shockwave sent him flying several meters away. However, he landed in a patch of grass and just scraped his skin. Not dead. From a distance, Chen Yin saw Gu Changming's embarrassed figure fleeing and instinctively raised his gun, only to find he was out of bullets. The spare magazine had already been used up during the blind shooting earlier, leaving only a few rounds for the double-barreled shotgun. Chen Yin cursed and chased after him, wanting to capture him alive. However, he soon discovered that Gu Changming had picked up a nearby bicycle and swiftly rode off into an alley, disappearing from sight. Damn, he really got away. Chen Yin stopped, now drenched in sweat. The enhanced body gave him incredible speed, but it did not enhance his stamina. So once he ran for a longer time, he would become exhausted. Tomorrow, when I have some points, I'll try to upgrade the medication first. This medication is still not versatile enough, Chen Yin thought, then retraced her steps back to the shelter. The smoke in the shelter had just dissipated, and a large number of zombies were scavenging the corpses of the thugs. The remaining zombies, unable to get fresh meat, were attracted by the bait traps outside and in the yard. Half of them wandered aimlessly, while the other half crashed into the barbed wire, their bodies instantly torn apart. Inside the yard, 2 women were facing each other with crossbows drawn, the tension palpable. I warn you again. Put down the crossbow. You should be the one to put it down. The 2 confronting each other were Jiang Yingxue and a female student. Jiang Yingxue couldn't believe that the female student hadn't left, but had stayed behind and climbed over with the iron ladder. If someone said she had changed completely, Jiang Yingxue would have believed it, as she had known her very well before. Previously, she had screamed at the sight of zombies. But now she was not only fearless but even dared to climb over the barbed wire to confront her. I never thought you could be so shameless. Not only did you betray us, but you also brought this group of ruthless people to target Chen Yin. I should have killed you last night to protect the survivors from your harm. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue was extremely enraged, her once sparkling eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 51. Jiang Yingxue's astonishing action after being abandoned by Gu Changming. The female student seemed to lose her sanity, completely tuning out everything around her. Whoosh. In the next moment, she suddenly fired the crossbow, but since she had no professional training, the bolt landed right at her feet. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue rushed over, kicked the crossbow away from the female student, and then swiftly subdued her with a classic arresting posture, pinning her to the ground. The subdued female student cried out heart-wrenchingly, but it failed to elicit any sympathy from Jiang Yingxue. Suddenly, the door in front of Jiang Yingxue slowly opened, and Chen Yin walked in, looking a bit bewildered. Oh, isn't this the college student? You've become quite useless in just a few days. What's wrong? Missing me? You even brought a group of people to visit me. How sincere. Upon seeing the female student pinned to the ground, Chen Yin made some sarcastic remarks. The piercing words hit the female student's ears like the whispers of a devil, prompting her to scream at the top of her lungs. Struggling fiercely but held down tightly by Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue informed Chen Yin about the situation regarding the defense of the yard and the female student's attack over the barbed wire. Chen Yin nodded, praising her for a job well done, promising to reward her later. Just this praise made Jiang Yingxue feel it was the greatest reward from Chen Yin. However, there were still matters to resolve, so Jiang Yingxue didn't feel joy. Chen Yin, how should we handle her? Jiang Yingxue asked, tapping the female student's head. Chen Yin hesitated for a moment and replied, let her go first, I'll ask her some questions. Jiang Yingxue nodded and released the female student. The student slowly got up, turned around, and was about to claw at Jiang Yingxue. Bang! Chen Yin was quick and kicked her, sending her flying several meters away. Jiang Yingxue was startled. It wasn't the fact that Chen Yin kicked the girl that surprised her, but rather the sheer force of the kick. In all these years, she had never seen anyone kick someone that far. It seemed Chen Yin really was someone who kept his abilities hidden. What exactly did this guy do? Could he be a national agent? Otherwise, he wouldn't have such good equipment, not to mention that miraculous medicine. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild. Chen Yin approached the female student and found her spitting blood and rolling her eyes. Oh no. I hope I didn't kick her to death. Chen Yin felt a bit panicked. I surrender, please spare me, the female student managed to say. If it weren't for Chen Jin's kick, she probably wouldn't have realized the situation she was in. In just one day, she had fallen from heaven to hell. Her once comfortable life was about to begin, but who would have thought it was just the calm before the storm? I'll ask the questions. As long as you speak the truth, you can avoid death, Chen Jin said, relieved to see she could still talk. The female student, not wanting to give up her hope of survival, quickly got up and said, ask away, I'll tell you everything. Just as Chen Jin was about to ask, Jiang Yingxue stepped in front of him. Let me ask. Hearing Jiang Yingxue's request, Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback but shrugged and said, all right, it doesn't matter who asks. Then, Jiang Yingxue took the female student to the edge of the barbed wire and asked seriously. To be fair, Jiang Yingxue, being from a law enforcement background, conducted the interrogation thoroughly. Just her gaze frightened the female student repeatedly. Although the student initially wanted to conceal something, she ultimately gave in and revealed everything. The fourth courtyard in the urban village. I went there while on duty before. I can take you to find Gu Changming, who escaped. After learning about Gu Changming's hideout, Jiang Yingxue turned back and nodded at Chen Jin. Chen Jin also nodded, saying that was perfect. I've said everything I needed to say. Can you let me go now? The female student quickly asked. Chen Jin had already decided what to say and was about to agree when Jiang Yingxue chuckled and said, yes, we can let you go. Chen Jin couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yingxue with disdain, thinking that she had stolen his thunder. But in the next moment, something shocking happened. Jiang Yingxue suddenly pushed the female student, and her back slammed into the barbed wire, instantly piercing her body all over, including her face. Blood spurted out, and her death was extremely gruesome. Chen Jin was startled by Jiang Yingxue's actions. What are you doing? She came here to kill you. Is she worthy of mercy? Jiang Yingxue shouted, her eyes even starting to mist over. Chen Jin was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself that he never intended for her to live well, especially with so many zombies outside. Letting her out might lead to her quicker demise. After all, hadn't she betrayed you as well? We are all in the same boat. Chen Jin couldn't help but say again. That is secondary. This is the main issue. Jiang Yingxue's words truly shocked Chen Jin. He even wanted to ask her, am I your father? Why are you so concerned about me? Calm down, calm down. A person has died, and the place has been found out. Let us take a break first. Chen Jin patted her in comfort and instinctively pulled Jiang Yingxue closer, bringing her under the eaves. Jiang Yingxue was startled by the embrace, her angry expression vanishing in an instant. Then, she turned to look at Chen Jin. You. Chen Jin seemed not to react, having already sat down. No, it's nothing. Jiang Yingxue's face flushed, and she lowered her head. They were originally supposed to head to the village to deal with Gu Changming, but unexpectedly, there were still hundreds of zombies outside unwilling to leave. So, Chen Jin decided to let the zombies slowly die against the barbed wire, waiting until there were fewer of them before going out. Time dragged on until noon. Chen Jin returned to the house to heat up the remaining half of the cockroach cake and earthworm cake, along with 2 bottles of drinks. And the two of them stood under the eaves to have lunch. By now, Chen Jin had become numb to this kind of food. As long as he didn't let his mind wander, he could barely eat this somewhat acceptable thing. After chatting about various matters, Jiang Yingxue grew bolder and curiously asked, by the way, since you're so nice to me, why don't you invite me to your house for a visit? Why do I have to freeze outside? Chen Jin had already prepared for how to respond to Jiang Yingxue's question, smiling. You've seen this shabby tin house. It's not warm inside either. Besides, there are some business secrets in there that I can't let you see for now. Hearing Chen Jin's response, Jiang Yingxue didn't have much to say, shrugged, and curiously remarked, you call yourself a businessman, but I always feel like you're not really a businessman. You seem more like a master, an unreachable master. Chapter 52. Realization. Chen Jin frowned and glanced at her, impatiently saying, why are we getting poetic now? Speaking of which, the zombies outside are nearly dead. Shouldn't we head out? Chen Jin looked towards the barbed wire. Jiang Yingxue came back to her senses and nodded. All right. I'll take you there, and you're responsible for protecting me. You should focus on protecting yourself. I'm not good at protecting others. You can just collect the crossbow bolts on the ground for your use. The two of them walked out of the yard in harmony, with Jiang Yingxue following Chen Jin's advice and picking up the crossbow bolts she could reach. The journey was uneventful, encountering a small pack of 3 zombie dogs, 2 of which were shot dead by Chen Jin with a double-barrel shotgun, and 1 was killed by Jiang Yingxue with a crossbow. Meanwhile, in the village, Gu Changming's stronghold, Gu Changming limped back, stumbling as he pushed open the large door, looking disheveled. At this moment, he had bloodshot eyes, was bare-chested, and his body was covered in bruises. The explosion from a truck had left his back torn and bloodied. That was not the worst part. The terrifying thing was that a large, tumor-like growth had appeared on his previously injured abdomen. It had seemed to be healing, but unexpectedly, it had grown back, and even worse than before, making it difficult for him to walk. Even without the continuously growing tumor, he felt he wouldn't survive much longer. The wounds on his back were still bleeding, and the harsh winter had left his limbs nearly numb. Looking around the small houses in the yard, he realized that none of his former brothers were left. They had all been fed to the zombies. In less than a day, the gang had been wiped out, all because of a guy named Chen Jin. I will not let you go even in death. And that foul woman, haha. She must have been eaten down to the bones. He smiled wickedly, staggering as he broke into the room where the women were held. The women were startled by the sound of the door crashing open, and then they saw him, bloodied and fierce-looking. Zombies! Zombies have come in. A few women screamed in panic. He impatiently shouted, are you all blind? who has turned into a zombie. Brother Ming, what happened to you? I'm not happy. I want to vent. With that, he grabbed one of the women. But the next moment, he noticed that this woman's face seemed to have a tumor just like the one on his abdomen. Although it was small, there were many of them, very dense. The disgusting sight immediately made him lose interest, but he casually remarked, "Why do you have this too? Forget it. I'll just take another one. Anyway, we're all not going to live." As soon as he said this, all the women were taken aback. Guomin, the leader among them, not only picked up on the implications of his words, but also sensed from his injuries that their moment to resist had come. The yard was quiet, seemingly with only him returning. Given his injuries, he must have encountered something serious outside, leading to their near annihilation. Cough, cough. Guomin lightly coughed to signal the other women beside her. They nodded, all positioned behind him, just as he was about to unbuckle his belt. Guomin seized the moment, lunging at him, wrapping her arms around his neck while her legs clamped around his body, pulling him backward heavily until they both fell to the ground. Then, the other women rushed forward, using their bodies to pin him down. Soon, he was gasping for breath, rolling his eyes back and gradually losing consciousness. Guomin and the others released his lifeless body and fell to the side, breathing heavily. "All right, sisters, don't breathe too hard. Watch out for inhaling too many bacteria." Guomin quickly reminded everyone to keep quiet and try to ease their rapid breathing. Having worked as a nurse, she had noticed a significant decline in air quality since the first day of the apocalypse, and later, due to an accident, she was captured by Gu Changming. However, she soon provided Gu Changming with some advice on wearing masks and covering their faces, which earned her his appreciation. Since then, she had not fallen victim to Gu Changming and his associates. Instead, he saw her as someone of value and protected her. With her own safety temporarily secured, she watched helplessly as the women around her suffered through relentless torment. After much internal struggle, she decided to secretly organize a resistance and had been looking for ways to escape. Now, they had finally achieved their goal, but still faced a crisis. 2 days earlier, some of the women had contracted a strange virus. This virus wouldn't turn them into zombies like those outside, but it caused grotesque growths all over their bodies, leading to unbearable itching and pain. Guomin tried to find a solution, but the virus was too rare and likely emerged around the same time as the zombie virus, making it impossible to gather more information. "Sisters, let us take care of each other. We need to search this yard for clothes and food," Guomin urged, knowing they couldn't afford to wait idly. 20 minutes later, her group had gathered a large amount of clothing and various supplies. "Let's South leave this place. It feels strange and unsafe," Guomin said to the group, but everyone disagreed. This place was like hell to them, where they suffered inhuman treatment every day. Even if the demons were gone, everything about it made them feel uneasy and fearful. Just as they were about to leave, the yard's gate suddenly swung open, and a man and a woman armed with weapons burst in. It was Chen Yin and Jiang Yingxue. Both sides froze for a moment upon seeing each other. "Don't move." Chen Yin and Jiang Yingxue shouted in unison, aiming their weapons at Guomin and the others. "We won't move." Guomin immediately raised her hands, and the women behind her quickly followed suit, putting down their supplies. But the next moment, someone noticed the uniform under Jiang Yingshue's outer clothing and exclaimed excitedly, "It's an enforcer." "An enforcer? Really? Has the rescue team arrived? That's great." In an instant, all the women's eyes turned to Jiang Yingxue, and without waiting for her to speak, they eagerly surrounded her with questions. Qin Jian found himself pushed aside by the throng of women, feeling bewildered. He thought, so these women must be the so-called harem group that the university students mentioned? Jiang Yingxue was also taken aback by their questions. After pondering for a while, she made an important decision. "I'm sorry, there is no rescue team, and I'm not an enforcer. I'm just an ordinary person. This uniform was something I randomly found to keep warm." After saying these two sentences, Jiang Yingxue felt a sigh of relief. However, Guomin and the others immediately had their hopes dashed. Qin Jian felt that Jiang Yingxue was slowly changing after meeting him. At least, in terms of thinking. She was becoming more mature, but it was all out of necessity. It could be understood that if she hadn't been betrayed, she might not have come to this realization. In any case, the saying still stands. If one cannot take care of oneself, how can one take care of others, even if one's identity is that of an enforcer? By the way, I have a question. Where's Gu Changming? I need to talk to him about something private. Qin Jian smiled as he asked the women, holding his double-barreled shotgun upright. Guomin turned to glance at the small house and pointed, saying, "Over there, but we've already taken care of him." "What?" Qin Jian was taken aback, thinking that his trip was in vain. He had heard that killing the leader of the human enemies would yield extra points. But it seemed everything that could be taken had already been taken. This was so frustrating. However, the next moment, upon seeing the group of women carrying bags of seemingly fresh vegetables, Qin Jian felt that this trip was not wasted after all. Chapter 53, Shocking Tumors. Everyone, could you please wait a moment? Guomin and the others were about to leave, disheartened after learning that Jiang Yingxue was not an enforcer, but were stopped by Qin Jian. "Is there anything else?" Guomin politely asked as she approached Qin Jian. But Qin Jian was not being polite, saying, "Aren't the fresh vegetables supposed to stay?" "Wait, not just the vegetables, I mean everything. Leave it all." "What?" Guomin was stunned to hear this, turning back to look at her sisters, who also appeared shocked and were in a dilemma. "Sir, you don't seem like someone who would act like Gu Changming. Why are you openly taking our things?" Even though the opponent had a gun, Guomin gathered her courage and spoke plainly, feeling justified as someone who worked in a hospital and was skilled in reasoning. "Your things? You don't seem like the shameless type like Gu Changming either," Qin Jian retorted, not sparing the dead man even in death. Guomin was momentarily at a loss for words, quickly continuing to argue, "We killed Gu Changming. So this is our territory now, and everything here rightfully belongs to us. Although she was reluctant to consider this place a refuge, facing Chen Yin's imposing manner, she felt she had to say this or she would lose her chance to argue. I guess you just finished him off, right? Furthermore, if we hadn't taken care of all his underlings, would you have been freed? While he sympathized with them being trapped here, Chen Yin made it clear that things had to be addressed directly. Guomin was left speechless. How could he possibly be wrong? Even if another subordinate of Gu Changming had returned at that time, they would not have dared to act. Without those two, they might still be enduring this suffering. Therefore, the credit should go to them. They have effectively breached Gu Changming's refuge, and the resources here rightfully belong to them. Sir, thank you for your generous assistance. But could you spare me something? Gu Min abandoned her argument and switched to pleading. As you can see, we are all women. I am fine. But my sisters are sick or disabled, poorly clothed, and have yet to find a suitable refuge. If we don't get food soon, we simply won't survive. Gu Min didn't intend to play the victim, but was stating the facts in hopes of gaining Chen Jin's sympathy. However, Chen Jin remained unmoved, vowing to show no compassion to strangers, and coldly replied, "What does that have to do with me? What have you done for me that makes you think I should give you something?" Upon hearing Chen Jin's words, Gu Min suddenly thought of something and quickly said, I can provide you with some information." Chen Jin furrowed her brows, considered it for a moment, and said, "Go on." "I heard Gu Changming mention that there is a corporate shelter not far from here, where there are quite a few survivors. It's said that resources are distributed fairly. Everyone has their roles, and they are very united. So, I believe there won't be any more bad people like Gu Changming around here. If you encounter others while searching nearby, they will definitely be from that corporate shelter, so you don't need to be wary of them. At least, you won't accidentally harm them." Gu Min explained, glancing at the cold gun hanging from Chen Jin's side. Chen Jin casually dug at her ear and countered, "What if they harm us instead?" You say they are not bad people. Have you seen that with your own eyes? I advise you to stay here and not seek help from that corporate shelter. What if you end up in a den of thieves again? We won't be able to save you then." Chen Jin chuckled lightly, trying to dissuade her. She thought to herself, how can this woman, so naive, be the leader of their group? If they step out of this yard, who knows if they will be chased by monsters? Let alone the trouble they might face with other survivors. Gu Min was left speechless, but she couldn't argue that what the other person said was unreasonable. In this world, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Who could predict whether that seemingly kind person might push you into a pit of fire the next moment? It seemed she had been too kind and had been thinking too positively. "Thank you for your reminder. Please forgive my earlier bluntness." Gu Min quickly bowed in apology. Seeing the sincerity in her attitude and willingness to correct her mistake, Chen Jin nodded slightly. "All right. At least you provided information that lowers our chances of stepping on a landmine. You can keep all food except for fresh vegetables." Having said that, Chen Jin intended to look around for any other resources worth searching for. Jiang Yingxue had remained silent throughout, fully aware that Chen Jin was negotiating terms with Gu Min and had no right to interrupt. She was only responsible for keeping an eye on the other side, observing everyone's attitudes, planning to intervene if things got too loud. However, at that moment, she seemed to notice something alarming. "Can I ask what's going on with those two?" Jiang Yingxue called out to Gu Min, pointing to two women in their group who had growths on their faces. "You mean those two?" Gu Min immediately began to explain in detail. Jiang Yingxue sensed that Gu Min's explanation was very professional, indicating she was not an ordinary person. So she asked after Gu Min finished, "Have you studied medicine?" "Yes, I'm a nurse and was about to be promoted to head nurse. But well." Then came the end of the world. Gu Min sighed heavily, shaking her head and holding back what she wanted to say. Jiang Yingxue felt a surge of sympathy. In fact, she was also on the verge of being promoted to team leader before the apocalypse. "How about this? I have a doctor on my side who has been practicing for 35 years. I can take you to see him later, okay?" "Really? Can we?" Gu Min asked, filled with surprise and disbelief. She glanced back at the chaos in the room. "It's fine, that doctor is from our team. And he can provide treatment for you for free," Jiang Yingxue reassured her, which made Gu Min grateful, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Meanwhile, Chen Jian, at the entrance of the room, discovered a single-barrel shotgun lying on the ground and picked it up. "Oh, so it was thrown here. I told you. Such an important item couldn't just be tossed aside." However, since there was no place to carry the gun, Chen Jian scratched his head and tried to unload the bullets. After that, he walked back and handed the gun to Jiang Yingxue. "For me?" Jiang Yingxue asked, her face lighting up with joy. "Let's discuss it later." Chen Jian waved his hand and went back into the room. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment, then pouted slightly and mumbled, "So you want me to keep it for you?" Inside the room, Chen Jian found himself at a loss regarding Gu Changming's body. He noticed that not only was there a lot of blood on Gu Changming's back, but there were also small, dense growths in the wounds. "It feels like insect eggs." Chen Jian swallowed hard and tried to quickly turn Gu Changming's body over. However, he found that the front side was also covered with such growths, and they were much larger than those on the back. Chapter 54, Harvest Day. Damn, how potent are the germs out here? The moment a person dies, they turn into a big drug lord. Chen Jian couldn't help but exclaim, losing interest in scavenging the body. He felt that the body needed to be dealt with, not for any other reason, but because those strange things on the body made him uncomfortable. Just then, Chen Jian spotted half a bucket of gasoline in the corner, picked it up, and poured it all over Gu Changming's body. Then, he took out a lighter and lit it. "I didn't get to see you off properly, so here's my chance," Chen Jian said as he turned to leave. The room filled with thick smoke and a terrible stench within seconds. Fortunately, Chen Jian had closed the door tightly, preventing the odor from spreading outside. 10 minutes later, he approached Jiang Yingxue and remarked on her lack of awareness, then instructed her to help him search for supplies. Jiang Yingxue looked innocent and had no choice but to follow along. During the search, she shared with Qin Jian what she had discussed with Guomin earlier. Are you saying that there are 2 people in their team with those things as well? Qin Jian put down the items he was holding and frowned. Jiang Yingxue also frowned and countered, what? Did you notice that too? Do you know why I burned Gu Chengming's body? It's because he was also covered in those things, and it gave me the creeps. So, you don't plan to burn those 2 women too, do you? Jiang Yingxue asked with wide eyes, momentarily portraying Qin Jian as a tyrant. Qin Jian shot her a disdainful glance. They're not dead. Why would I burn them? However, he added, still, this matter needs to be taken seriously. After saying that, he turned to Jiang Yingxue, who felt a chill under his gaze, as if she understood something. Stop staring. I don't have those things. Jiang Yingxue rolled up her sleeves and collar, revealing her flawless skin, hurriedly proving her innocence. Has anyone in your team developed them? Qin Jian inquired. Our team only has 2 left. Although one is half dead, they're both healthy. What about you? If you have them, don't hide it from me. No. Qin Jian felt that the outdoor air pollution had reached a dangerously high level. Not to mention that when a person dies, their body is instantly covered in those things. Even the living can't escape unscathed. Although he didn't know what the outcome would be after developing those things, he initially guessed it would definitely be fatal and incurable. The blue pills were effective in resisting any viral or bacterial invasion within 3 days, but did not claim to cure diseases. The red pills only mentioned healing injuries, with no mention of curing illnesses. He needed to upgrade the medications quickly to be prepared for any emergencies. He certainly did not want to catch that thing. Qin Jian thought to himself as he gathered all the supplies he could carry. He couldn't take everything at once. So he offered a deal to Guomin and the others. They would help him transport the items while he protected them during their journey. Coincidentally, they needed to return with Jiang Yingxue, making it quite convenient. Guomin agreed without hesitation. After more than 10 minutes, everyone set off with their supplies. On the way back, they encountered quite a few zombies. Guomin and the others had never been this close to zombies before. Upon seeing their terrifying and grotesque faces, they were immediately terrified and scattered in panic. Jiang Yingxue tried to organize them to stop running wildly, while Qin Jian firmly warned that anyone who yelled again would be left behind to feed the zombies. This threat was very effective, and instantly, no one dared to make a sound. Thus, they made it to Qin Jian's shelter without any major incidents. What a high barbed wire fence. Although it wasn't luxurious inside, it at least looked very safe. I really want to move in. Aside from the piles of corpses, Guomin and the others naturally noticed the indestructible barbed wire wall and couldn't help but sigh, thinking how nice it would have been to have such a shelter from the beginning. They wouldn't have had to go out seeking help due to safety concerns, only to be caught by Gu Chengming and others. Mr. Qin, may I ask how much contribution we need to make in order to join your shelter? Guomin couldn't help but ask, as everything before her seemed very desirable. Qin Jian immediately turned to look at her. Huh? Don't think about it, Ms. Gua. This is my personal shelter. I don't accept any survivors. Unless you bring me planes, tanks, or artillery, I might consider letting you in. What Qin Jian said sounded absurd, but it was indeed an undeniable fact. Guomin and the others immediately dismissed that thought. The corporate shelter was also not an option, and even if it were, suddenly adding more than a dozen of them could cause issues with resource distribution. So, they ultimately had no choice but to use Gu Chengming's yard as a shelter. Just leave the supplies at the door. I'll handle it myself later. Thank you all for your hard work, Qin Jian said gratefully. I'll take them back to find Dr. Lu and discuss it. I'll bring you news tomorrow, Jiang Yingxue said as she approached Qin Jian before leaving. Alright, do you have anything decent left over there? Bring it tomorrow, and we can trade some supplies. Qin Jian nodded and asked. Jiang Yingxue shrugged, indicating that there was nothing decent left. In that case, how about I advance you some weapons tomorrow, and you go out to search for seeds? Qin Jian proposed, laying out the terms. Seeds? Jiang Yingxue frowned but didn't ask further. Crop seeds, right? Okay, I'll try my best to find some for you. Great, looking forward to working together. Qin Jian smiled slightly and extended her hand. Jiang Yingxue glanced at Qin Jian's hand and reached out somewhat stiffly. Not as easily as when she first shook hands with Qin Jian. Her hand was so soft and warm. During the handshake, she couldn't help but think, a slight blush appearing on her face. However, Qin Jian didn't notice. After everyone left, Qin Jian closed the yard's door, moved all the supplies into the house, and then came out to clear the bodies hanging on the barbed wire down to the ground. After finishing these tasks, it was already dark. Qin Jian counted the supplies in the house. Today's harvest was quite substantial. There were over 50 pounds of fresh vegetables, more than 30 pounds of fruit, daily necessities, seasonings, a pile of tools, a box of medicines, and hundreds of crossbow bolts, 60 shotgun shells, and 23 hand crossbows. There were also countless small items. The refrigerator needed an upgrade tomorrow. Otherwise, the vegetables and fruits would rot into a mess. Looking at the small mountains of vegetables and fruits, Qin Jian immediately thought of this. As for all the crossbows and bolts, she needed to find a way to sell them, with the primary target being Guomin and her group of unarmed women. Qin Jian believes that with Guomin's character, even if he has weapons, he wouldn't dare to turn into a white-eyed wolf with impure thoughts about his refuge. If more people were to use the weapons they sold to hunt monsters, he would naturally profit immensely. Even while lying at home, his points would continuously rise. Chapter 55, Disease Elimination, Level 2 Red Pill Notably. Qin Jian asked Jiang Yingxue in the morning how many zombies she had killed the day before, to which she replied nearly 20. However, the points gained from those nearly 20 zombies were only a little over 50, which is completely disproportionate compared to the more than 100 points he earned from killing 20 himself. Thus, Chen Yin believes that the points gained from allies killing monsters for him can only be half of his own earnings, or even less than half. But he can infinitely increase the number of allies. Little by little, he wouldn't have to worry about earning fewer points. Soon, Chen Yin whistled while preparing dinner for himself. Today's dinner was incredibly lavish. He used half a bag of the only bacon he scavenged today, frying an egg on each slice. He washed a bowl of lettuce and cucumber, prepared dipping sauce, garlic cloves, and onions, and opened a bottle of red wine as a trophy to fill his glass. It was quite pleasant and leisurely. He felt like the richest person in this war-torn city. After all, this was all hard-earned by him. He deserved to enjoy this treatment more than anyone else. Ah, it smells so good. How many years has it been since I had bacon? Chen Yin ate with grease on his lips, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Thinking about how many people in this city could do the same as him, he couldn't help but smile. I guess, even if there are some, they probably aren't living as well as I am, right? He humbly muttered to himself. After dinner, Chen Yin didn't he forget to cut some fruit and drink some milk. He felt a bit full. He let out a satisfied burp and reluctantly decided to take a walk outside. Considering that the zombies outside had all perished, he opened the door, turned on his flashlight, and searched around to collect all the crossbows from the dead thugs from the morning. He also brought back the iron ladder that was set up outside. The sight of a thug hanging in a split position on the security net was quite humorous. Seeing that body, Chen Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was getting late, and he didn't plan to deal with that amusing corpse, deciding to clean it up in the morning instead. As for the remaining hundreds of corpses, he had already thought about who would move them. Of course, it would be Guomin and her group of women. With more people, the power is greater, and the efficiency is naturally high. He would give them a dozen crossbows as a reward. Not realizing that once she used the crossbow to kill zombies, the final earnings would still be his. Am I acting a bit like a capitalist by doing this? Chen Yin stopped his proud thoughts and coughed lightly. But not long after, he shrugged and muttered to himself. So what if I am? The next morning, after getting up, Chen Yin immediately checked the point settlement. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 16 points. A luxurious and nutritious meal, 31 points for killing zombies with barbed wire. 1598 points for creating smoke and tactically eliminating human enemies. 458 points for blowing up a truck to kill zombies. 500 points for finding a large amount of supplies. Feeling very pleased. 400 points for successfully fending off human enemies' attacks. 41 points for burning insect eggs. 52 points for allies killing zombies. 97 points for allies killing human enemies. Point settlement, 3,471 remaining points. 3,503 over 3,500 points. Hee. Chen Yin instantly perked up, rubbing his hands with a smug smile on his face. However, he suddenly realized that the point settlement seemed to contain important information. Burning insect eggs made him involuntarily think of burning Gu Changming's body yesterday. Goodness, I just mentioned it casually, and it really is insect eggs? Chen Yin was taken aback, feeling a bit creeped out. Let's not even talk about why insect eggs would grow on a corpse. He had no idea what would hatch from those eggs. Oh my, can it get any more bizarre? First, the cabbage ran off with legs, and now the corpse has turned into an insect nest. Chen Yin scratched his hair, feeling a chill run down his spine. Thinking of the hundreds of corpses lying both inside and outside the yard, Chen Jin's face paled, and he hurried out to check. First, he approached the zombie corpses in the yard, examining their skin and finding nothing unusual, which relieved him. He quickly ran outside to take a look. Perhaps it was related to the freshness of the corpses. The ones outside were entirely different from those in the yard. For every 10 corpses, about one had various sizes of insect eggs. After a thorough check, there were nearly 30 corpses with insect eggs near the shelter. However, at this moment, Chen Jin felt more joy than panic. After all, only 30 were problematic. What is there to be afraid of? The total number of corpses around the shelter was nearly 500. The probability seemed very low. Moreover, the insect eggs currently wouldn't cause him trouble. Instead, they could bring him benefits. How many points was it for burning one? Over 40, right? Chen Jin's eyes lit up as he counted on his fingers. Burning 30 corpses with insect eggs would give him over 1,200 points. I hope you all grow more. As long as you don't hatch, I guarantee to send you off with warmth. Chen Jin thought excitedly, quickly running back to the yard, pushing out the garbage truck, and loading the corpses with insect eggs one by one, piling them up in the yard. Then he brought a bucket of gasoline, poured it all over the corpses, and set it ablaze. The foul smell immediately wafted over, and Chen Jin quickly hid inside the house to watch everything unfold. After a short while, he lost patience and went to the medicine crafting station. He had promised to upgrade the medicine to deal with outdoor bacteria yesterday, so he couldn't afford to slack off. Opening the upgrade options for 3 types of medicine one after another. Red pill, upgrade direction. Secondary red pill branch treatment effect. 500,100 dosage healing effect increased from 50 to 70. Duration, 150,0500 dosage enhancement duration increased from 3 days to 5 days. Disease removal, 200,0750 dosage. All diseases and infection effects will be removed upon use. Oh, isn't this perfect? Haha. Upon seeing the disease removal upgrade option, Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh. Now there's no need to worry about any parasites. Just take one, and it will eliminate all germs. However, the cost in points is quite high, right? Upgrading these 3 options costs 4,000 points. Fortunately, in addition to that, he can also upgrade with dosage. Chen Jin checked the remaining dosage, which was just over 600. But it didn't matter, with the medicine seized yesterday. He now had a whole box of it. He quickly dumped the box of medicine into the decomposer, and after the machine operated vigorously, Chen Yin checked the remaining dosage. It shot up to 4,680. Now it felt like he wouldn't run out of enhancement medicine for half a year. Excitedly, Chen Yin upgraded all 3 options of the red pill. 1350 dosage was deducted instantly, leaving him with 3,330 dosage. In an instant, the red pill upgraded to a secondary red pill. It seemed like this was the first time he upgraded something to level 2 all at once. Curious, Chen Yin checked the secondary red pill. Chapter 56, a handgun comparable to a machine gun, secondary red pill, upgrade direction. Tertiary red pill branch treatment effect, 200-0800 dosage healing effect increased from 70 to 85. Duration, 40001500 dosage enhancement duration increased from 5 days to 7 days. Self-cleaning cycle, 100-005000 dosage after use. It will produce beneficial clotting cells in the body, continuously filtering harmful impurities for 7 days, and reduce your need for food and sleep by 40. Amazing. What a self-cleaning cycle. After taking it, you can save on food. Chen Yin couldn't help but comment, feeling a bit uneasy about it since he wanted to enjoy gourmet food every day. 1 meal a day wouldn't be comfortable. Not to mention the impact on sleep quality. Plus, it really is expensive. 10,000 points. Isn't this just highway robbery? Chen Yin thought that even if he had tens of thousands of points in the future, he wouldn't casually upgrade the third option, as it should be reserved for emergencies. Only when he has no food, no shelter, and is in danger would upgrading this option yield the best results. With the upgraded red pill having the effect of removing diseases, Chen Yin felt at ease and decided not to check the upgrade options for other medicines. Then, he remembered he needed to upgrade the barbed wire from yesterday, so he immediately checked. Wire mesh wall upgrade options. Steel wire mesh wall branches, heightened. 800 increase the height of the wire mesh to 5 meters. Fire resistance, 500 reduces flame damage from any source by 50. Cold resistance, 500 prevents freezing, increasing lifespan. Currently, there are 3 upgrade options left for the wire mesh. After some thought, Chen Yin decided to upgrade all of them. There's no rush to upgrade the greenhouse. It can be done when seeds are available. With a wave of his hand, 1,800 points were deducted, leaving him with 1,703 points. Boom. The next moment, a loud bang came from outside, startling Chen Yin. He stepped outside to see a dramatic transformation in the wire mesh. The first thing that caught his eye was the height of the wire mesh after the upgrade. It now felt completely impenetrable, not to mention climbing over it. Even setting up 2 ladders would be impossible. The range of the security net also expanded, now extending forward rather than just resting on top of the wire mesh. This extension alone would likely deter anyone attempting to invade. Once someone climbs to a certain height, their head would inevitably hit the security net. The security net and wire mesh are integrated, and anyone with a basic understanding of the wire mesh would know the consequences of such a collision. Coupled with the upgrades for fire and cold resistance, the entire wire mesh sparkled as if coated in oil. Chen Yin felt that even if a plane crashed into it, the wire mesh would remain intact. Yes, it's incredibly safe. There was absolutely no sense of danger. Chen Yin stood with his hands on his hips, sighing in satisfaction, his face seemingly declaring how impressive it was. The wire mesh wall had been upgraded to a steel wire mesh wall, and naturally, Chen Yin wanted to check the new upgrade options. Steel wire mesh wall, upgrade options, rock wall branches. Material, 2,000 replaced the existing steel wire mesh material to create a sturdier stone wall. Height, 5,000 increased the wall height to 10 meters. Earthquake resistance, 3,500 deepened the wall's foundation to effectively withstand seismic shockwaves. Lighting, 2,000 install lighting devices around the wall for nighttime visibility. Watchtower, 6,000 place patrol watchtowers on the wall for convenient night surveillance. My goodness, if I complete all these upgrades, my shelter will truly become a fortress. After seeing these astonishing upgrade options, Chen Yin gasped in amazement. Transforming the wire mesh into a stone wall and increasing its height would certainly enhance security, but it would also make it more conspicuous. Who knows how many survivors might come seeking help underneath the wall in the future. And at that time, he would definitely be standing on the wall, looking down at everyone with pride, and responding with a unified, "Get lost. Thank you, that feels great." Chen Yin smiled to himself after a long while, filled with anticipation for the future. The upgrades were not finished yet. Chen Yin found his protective suit and checked the upgrade options. Protective suit, upgrade direction, advanced protective suit. Branch heat resistance, 200 an additional layer of heat-resistant film is added externally to protect the wearer from high temperatures. Portable backpack, 500 a detachable large-capacity backpack is added to the back, which automatically ignores an internal weight of 40 pounds. Currently, there are only 2 upgrade options left for the protective suit. Chen Yin naturally did not hesitate and upgraded both options. The points remaining are 1,003, just enough to leave 1,000. As for heat resistance, it's not to be underestimated. In the future, he might have to deal with burning corpses daily, which will inevitably involve close contact with flames, definitely useful. As for the portable backpack, there's no need to say more. It's like having a large bag for conveniently transporting supplies. And it even comes with advanced technology that ignores an internal weight of 40 pounds. So in the future, not only can it hold weapons and supplies, but even if it's filled with 40 pounds of items, he won't feel any burden at all, and running will certainly be as light as a feather. After completing all upgrades, the protective suit is renamed to Advanced Protective Suit. Wow, in one day he has fully upgraded 3 items: red pills, barbed wire, and the protective suit. With such diligent upgrades, surely the system will reward him with extra points during tomorrow's settlement, right? Chen Yin didn't he think he was dreaming. He genuinely believed that there would be additional rewards in tomorrow's point settlement. After all, he had been quite active, especially early this morning. The remaining 1,000 points, Chen Yin didn't he intend to keep. He remembered that the M9 pistol only had one upgrade option left. Open upgrade options. M9 pistol upgrade direction. Military M9 pistol. Branch ammunition, 50 replenish 50 rounds of ammunition. Durability, 500 replace the entire gun body with advanced materials to increase its lifespan. Ammunition does not belong to the upgrade options. So the M9 currently only has one upgrade option left. This is something that must be upgraded. After all, it is too important. Chen Yin thought to himself and immediately spent 500 points to upgrade the durability option. In the next moment, the M9's body suddenly lengthened significantly. Overall, it looked shinier and more exquisite. The battle with Gu Changming yesterday made Chen Yin feel that the M9 had suffered serious wear and tear. Due to continuous firing, loading, and shooting, the muzzle had become extremely hot, even turning the barrel red. Chen Yin was worried that the M9 might explode and accidentally injure him. But now that he had upgraded the durability, he didn't have to worry anymore. He could fire at will, even all night long. After all, with advanced technology backing him up, what was there to fear? With all upgrade options for the M9 completed, Chen Yin has now fully upgraded 4 items to level 2 today. Military M9 pistol upgrade direction. Specialty M9 pistol. Branch ammunition, 50 replenish 50 rounds of ammunition. Drum, 2,000 convert all extended magazines into a large drum with a capacity of 64 rounds. Infrared, 1,000 add an infrared device to effectively increase the accuracy of spraying fire. Lighting, 1,000 add a lighting device for convenience in nighttime operations. Deadly bullet, 3,000 every 3 shots fired. The 4th shot will deal double damage. What an incredible feeling. Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that with an upgraded M9 pistol, its firepower was almost on par with a machine gun. First of all, the magazine dam. It was directly expanded to 64 rounds, more than the ammo of a light machine gun. The infrared system increased the accuracy of spraying bullets, which was undeniable. After all, it could target enemies without aiming. How could it possibly miss? The flashlight was also very important, so there was no need to carry a torch when going out at night. And the last feature, those in the know would understand, turned it into a piece of black technology. With 1 shot equaling the damage of 2, what could withstand that kind of firepower? Chapter 57. Physical work, no disdain. Although today he upgraded 4 types of items to level 2, Chen Yin was left with only 500 points, and these upgrade options required at least 1,000 points. So he could only reluctantly take what he had. Let us make an ID identifier, Chen Yin thought, approaching the equipment crafting station. He made a crucial decision to hand over the single-barrel shotgun he had seized yesterday to Jiang Yingxue. After all, she was from a law enforcement background, and her courage and marksmanship were better than the average person. Moreover, he had entrusted her with the task of searching for seeds. It wouldn't do to not equip her with a decent weapon. However, even though they were familiar enough to eat and go out together, he still couldn't fully let down his guard around Jiang Yingxue. In any case, he had to remain cautious. If he ever sold any surplus guns, they would need to be equipped with an ID identifier. After crafting the ID identifier, Chen Yin attached it to the single-barrel shotgun. Almost instantly, the identifier sank into the gun body, disappearing from sight. Beep beep. Locking failed. The next second, the shotgun in Chen Yin's hands emitted a warning sound. This is too secure. The muzzle wasn't even pointed at me, and I still couldn't fire. Chen Yin marveled, then loaded a bullet into the gun, stepped outside, and aimed at the sky to test its effectiveness. Click click. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he found that the trigger couldn't be pressed down at all, even though the safety had been disengaged. What the hell? Does this mean that I won't be able to use any gun with an attached ID identifier in the future? Chen Yin suddenly thought of something. Although it wasn't a big deal, it still made him quite uncomfortable. But in the next moment, the gun suddenly emitted a sound. Voice of the fortress master detected. Would you like to set a keyword to unlock the gun? Chen Yin was taken aback, realizing, so it can be unlocked? Yes. Chen Yin immediately responded. Please input the keyword by voice. Let me think. I'm the best. No. After considering for a long time, all he could come up with were overly dramatic phrases like I am supreme and number 1 under heaven. In the end, he just dropped the pretense and said, forget it. Let us go with 1234. Easy to remember. The unlock keyword has been set to 1234. From now on, all guns with an attached ID identifier can be awakened and unlocked using your keyword. If you need to change the keyword, just call out at any time. Chen Yin was quite pleased as he grabbed his shotgun and opened the door. Just in time, he spotted a zombie crawling on the ground, its body half gone. Walking up to the zombie, Chen Yin said, 1234. Click. The shotgun made a crisp sound as it was unlocked, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang. The zombie's head exploded into pieces. Chen Yin glanced at the shotgun and said, 1234. Click. The gun was locked again. This ID recognition device is really considerate. It locks the gun as soon as it's in his hands to prevent accidental harm to himself. Quite good, quite good. Why is this gun so dusty? I should take it back and clean it. After cleaning the gun, Chen Yin heated 2 cream buns and a bottle of fresh milk, taking them outside to the eaves. He didn't eat right away. Instead, he took off the hood of his protective suit and stepped into the yard, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Huh. Cough cough. Then he realized the air was not fresh at all, even with the light snow falling and the cold wind blowing. The air felt as if it was mixed with plastic, making it very uncomfortable to breathe. This was completely different from the feeling under the eaves, which perhaps belonged to the fortress and had very gentle air, something Chen Yin had noticed since day one. But Chen Yin had nothing to worry about, after all. He still had 2 blue pills buffs left, and no matter how he breathed, the virus wouldn't invade his body. Better put the hood back on. It smells terrible. His ears were also freezing. The temperature was quite extreme. Chen Yin pinched his nose while looking at the corpse at the door and hurriedly put on the hood. With bacteria flying around and the cold winter wind, he couldn't imagine how long he would survive without the protection of his suit. Now, he found himself somewhat admiring Jiang Yingxue. She only covered her face with a cloth every day, taking simple protective measures. Wearing little, just a uniform and a thin cotton jacket, but she managed to stay quite healthy. Perhaps this is what it means to be an enforcer. Her body was much tougher than an average person's. Hey! The next moment, Chen Jin suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up to see Jiang Yingxue and Guomin's group appearing not far away. I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Chen Jin said with a smile to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment when she heard this. Thinking of me? Yes. I've been thinking about you for a long time. After not interacting with women for many years, Chen Jin's emotional intelligence had dropped to 0, and his words were quite innocent, without any personal feelings mixed in. But while the speaker meant no harm, the listener took it to heart. Who wouldn't he think more about such a statement? Cough cough. Jiang Yingxue lightly coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thinking that Chen Jin couldn't help but want to lay his cards on the table with her. But if he wanted to lay his cards on the table, couldn't it wait until they were alone? Talking about love in front of so many people would only make others uncomfortable. We'll talk about our matters later. Jiang Yingxue said quietly as she approached Chen Jin, giving him a meaningful glance. Perhaps because they had become familiar with each other. Jiang Yingxue was so playful that Chen Jin had gotten used to it. He nodded and said, all right, that's what I think too. Let's first clarify the matter at hand. Little did they know, they were chatting across servers. Guomin, right? Are you interested in helping me with a favor? Chen Jin turned to Guomin and asked. Guomin had learned quite a bit about Chen Jin while chatting with Jiang Yingxue yesterday, and now that he had made a request, she figured if she did the work, there would naturally be a reward. So she didn't hesitate at all and nodded, saying, sure, Mr. Chen. Just tell us what to do, and we'll do our best. It wasn't anything too difficult, just physical labor. Chen Jin smirked and tentatively said, is it okay for you ladies to do some physical work? Of course, we can handle it. Guomin replied without even asking the others. Although the sisters heard Chen Jin's words, they all understood the situation and didn't think much of it or raise any objections. At that moment, they didn't dare refuse casually. Outside were all those zombies, and they didn't have decent weapons for self-defense, making it nearly impossible to obtain resources by any means. So it was better to stabilize the situation first, and do some work for Chen Jin to earn some rewards to get by. Okay. Seeing their eagerness, Chen Jin was naturally pleased. He clapped his hands and assigned them the tasks of moving the corpses and cleaning the yard. Guomin and the others looked at the pile of corpses outside the door, and their expressions varied. Some were bewildered, some were confused, and some were disgusted. But no one dared to outright refuse. They all picked up tools and started working. Isn't it going to be a problem moving several hundred corpses into the yard? Jiang Yingxue approached curiously and asked. It should be fine, as long as it doesn't block the door, Chen Jin replied. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and continued asking. Do you still need medicine? Chapter 58, Beauty Contest? Yes, I really need it. Chen Jin nodded in response. He wished he could stockpile thousands of doses of enhancement medicine over the years. Then let's turn the tables today. Help me with a favor. What favor? Jiang Yingxue got straight to the point. Yesterday, I took them to see Dr. Lu. He said that what they have on them is very special, not a tumor, but eggs belonging to a type of mite. Normally, it's impossible for mites to nest on humans, and this is a mutated species, magnified many times over. Of course, this was just Dr. Lu's speculation. The specific situation needed further research. If they could find a medical expert, they might discover a treatment method. Just as Jiang Yingxue was about to say more, she was interrupted by Chen Jin. Stop right there. Dr. Lu's guess is correct. Those things are indeed insect eggs. Really? They are insect eggs? Jiang Yingxue was taken aback, and she didn't even doubt Chen Jin's words, taking them at face value. Don't ask me how I know. If you don't believe me, you can wait until those insect eggs hatch and see. But won't those women die then? Jiang Yingxue said with some concern. Speaking of which, Chen Jin is now fully capable of healing those sick women, but he feels it's not worth it. After all, there's a principle to follow. He is not a benevolent father, but a rational businessman. Their contributions to him are minimal, and he is not at the point of sacrificing a few lives for them. At the very least, he needs to wait until they finish their current tasks, and when he seeks their help next time, he can offer such incentives. So, he can only hope that those women can hold on during this period. If they really end up being infested, there's nothing he can do. By the way, after all this talk, you Haven team mentioned your main purpose. What exactly do you want my help with? You're not trying to gather a few experts to study this matter, are you? Chen Jin came back to his senses and asked in surprise. Jiang Yingxue pulled out a key. Of course not. This is Dr. Lu's pharmacy key. We need to go there to find an external insecticide named Alin. Oh, so you mean using that medicine on those women will ensure they recover? Not necessarily. After all, the mites are mutated, but Dr. Lu said they ultimately belong to the insect category, so we have to give it a try to find out. Chen Jin nodded, thinking to himself that they shouldn't hold too much hope. Those mutated mites are definitely on the same level as a zombie virus. If they really find that the external insecticide works on the eggs, then Dr. Liu would be a great contributor to the nation and even the world. What about the reward? Chen Yin instinctively reached out. We can't have me working for free, can we? A reward, huh? You can't think of it? Jiang Yingxue smiled slightly. Dr. Liu said that as long as you help us get that medicine, all the remaining medicines in the pharmacy will be yours. Chen Jin's eyes brightened slightly, but he hesitated and asked, what if we find out the pharmacy has already been looted when we get there? That shouldn't happen, right? It has a roll-up door locked. While it may not be as secure as your high-tech equipment, it shouldn't attract too much attention. Jiang Yingxue said with a hint of luck. Chen Jin stood up, picked up a cream bread from the plate next to him, and started eating. Mumbling, then let us go take a look first? Yes, let us go check it out. It's not far. By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? How about something high-calorie? Chen Jin then changed the subject, handing Jiang Yingxue a piece of cream bread. The bread was running low, but he didn't mind too much. After all, there was still food to cook, and Jiang Yingxue might become a valuable assistant in the future, so it was necessary to be clear about rewards and punishments. I haven't eaten. Sorry for crashing at your place again. Hehe. Jiang Yingxue took the bread, took a deep breath of its aroma, and started to chew. Chen Jin took a big gulp of milk, shook the bottle, and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. There's a bit left. It's yours. Thank you. Jiang Yingxue didn't hesitate to finish the milk in one go. Outside, Guomin and others, who were working, saw the two acting like an old married couple and felt particularly envious, not of their affection for each other, but of the items they had. Freshly baked cream bread and steaming hot milk. Before the end of the world even arrived, they had never truly enjoyed such a lavish breakfast. Moreover, after the apocalypse, they were captured by a certain individual, living from meal to meal, barely able to get a grain of rice. Soon enough, rumors began to spread. The enforcers had mentioned that she had only recently met him and that they weren't in a romantic relationship. So, was she being supported by him? It was quite possible. After all, in these times, even enforcers could change. Look at how beautiful she was. Perhaps she had already lost her dignity before the apocalypse. Not all the women in Guomin's group were in their early 30s, some were in their 40s and nearly 50s. These women didn't come from privileged backgrounds and had low educational levels. Faced with the pressure from their leader, they dared not express their anger and could only gossip behind her back. Guomin had tried to keep them quiet, but they couldn't hold their tongues. Once they saw certain things, they would always jump to the worst conclusions. Thus, while Guomin's small team appeared united on the surface, internally it was already fraught with tension and had secretly divided into several factions. If they hadn't encountered him yesterday, they probably would have disbanded due to various conflicts after dealing with the other individual. Before long, someone brought up the topic of Jiang Yingxue, and it quickly turned into a discussion about themselves. What? If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Let us see if he likes you. I'm an old lady, I want to go. We have our dignity, unlike you young ones. Hehe, so you actually have some self-awareness. If you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have thought you were 70. Half of the women joined in on this conversation, each making snide remarks. Filling the air with tension, Chen Jin noticed they were all distracted and furrowed his brow, approaching them. Hey, what is going on? Why are you chatting? When the group of women saw him coming, they thought it was a perfect opportunity to get clarity. Mr. Chen, oh no, Chen Gu, do you like someone like me? Chen Gu, don't look at her, look at me first. And me. Suddenly, 4 or 5 young women jumped in front of Chen Jin, leaving him momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, how did this turn from work to a beauty pageant? Hey, don't do that, get back to work. Guomin hadn't expected things to escalate like this and rushed over to intervene, but she was quickly pushed aside by 3 middle-aged women. Those 3 then squeezed their way in front of Chen Jin, shouting loudly, young man, don't choose them. They've all been ruined by that group. Not just now, but she and her. They were all working as escorts before. Who knows what diseases they might have. So, Chen, you need to think carefully. Why not consider us? We may be older, but we work better than they do. Cleaning the yard, doing laundry, cooking, everything is covered. Chapter 59. Sudden embrace. The words of the middle-aged women were very blunt, exposing the backgrounds of the several young and beautiful women. Immediately, the latter became displeased and began to point fingers and curse at the middle-aged women, turning the scene chaotic. Bang! In the next moment, a thunderous gunshot rang out. All the women were startled, quickly covering their mouths and stepping aside. Chen Jin lowered his gun, his face darkened, and said to the women, what do you take me for? I believe I mentioned yesterday that this is a personal refuge, and I do not accept outsiders. Although I don't know what you were discussing just now, I have one thing to say. Those who want to work can stay, and those who don't, get lost. Chen Jin then turned to Guomin, or you can take them and leave together. Guomin's lips trembled slightly, feeling aggrieved, as she had done nothing wrong and only wanted to offer some advice. Hey, young man, if you're not in a romantic relationship with her, why are you treating her so well? One middle-aged woman couldn't help but chime in, glancing at Jiang Yingxue behind Chen Jin. This remark was undoubtedly a self-revealing statement, and the young women were stunned, thinking to themselves that they wouldn't dare to ask such a thing. The middle-aged woman even felt that her question was quite tactful. But how could Chen Jin not understand? Combined with what the young women had been arguing about earlier, he quickly grasped the implication. Are you saying that I treat Jiang Yingxue well because I am attracted to her beauty? Chen Jin stared wide-eyed. Isn't it? The middle-aged woman surprisingly retorted. So you all think the same, which is why you set conditions with me. Chen Jin looked at the young women, who avoided his gaze, not daring to nod. Their faces full of guilt. I'll give you 30 seconds to disappear from my sight. Chen Jin sighed, and said to the middle-aged woman. Initially, The middle-aged woman did not react, but when she saw Chen Yin pull out his M9, she was immediately shocked. What are you doing? I haven't offended you. 20 seconds. You're insane. Why should I be scared of you? 10 seconds. Hearing Chen Yin counting down, the middle-aged woman finally panicked, turned around, and ran through the crowd. Originally plump, she was now running like the wind, quickly distancing herself from the refuge. But in the next moment, she suddenly fell to the ground. It wasn't because she tripped over a stone, but because someone seemed to have grabbed her foot. Dazed, she looked back and saw a bloodied zombie gripping her leg. It was the only zombie playing dead near the refuge, and now it had caught her. In the next moment, the zombie lunged at her, biting into the back of her thick neck. Guomin and the others were shocked by this scene, trembling all over, but none dared to move. Chen Yin put away his gun, his expression unchanged. Jiang Yingxue is my partner. The reason I treat her well is that she can help me kill zombies, while you cannot. If you dare to take a knife and face off against a dozen zombies, or confront armed thugs, then go ahead and show me with your actions. I assure you, you'll receive the same treatment. I've said what I needed to say, and I hope this won't happen again. Now, get back to work. The last sentence from Chen Yin seemed to take on a different tone for them. It felt like a threat. If they dared to slack off again, they might be executed on the spot. All the women immediately left Chen Yin's side, returned to their posts, and buried themselves in their tasks, not daring to say a word. Jiang Yingxue heard everything clearly from the side. She didn't think it was a big deal, but she didn't expect Chen Yin to actually get angry. However, she understood that the words of that middle-aged woman not only slandered her, but also indirectly slandered Chen Yin's character. Even without taking action against the woman, Chen Yin's anger suppressed everyone present, and even Jiang Yingxue didn't dare to speak to him, wanting him to calm down alone. Perhaps frightened by the atmosphere, Guomin and her group worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly clearing the snow from the yard. Afterwards, they helped each other, with two of them lifting a corpse and placing it in the backyard as instructed by Chen Yin. As dusk approached, all the bodies outside the shelter were moved. Chen Yin expressed his gratitude for their hard work and called Guomin over. Your reward is a crossbow. Count your number and report it to me. A crossbow? I know. I've seen Guo Changming and the others use it. Hearing about this reward, Guomin was instantly thrilled because with weapons, they wouldn't have to fear the zombies when they went out to scavenge in the future. You've seen them use it? Then you should be able to do the same. Right? Pretty much. Good. That saves me from teaching you. I'll give you 50 bolts. Distribute them reasonably. Just remember to retrieve them after shooting, and you won't have to worry about running out. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. In just a few sentences, Chen Yin completed the payment of rewards. There were a total of 18 women, so Chen Yin gave them 18 crossbows. Even though they hadn't eaten much all day, each woman who received a crossbow now wore a relieved smile. After all, they believed that weapons were more important than food. If they couldn't survive and protect themselves, what good would it be to worry about filling their stomachs? Guomin, I hope you can manage them well in the future, especially their behavior. Before leaving, Guomin was stopped by Chen Yin, who gave her this piece of advice. Remembering the morning's chaos, Guomin felt deep remorse and helplessness. Thankfully, Mr. Chen had given them one last chance to make amends. Without saying a word, Guomin simply nodded silently and left. After Guomin and the others departed, Chen Yin approached Jiang Yingxue and finally spoke to her. This group of women is saying such things about you behind your back. Do you still want to save them? Jiang Yingxue knew that Chen Yin was referring to the matter of the eggs and replied with a bitter smile. Honestly, I never intended to save them. First, I believe that once someone has those things, they can't be cured. Second, I'm tired. Good people don't get rewarded. Who would want to keep doing good? Your awareness is truly commendable. That's the right mindset to have. Indeed, but Dr. Liu hasn't reached that level of awareness yet, so he resolutely chose to save them. Since I'm on the same team as him, and he has been taking care of Xiao Shun for 2 days, I can't just leave him to handle it alone, right? Speaking of Shun Haidong, Chen Jin couldn't help but ask, is he still unconscious? Yes, he has a severe concussion, and he will probably be quite dazed when he wakes up. Through yesterday's casual chat, Chen Jin also learned that Shun Haidong is Jiang Yingxue's disciple. Although they have only known each other for a few months, they are as close as siblings, inseparable. Chen Jin naturally understands their pure mentor-student bond without any emotional entanglements. Well, I guess I'll just help him fully. I can't let you go out alone to find seeds. After saying that, Chen Jin stood up, went back to the house, made a red pill, and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. Chen Jin Jiang Yingxue naturally knew what that was and understood why Chen Jin would give such an important item to her. It shouldn't be that hard to say, right? Seeing Jiang Yingxue unable to say a word for a long time, Chen Jin couldn't help but chuckle. But the next moment, Jiang Yingxue suddenly hugged him. Chapter 60. The huge figure. The mutated vulture Chen Jin was taken aback. This hug felt completely different from the one he received from the previous female student. It wasn't just the physical sensation that was different, the significance was worlds apart. After a long time, Jiang Yingxue released Chen Jin. Can I take this as a grateful hug? Chen Jin asked with a frown. Yes. Jiang Yingxue originally wanted to say something more, but upon hearing Chen Jin's words, she quickly found a way to ease the moment and nodded. All right, I see it's getting late. Shouldn't we go check out that pharmacy? Let's go? Jiang Yingxue readily agreed. Wait, take this. The next moment, Chen Jin called out to her, pulling out a single-barrel shotgun and 60 rounds of ammunition from his protective suit's backpack and handing them to her. Jiang Yingxue didn't express any extra thanks. After all, you provide the effort, and I provide the weapon, and there was no need for further words between them. This gun is quite old, homemade, and it's been tightly regulated in the past year. Jiang Yingxue said as she skillfully loaded the shotgun. Isn't Gu Changming doing just this? We did some good yesterday, Qin Jian replied, and the two of them walked out the door. At this moment, both Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue were armed with highly lethal weapons. They seemed like the most powerful duo in this city, with almost no zombies or monsters able to approach them. As they moved forward, they cleared away the annoying zombies effortlessly. The sound of the shotgun was deafening, attracting quite a few zombies, but the two remained calm, working together seamlessly to disperse wave after wave of the undead, as if they were playing a mowing game. Leave that dog to me. Midway, Qin Jian spotted a zombie dog charging towards them and quickly shot it with his M9. Jiang Yingxue, of course, had no idea that Qin Jian was completing the weekly task provided by the system. She thought he was practicing shooting with a corpse dog. After a safe journey, the two finally arrived near the pharmacy. The sun had completely set, and the entire city was shrouded in darkness. Wait. Just as Jiang Yingxue was about to unlock the pharmacy door with her keys, Qin Jian suddenly became alert and pulled her hand, leading her away from the entrance and hiding behind a wall. What is going on? Jiang Yingxue asked nervously, still unaware of the situation. It seems like someone is coming, Qin Jian said, his eyes wide. After taking the enhancement drug, his hearing was several times better than before, allowing him to easily hear the distant, heavy footsteps. Why can't I hear anything? Just as Jiang Yingxue was puzzled, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of people rushing out from an alley beside the pharmacy. Are they all humans? So many. There were nearly 20 of them, all rushing about, panting heavily. However, the next scene left both Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue stunned. Someone in the crowd suddenly tackled another person in front of them, and then picked up something unknown to smash it onto the head of the one they had tackled. Instantly, the crowd became a chaotic mass of fighting, with screams, curses, and constant chatter filling the air. Qin Jian finally understood and couldn't help but whisper. This group isn't on the same side. Jiang Yingxue realized at this moment that this group was chasing another group for some reason, and they had gotten into a fight. Should we intervene? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask, especially since the fight was happening right at the pharmacy entrance, and they were eager to get the medicine before it got dark. Intervene? How? Are we supposed to wipe out both groups? Qin Jian immediately raised a question. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was impossible to distinguish which group was good or bad. So how could they help? But then again, in this world, is there even a distinction between good and bad anymore? Just as the fight was heating up, a mournful cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone, including Qin Jian, was startled, and someone shouted, "Not good, it's that vulture. Run, run." The crowd suddenly seemed to have signed a ceasefire agreement, getting up and fleeing together. The scene became somewhat absurd. Whoosh. But the next moment, as a massive figure swooped over the heads of the people, creating a violent gust of wind, the absurdity of the scene vanished. Ah, help. The enormous figure instantly snatched someone away and flew low in the air, while the unfortunate person screamed in helpless despair. But no one could save him. The crowd quickly scattered in panic, disappearing from sight, while the gigantic figure continued to circle above the alley, letting out a piercing wail. Remembering the word vulture that the fleeing crowd kept muttering, Qin Jian had to confirm that the giant creature was indeed a mutated vulture. After all, how could a normal vulture be that big? Just the wingspan it displayed earlier was over 5 meters. Damn it, this is totally a boss-level monster, right? Qin Jian couldn't help but think to himself. He glanced back at Jiang Yingxue, who was already trembling and gasping for breath. People instinctively feel fear towards unknown creatures. And that's exactly how Jiang Yingxue felt right now. Even though she knew it was a vulture, she thought it was even more bizarre than zombies and corpse dogs. 5 minutes later, the figure of the mutated vulture circling in the sky disappeared, and the two finally stepped out from behind the wall. Let's move quickly. In case that thing comes back, it would be terrible, Jiang Yingxue said with a trembling voice as she used a key to unlock the rolling door and pushed open the pharmacy door to slip inside. On the other hand, Qin Jian's thoughts were quite the opposite. This mutated vulture was so large and could easily hunt humans, having claimed this territory for itself. It must be an extremely powerful monster. Although it looked terrifying, it wasn't made of iron, and bullets would surely affect it. What if they found an opportunity to hunt it? Wouldn't they receive generous rewards after taking it down? The more Qin Jian thought about it, the less afraid he became. And instead, he felt excited. He was certain that hunting this monster would yield great rewards. I have an idea. What idea do you have? Jiang Yingxue gave him an awkward glance and urged, "Stop dawdling. Help me find that medicine. Why don't we hunt it instead? That way, we won't have any worries." Qin Jian smiled slightly, ignoring her urgency. Huh. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily stunned. You mean hunt that thing? Exactly. At least for us, it would be beneficial. Forget it. That thing flies around in the sky. How do we deal with it? Jiang Yingxue had to go along with Qin Jian's suggestion. If it weren't for him saying so, her idea about the mutated vulture was simply to avoid it and never confront it head-on. Qin Jian had plenty of ideas on how to deal with it, but they would have to wait until tomorrow to stake out the area. Jiang Yingxue swallowed hard, still full of trust in Qin Jian, and nodded, saying, "All right. I will do my best to assist you tomorrow." After quickly discussing their plan, the two hurriedly searched for the insecticide, soon finding a few bottles in a corner of the shelf. Next, Qin Jian took all the medicines he could find from the shelf and tossed them into his backpack. Since the backpack could ignore a weight limit of 40 pounds, he stuffed a large amount in without feeling any burden. Before leaving, Qin Jian didn't forget to search the bodies of a few unfortunate individuals who had died after the earlier conflict. What is this? Qin Jian pulled out a note-like piece of paper from one of the bodies and curiously shined his flashlight on it. A formula for medicine? After reading the contents of the note, he frowned. It seems these people were headed for our pharmacy. After some contemplation, he said to Jiang Yingxue. Chapter 61. The easily annihilated pack of corpse dogs. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback by Chen Jin's statement. What? No way. What if these people just happened to pass by here? Seeing Jiang Yingxue's disbelief, Chen Jin shrugged and walked over to a corpse by the entrance of the pharmacy, picking up a set of lock-picking tools hanging from it. I specifically noticed this guy earlier. Before they started fighting, he was fiddling with the door lock, probably trying to break in to steal medicine. But before he could get very far, he was killed, Chen Jin said, sighing as he patted the corpse. So that's how it is. Jiang Yingxue suddenly realized, and then thought of the group of people who had fled, worriedly saying, does that mean they will come back here? Of course they will. Medicine is so precious during this time. They would risk their lives to get it, Chen Jin said firmly, glancing down at a piece of paper. The next moment, he handed it to Jiang Yingxue. I just saw this. You should take a look too. Jiang Yingxue took the paper and examined it closely, her eyes widening. This formula also has a deworming medicine? That means among those who are stealing medicine, there must be patients infested with eggs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of this, Chen Jin explained. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yingxue asked seriously, this pharmacy now belongs to you. And I know you won't let anyone easily take it. But we can't stay here 24 hours a day, and if we do run into them, how should we confront them? Should we be aggressive or conservative? Jiang Yingxue considered this carefully, but her thoughts were somewhat influenced by Chen Jin, leading her to seek his opinion on everything. If she hadn't met Chen Jin, she might have thought of negotiating peacefully with the group of survivors stealing from the pharmacy. If they have guns and point them at me, then regardless of whether they shoot or not, I would shoot first, Chen Jin said without hesitation. Jiang Yingxue nodded, thinking how vivid his words were, almost as if she had experienced it herself. The two returned to the supermarket. Initially, Jiang Yingxue didn't plan to let Chen Jin accompany her back, but he insisted on patrolling the area to see if there were any signs of the undead dogs. Why are you so keen on those undead dogs? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask curiously when they reached the supermarket entrance. Those things move quickly, making them hard to hit with a gun, and they can bite through a person's neck in one go. If I encounter two of them outside, I would definitely run without taking any chances, Jiang Yingxue said. Yet, this guy was actively looking for undead dogs. Did he have a grudge against dogs before? Chen Jin definitely wouldn't share his secret with Jiang Yingxue, but he felt that even if he did, she wouldn't understand. Those things are more dangerous than zombies. Once discovered, they must be dealt with immediately. I'm just trying to make it easier for us to move around in the future. Otherwise, if we cross paths and get chased by undead dogs, that would be terrible. Chen Jin casually fabricated an excuse. Jiang Yingxue shrugged and cautioned, just be careful. After Jiang Yingxue returned, Chen Jin patrolled around the supermarket, only finding a few zombies and no sign of the undead dogs. It was mentioned in the materials that the undead hounds like to roam in groups at night, but why haven't I seen any? Could it be that I've cleared them all out around here? Chen Jin frowned and thought as he made his way back to the shelter. Not long after, he heard barking coming from a distance. Turning his head, he spotted nearly a dozen undead hounds about 50 meters away. Some were resting on the ground. Some were gnawing on a nearby corpse, and others were patrolling back and forth in front of their companions. Did I just jinx it? I said I couldn't see any undead hounds, and now a bunch shows up? Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and readied his gun. Wait, I can't be reckless. There are a dozen of them. Even with the buff from the blue pills, he didn't want to confront them directly. After all, being bitten might not lead to infection, but it would definitely hurt. If they were to bite off a hand or foot, it wouldn't be worth it. If he could avoid getting bitten, he shouldn't be so reckless. Chen Jin looked around and soon spotted a small tree nearby. Another tree, but this one was shorter than the last he climbed. Even if the undead hounds were agile, they shouldn't be able to climb trees, right? After thinking it over, he decided to give it a try. As long as the hounds couldn't come up the tree, he would have the upper hand. Like zombies, they wouldn't flee. So he could just take them down one by one with his precise shots. Finding a suitable position, he picked up his M9 and aimed at one of the patrolling hounds, firing 2 shots that pierced its skull. The hound pack was immediately alerted and quickly zeroed in on Chen Jin's position, charging toward him. He had already turned to run, and the distance between them widened in an instant. If it weren't for the enhancement from the special eye potion, the hounds would have been right on his tail in a matter of seconds. Before long, Chen Jin swiftly climbed the tree, and moments later, the hounds arrived below, jumping up frantically. Can't reach me. He was right. The hounds had incredible jumping ability, but they couldn't reach this 4-meter tree. Bang! The double-barreled shotgun fired, easily blowing apart 4 hounds. The remaining hounds went wild, desperately clawing at the tree, but to no avail. In a fit of boredom, Chen Jin found himself mockingly taunting the hounds. Just like that, the dozen or so oblivious hounds were dispatched by his shotgun and handgun, all perishing at his hands. After jumping down from the tree, he kicked the hound corpses aside and, carrying his gun, whistled as he walked back to the shelter. Once inside, Chen Jin checked the mission list, and the task of killing the undead hounds showed as completed. In fact, he had exceeded the target, having already taken out many more than the required 15. Pulling a bottle of orange juice from the fridge, he took a big swig while preparing dinner. Speaking of which, he got a bit carried away upgrading equipment today and completely forgot to upgrade the fridge. Looking at the pile of ingredients scattered on the floor next to the refrigerator, Chen Jin scratched his head, feeling a bit worried. It had only been a day. The vegetables shouldn't have lost their freshness, right? But whatever, let's just eat first. However, with so many vegetables, even if they are all put in the refrigerator, they will eventually spoil, right? After all, How could one person finish all of this? If Chen Yin's thoughts were broadcasted citywide, 99% of the people would be infuriated. After all, ordinary shelters, fearing monsters, couldn't go out to scavenge for supplies and could only wait until they ran out of resources. Meanwhile, large shelters, with their numbers, collectively ventured out, overcoming their fear of monsters. But due to their lack of understanding of these creatures, they continued to suffer losses, struggling to fend off monster invasions daily, living worse than those in ordinary shelters. Now, looking at Chen Yin, he had food, weapons, a safe shelter, and even information on the monsters. The only worry he had was that he might not finish all the food and it would spoil. Others would probably feel completely unqualified to have such troubles. Chapter 62. An unvisited leisure area, special task emerges. After simply stir-frying a couple of dishes, Chen Yin ate and drank, feeling immensely satisfied. Lying on the sofa, he turned on the TV with a sense of luck, only to find the screen still filled with static, emitting a harsh noise. After being well fed, Chen Yin had this state of mind a few days ago. After all, one couldn't just sleep all the time after eating, right? That would be no different from a pig. He definitely needed to find some leisure and entertainment to engage in. But the TV showed nothing, even if it did. It would probably be broadcasting emergency news about the apocalypse. Wait, the leisure area? Suddenly, Chen Yin remembered. How could he forget something so important? He quickly walked over to the door in the corner of the wall. Back then, in a rush to unlock the second level, he had casually unlocked the leisure area without even looking at it. Well, good things come to those who wait. Wasn't he about to check it now? As soon as he opened the door, Chen Yin was struck by a peculiar feeling. It was completely empty. There was literally nothing there. Bare walls was an understatement for the leisure area. The only objects seemed to be a table and chairs at the entrance, along with a few stacked books. Chen Yin instinctively walked over, sat on a chair, and picked up a book to flip through. Learn to manage finances? In this apocalypse, what was the point of managing finances? The title made him feel immediately discouraged. The second book was titled Knowledge is Wealth, which Chen Yin also skipped. The third and fourth books had names similar to self-help or motivational literature. Good grief, the few books in the leisure area were clearly not meant to pass the time. They were more like something to glance at for comfort during a breakdown. Unfortunately, his mentality had never collapsed. Chen Yin pushed all the books aside and couldn't help but ask, "System, do you have any other books? I can spend points to buy them." "Yes. Please unlock the library in the leisure area. The library contains various types of books, each priced at just 10 points, which is quite affordable." I didn't expect the system to actually respond to such a casual inquiry. However, upon closer inspection, it felt like the system was trying to make a sales pitch. Chen Yin regained his focus and decided to check what devices could be unlocked in the leisure area. Leisure area, upgrade direction. Luxurious leisure area, constructible devices. Library, 500. Arcade, 1000. Movie theater, 1000. Billiard room, 500. There's an arcade, and I can watch movies? Seeing these two options that he loved the most, Chen Yin rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling a bit impatient. But when he saw the remaining points, he put away his smile. "It's fine. I'll have enough tomorrow. I'm definitely going to make the leisure area look beautiful." Chen Yin smiled slightly, thinking that leisure and entertainment might be delayed, but they would never be absent. Early the next morning, Chen Yin stretched and got out of bed to check his points. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 17 points. Nutritious diet, 20 points. Successfully upgraded the 4 devices in the fortress to level 2, 2000 points. Burned insect eggs, 1265 points. Killed zombies, 142 points. Killed corpse dogs, 365 points. Corpse dog mission completed, 800 points. First use of a weapon not belonging to the fortress, rewarded with a design blueprint for a single-barrel shotgun. First discovery of a giant mutated creature. A special task has been updated on the task list. Allies killed zombies, 326 points. Allies killed corpse dogs, 11 points. Points settlement, 4538 remaining points. For 1,541 over 4,000 points settled. That is a new record. Chen Yin was amazed, but then fell into a serious mood. The settlement rewards included not only points, but also other important information. The task list had been updated with a special task. Just hearing the name special task indicates that it's much better than a normal task. The regular task list is updated weekly. But since he triggered hidden conditions yesterday while out, there was an additional task. Thus, this special task must be related to that mutated vulture. Chen Yin thought carefully, and his excitement grew even more. Originally, he was preparing to hunt that giant creature, and now with an additional task reward, it felt like a huge gain. The extra special task solidified Chen Yin's determination to hunt the mutated vulture. After all, the task list would refresh in 2 days, and if this special task disappeared, it would be like missing out on a fortune. Chen Yin quickly approached the task list to check. Special task, kill the mutated vulture you discovered, bring its head back, and place it in the body processor. Reward, 5,000 points, and increase the random reward chances of the body processor by 3 times. Seeing such a generous reward, Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too lucrative." With a reward of 5,000 points, plus 3 random rewards from the recycling machine, it roughly amounts to 1,000,000. Chen Yin immediately started planning the hunt for the mutated vulture, not wanting to waste a single moment. First, he had to check his equipment. After all, as the saying goes, survival is key to output. Without adequate defense, everything else is irrelevant. Chen Yin opened the upgrade options for his protective suit. Advanced protective suit, upgrade direction, custom protective suit. Branches. Virus diversification. 2000. Your protective suit can resist more mutated viruses and bacteria. Impact resistance. 1000 adds shock-absorbing pads, reducing external impact and damage by 75. Explosion resistance. 3000 embeds explosion-proof plates, reducing explosion damage by 80. Fall protection. 2000 adds fall protection devices, reducing fall damage by 80. Bacteria scanning. 3000 increases automatic air scanning system, providing real-time information on surrounding bacteria concentration to the fortress host. Chen Yin glanced over the options and focused on the impact resistance. Better safe than sorry. What if the mutated vulture tried to take off or escape during the hunt and accidentally collided with him? Although he couldn't see the full figure clearly last night, just the wingspan alone was over 5 meters, so it must weigh quite a bit, perhaps over a ton. If his defenses weren't adequate, being hit by such a creature would leave him with little chance of survival. Without hesitation, Chen Yin upgraded the impact resistance option of his protective suit. In the next moment, the suit felt significantly sturdier, but it hadn't gained much weight. Chen Yin felt relieved and then shifted his attention to the bulletproof vest. This was also essential to wear. What if the vulture came at him with its beak? With such a large physique, its beak must be sharper than a knife. The protective suit mainly defends against invisible viruses and bacteria, while the physical defense seemed limited to impact resistance, which felt somewhat inadequate. So, Chen Yin quickly checked the upgrade options for the bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vest, upgrade direction, military bulletproof vest. Branches, automatic repair, 100 every 12 hours. The bulletproof vest automatically repairs all damage. Stab resistance, 200 increases elasticity, reducing piercing damage by 80. Enhanced defense, 500 thickens the vest overall, additionally reducing bullet damage by 50. Increased weight, 1000 overall weight of the vest increases. But the fortress host will not be affected by the weight, indirectly reducing knockback and knockdown effects. After reviewing the options, Chen Yin decided to upgrade all branches of the bulletproof vest. Each branch was incredibly useful, almost all linked to defensive capabilities. Automatic repair was essential. After all, no one wants to waste points on a newly purchased bulletproof vest. The vest had been damaged by Gu Changming earlier, so it could be repaired right away. Stab resistance might be effective against the mutated vulture's attack, especially since he had just thought about how sharp its beak must be. The third item had to be upgraded sooner or later. Chen Yin couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't encounter armed thugs in the future. The last item was very important. It reminded him of the person who was taken away by the mutated vulture last night. It was precisely because of insufficient body weight that he was easily carried away by it. This item effectively increased his weight. Although he didn't know how much it would increase, what if it worked? If the vulture tried to carry him away but found it couldn't, wouldn't it be caught off guard? In an instant, 1,800 points were deducted. The bullet-riddled bulletproof vest instantly looked brand new, and the protective plates on it appeared even more compact and refined, shining as if oiled. After putting on the bulletproof vest, Chen Yin felt as mentioned, there was no extra burden, but he definitely felt heavier under the vest's effect. With the protective suit and bulletproof vest combined, he felt much more secure. Although the metaphor might not sound nice, he truly felt like a turtle tucked inside its shell, with seamless protection from every angle, 100 defense. Now, there were still over 1,700 points remaining. Chen Yin immediately checked the upgrade options for the double-barreled shotgun. After all, with defense in place, he couldn't neglect his attack power. The double-barreled shotgun was undoubtedly the best weapon against the mutated vulture, since close combat was unavoidable due to the opponent's large size. The scattershot damage from the double-barreled shotgun could be maximized. Having not upgraded it before, he finally had a chance to check the upgrade options now. Double-barreled shotgun upgrade direction. Specialty double-barreled shotgun branches. Firepower, 300 increases damage by 50. Capacity, 500 increases ammo capacity from 2 to 3 rounds. Rate of fire, 300 increases firing rate by 50. Concentration, 1000 uses specialty slugs to concentrate shot pellets into 1 point, greatly enhancing lethality, adjustable on-off. Scatter, 1000 uses specialty shotgun shells to increase the spread area of shot pellets by 100, adjustable on-off. There were a total of 5 branches, and Chen Yin hesitated for a moment before making his choice. He decided to upgrade the first 3 basic items. After all, the latter 2 were somewhat special, and he felt that without upgrading the first 3, the latter 2 wouldn't achieve their best effect. Besides, both required 1,000 points, and he didn't have that many to upgrade. With 1,100 points deducted, Chen Yin was left with just over 600 points. Of course, he wouldn't spare these remaining points. First, he replenished some ammunition, then spent 500 points to buy a smoke grenade. To complete the special mission, these necessary expenses were justified. At this moment, fully equipped, Chen Yin didn't rush to go out, but instead placed the single-barreled shotgun blueprint he received from the daily settlement into the light weapon crafting station. The single-barreled shotgun only required 1,000 points to craft. Seeing the price of the single-barreled shotgun, Chen Yin lost interest in it. After all, it could only fire 1 round at a time, reloading was cumbersome, and its effect was only half of that of the double-barreled shotgun. Moreover, he had seen Jiang Yingxue operate it yesterday. Overall, it was quite inconvenient. Even if this thing is manufactured in the future, it will mostly be sold to others. He definitely wouldn't use it a second time. For now, the options for upgrading the refrigerator and leisure area have been postponed again. But Chen Yin is not worried, because as long as this big deal goes through, he will be rolling in wealth. With 5,000 points, plus 3 random rewards from the recycling machine and daily settlements, He believes that exceeding 10,000 points by tomorrow is entirely possible. Due to the time constraint, Chen Yin didn't have time to prepare breakfast for himself. He grabbed a slice of bread and a bottle of milk before pushing the door open. In the yard, he didn't forget to check the pile of corpses for any signs of egg mutation. After a quick scan, he selected a few corpses that showed signs of mutation, placed them together, poured gasoline on them, and set them ablaze. Afterward, he left the yard, remembering to take the bait trap that was lying on the ground, and headed straight for the supermarket. On the rooftop of the supermarket, Jiang Yingxue spotted Chen Yin from a distance, her eyes lighting up as she quickly readied her gun to go downstairs to meet him. Have you rested enough, Xiaoxin? She asked as she turned to Shen Haidong. Enough. I've slept for several days. Shen Haidong had taken the red pill given by Chen Yin yesterday, fully revitalizing him. He answered cheerfully, picking up a nearby crossbow and removing the bandage from his head, revealing a scabbed scar on the back of his head. Seeing the two about to head out, Dr. Lu sighed and said, then I'll continue to keep an eye on the place and wait for Guomin and the others. By the way, can you take these 2 boxes of Banlong to Chen Yin in exchange for 2 meat pies? Hey, where did they go again? Dr. Lu pulled out 2 boxes of Banlong from his bag, only to find that the 2 had disappeared from the rooftop, leaving him with a blank expression. Downstairs, Chen Yin successfully reunited with the other 2. How's your recovery? Chen Yin asked, glancing at the spirited Shen Haidong. Thanks to your pills, Qinggu, I'm feeling great. Like I've been reborn from the ashes. Shen Haidong exaggeratedly replied, while Chen Yin just chuckled without responding. So what is the plan for today? Are we really going to hunt that giant vulture? Jiang Yingxue raised an eyebrow and asked Chen Yin. Chen Yin nodded immediately. That's right, it's our target. The 3 of them walked and discussed their plan. First, they analyzed the weaknesses of the mutated vulture and then prepared the ambush process. Since it can fly, its wings must be its Achilles heel. If they can find a way to injure its wings, preventing it from taking off, its combat effectiveness would significantly decrease, directly avoiding the situation where it could snatch someone away once airborne. To injure its wings, they first needed to lure it to the ground. Hence, they might need to use Chen Jin's bait trap. After all, this item is favored by all monsters, and Chen Yin felt that the mutated vulture would be no exception, as long as it was placed in an appropriate location. It would be impossible for it not to come down to investigate. Once lured down, the offensive plan would then commence. First, Chen Yin threw a smoke bomb, and then the 3 rushed forward together. Jiang Yingxue used a long knife to try to injure the opponent's wing, followed by a shotgun attack on the wing. Chen Yin took care of the other wing, firing 3 shots directly at it. Shen Haidong aimed at the opponent's head as best as he could and shot a crossbow bolt, heavily wounding it. During this time, Shen Haidong made a good suggestion, saying that vultures are afraid of fire due to their dense feathers, and if conditions allowed, they could use fire attacks. There were 2 barrels of gasoline around the corner of the pharmacy, and I felt we could definitely give it a try. Jiang Yingxue reminded at this moment. Chen Yin rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, saying, sure, but I'll handle this. After all, I'm faster than you and have better equipment. Without modesty, Chen Yin added this statement. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong shrugged, having no doubt since they always believed in Chen Jin's abilities. Thus, the heavy responsibility of burning the vulture fell on Chen Jin's shoulders. To be honest, Chen Jin initially didn't think too much about it. He believed that ample firepower would be enough to kill the mutated vulture. If he had considered it as thoroughly as Shen Haidong, he would have spent 500 points to give up the option of upgrading his double-barrel shotgun to create a Molotov cocktail at the tactical throwing materials workstation. However, he thought it was inconsequential, as he had already figured out how to use the gasoline against the mutated vulture. About an hour later, the 3 appeared at the pharmacy entrance. Jiang Yingxue opened the roll-up door, and Chen Jin and Shen Haidong quickly slipped inside, grabbing the gasoline from the corner and preparing it at an outside wall corner. The plan was still to execute it at that concealed wall corner, because there were many obstructions above that corner. Even if the mutated vulture appeared in the sky, it wouldn't easily detect their position, allowing the 3 to ambush at any time. A few minutes later, Chen Jin took out the bait trap and placed it directly in the middle of the passage. If this area was the territory of the mutated vulture, Chen Jin believed it would appear regardless of day or night. Gradually, 3 hours passed. The street had only seen 2 zombies attracted by the bait trap, with no other living creatures in sight. Chen Jin had started to breathe heavily, wondering if the bait trap was ineffective against the mutated vulture. But surely, they couldn't not see even a shadow of it, right? During the downtime, Jiang Yingxue naturally leaned back against Chen Jin, occasionally resting her head on his back. They both understood each other without saying a word. Chen Jin didn't react, and she didn't mention anything either. Suddenly, Shen Haidong spoke a few chilling words. I just thought of something. Do you think there's more than 1 or 2 of these large mutated vultures? Jiang Yingxue turned back and shot him a glare. Shut your crow mouth. Oh. Shen Haidong obediently closed his mouth on the spot. He dared not ignore his mentor's words. By the way, did I miss something? Why do I feel like the relationship between the mentor and Chen Jin has become much closer? Looking at the way the 2 rested back to back, Shen Haidong couldn't help but let his imagination run wild again. Xueji came. After a short while, he couldn't help but gossip and called out to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue leaned in with curiosity, frowning at him. Then, Shen Haidong leaned close to her ear and whispered, have you 2 gotten together? Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback. What? I said, have you 2 gotten together? Shen Haidong said while shifting his gaze to Chen Jin, who had his back to them. Jiang Yingxue's face immediately turned red, and she pointed at his nose, shouting, don't say that. All right, Shun Haidong nodded vigorously, feeling extremely excited. Since even the master said so, it must mean she is implicitly acknowledging his question. No matter what, I wish you two a lifetime of happiness, Shun Haidong quietly said. Jiang Yingxue waved him off, indicating for him to go aside, but in reality, his blessing made her incredibly happy. She just didn't know when they could officially reveal their feelings. However, as she thought about this, her initial joy gradually faded. Indeed, while she felt that she and Qin Jian had mutual feelings, he had never openly confessed to her. She had considered being straightforward, but whenever it came to crucial moments, she lost her courage. Sigh, let us just take it slow for now, she thought. Before long, around 1 p.m., there seemed to be some movement in the sky. A massive figure flew over the heads of the three. It's here. Finally. I can't wait to see what it looks like. Just from the shadow on the ground, Qin Jian and the others confirmed that what flew overhead was the mutated vulture. At that moment, all three were filled with excitement, showing no signs of fear. After all, they had already devised a complete plan and even rehearsed the scenarios several times. If anything went wrong now, it would be entirely on them. It seemed that the mutated vulture noticed the bait trap on the ground, lowering its body and diving straight down. Boom. The enormous body of the mutated vulture crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a muffled sound. Now hiding in the corner, Qin Jian and the others finally got a clear view of the mutated vulture and were shocked, eyes wide open. The vulture was covered in black and white feathers, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its head was as large as a computer screen, with sharp, fierce eyes staring roundly. However, it seemed to have sustained some injuries. One of its eyes was a bloody mess, and its left foot was also covered in wounds, still bleeding. Seeing this scene, Qin Jian felt like applauding. No matter how it got hurt, if it was caught by them today, it wouldn't make it back alive. Jiang Yingxue felt a bit tense seeing this huge creature land, but after a few glances, she felt it wasn't too intimidating. After all, it was all soft flesh, and even a single shot could leave it in tatters. Shen Haidong thought this thing looked a bit tricky, but with Qinggu around, he believed they could easily take it down, and the task of severely injuring its head was on him. He absolutely couldn't let Qinggu down. Soon, the mutated vulture seemed to relax its vigilance, lying down and spreading its enormous wings, even knocking over a nearby trash can. Its massive beak looked incredibly sharp, slightly curved like a cleaver. At this moment, it picked up the bait trap with its beak, trying to swallow it, but found it hard to gulp down, so it spat it out and played with it in its mouth. Qin Jian felt the timing was right. Lifting a gasoline canister in one hand and pulling out a smoke bomb in the other, he turned back and nodded to the two, who nodded in response. With a crisp sound, Qin Jian pulled the pin from the smoke bomb and gently tossed it to the ground. The smoke bomb slowly rolled toward the mutated vulture, erupting in a cloud of white smoke. Qin Jian said nothing and waved his hand, rushing out, with Jiang Yingxue and the others closely following. The mutated vulture was enveloped by the sudden smoke and seemed taken aback, making a sound of confusion from its throat as it looked around. However, just as it turned its head, a crossbow bolt struck firmly on its head. It immediately shook its body and let out a deafening roar. Bang, bang, bang. But the next second, Qin Jian had already appeared at its side, and the double-barrel shotgun spewed flames, creating dozens of blood holes in its outspread wings, feathers exploding everywhere. With such a severe blow, the mutated vulture's roar turned into a wail. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of its wing, swiftly slicing off a chunk of flesh. Bang. Then, Jiang Yingxue aimed her gun at the wound on its wing and added fuel to the fire. The sudden attack caused the mutated vulture to lose its combat capability instantly. However, it wasn't completely defeated yet. Its injured right wing could still move, and it furiously flapped it. Watch out. Before Jiang Yingxue could strike a second blow, Qin Jian suddenly shouted at her and rushed toward her. Bang. In a critical moment, Qin Jian pushed Jiang Yingxue aside, his defensive gear easily absorbing the impact. The attack hit him, but he only took a step back. The reinforced protective suit and bulletproof vest weakened what could have been a devastating blow to a mere slap. At this moment, Qin Jian seized every opportunity. Before the wing fell, he grabbed the enormous wing and poured gasoline from his backpack onto it. Splash. Then, he quickly pulled out an M9 and fired at the mutated vulture's wing. Bang. Instantly, the gasoline-soaked wing ignited, erupting into a blazing fire. Chapter 65. Successful hunt. The mutated vulture's feathers were very dense. As soon as the edge of its wing was ignited, the flames rapidly spread in all directions. Qin Jian thought about the fire-resistant feature of his protective suit and decided not to dodge the oncoming flames, continuing to hold onto the vulture's wing, preventing it from resisting, intending to let the fire spread all over its body. Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue saw Qin Jian's hands engulfed in flames, yet he remained motionless. They were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure and hurriedly reloaded their ammunition, inflicting several new wounds on the mutated vulture. The mutated vulture's wings were severely damaged, and half of its body was set ablaze. Its cries were filled with more pain, and to prevent it from taking off, Qin Jian grasped its right wing tightly despite the flames. Although he appeared to be consumed by fire, he felt little more than warmth. Perhaps due to the enhancement drugs and the vulture's severe injuries, Qin Jian seemed to be pulling the creature backward gradually. Shen Haidong was tugging at the vulture's head, dodging its pecs twice and managing to pin 3 more crossbow bolts into its head, causing it to bleed profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yingxue fired 6 or 7 shots at the vulture, 2 of which struck its head. However, despite the heavy injuries, the vulture showed no signs of weakness and instead struggled even more fiercely. Get back! Chen Yin shouted urgently to the two as he sensed the situation was turning dire. Although the vulture couldn't move its wings, it could roll its body on the ground, causing flames to splatter everywhere in an instant. Let's go! Stop shooting! Jiang Yingxue pulled Shun Haidong aside, just as a large mass of flames fell where they had just been standing, shaken loose from the vulture. What the mutated vulture didn't expect was that, no matter how much it twisted its body, Chen Yin, who was gripping its wing, showed no signs of backing down. Even though he was also on fire, the vulture panicked. From its perspective, humans that had hunted it these days either ran away or were in the process of escaping. Although it had sustained injuries from fighting them, it had never encountered a human willing to fight for their life like this. Whoosh! In the next moment, the vulture lifted its giant claw and kicked at Chen Yin. Bang! Chen Yin did not dodge and took the hit head on. Then, using the same technique as before, he seized the vulture's massive claw before it could retract its leg. The mutated vulture was once again stunned, unable to believe the strength of its opponent, who had easily grabbed its leg and prevented it from pulling away. Are you daring to expose your injured leg to me? Seeking death? Seeing that the leg coming toward him was the injured one, Chen Yin smiled and quickly bent down to pick up Jiang Yingshue's fallen long knife. He clamped the giant claw under his arm and aimed for its ankle. With a swish, the long knife, sharpened by Jiang Yingxue, sliced smoothly as if cutting through tofu. In an instant, the vulture's entire claw was severed, and blood spurted out like a fountain from the wound. The mutated vulture could hardly endure the excruciating pain from its severed limb, and it let out a deafening roar that even caused the surrounding air to ripple. Instinctively, the three of them shouted out an expletive in unison, covering their ears from the shock of the roar. The decibel level was at least 10 times louder than a tractor buzzing nearby. Taking advantage of their disorientation, the mutated vulture, despite its pain, flapped its wings and used its remaining giant foot to kick off the ground, soaring into the sky. Oh no, it's going to fly away. Chen Yin was the first to recover, and upon seeing this, he quickly drew his M9 and began firing at the mutated vulture in the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong were still dazed, with the former struggling to steady herself against a wall to avoid falling, while the latter was already half kneeling on one knee. The mutated vulture flew at low altitude under Chen Yin's gunfire. Although it appeared to be moving farther away, it soon landed on top of a low building. Chen Yin could see it, but the range of his gun was limited, and he couldn't reach it. It's not leaving? That's great. When he saw the vulture perched on the building shaking off the flames on its body, it dived down again. Chen Yin was almost overjoyed. He thought the easy target was about to escape, but it seemed desperate to adjust its state and come back for another attack. What a commendable opponent. The mutated vulture believed it had the advantage in aerial combat and could easily retaliate against the three who had ambushed it. Moreover, its slightly advanced mutation gave it emotions similar to humans, and at this moment, it not only wanted to kill these three but also desired to do so in the most cruel and satisfying way. Its plan was to grab them midair, release them, and let them crash to the ground as a mass. This was its signature move, one it loved to use in battles against other humans, as seeing a good teammate suddenly splatter in front of them would scare anyone into fleeing. Unbeknownst to it, Chen Yin had long been prepared. He was currently on the 5th level. He loaded bullets into his M9 and unleashed all of them as the mutated vulture swooped down, leaving its body riddled with wounds. Then, just as it approached him, Chen Yin switched to a double-barreled shotgun and loaded it with bullets. Bang! In an instant, the mutated vulture's giant claw swept over Chen Yin's head, grabbing him. But the next second, the vulture was stunned. It had grabbed him, but not completely. Chen Yin was being slowly dragged along by the vulture's claw, with his feet barely off the ground. The mutated vulture couldn't help but let out some strange calls, seemingly questioning what was happening. Why did this human's weight feel almost the same as its own? Chen Yin. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue recovered and saw this scene, immediately shouting in concern, fearing that Chen Yin would be taken into the air by the mutated vulture, repeating the scene from yesterday. Don't just stand there, shoot it. But in the next moment, Chen Yin suddenly grabbed the giant claw of the mutated vulture on his shoulder, shouted, and pressed his double-barreled shotgun against the claw, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The claw burst with blood. It was no longer in a claw form. Flesh and blood splattered onto his protective suit. The mutated vulture's remaining claw was gone, and it immediately lost its strength, crashing heavily to the ground from a low height. Crash. However, shortly after hitting the ground, its eyeball was blown out by Jiang Yingshue's shotgun. Instantly, the mutated vulture was plunged into darkness. Although Chen Yin was knocked down when it fell, he quickly got up the next second, lunging directly onto the mutated vulture and thrusting his long knife into its head. This strike was undoubtedly fatal. The mutated vulture trembled all over, unable to let out a howl. Its head drooped, and its 2 withered wings weakly flapped, seemingly using its last strength to attempt a desperate escape. Jiang Yingxue had already rushed in front of the mutated vulture, shooting its head repeatedly. The two worked together until the vulture's head was a bloody mess, and its wings stopped flapping, finally ceasing their attack. Chapter 66. A chance encounter. Both of them let out heavy sighs of relief. Chen Yin lay on the mutated vulture's body, resting on his back, while Jiang Yingxue sat on the ground, rubbing her still paining temples. As for Shun Haidong, he got up and saw this scene, feeling quite bewildered. After resting for a dozen seconds, Chen Yin and Jiang Yingxue exchanged glances and instinctively smiled. The battle went relatively smoothly, but it was also thrilling. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and upgraded his equipment and weapons. Otherwise, he would have probably been swept away by that creature's wing at the start. In any case, everyone contributed, and if he had fought alone, it would have taken him 3 days and nights to defeat that thing. Chen Yin climbed down from the mutated vulture and remembered that the task was not only to kill the vulture, but also to bring its head back to the harvester. He pulled out the long knife that was embedded in the vulture's head, found the right angle, and struck down twice, successfully severing its massive head. Returning the trophy, he handed the long knife back to Jiang Yingxue. Seeing Chen Jin's puzzling action of cutting off the mutated vulture's head, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to celebrate with a roasted vulture head?" "Yes." Chen Jin smiled slightly at her, placing the vulture's head upright in his backpack. Jiang Yingxue knew he was joking but didn't plan to ask further, since the vulture's corpse was blocking the entrance of the pharmacy, severely hindering their movement. The three decided to work together to move it aside. However, midway through the maneuver, Chen Jin suddenly frowned, signaling the two to let go. The mutated vulture's body then fell heavily to the ground. "What's wrong?" The two noticed Chen Jin's vigilant expression and instinctively tensed up, quickly asking. Chen Jin turned to look towards a corner of the alley. "Stop hiding. Come out. Is there someone there?" Jiang Yingxue instinctively drew her shotgun and chambered around. Following Chen Jin's gaze towards the alley, Shen Haidong had already drawn his crossbow and aimed it at the alley. After a long while, there was still no sound from the alley. Chen Jin's hearing was enhanced, as long as it was quiet around. He could hear even the slightest rustle of wind or movement. Not long ago, he had heard footsteps coming from the corner of the wall, so he was very sure that someone was hiding in that alley. Seeing that the other party was reluctant to show themselves, Chen Jin simply walked over with his gun and verbally threatened, "Do I need to come find you?" "Don't. No need." A panicked voice quickly came from the corner. Following that, about 7 or 8 men and women, carrying backpacks and covering their faces, emerged. "Put down your weapons." Even though this group only held sticks and knives, Chen Jin was very cautious, raising his gun to remind them. The leading young man, wearing glasses and looking scholarly, immediately instructed the people behind him to lower their weapons upon hearing Chen Jin's command. Then, he instinctively raised his hands above his head, indicating that he meant no harm. "Calm down, folks. We were just passing by." "Passing by?" Hearing the glasses wearer's response, Chen Jin frowned and retorted, "Then why didn't you just come out and say you were passing by? Instead, you all hid in the corner?" The glasses wearer was momentarily speechless but still tried to argue. "We intended to come out directly, but when we saw you had guns, we got scared." "Stop explaining. You guys aren't the group from yesterday, are you?" Chen Jin interrupted the glasses wearer, asking with a hint of teasing. "What group?" The glasses wearer looked puzzled, not sure if he was genuinely confused or pretending. Chen Jin felt it was the latter, as some of the corpses left from the fight at the pharmacy yesterday had backpacks of the same color as theirs. Not to mention, they all wore matching black down jackets, as if they had coordinated to wholesale a set of clothes at some mall. "I don't want to beat around the bush. Let us get straight to the point. Are you here for the pharmacy? Looking for pest control medication?" Chen Jin pointed at the pharmacy and asked the glasses wearer. The glasses wearer was stunned for a moment and then revealed, Yes. "How did you know?" "I saw your little note. I guess you were hiding in the corner, waiting for us to leave so you could ransack the pharmacy, right?" Chen Jin's question hit the mark, and the glasses wearer quickly waved his hands, saying, No. We just need the pest control medication. We're not planning to rob the whole pharmacy." Chen Jin nodded, half smiling, and asked, "Where are you from?" The glasses wearer immediately replied, "From the South Sky Enterprise Shelter. We're all good people." He emphasized this again. "Enterprise Shelter?" Chen Jin recalled the information Guomin had provided him and asked tentatively, "The one near the village in the city?" "Yes, that's the one." The glasses wearer nodded vigorously and smiled, then frowned and muttered, "How does he know everything? Does your shelter have people with larvae on them?" "Yes." "How many people specifically?" "About 20 or so." The bespectacled man continued to plead, "So, big brother, since you already understand our situation at the shelter, please show us some mercy and help us through this tough time. We won't ask for much, just 2 bottles." Chen Jin raised his hand to stop him, and the man, who was about to go on at length, fell silent. Then, Chen Jin asked, "For free? For you guys?" The bespectacled man quickly waved his hands, saying, No, we'll pay. After that, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, counted it, and presented it to Chen Jin. "This is 2,000. What do you think?" But seeing that Chen Jin showed no reaction, he immediately took off his watch and offered it along with the money with both hands. Chen Jin blinked at him and turned to look at Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong, and the three suddenly chuckled. It was obvious that even a fool knew that in this world, money had become worthless. The bespectacled man seemed unable to escape traditional notions, and he pulled out his phone, looking helpless. "Big brother, this is all I have left. You see, it's not just about the money, it's about the value." Chen Jin couldn't help but refer to him in that way, as the bespectacled man seemed mentally immature, almost stuck in childhood. "Li Chuan, I know what they want." At that moment, a burly man stepped out from behind the bespectacled man. The burly man faced Chen Jin and spoke first. "Go ahead. Tell us what we need to give to exchange for 2 bottles of insecticide." His tone needed to be more sincere. Jiang Yingxue, seeing the burly man speaking to Chen Jin in a brusque manner, felt protective and reminded him. The burly man was taken aback, quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, straightened his posture, and smiled sincerely. "May I ask what we need to offer to exchange for those 2 bottles of insecticide?" Chen Jin thought for a moment and said, "Do you have any seeds?" "Seeds?" The burly man frowned and turned to look at Li Chuan. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and pushed the burly man aside. "Are you talking about seeds from the ground or from a computer?" "In the ground." Chen Jin replied with a chuckle. Li Chuan quickly turned to ask the others, and 7 or 8 people gathered together, whispering as if discussing something secretive. Chen Yin, with his keen hearing, could clearly make out what they were discussing. However, after listening for a while, it seemed there were no threatening whispers. Just a simple discussion about seeds. Not long after, Li Chuan returned, smiling. We have seeds, but they're all at the other side of the shelter. I also need to go back and discuss it with our leader, but our leader is easy to talk to. He should agree. How about this? Let us meet here tomorrow for a trade? After Li Chuan said this, Chen Yin turned to look at Jiang Yingxue, seemingly asking for her opinion. Jiang Yingxue didn't hide her thoughts and nodded slightly. Obviously, even she felt that the other party's request was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Li Chuan's group was not a small team, but part of a shelter with hundreds of people, knowing someone's face but not their heart, on the surface. It seems like a cooperative deal, but who knows if they are planning something behind the scenes. If tomorrow the other party brings everyone from their shelter to ambush here, it would be a disaster. I disagree. The terrain here is complex, full of alleys and lanes. If something attacks us, it would be problematic. Chen Yin immediately vetoed the proposed trading location, implying deeper concerns. Li Chuan was taken aback, glancing back at his companion with some helplessness, before turning back to discuss further. Meanwhile, Chen Yin and his group began whispering among themselves. What was supposed to be a transaction felt more like a tense debate. 2 minutes later, both sides faced each other again. May I ask your name? Li Chuan initiated the conversation, sounding much more polite than before. Chen Yin introduced himself, and then Li Chuan continued. Brother Chen, why don't you choose a location? It has to be my shelter. No discussion about other places. Chen Yin replied immediately. Li Chuan nodded. Address? Chen Yin provided the location of his shelter, and at that moment, both parties felt unusually agreeable, with no objections. Regardless of what schemes the other side might have, as long as the trading location was Chen Jin's shelter, he felt reassured. After all, as long as he was in the shelter, he was invincible. The fully upgraded barbed wire was impenetrable, and its height had increased by several meters. Even the smartest person with the best equipment could not get in. If Li Chuan and his group still wanted to set up an ambush, he certainly wouldn't recommend just killing one or two. It would be better to wipe them all out. After all, the shelter had been attacked numerous times, and as long as it gained more notoriety, it was bound to attract ill-intentioned visitors. Food, a safe haven, and weapons. When a person lacks even these basic necessities for survival, no matter how kind-hearted they are, they will eventually be driven to madness. Therefore, Chen Jin had little hope for good people in this city. I've noted it down. Brother Chen, we'll be there tomorrow noon. All right. Li Chuan jotted down the address of Chen Jin's shelter, smiled, and said goodbye before leaving with his group. Chen Jin instructed Shun Haidong to take all the insecticides from the pharmacy and notified Jiang Yingxue to lock up the pharmacy. After that, he picked up the bait trap smeared with mutated vulture saliva, tossed it at the pharmacy entrance, and took out a lighter to ignite the body of the mutated vulture once more. One must always be cautious. Who knows if Li Chuan and his group would return to raid the pharmacy after they left. The smoke from the bait trap combined with the burning vulture's body should attract a wave of monsters at the pharmacy entrance, which should be effective. Unless they were reckless enough to bring hundreds of people to raid the pharmacy with their current scrap metal. It would be a foolish dream to deal with the horde of corpses. Why don't I secretly follow them to take a look? I might find the exact location of their shelter and learn about their equipment. Jiang Yingxue elbowed Chen Jin lightly, sensing that he might be worried. It's unnecessary. Even if tracking is successful, I suggest you stay away from their shelter, the farther the better. Chen Jin immediately shook his head and advised. Why? Because we can't be sure if those 20 or so patients in their shelter will suddenly fall ill. If those bugs hatch, won't their shelter be thrown into chaos? Or even fall? Chen Jin had thought this through carefully. Jiang Yingxue found it very reasonable and nodded. You're right. Then I won't go. I don't want to be caught in the crossfire. Why do you care about me so much? The next moment, Jiang Yingxue's tone changed, her face breaking into a smile. Chen Jin glanced at her and replied, because you are my most trusted partner. Chen Jin's words were sincere. From the battle with the mutated vultures, it was clear that Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong were genuinely willing to work hard for him. Although he seemed to take most of the damage and dealt the most output throughout, at least these two didn't slack off. Moreover, they knew when to keep quiet and when to speak. With just a gesture or a look from him, they could understand, never disobeying and acting swiftly without any hesitation. Perhaps this was the occupational habit of enforcers? More importantly, they hadn't brought up their own conditions yet. As long as he didn't mention it, did that mean they were working for him for free? Chen Jin thought to himself, feeling inexplicably tense, as if he had become a boss who owed wages to his employees. It wasn't until the three of them returned to the supermarket entrance that Chen Jin realized he shouldn't think this way. One thing is one thing. Calling the two over early in the morning for such a big task, he couldn't possibly not treat them to a meal, right? Have you guys eaten breakfast? Chen Jin asked, which caught both of them off guard as they turned to look at him. You're treating? Jiang Yingxue smiled knowingly at Chen Jin. Seeing Chen Jin nod, Shen Haidong scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, do I get a share too? I didn't help you much just now. Actually, it wasn't just because of that. Considering the relationship between Chen Jin and Jiang Yingxue, Shen Haidong felt a bit like a third wheel. Eating with them would be interrupting their time together, wouldn't it? Let us go, less chit-chat, Chen Jin said, gradually having a better impression of Shen Haidong, giving him a gentle push on the back. Back at the shelter, Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue sat under the eaves while Chen Jin went into the house to prepare breakfast. Soon, 2 plates of steaming egg fried rice were served. When the two saw the egg fried rice, their eyes widened as if they had seen some alien creature. Are you guys okay? Seeing their expressions, Chen Yin instinctively asked, "We're fine. By the way, I think we haven't seen a grain of rice in half a month." Jiang Yingshu sighed, feeling an inexplicable sense of fear and confusion. Although the thoughts were chaotic and merely self-scaring, it must be said that without encountering Chen Yin, they would not only have gone half a month without rice, but probably for half a year, or even several years, they would have to barely survive on instant noodles. It's hard to imagine what it would feel like to eat instant noodles for half a year. While it might sustain life, the lack of nutritional intake would likely lead to their bodies breaking down long ago. Chapter 68. The unexpected arrival of Guomin and others. It was just simple fried rice. Yet the two of them ate slowly and savored it as if they were holding a treasure in their hands. After all, this food was hard-earned, a result of risking their lives. In any case, their mindset was completely different from Chen Jian's. They were living one day at a time and couldn't even dare to imagine what tomorrow would be like. At least now, meeting Chen Jian had given them a glimmer of hope for the future. "Come on, you two. It's just fried rice. Is it really that serious?" Chen Jian couldn't help but complain, fearing they might stash some in their pockets for later. He initially wanted to prepare a nice meal for them, but feeling exhausted, he simply made some fried rice. Looking back, he was glad he didn't make anything too elaborate. Otherwise, they would have devoured it all. Even with bodies piled up around the yard, their appetites were unaffected. They gradually became bolder, shoveling large mouthfuls of fried rice into their mouths. "This is really delicious." "Qinggu, were you a chef before?" Shen Haidong mumbled with his mouth full. Chen Jian shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Don't think too much. It's just ordinary fried rice. You're just starving. That's still better than me. I can't even cook rice." Shen Haidong chuckled self-deprecatingly. His plate was already empty. But out of pride, he didn't lick the last few grains off the plate. At that moment, Jiang Yingshu put down her plate and said, "Why don't you just hire us? If there's any dangerous stuff, we can take the lead, and you just need to take care of the food." It sounded like a half-joking remark, but Chen Jian furrowed his brows and replied seriously, "That sounds too tiring. I'm already running around outside all day. And then I have to come back and cook for you? How about this? If you perform better, I'll just sell you vegetables directly. You can cook for yourselves." Chen Jian generously offered the terms, but Jiang Yingshu immediately shook her head in refusal. "You mustn't sell me vegetables." "Why not?" "Because I can't cook either." After saying this, Jiang Yingshu raised an eyebrow at Chen Jian, who was left utterly bewildered. Is there really a 28-year-old woman who can't cook? He asked himself sincerely. Beside them, Shen Haidong burst into laughter, reminiscing with Chen Jian about their time in the support team, saying that Jiang Yingshu couldn't even boil instant noodles and only knew how to catch bad guys. Jiang Yingshu, feeling embarrassed by the revelation, immediately retorted that Shen Haidong couldn't even boil water. Their amusing descriptions made Chen Jian laugh out loud, thinking that no one is perfect. Although the two were well-trained and decisive, they were less skilled in the kitchen than children. While the three were chatting leisurely after their meal, a few figures approached from outside the courtyard. "Is Mr. Chen here?" Chen Jian quickly stood up to check and replied, "Yes." He then went to the gate and found that the group approaching was Guomin and her companions. However, Chen Jian noticed that they were now less than half of the people who had come yesterday. Moreover, each of them looked disheveled, their thin clothes stained with blood and mud, as if they had just been in a fight. "Is there something wrong?" Chen Jian didn't press further. Guomin then pulled out a handful of seeds from her pocket, which took Chen Jian by surprise. Before he could ask where she got the seeds, she spoke first. "Mr. Chen, these seeds were what we found at the market this morning. Do you think they are okay?" "Yes, but what exactly happened?" Chen Jian nodded, curious to learn about what had transpired with Guomin and her group. Guomin did not hold back and recounted, "When we arrived at the market, we found it completely deserted of zombies, so we let our guard down while searching for seeds. Suddenly, the rotten vegetables in the stall came to life and attacked us. Some of us were killed, others injured, and we barely escaped with just these few seeds." Just hearing the first part, Chen Jian could visualize the scene. It turned out that almost all the vegetables in the city had mutated and run away. "How did they attack you?" Chen Jian wanted to gather some information to better handle those mutated vegetables in the future. "They probably pounced on our feet or faces and tried to bite us. It was terrifying. I never imagined vegetables could grow sharp teeth." Guomin became increasingly agitated, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Jian nodded, "I understand. You all can come in." To be honest, he initially didn't think much of Guomin and her group, as their sudden appearance at the beauty contest yesterday left a bad impression on him. But unexpectedly, they had risked their lives against those bizarre creatures to bring him a handful of seeds. It seemed he had underestimated them. Although their character was questionable, their courage was extraordinary, and since they had brought back what he needed, he could temporarily overlook their shortcomings. After pondering this, Chen Jian directly told Guomin, "I really need the seeds. Thank you for your help. Just tell me what you want." Hearing this, Guomin almost cried out in excitement, thinking that a handful of seeds would not meet Chen Jian's requirements. It seems that her sisters did not sacrifice themselves in vain. Their actions this morning were worthwhile. "We need some clean water and warm clothing. Just these two things? Well, that is all. Currently, the conditions set by Guomin are not excessive." And Chen Jian agreed directly, going back to fetch 3 boxes of bottled water and a few warm garments. Jiang Yingshu and Shen Haidong, showing some awareness this time, helped Chen Jian carry the bottled water. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Once they received their reward, Guomin and her group immediately thanked Chen Jian repeatedly. Then Guomin began distributing the bottled water, and the group of women immediately started drinking eagerly. How pitiful. But there is nothing to be done. This world is that cruel. Without the help of men, they can only take on masculine roles. Watching Guomin and her group in such a disheveled state, Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong couldn't help but whisper to each other. Chen Yin casually noticed a woman washing a wound with the bottled water and immediately walked over to question her. How did you get this injury? Oh, this? I accidentally fell. The woman stammered out an explanation that sounded suspicious. Chen Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. If she had fallen, in a way, she could consider herself lucky, right? What kind of luck would it take to fall and end up with a wound shaped almost like a bite mark? She was bitten by that vegetable monster. Guomin knew this couldn't be hidden from Chen Yin and immediately exposed it. But then she started to explain. However, I found that the bite marks from this vegetable monster are different from those of zombies. Chen Yin nodded but thought to herself, what difference does it make? They are all mutated, carrying a virus within them. Once bitten, there's no chance of survival. You should know that being bitten by a zombie turns you into one, right? Chen Yin tentatively asked her a simple question. Guomin immediately nodded. I know, but this is different from that. Seeing that the other party wanted to continue explaining, Chen Yin sighed and interrupted her. Dr. Gua, to be honest, your pharmacological knowledge cannot explain such things at all. How about we make a bet? If you can bring her back alive at this time tomorrow, I will give you as much supplies as you want. She was very certain and confident. It seemed that Guomin's defenses had been instantly breached by Chen Yin. Chapter 69. We can risk our lives. Chen Yin scanned Guomin and her group, but did not see those women covered in insect eggs. What happened to the sick ones? Chen Yin asked curiously. They all died. They knew they would hold everyone back, so they stayed behind to cover our escape. After Guomin finished this sentence, the two women behind her suddenly couldn't help but cry out loud. Quite heroic, Chen Yin thought with some surprise. And then suddenly realized something. Previously, Guomin's group must have had 4 or 5 sick ones, but now only one bitten and infected person remained. Therefore, selling a small pill to save a life is acceptable. It doesn't cost much. Moreover, judging by Guomin's demeanor, she seems to care a lot about her people, making it easy to sell. How about making another deal? Chen Yin said to Guomin, who was already thinking about it. Do you want to do some business? What kind of business? Guomin asked excitedly, as doing business with Chen Yin was something he had always wanted, even if it was extremely dangerous. Chen Yin then pointed at the woman who had been bitten. I have a way to treat her, but you need to tell me the exact location of that market. Upon hearing this, Guomin was momentarily stunned. Really? But then she recalled what Chen Yin had just said and asked cautiously. Did you not say that those who are bitten will become zombies and cannot be cured? Chen Yin smiled faintly. That's because you can't cure her, not because I can't. Believe it or not, I originally wanted to casually ask you for the location of the market, but that would be unfair to you, so I consider this quite reasonable. I can give you some time to think about it. If you agree, I will go back to get the medicine and treat her right here. Chen Jin's words left Guomin in a daze. Although she really didn't want to lose any more companions, she had to admit that this guy really had that kind of miraculous medicine. If he could cure infection, could he not save the world? You definitely don't want to lose her, right? After all, to be honest, half of your people are already dead, and if more die, survival will become increasingly difficult. Seeing that Guomin remained silent, Chen Jin employed psychological tactics and continued to apply pressure verbally. Alright, Guomin nodded in agreement on the spot. No matter whether it was true or false, she had to dare to try. Chen Jin nodded and said, good, then turned back and went into the house. After a while, he came out with a red pill and returned to Guomin. First, tell me the location. Just as Guomin was about to step forward to take it, Chen Jin suddenly retracted his hand and said. Guomin bit her lip and mentioned a rather convoluted location. After barely remembering it, Chen Jin returned to Jiang Yingxue and told her the location, asking, is this place real? Yes, there is indeed a market in the Honghe district. I used to patrol there often. Jiang Yingxue nodded in response. Now that Chen Jin was reassured, he returned to Guomin and handed the red pill to her. Swallow it with a bit of water, Chen Jin kindly reminded. Guomin and others watched as the bitten woman slowly took the pill. How is it? After finishing, Guomin immediately inquired. The woman shook her head, saying she felt nothing. Just as Guomin was about to turn to ask Chen Jin, he had already anticipated her action and spoke in advance. Wait another 5 minutes. Although it's a miraculous medicine, it's not that magical, Chen Jin said proudly. Guomin and the others were skeptical, but patiently waited for 5 minutes. What's happening to me? 5 minutes later, with the woman's startled exclamation, Guomin and others quickly turned to look. They saw the wound on the woman's leg, where the flesh had been stripped away, starting to emit a faint smoke. Huh. Guomin's eyes nearly popped out at the sight that followed. The wound was healing? Not only Guomin, but the other sisters also gasped when they saw the woman's wound healing and scabbing. On the side, Shun Haidong and Jiang Yingxue, who had also escaped from the clutches of death thanks to Chen Jin's help, were not overly surprised by the scene. Once the wound had completely scabbed over, the woman was drenched in sweat, but was extremely excited. After being bitten by the mutated vegetable, her wound not only hurt intensely but also felt as if tiny bugs were crawling under her skin, extending from her calf to her thigh, causing unbearable itching that scratching could not alleviate. This peculiar sensation had even spread to her belly button, but just seconds ago, it had vanished completely. This medicine is incredible. The woman couldn't help but exclaim, rushing to her sisters and hurriedly saying that she was fine now. Perhaps she was well liked among this group of sisters. As everyone gathered around her, unable to hold back their tears together, Guomin, watching from the side, secretly wiped away a few tears and turned to Chen Jin, saying, thank you, Mr. Chen. I've never seen such a miraculous medicine in my life. Can you sell us a few more? The next moment, Guomin made her request. Although she didn't know how the medicine was made to have such amazing effects, she understood that having this on hand when going out would be very beneficial. Because as long as you're not bitten to death, you can instantly be reborn. It's like having an extra life. No, it's equivalent to having several extra lives. Seeing Guomin so excited, Chen Yin frowned. Do you have any more information? Or are you looking to trade something for it? I haven't thought it through yet. Guomin finally came to her senses, realizing that she seemed to have no bargaining chips. After all, she knew very well that a life-saving medicine would never come with terms that were not commensurate with its value. It was like exchanging information about a market location. She even felt that the information she could provide wouldn't be enough to trade for a red pill. How about this, Mr. Chen? Let us sell ourselves to you. Guomin suddenly blurted out in a moment of inspiration. Chen Yin was taken aback, immediately showing a look of disdain. I didn't expect you to say something like that? Didn't I say before? No, don't get me wrong. I mean selling our lives to you. Guomin quickly clarified. Selling your life for me? Chen Yin scratched his head, suddenly finding the proposal somewhat ridiculous. To exchange for a life-saving red pill and then risk one's life? That price is not right, is it? You'd be betting your own life to gain a few more lives? Is this some sort of game? It's not like we're in a video game. If it's like Jiang Shui and the others, trading their lives for some food would make sense. Why don't you ask them first? Chen Yin felt that Guomin's actions were a bit hasty. She clearly cared for her sisters, yet sometimes it seemed like she forgot about them. But Guomin shook her head. They would definitely agree. After all, regardless of whether we work under you, our lives are at risk every day. Just feel free to command us. Yesterday, those people who annoyed you are mostly gone. So now our group of sisters consists of elites, each capable and hardworking. Moreover, I have already taught them the skills of using a crossbow. They are not so afraid of zombies anymore. If you want us to kill zombies, we can do it anytime. Chapter 70. Such casual talk. Guomin suddenly felt that as long as she worked well under Chen Yin, her chances of survival would actually be quite high. So she almost set aside all her dignity and wholeheartedly promoted them. Of course, her self-promotion was effective. Upon hearing the term killing zombies, Chen Yin couldn't help but think of something. Although allies who used the weapons they sold to kill monsters would only receive less than half of the points as a reward, Guomin's group had lost half of their members and had about 8 or 9 left. However, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. If they were brave enough to go out every day, they would probably kill quite a few zombies along the way. That would provide him with a stable point bonus every day, as long as they didn't suffer total annihilation. How about this? If you don't mind the trouble, just go out every day to look for zombies to kill. It doesn't have to be near my shelter. Anywhere is fine. Your doorstep, school, or mall, as long as you dare. Chen Jin's request didn't seem too demanding. It was just about going out to kill some zombies every day. However, this request didn't seem to benefit him much. Was he trying to be a righteous person, eradicating all the zombies in the area for the benefit of other survivors? The idea was nice, but how would their compensation be calculated? Such conditions inevitably had too many flaws. Just as Guomin was about to ask, Chen Yin spoke up. I will send someone to monitor you. The more you kill, the more rewards I will give you. Everyone understands the rule of more work, more pay. Of course, Chen Yin wouldn't actually waste time monitoring them. After all, the daily settlement rewards were equivalent to keeping an eye on their every move, as long as they continued to use the weapons he provided to kill monsters. But Guomin was only on the first level and immediately believed Chen Jin's words, nodding in agreement. All right, we will work hard to kill zombies. Chen Yin cleverly took advantage of the situation. Once he said that, Guomin genuinely felt he was a good person. Even if he sent someone to monitor them, he was still clearing out all the zombies and providing hope for survival to the nearby survivors. Guomin quickly relayed this news to her sisters, who all nodded in agreement, thinking this task was much simpler than moving corpses. After all, killing zombies was not just for Chen Yin. It was also for their own safety, making it a win-win collaboration. After bowing to thank Chen Yin, Guomin and her group left with supplies. What kind of business was that? Jiang Shui approached Chen Yin curiously. Chen Yin glanced at her. A long-term beneficial business. An hour later, a rare visitor arrived outside. Dr. Lu, why did you come alone? Jiang Shui, who was instructed by Chen Yin to check the pile of corpses, was shocked to see Dr. Lu outside the wire fence looking flustered. Dr. Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Guomin and the others just came to me, saying they were cured of that illness here. Jiang Shui knew everything and wanted to say that the ones who got sick had long died, and the one who was cured was the bitten one. You come in first. Be careful with your hands. Don't touch the wire. Jiang Shui turned to notify Chen Yin, who immediately opened the door, and Dr. Lu rushed in, gasping for breath. You're quite lucky, aren't you? Chen Yin couldn't help but tease. After all, Dr. Lu was unarmed and didn't have the fighting skills of Jiang Shui and the others, yet he made it here safely, which was impressive. Not bad, not bad. After catching his breath, Dr. Lu finally asked Chen Yin, Chen, I have 2 big matters to discuss with you. Go ahead. Seeing the serious expression on the other's face, Chen Yin would have believed him if he said he discovered aliens. Could you give me a red pill for research? Dr. Lu continued. If it weren't for Guomin and the others, I wouldn't have known that this thing could remove infections. Chen Yin hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but then agreed to his request. After all, Dr. Lu had given him his pharmacy, and he couldn't be ungrateful. Sure. Chen Yin made another red pill and handed it to Dr. Lu, then patted his shoulder with a slight smile. I hope you can research it well and become a hero who saves the world soon. This could be interpreted as sarcasm or irony. In any case, Chen Yin didn't believe Dr. Lu would easily figure out this thing. But Dr. Lu didn't catch the nuance and nodded with a smile. Oh, you're really overpraising me. Although I've been a doctor for 35 years and outperformed experts in major hospitals, my abilities aren't enough to easily understand this miraculous medicine. Chen Yin was taken aback, thinking that Dr. Lu's words were quite pretentious. Chen, I know this medicine is your trade secret. But if I manage to research it and get results, you won't mind, right? Not at all. Feel free to research. Chen Yin almost wanted to say that he didn't even know how this medicine was made. By the way, Dr. Lu, didn't you say there were two big matters? What about the second one? Chen Yin recalled Dr. Lu's words and asked. Dr. Lu immediately patted his head. I almost forgot. Do you have any meat pies left? I can trade 2 boxes of banlangen for 2 meat pies. What do you think? Is that really a big deal? Chen Jin asked, bewildered. Oh, Dr. Lu nodded. He was then ruthlessly rejected, because Chen Jin didn't have any points left. Even if he did, he wouldn't easily use them to make food at the cooking station. After all, even the cheapest earthworm pie cost 50 points, and 2 would be 100 points. 100 points could buy 100 rounds of M9 ammunition or 50 rounds of shotgun shells, though he usually spent points freely. Spending them for someone else to make relatively unimportant meat pies was something he found hard to accept. If Dr. Lu really wants to eat, he can only hope that the random rewards from the recycling machine will include meat pies. Of course, Chen Jin does not wish for that. After all, he has enough to eat, and isn't a bullet reward more appealing than a meat pie? Perhaps it's true that healers can't heal themselves, and only someone like Dr. Lu, who seems a bit out of touch, would crave a meat pie. After being politely refused by Chen Jin on the grounds of lacking raw materials, Dr. Lu suddenly felt that life had lost its color. Would he never get to eat such delicious meat pies again? With his head hanging low, he approached Jiang Yingxue and said, our shelter only has 3 packs of instant noodles left, and we've even run out of water. Is that all? Jiang Yingxue, who had been eating at Chen Jin's place these past few days, just realized the situation in their shelter and frowned. Wait, I'll ask Chen Jin. She then went to Chen Jin and asked if they could finish their work for the day and exchange it for some food. Chen Jin first nodded in agreement, then smiled slightly. Sure, have Dr. Lu come and work together. Once you finish today's tasks, I'll give each of you a health check package. What's a health check package? Jiang Yingxue asked, a bit confused. 1 bread, 1 sausage, and 1 box of milk. Chapter 71, Generous Point Settlement. Upon hearing that Chen Jin would only pay them for 1 day's work, Jiang Yingxue felt a bit embarrassed. Wait, we can't settle up every day, right? If that's the case, wouldn't we have 1 meal and then none? Jiang Yingxue thought she was familiar enough with Chen Jin to reason with him, but Chen Jin just shrank back and looked at her oddly. What does that have to do with me? Don't you have weapons? If it really doesn't work out, just go find some yourself. I've already been very generous to you, even offering you meals, so don't push your luck. Anyway, if you're doing odd jobs here, payment is settled at the end of the day, and the reward is just 1 meal. Also, I'm not selling bottled water anymore, so don't ask me for it in the future. After saying what he needed to, Jiang Yingxue and the others couldn't help but feel frustrated. They thought they had become familiar enough, but it turned out that things were still strictly business. With no other choice, Jiang Yingxue had to agree to the deal and pulled Dr. Lu to continue working. As dusk approached, the 3 of them piled the suspicious corpses they had gathered on the ground. Chen Jin poured the last of the gasoline over the corpses and set them on fire. I'm starting to run low on gasoline, so if you can collect some on your way back, please do. Come back next week to exchange for supplies. Chen Jin said. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Got it. But next time, we don't want food. Can you sell us some handgun bullets instead? Handgun bullets are not available, but shotgun shells are. Due to insufficient trust and low handgun bullet inventory, and for various reasons, Chen Jin replied like this. That's fine. Jiang Yingxue was overjoyed. Initially, she wanted to ask for a lot of shotgun shells, fearing that Chen Jin would refuse her since shotgun shells are more valuable due to their greater lethality. Unexpectedly, she thought it over wrong. Chen Jin didn't want to sell her handgun bullets at all. Jiang Yingxue was quite happy, but Shun Haidong beside her had a hard time expressing his feelings. After all, he only had a crossbow in hand, and his handgun had long run out of bullets. If it were a repeating crossbow, he could take down a dozen zombies in one go. In any case, even though he had used it quite skillfully in the battle against the mutated vulture, he still preferred using guns. A few minutes later, the 3 of them left the shelter, and the surroundings gradually quieted down, with only the sound of burning corpses crackling. In the evening, Chen Jin brought the seeds to the 2nd floor and prepared them, then went downstairs to check the task list. The special mission had been completed, and the rewards would be available tomorrow morning. After reading through it, Chen Jin rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. Just 1 more day, and everything would refresh. By then, the recycling machine would offer 5 random rewards. The task list would also reset, and he wondered what new missions might appear. Additionally, the suffixes of the prophecy crystal ball would refresh as well. Chen Jin considered this carefully. Should he wait a couple of days until the suffixes of the prophecy crystal ball refreshed, and then allocate his points based on the suffix content? That settled it. He would save some points. After all, preparing ahead was his forte. He quickly decided, a man should have some savings. He couldn't continue living paycheck to paycheck. Besides, his current equipment was already superior to anything else, so saving some for upgrades and entertainment wouldn't hurt, right? Thinking about the fridge and the entertainment area's equipment, Chen Jin felt he owed them too much and quickly bowed in their direction, saying, sorry. Before long, he prepared a feast, opened a bottle of beer, and got ready to reward himself for his victory against the mutated vulture today. It had been a long time since he had beer. Chen Jin poured himself a large glass and took a big gulp, letting out a satisfying sound. Then, he picked up the sizzling bacon in front of him. dipping it into the prepared sauce. In his solitary house, he enjoyed a lonely dinner, yet at this moment, he felt very relaxed and happy. After all, he liked this feeling of being alone, unrestrained, and even invincible. Outside, the chimney of the tin house was still puffing out blue smoke, filled with the aroma of barbecued meat and stir-fried dishes wafting everywhere. If anyone passed by, they would surely be lured in by the delicious smell. However, there were no passers-by, only some zombies and corpse dogs that were drawn in. Then crash, they all collided with the barbed wire. Unbeknownst to Chen Yin, his meal had caused the demise of many innocent wandering creatures. The next morning, Chen Yin got up and immediately entered the settlement interface. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 20 points. Greasy and hearty meals, 24 points. Burning insect eggs, 496 points. Killing the mutated vulture, 1,643 points. Hunting mission for the mutated vulture completed, 5,000 points. With a reward of 3 random collection machine rewards. First use of weapons not belonging to the fortress, reward of crossbow blueprint. First hunt of a large mutated creature, reward of Uzi submachine gun blueprint. You acted boldly in the battle against the mutated vulture, 400 points. An ally killed the monster with a single-barreled shotgun, 815 points. An ally killed the monster with a crossbow, 105 points. An ally enjoyed your delicious meal, feeling pleased, 100 points. Points settled, 8,959 remaining points. 8,962 wow. Over 8,900 points. Almost 9,000. Chen Yin was immediately shocked. He never expected to gain points for killing the mutated vulture. And it was over 1,600 points. He also didn't anticipate that his allies would contribute over 1,000 points, likely including the mutated vulture in their kills. Not only did he accumulate nearly 9,000 points, but he also received additional rewards, 2 blueprints. The crossbow, which he had played with yesterday, was automatically added to his weapon inventory, reminding him not to forget to use captured weapons in the future. Perhaps he could mass-produce them to sell. As for the Uzi submachine gun, it was indeed a great find. In terms of firepower and rate of fire, the Uzi definitely surpassed the M9 pistol in his hands, even though the M9 was fully equipped. Moreover, the Uzi could be upgraded infinitely. Once fully upgraded, it would probably outperform even the double-barreled shotgun. After all, the double-barreled shotgun was a close-range weapon, achieving its maximum lethality only at close range. The Uzi, on the other hand, was suitable for mid to close-range combat, compensating for the shotgun's shortcomings and replacing the M9's role. However, he still had a large capacity backpack, so it wasn't impossible to carry all 3 weapons when going out. In case of special circumstances, the M9 might still have a chance to be used. Although Chen Yin was eager to check the Uzi's upgrade options, he didn't forget his priorities. The refrigerator and entertainment equipment had to be upgraded first. Chen Yin quickly approached the refrigerator to check its upgrade options. Refrigerator, upgrade options. Advanced refrigerator branch capacity, 100 expand the refrigerator's space to store more items. Freshness, 200 improve the refrigerator's freshness effect, making it hard for food to spoil. Material, 200 replace the original materials of the refrigerator to enhance its durability. Auxiliary equipment, 300 add a food generator, producing 1 random food item daily at no cost. All upgrades only cost 800 points. That's really cheap. This auxiliary equipment is fantastic. It can generate random food daily. Chen Yin clapped his hands and immediately upgraded all 4 options of the refrigerator. Bang! The refrigerator made a loud noise, and a burst of cold air rushed out, causing Chen Yin to instinctively raise his hand to shield himself. Chapter 72. Searching for seeds. Once the cold air dissipated, Chen Yin finally saw the refrigerator before him. It looked completely different from before. This was no mere expansion of space. It was as if they had built a steel room inside the refrigerator. Staring at the impressive double-door refrigerator, 2 meters tall and 4 meters wide, Chen Yin was left speechless, muttering quietly in his heart. I initially thought that even with the upgraded refrigerator, it might not be able to hold all these dozens of pounds of vegetables. However, it turned out I was completely overthinking it. The fridge could accommodate several times that amount. Chen Yin didn't hesitate and quickly packed all the vegetables into the fridge, considering they had already been sitting out for 2 days. If he delayed any longer, they would lose their freshness. After finishing the task, Chen Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the food generator set up next to the fridge. I hope you can produce something delicious. That way, I won't have to make breakfast every day, he said with a smile, giving the generator a pat. Then, he pushed open the door to the leisure area and chose to unlock the movie theater. In an instant, several sofas, a coffee table, and a widescreen appeared in the previously empty corner of the room. Wow, this makes me want to watch a movie right now. Chen Yin felt an urge and jogged over to take a look. The projector and tape player were combined into one unit, and the coffee table was adorned with a dozen or so DVDs. The covers of the DVDs were all unfamiliar to Chen Yin, but he had expected as much. After all, this was a parallel world, and even zombie-themed movies probably didn't exist. It was likely that films from his previous life didn't exist here either. How retro. Chen Yin couldn't help but comment on the ancient dates on the DVDs. Yet he was very curious about these old films since he had never seen any of them. These classic movies surely contained the history of this world, which genuinely piqued his interest. Additionally, the system indicated that Chen Yin could spend points to purchase extra movie discs and upgrade the theater. Upgrading the theater would undoubtedly expand its space or increase the number of films available. However, Chen Yin chose not to upgrade for now. After all, he had already checked the movie library, which contained hundreds of films for sale. Even if he watched one a day, It would take him over a year to finish them all. Ultimately, Chen Yin decided against watching a movie since he had neither popcorn nor cola at hand. In the past, he had been particularly health-conscious and hardly touched these two items. But now, he could indulge freely. Both items were available at the supermarket, and he planned to go out and get them shortly. After leaving the leisure area, Chen Yin headed straight to the light weapons crafting station and uploaded the design for the Uzi. The Uzi submachine gun was priced at 2,000 points. The same as the double-barreled shotgun. That's cheap. I'll buy it. Chen Yin crafted one right away. Once he held it, he couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the gun. Perhaps it was due to the system's manufacturing, but he felt that this Uzi was exceptionally refined. With its sleek black body, compact design, and lightweight feel, a powerful close combat weapon, yet very portable. Chen Yin didn't immediately take it out for a test. Instead, he checked its upgrade options. Uzi submachine gun upgrade path. Military Uzi submachine gun branch firepower. 500 replace the muzzle to enhance attack power by 50. Rate of fire. 500 alter the internal structure to increase the rate of fire by 50. Magazine capacity. 1000 replace with extended magazine, increasing capacity to 50 rounds. Silencer. 1000 add a silencer to enhance stealth. Accuracy. 3000 add a grip, stock, and red dot sight to improve shooting stability. Currently, he has over 5,200 points left, and upgrading the Uzi to max level seems a bit challenging. Moreover, he swore yesterday to save some points for emergencies. So, let us leave the Uzi for now. What if he draws Uzi parts from the recycling machine's random rewards? That would save quite a few points. Chen Yin thought proudly to himself, and then muttered, "You know what I mean, system big brother?" He then stepped outside to check the status of the recycling machine. 3 random rewards had already been credited. Although it was quite lucky to draw 3 times in a row, Chen Yin restrained his eager hands and decided to wait until tomorrow to draw. Tomorrow, the recycling machine would offer 5 random rewards, and a lucky 5 consecutive draws would be more satisfying than a feast. After that, Chen Yin recalled what happened yesterday. Through Guomin's intel, he learned about the vegetable market in the Red River district. Since Guomin and her group were attacked by mutated vegetables and only managed to bring back 1 seed, it was clear that there must still be many seeds at that market. This was why Chen Yin inquired about the intel. Seeds are undoubtedly better in larger quantities, as they are a sustainable resource. If food runs low in the future, they will be essential for producing more. After some consideration, Chen Yin came up with strategies to deal with those mutated vegetables. He returned indoors, went up to the 2nd floor, and crafted a bait trap and a Molotov cocktail. The bait trap was undoubtedly convenient for gathering monsters, and the Molotov cocktail was straightforward. Once the monsters were gathered, just throw it into the middle of them, and bam. That is settled. With 4,200 points left, he couldn't spend any more. He must learn self-discipline. Chen Yin firmly told himself, though he still felt a bit restless. Since Jiang Yingxue was not present, he lacked a guide and had to check the map on the wall himself, carefully searching for the location of the vegetable market in the Red River district. 5 minutes later, he found the market's location, marked it with a pen, confirmed the directions, and simply folded the map and put it in his backpack. Shortly after stepping outside, Chen Yin encountered 2 corpse dogs running towards him. "Oh, good morning. Just in time to test my new weapon, right?" Chen Yin calmly drew his Uzi and aimed for a quick burst. The 2 corpse dogs hadn't gotten close, yet when they were shot to pieces from 20 meters away, tumbling several times in a gruesome death. Wow, this thing really has a fast firing rate, and it's very stable. I can't imagine how crazy it will be once I add the extended magazine and other attachments. Chen Yin thought excitedly as he looked at the Uzi. The sound of the Uzi wasn't too loud, but it attracted several nearby zombies with its gunfire. With no magazines for his Uzi, Chen Yin decided not to linger any longer. He tucked the Uzi away and continued on his way. Along the journey, he remembered that Li Chuan and his group might arrive at his shelter around noon, so Chen Yin felt the urgency to return before then. About an hour later, he finally reached the designated location. During this time, he had killed quite a few zombies and used up a considerable amount of double-barrel shotgun ammo. Currently, he found himself in a small outdoor market, roughly a few hundred square meters in size. Trash was scattered everywhere, and corpses littered the ground. However, Chen Yin thought this was quite normal. After all, even a small market is a densely populated area, and naturally, many would have died. As long as these bodies weren't just playing dead, it was fine. Even if they were, he could still draw them out. Chen Yin then entered the market and glanced around. The stalls were filled with a haphazard assortment of vegetables. The ground was also covered with various kinds of produce, which, upon closer inspection, had started to rot, their colors turning into bizarre shades of blue and black. At that moment, everything was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Yet, recalling Guomin's description of being chased by a swarm of mutated vegetables yesterday, Chen Yin felt a sense of urgency and remained vigilant. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Chen Yin chuckled to himself as he took out the bait trap from his backpack, aiming for the center of the market. He jumped high and threw it with force. With a buff from the enhancement potion still active for another day, he easily tossed the bait trap several dozen meters away. Thud! The bait trap landed heavily, lying quietly on the ground. However, within a few seconds, the surrounding area suddenly became restless. Chen Yin soon heard chattering sounds that resembled children talking. And then he was stunned by the sight before him. Countless vegetables extended various appendages, scuttling across the ground. Some even split open to reveal gaping mouths. Ignoring Chen Yin entirely as they all rushed toward the bait trap. In just a few seconds, nearly all the mutated vegetables had gathered around the bait trap, leaving only a few rotten vegetable scraps on the stall. Well, it seems not a single vegetable escaped this fate. Huh? Chapter 73, The Catastrophic Gas Cylinder Now. Those mutated vegetables had completely surrounded the bait trap, tearing at it, and even tossing it into the air, playing with it like a toy. The bait trap had some defensive capabilities. Otherwise, if it were a person, they would probably be devoured within moments, leaving nothing behind. Chen Yin did not strike immediately, but instead chose to patiently observe this absurd scene. Before long, the zombies that had been playing dead nearby were also attracted by the aroma of the bait trap and began to lumber towards it. What happened next left Chen Yin momentarily stunned. The mutated vegetables seemed to sense that the undead were trying to compete with them for food, and unexpectedly launched a counterattack, biting at them. Goodness, they really can't tell friend from foe? Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Although they weren't the same species, they were at least similar in nature. The next moment, Chen Yin stepped out from the corner, realizing that if he didn't act soon, those undead would be completely consumed by the mutated vegetables. Though there weren't many undead, they still counted as points. Chen Yin ran a certain distance, took out a Molotov cocktail, aimed at the densest area of the undead and mutated vegetables, and threw it hard. He then quickly hid behind a stall to avoid being detected by the other side. With a loud crash, the Molotov cocktail exploded in the crowd of monsters, instantly igniting everything nearby, especially the mutated vegetables, which immediately jumped in all directions, desperately trying to escape the flames. However, their actions backfired, inadvertently harming their companions. Those mutated vegetables that hadn't been affected by the explosion were ignited by the flames they created, causing a chain reaction among the monsters, one after another catching fire. Nice. That's more like it. The more they struggled, the greater the damage. Chen Yin peeked out to see this scene and couldn't help but smile. Compared to the mutated vegetables, the ignited undead remained quite calm, collapsing to the ground without much struggle, instead clinging to the bait traps. After all, they had no sense of pain. Those who feel no pain are truly formidable. Though many mutated vegetables were set ablaze, there were still a few that managed to escape the flames. Chen Yin certainly wouldn't let any of those lucky ones off the hook. He took out his M9, ready to pick off the remaining mutated vegetables from a distance. Damn, jumping around even with their butts on fire? Chen Yin tried to take a couple of shots, but soon felt overwhelmed. The mutated vegetables were not only running everywhere, but also mixed in with their burning companions. Chen Yin either couldn't hit them or ended up shooting the already burned ones. However, the current problem was not too difficult for Chen Yin. He quickly fixed his gaze on a gas canister next to a snack stall. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Chen Yin couldn't help but lament. The gas canister was perfectly positioned right in the middle of the monster crowd. Perhaps the monsters had gathered too closely before, blocking his view of such a powerful weapon. The reason it was called a powerful weapon was that Chen Yin had the capability to detonate it. The gas canister could easily blow up several floors. Its power was unimaginable. However, at this distance, Chen Yin didn't think he would accidentally harm himself. So he boldly aimed at the gas canister and kept pulling the trigger. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Boom. After the 8th shot, the gas canister exploded instantly, and a fierce shockwave rushed towards him, nearly knocking Chen Yin to the ground. Holy smokes. Although he guessed the power of this thing was immense, experiencing it firsthand left Chen Yin in awe. The towering flames from the gas tank explosion had engulfed everything nearby. All the monsters within the blast radius had perished without exception. A few more gas tanks at the scene were also affected, exploding in an instant, creating chaos that was 100 times more thrilling than setting off fireworks during the new year. After several rounds of explosions, Chen Yin slowly stood up and surveyed the area. Half of the market had been obliterated. All the vegetable stalls had collapsed, and even the makeshift stands were in ruins. The zombies had turned to charred remains, lying haphazardly on the ground. Countless mutated vegetables had disappeared without a trace, leaving only burnt vegetable roots scattered on the ground. Perhaps their remains. Everything around had quieted down, with only the faint crackling of flames audible. Chen Yin had become the only living being in the vicinity. The one who laughed last. He walked toward the place where the monsters had gathered and found the deformed bait trap, bending down to sniff it. The foul odor was gone, replaced by the smell of burnt material, indicating that the bait trap had made a brave sacrifice. But it was no big deal. A loss could bring a blessing, and considering he had killed so many monsters, he had likely earned back dozens of times the cost. Chen Yin couldn't help but whistle as he began to search through the ruins of the market. Seeds shouldn't be sold outdoors, right? Let us check those little sheds over there. After careful thought, Chen Yin turned and entered a small shed by the market. To his surprise, he indeed found several bags of seeds in the second shed. Although they were small bags, there were quite a few, each containing at least over 100 seeds. Moreover, the bags were labeled with common crops like carrots, potatoes, and tomatoes, all rich in various vitamins, and exactly what Chen Yin loved to eat. Let us search some more. Who knows what good things are left? After all, there were no threats nearby, so Chen Yin greedily decided to continue his search, running into other small sheds. Half a bag of rice should be fine. I'll take it. Seasonings? I'll take those too. Cat food? I'll grab it. What if I get a cat or dog in the future? With just a quick search, Chen Yin found plenty of food and supplies. Even dusty old tools in the corners, all packed into his backpack. The backpack had ample space and could handle the weight of 40 pounds without any discomfort. So he filled it to the brim and felt no burden at all. Returning with a full load, he was happy. Chen Yin adjusted his backpack, a bright smile on his face. Then he began to think about what brand of cola to get at the supermarket and what flavor of popcorn to choose. After all, even the wealthy have their troubles, like what to have for dinner tonight. He hadn't decided yet. Hey, Brother, can you hear me? Just then, Chen Yin heard someone calling him from the side and immediately turned to look. Then, he saw a middle-aged man with a shiny face waving at him from the fifth-floor window of a nearby residential building. When the man noticed that Chen Yin was looking this way, he immediately became overjoyed and shouted, "Come over here, I need to talk to you." Chapter 74, They're catching up. Is this guy sick? Just because you call me, I should come? After hearing this, Chen Yin disdainfully glanced at the man and was about to turn away when he heard another group calling out to him. "Hey, can you help us out?" The speaker was a woman from a different unit in the same building on the third floor. It was clear she had a baby in her arms, one with a pacifier. "Please, save my child. My baby hasn't had anything to drink for 3 days." Hearing the woman's plea, Chen Jin's expression grew colder. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was equal. Even innocent infants wouldn't prompt him to lend a hand. After all, it wasn't his child. Why should he feel obligated to help others? What Chen Jin didn't expect was that the building was filled with people in need. Within seconds, several households peeked out, calling for help. "Hey buddy, share half of the food you found with me. I can trade you stuff, sneakers, an iPhone. I'll give you whatever you want. Hey, I'm right here. Can you send me some food? I'm starving. Hey kid, give me all the food you have, and I'll give you this car key. Young man, please save us 2 poor elderly folks." Almost everyone in that building had come out. And from the opposite building emerged a group of desperate individuals, most wanting to take advantage of him, with only a few genuine ones looking to trade. But at that moment, even if they offered him mountains of gold and silver, Chen Jin had no interest in exchanging anything. He just wanted to leave this troublesome place. He felt that the living people here were even more threatening than the monsters. Rather than plotting against him, they were just trying to annoy him verbally. Seeing Chen Jin smile, plug his ears with his fingers, and dash away, the survivors inside the building immediately started lamenting. Initially, they thought the earlier explosions were the official rescue team arriving with tanks and artillery. But who could have guessed that a young man would emerge from the ruins? Fully armed and with abundant supplies, they all quickly sent out distress signals to him. However, he completely ignored them, acting like a heartless person. Damn. To see someone in need and not help, people like him should go to hell. Ugh. Stupid thing. I hope you get bitten by a zombie soon. What is wrong with young people these days? They don't understand the importance of helping the elderly and children at all. Oh, come on. Don't eat that sour radish. Almost tacitly, the people in the building suddenly erupted like a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, with shouts and vicious curses pouring out incessantly. In some rooms, there were even friendly greetings from foreign friends. Of course, not all survivors were just busy with verbal sparring. Many rushed downstairs immediately, a small portion chasing after Chen Jian, while the majority ran toward the ruins of the vegetable market. The group that rushed out had no safety measures at all, not even wearing masks. They were starving and close to madness, and their survival so far was merely due to not having encountered danger while holed up at home. Their lack of protection was not just a result of desperation from hunger, but rather a lack of information. They had no idea the air had been contaminated. Many people were heading towards the vegetable market to scavenge leftovers, nearly 100 of them, with a few burly men at the front standing out the most. They were all wielding knives. Their eyes were bloodshot, and drool was dripping from their mouths, rather than being driven mad by hunger. They looked more like patients with mental illness. Those following behind slowed their pace upon witnessing this scene, trying to maintain distance to avoid unnecessary conflict. Where did all the food go? There's nothing left after the explosion. That guy must have taken it all. The burly men rummaged through the vegetable stall, turning everything upside down but finding nothing, and they couldn't help but start cursing, directing their anger towards Chen Jian. "Let us catch up to him and grab all the food." The men stopped searching and began shouting as they turned back to chase after him. Chen Jian probably had no idea he was under fire even while lying down. Meanwhile, those who hadn't joined and targeted the small rooms, rushing in without regard for their lives. If viewed from a bird's-eye perspective, it resembled students leaving school for the cafeteria, a spectacular scene with a crowd jostling and pushing, showing no courtesy to one another. Many people flowed with the crowd, rushing downstairs to join the scavenging group. "I got here first. You all get lost. We arrived first. This shop is mine. Why are you taking my stuff? Are you kidding me?" Soon, several houses were crowded with people. The hesitant ones still arguing while the savvy ones had already started to take action. One fish stirred up a pot of trouble, and soon the crowd was fighting fiercely. Some who initially wanted to mediate or negotiate had changed their demeanor, picking up bricks from the ground to strike, and they were even more ruthless than others. After all, such inhumane behavior was driven by the instinct to survive. Everyone believed they were innocent and didn't want to starve to death. However, this behavior undoubtedly resulted in more losses. If they realized that the room had already been completely searched by Chen Jian, with nothing left behind, they would likely be so enraged that they would suffer a stroke on the spot and collectively perish. On the other side, Chen Jian had sensed someone was chasing him. He suddenly turned around and raised his double-barreled shotgun. "Don't move. Don't shoot, big brother." The two people chasing him, a young man and a girl, both very young, one around 17 or 18, the other only 7 or 8, immediately raised their hands when they saw this and quickly spoke up. At the same time, the little boy behind her quickly hid behind her. Both of them held a basket, the contents covered with a white cloth, leaving one curious about what was inside. "What's in the basket? Put it down." Chen Jian threatened immediately. Even if he was being pursued by a peculiar brother-sister duo, he wouldn't lower his guard. "It's some cakes, made with high-gluten flour and animal cream. They are high in calories and protein, perfect for someone like you who often goes out in the cold winter." The girl spoke very quickly, without any unnecessary words, which momentarily stunned Chen Jian. Then, she lifted the cloth from the basket, revealing small, delicate cream cakes inside. Chen Yin knew the other party must have a request, so he cut to the chase. What do you want? Half a bag of rice you have. She replied. My brother is still growing. As long as we have something to eat, that's enough. Deal. Chen Yin agreed instantly. He picked up the basket and tossed half a bag of rice to the girl. Thank you, big brother. The girl immediately expressed her immense gratitude with a bow. And the little boy behind her, no longer timid, smiled at Chen Yin, saying, Thank you, big brother. You're welcome. Chen Yin instinctively smiled back. However, the next moment, a group of people rushed over, and his smile vanished. Hey, why are you running so fast? We're not going to eat you. As fellow survivors. They thought they should help each other. Come on, just share what you found. I don't need much, just something to eat. Yeah, it's better to get through tough times together. Compared to the two children, this group of people seemed entirely desperate, swarming to rummage through Chen Jin's backpack. Let go. Chen Jin said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, directly pointing his gun at a middle-aged man. The man finally noticed the gun in his hand. His face turned pale with fear, and he quickly released the backpack, sitting down on the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. You've got the wrong person. Chen Jin aimed the gun at each person approaching him, making them retreat step by step, their mouths shut tight, not daring to make a sound. Please help me. I have 4 family members waiting for food at home. Me too. My son was bitten by something and is now lying in bed, unable to move. Big brother. Please give us something to eat. Sob, sob, sob. When kindness didn't work, they resorted to moral coercion, and soon a group of people began to play the victim, crying to Chen Jin. In the past, a slightly kind-hearted Chen Jin might have been furious. But now, he felt no obligation at all. Humph. Whether your family lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Chen Jin coldly retorted, his tone as frigid as ice. Naturally, the crowd didn't dare to voice their anger, especially with the gun pointed at them. Anyone who dared to resist verbally would be putting their life at risk. At that moment, the previous group of strong men caught up, and upon seeing Chen Jin, they charged at him without hesitation. Hand over the food. We'll kill you. Seeing the crowd of menacing figures rushing toward him, Chen Jin furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of disbelief. Is there really someone so brave? When others saw that Chen Jin hadn't fired his gun for a moment, they immediately stopped crying and became skeptical. His gun must be fake. Don't be afraid. Rush in and grab it. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone else, heated by the moment, lunged toward Chen Jin with wild gestures. Chen Jin shrugged, shook his head helplessly, and directly pulled the trigger at the few burly men in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, and the burly men charging forward were instantly reduced to a pile of mush, vanishing into thin air. The remaining people were taken aback by the scene, their eyes nearly popping out. A few in the front even fell to their knees before Chen Jin, pleading for mercy at lightning speed. At that moment, everyone wished they could strangle the person who had shouted that Chen Jin's gun was fake. It was he who said you had a fake gun. He instigated this matter. It has nothing to do with me. Someone immediately shifted the blame, pointing at a bald, short man in the crowd. Soon, others joined in, pointing fingers at the bald man, who was now sweating profusely and trembling. Chen Jin initially didn't want to pursue the matter further, but the next moment, that bald man unexpectedly threw something at him. Chen Jin reacted quickly, catching it on the spot. Upon closer inspection, it was a jagged stone. Looking again, the bald man had already broken through the crowd and fled. His actions undoubtedly brought him trouble. Chen Jin noticed a group of zombies approaching from not far away, and with a slight smile, he took out his M9 and aimed for the bald man's leg, firing a shot. The bald man never expected Chen Jin had a handgun, and he immediately screamed, falling to the ground. Then, Chen Jin flashed a friendly smile at the others. Silence spoke louder than words. The remaining people scrambled to escape, rolling and crawling, even losing their shoes in the process. Only the girl and her brother remained. Big brother, will you come again next time? The girl asked tremulously. She vividly recalled what had just happened, but had managed to hold it together. Even her brother had too. No. If you want to trade supplies, find me at the shelter at the intersection of Peace Road in the North District. The girl had provided good supplies, and Chen Jin was quite satisfied, directly giving her the address. The girl nodded without speaking, bowed to him again, and after standing up, she was all smiles as she turned to leave quickly with her brother. Chen Jin also jogged away, leaving only the bald man still crawling on the ground. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why is everyone treating me like this? The bald man consoled himself while trying to get up, but accidentally fell flat on his face. Zombies had already appeared less than 10 meters away from him. His desperate cries received no response. Soon, his cries turned into screams that echoed throughout the neighborhood. Chen Jin didn't expect this solo venture to uncover so many survivors, nor did he anticipate their shamelessness. To seize food from the tiger's mouth, can they really be that bold? With a hint of sarcasm in his heart, Chen Jin decided not to dwell on these matters any longer. Arriving at the supermarket, he scanned the ID recognizer, and with a couple of beeps, a sweet voice warmly welcomed him. Coke and popcorn are both available. Let's grab some 5-spice peanuts too. Chen Jin cheerfully began shopping, filling his cart halfway. Instead of rushing out, he knocked on the entrance door to the rooftop. He intended to kindly check on Jiang Yingxue and the others, but after knocking for a while, he received no response. Are they out? He shrugged and pushed his cart out of the supermarket. Before long, he returned to the shelter, moved the snacks into the leisure area, and stored the Coke in the giant fridge. After finishing these tasks, Chen Jin went to the yard to check if the pile of corpses showed any signs of mutation. Then he had an idea, took a wooden board from inside, wrote "Do not touch the barbed wire. Consequences are at your own risk" on it, climbed up a ladder, and glued the board above the gate. Several hours passed, and soon it was afternoon with the sun slowly setting. Chen Yin gathered the mutated corpses in one place, used alcohol instead of gasoline, and set the pile on fire. He then went to the door to check outside. Did Li Chuan and the others stand me up? He wondered. They were supposed to arrive by noon. Li Chuan's group hadn't left a good impression on Chen Yin, and now they were several hours late, making him consider blacklisting them. Moreover, Chen Yin had already found plenty of seeds and didn't need any from them anymore. So, he decided not to think much of it and went back inside to watch a movie. Although it was an old film, Chen Yin enjoyed it thoroughly, feeling quite entertained. After all, even though he had crossed into a parallel world, he hadn't watched a movie in a long time. The films in this world were actually much more enjoyable than those from his previous life. Halfway through the movie, he got up to grab a chilled Coke, but suddenly heard loud banging on the door outside. He quickly went out to check. Is Mr. Chen here? Outside, a group of people was calling out Chen Jin's name. Their voices were somewhat gentle, but their actions were rough, as they pounded on the door loudly. Chen Jin approached, and immediately spotted Li Chuan at the front of the crowd. Chapter 76, Weekly Refresh Complete, Happy Lottery Moment seeing Chen Jin. Li Chuan quickly smiled and apologized. Sorry, Mr. Chen, we're late. The shelter was attacked by a horde of corpses, and we just finished cleaning up before rushing over. Did you bring the seeds? Chen Jin nodded and asked. Li Chuan promptly pulled out a bag of seeds and smiled as he tried to hand it to Chen Jin through the door gap. However, Chen Jin did not take it, frowning as he questioned, is this all? This small bag looks like it could barely hold 50 seeds. Li Chuan smiled but then said, There's nothing we can do, Mr. Chen. We're just following the boss's instructions. This is all the seeds we have, what do you think? We also need to keep some resources for survival. Upon hearing that it was the other party's leader who gave the instructions, Chen Jin felt a bit curious. But didn't he ask too much? With a chuckle, Chen Jin casually replied, Alright, let us do it this way. It seems your leader isn't sincerely interested in doing business with me. Just as Chen Jin was about to go back to get the medicine, Li Chuan suddenly said from behind, for bottles of pesticide. What? Chen Jin was taken aback and turned to look at him in confusion. I remember you said yesterday that you only wanted 2 bottles. The other party's words seemed to be raising the stakes, and Chen Jin was starting to doubt them. Haha. It's also what our leader instructed. After all, we're not fools. Seeds are extremely important in this world, and no one wants to easily part with them. Li Chuan maintained a friendly demeanor and explained seriously. So, Mr. Chen, please make a concession. Just these seeds in exchange for 4 bottles of pesticide. Once the medicine works and cures them, we will also come to express our gratitude. Initially, Chen Jin thought that Li Chuan, with his scholarly appearance, was not suited to be the team leader. But now it seemed that he truly had the qualifications to lead a team, given how persuasive he was. Moreover, he was amiable throughout, making it difficult to refute his words. However, as the saying goes, experience counts, having lived nearly 40 years in his last life. Chen Jin would not easily concede in a logical debate. The only way to argue logically was to not argue at all. Chen Jin leaned close to the door crack and said to Li Chuan, not a chance. Li Chuan immediately dropped his smile. Mr. Chen, since your leader is interfering with our transaction, I think this deal is no longer necessary. After saying that, Chen Jin turned to leave. Mr. Chen, you should think twice. These seeds are very hard to come by in this world. Li Chuan continued, I know that pesticide is also quite valuable, but each has its needs. You really should consider this carefully. Hearing Li Chuan's persistent remarks, Chen Jin almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeds are hard to come by. I just got hundreds of them. Asking me to think it over? Is this a veiled threat? Chen Jin decided not to pay any more attention to him and walked into the house without looking back. It seemed that Li Chuan and his group were also determined to oppose him. Seeing Chen Jin go inside, they left without turning back. Watching them leave from inside, Chen Jin shook his head and muttered to himself, I hope you don't end up in conflict with me over this, as you can't afford it. Chen Jin smiled slightly. Looking confident, returning to the leisure area, he finished watching the latter half of the movie and then put in another disc, engrossed in the second film. Soon, the table was filled with snack wrappers and peanut crumbs, and he had finished several bottles of soda, with empty bottles rolling onto the floor. Chen Jin let out a satisfied burp, wiped his mouth, cleaned up the trash, and got up to leave the leisure area. Stretching, Chen Jin couldn't help but shout, awesome. Who else can enjoy such a royal treatment? Others are worried about food and water while hiding in their shelters, despairing due to a lack of weapons and equipment. As for him, he is currently sitting in his private luxury theater, watching a movie, munching on popcorn, and sipping cola. Thinking back to the group that was calling for help this morning, along with those clowns, he couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. People like them wouldn't even share a bite to eat if they were starving. Since it was already past 11 at night, he was too lazy to prepare dinner, especially after drinking a bellyful of cola, which made him less hungry. A dessert would do, remembering the cream cake that the girl had traded with him earlier. He quickly grabbed a basket and took out a piece. Delicious. Is this animal cream? The taste is indeed different. By the way, this little basket is quite pretty. He felt that the supplies exchanged by the girl were like a timely gift for him. It seemed he had finished all the cream bread a couple of days ago, which meant he had missed out on afternoon tea and dessert. Suddenly receiving a batch of supplies perfectly filled that gap, enriching his food list even more. Being able to eat cream cake in this apocalypse is quite a luxury. After all, others are still searching for anything to fill their stomachs. While he has already returned to 3 regular meals a day, and even has afternoon tea and late night snacks, which is like having 5 meals a day, yet he still isn't satisfied with the status quo. Suddenly thinking, Perhaps I've been living like a noble since day one. Chen Yin mocked himself, but felt no remorse. After all, who was he trying to impress? He hasn't done anything wrong, just mildly showing off a bit. With a bunch of junk food in his belly, he felt happy and lay down on his soft bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Chen Yin threw off his blanket and jumped up, excitedly cheering. It's time for the lottery. I'm going to win the grand prize today. Wait, first, let's settle the points. Snapping back to reality, he opened the settlement interface. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Quality sleep, 20 points. Greasy diet, 16 points. Burned bug eggs, 415 points. Killed zombies, 205 points. Killed corpse dogs, 46 points. Killed mutated vegetable monsters, 3,959 points. Annihilated over 100 enemies in one go, 1,000 points. Disturbance creator, king of destruction, 200 points. Made a good trade with survivors, 50 points. Killed human enemies, 404 points. Ally killed monsters with a single barrel shotgun, 588 points. Ally killed monsters with a crossbow, 468 points. Points settled, 7,575 remaining points, 11,815 oh ho ho. I have over 10,000 points now. Chen Yin jumped up on the spot, nearly hitting his head on the ceiling. Now this is what I call a man's savings. Although it had only been 2 days, Chen Yin was not in a hurry to upgrade. Instead, he immediately got dressed and headed to the yard. Making a beeline for the recycler, he needed to finish drawing these 5 rewards before he could feel at ease. Chen Yin moved quickly, carrying the bodies one by one and placing them on the conveyor. Wait, I can't give you this one. Chen Yin was still cautious and kept the mutated body, throwing the good ones onto the conveyor. After all, the mutated bodies could still yield some points when burned. Wait, should I upgrade the conveyor first? Just as Chen Yin was about to press the start button on the recycler, he suddenly thought of something and opened the upgrade options for the recycler. Body collection machine upgrade options. Body harvester branch. Efficiency boost. 500 increases the speed of body collection by 200. Variety increase. 1000 expands the random reward range of the collection machine to 5 types. Know when to stop. 1500 reduces the body requirement from 10 to 9. Calm and collected. 2000 changes the recovery of random rewards from once a week to twice a week. After a quick glance, Chen Yin decided to upgrade all branches except for know when to stop. After all, that option was not particularly useful at the moment. It merely reduced the body requirement by 1. He had plenty of bodies in the yard to burn and throw into the recycler, so he wasn't worried about running out. The main attraction was the variety increase, which expanded the random rewards to 5 types. Perhaps the new rewards held some good items waiting for him. After deducting 3,500 points, the recycler underwent a dramatic transformation. With a clatter and a cloud of smoke, a brand new recycler appeared before him. Although there weren't many noticeable changes, the skull head seemed to have gotten larger. Chen Yin casually turned on the recycler, and the conveyor started working like it was greased, with bodies sliding into the entrance in a matter of seconds. Wow, this efficiency is impressive. No wonder it upgraded. Chapter 77, Jackpot. Water purifier. The upgraded recycler was now crazily collecting bodies, and Chen Yin was almost overwhelmed, pouring in truckloads of corpses, unable to keep up with its speed. After collecting nearly 50 bodies, the entrance of the recycler emitted a booming sound. Then, 5 items were ejected with a crash. Chen Yin quickly rushed over to pick them up and examine them closely. They were 3 briefcases and 2 backpacks. Hee, it's time to test my luck. Let us see if I'm a lucky one today or not. Rubbing his hands together, Chen Yin opened one of the briefcases. Inside lay a black gun barrel and something resembling a gun stock. He received an Uzi-specific silencer and an Uzi-specific rear stock. The upgrade option for the Uzi's silencer has been removed. The owner does not need to upgrade again. The stock accessory for the Uzi's accuracy has been removed, reducing the points required for the owner to upgrade the accuracy option. The system's voice followed. Chen Yin exclaimed in surprise, thinking that it was indeed a good decision not to rush to upgrade the Uzi option yesterday. Otherwise, unless he crafted another Uzi, having an extra silencer in stock with no immediate use would be a problem. What a great find. Not only did he save points on upgrading the silencer, but also the price of another upgrade option was reduced. He could just pay the difference later. Chen Yin was very satisfied with the first round of the lottery and immediately took the Uzi out of his backpack, installing the parts on the spot. The Uzi silencer was as long and thin as a pipe, and the stock could be folded, but it was still quite long when extended. Overall, after installing these front and back parts, the Uzi seemed to have doubled in size. Holding the stock felt like it could be used to smash things. However, he still needed bullets. So, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some bullets, right? Chen Yin muttered to himself, then eagerly opened the second briefcase. Molotov cocktails and smoke grenades? His eyes widened upon seeing 5 Molotov cocktails and 5 smoke grenades inside. Each Molotov cocktail cost 500 points, and each smoke grenade also cost 500 points. So this was equivalent to a gain of 5,000 points. What a fantastic deal. His luck was still as sharp as ever. Chen Yin couldn't help but boast to himself and quickly opened the third briefcase. Inside were more dark items, but this time, instead of parts, it was a row of extended magazines. The system's voice immediately announced, "You have obtained 20 Uzi extended magazines." The Uzi's magazine capacity upgrade option has been removed. The Fortress Master does not need to upgrade again. Wow, today was clearly the Uzi's day. Chen Yin couldn't help but curse a bit. Quickly attaching the extended magazines to the Uzi and tossing the smaller magazines into the recycling machine. If he remembered correctly, the extended Uzi's magazine capacity was 50 rounds. So this lottery was essentially providing him with 1,000 rounds of submachine gun ammunition. Although the Uzi had a fast firing rate, if used sparingly, it should last him for 2 days, right? Whatever, 1,000 rounds could take down how many monsters, he would have earned back the points for the bullets long ago. At this moment, there were still 2 backpacks left as rewards, but Chen Yin didn't rush to open them. Instead, he picked one up and weighed it in his hands. It sounded like there were some bottles inside. Could it be canned goods? Chen Yin furrowed his brows, unable to guess what it was, and decided to open the backpack to check. It was filled with about dozens of transparent glass jars. The jars were palm-sized, with a capacity of about 300 milliliters, equivalent to a can of drink. However, it seemed that what was inside wasn't a drink, but a green liquid. While the green liquid could possibly be a green apple-flavored drink, based on Chen Jin's intuition, it definitely wasn't anything drinkable. After all, it was just a transparent glass jar with no brand. Who would dare to try the contents? The next moment, the system provided an explanation for this item. You have obtained 20 cans of seed catalyst. Chen Yin was taken aback. Seed catalyst? Is it related to greenhouse sheds? Without hesitation, Chen Yin decided to unlock the greenhouse shed on the 2nd floor soon. Previously, he hadn't unlocked it because there were no seeds, but now that he had seeds, it was time to prepare to grow something to eat. Chen Yin quickly opened his last backpack. This time, it didn't contain food or ammunition, but rather a strange container. It resembled a water barrel in shape, but its structure was completely different. It was made of steel and surrounded by numerous tubes. Rather than being a container, it was more like a device. There were also 2 straps on the back of this device, suggesting it could be worn. Without even guessing, Chen Yin waited for the system to provide an introduction. Congratulations, you have obtained a water purifier. Soon, the system responded. Chen Yin was taken aback and swallowed hard, asking, "Excuse me, is this the kind of device that can purify water?" "Yes," the system replied. "Can it purify any water?" "Yes," with the affirmative answer. Chen Yin clenched his fist and cheered. "The system is awesome. I'm awesome too. After all, I drew it." He had been pondering how to obtain freshwater resources, as he still had several hundred boxes of water, but they would eventually run out. Now, he had nothing to worry about. Just turn on the tap, fill it up, purify it, and it would be ready to drink. Chen Yin was eager to try filling a bucket of water. However, he still didn't know how to use this device, as there were several buttons on it without any labels indicating their functions. "System, are you still there? Can you tell me how to use this thing?" Chen Yin attempted to call out to the system, and surprisingly, it actually responded. 20 minutes later, after completing his learning, Chen Yin entered the house carrying his big and small prizes. He threw the items on the living room table and rushed to the kitchen with the water purifier. Standing in front of the tap, he remembered something and checked the upgrade options for the water purifier. Water purifier, upgrade direction. High standard water purifier branches capacity, 300 increase water filling capacity to 20 liters. Efficiency, 500 improve purification efficiency, reducing time from 12 hours to 8 hours. Quality, 500 replace the existing materials to make it less prone to damage. So cheap. Let us upgrade everything. Chen Yin waved his hand and upgraded all options. At this moment, he still had 7,015 points left, ample and without any worries. After the upgrades, the water purifier naturally had more upgrade options available. High standard water purifier, upgrade direction. Special water purifier branches capacity, 500 increase water filling capacity to 30 liters. Weight, 500 ignore the internal water capacity of 20 liters, reducing the weight. Efficiency, 1,000 improve purification efficiency, reducing time from 8 hours to 4 hours. Quality, 1,000 add extra materials to make it impervious to damage. Automatic acquisition, 2,000 add an automatic pumping device, allowing it to automatically draw water when placed by a water source, eliminating the need for manual filling. "Let me think it over," Chen Yin said. The newly emerged upgrade options were more expensive, but their effects were also better. However, Chen Yin decided not to rush into further upgrades and thought it over, deciding to talk about it later. Chapter 78. Upgrade task list. Repeating tasks. Chen Yin turned on the water valve and placed the water purifier under the faucet, happily twisting the tap. The faucet didn't respond. Chen Yin was stunned for a moment, tried to turn it off and on again, but still got no reaction. "No way. Just when the water purifier arrived, I get a major water outage." Chen Yin sighed, feeling a bit anxious, thinking he should have stored some water earlier. But these thoughts were merely hindsight. It was just bad timing. Where should I find a water source? Chen Yin asked himself, then thought of the small river near the vegetable market in the Honghe district from yesterday. After all, the place was named Honghe district. However, he hesitated, recalling that he might have to pass by those residential buildings housing hundreds of survivors. He really didn't want to encounter them again. Even if he chose a farther place to find water, he didn't want to go back to Honghe district. Chen Yin picked up the water purifier and stored it away, then turned back to the task list to check the refreshed tasks for the week. Task list, upgrade direction. Medium task list, 2,000. Task 1. Use Molotov cocktails to burn 200 zombies. Reward, 3,000 points. Task 2. Kill 100 human enemies. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 3. Spend more than 24 hours outdoors. Reward, 1,500 points. After reading these 3 tasks, Chen Yin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The difficulty seemed much higher than last week. Molotov cocktails weren't grenades. Their explosion range wasn't that large. The previous zombies were mostly flammable mutated vegetables, so they were easily taken out by the cocktails. In any case, he now had 5 Molotov cocktails, and even if he gathered 200 zombies together, it wouldn't guarantee he could burn them all in one go. The second task was even harder. Unless he stirred up public anger and provoked all the survivors in that building to come after him, it would be impossible to complete. Besides, that wasn't his style. He believed in a simple principle. Don't mess with others unless they mess with you. The third task seemed okay. But the only catch was that he had to spend the night outdoors. He had never tried sleeping outside, not even considered it. But it wasn't impossible to give it a shot. Should I upgrade the task list? Maybe it would reveal more tasks to make up for the losses. Chen Yin didn't hesitate. He immediately thought of this. After all, upgrading the task list only cost 2,000 points, and he still had 5,000 points left. If he really got some easier tasks with generous rewards, wouldn't he end up gaining instead of losing? Without any hesitation, Chen Yin upgraded the task list. Boom. With a loud bang, the task list suddenly increased in length and became more exquisite, shimmering with golden light. And its surface was as smooth as if it had been treated with luxury chocolate. Taking another look at the task list, the content had truly transformed. Medium task list, upgrade direction, large task list, 10,000, overview, increased task volume, and the Fortress Lord has 2 opportunities each week to reassign tasks. Task 1. Use Molotov cocktails to kill 200 zombies. Reward, 3,000 points. Task 2. Kill 100 human enemies. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 3. Spend more than 24 hours outdoors. Reward, 1,500 points. Task 4. Go to the water's edge and collect 100 liters of water. Reward, 5,000 points and a data graphic of mutated vegetable monsters. Just the overview itself contained crucial information. Reassigning tasks? Wow, that's fantastic. Just when he had 2 tasks he didn't want to do. Chen Jin's face lit up with joy as he quickly used the task reassignment option to completely reassign Task 1 and Task 2. Task 1. Team up with allies to kill 100 zombies. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 2. Consume 1 red pill, 1 blue pill, and 1 sharp-eyed secret potion. Reward, 1,000 points. Upon seeing the 2 reassigned tasks, Chen Jin's eyes brightened instantly. This is so easy. He could kill 100 zombies in just 1 day of being outside, let alone teaming up with allies. As for the second task of taking medicine, even without the task, he would take his medicine on time. After all, it was getting increasingly dangerous outside. How could he walk confidently without some enhancement potions? In summary, the rewards for the 2 tasks seemed a bit lower than before, but they were much simpler. Then, Chen Jin looked at the additional 4th task. This task was just perfect. After some consideration, he realized that all 4 tasks were interconnected and could almost be completed in one go. Because of the 4th task, Chen Jin decided to go out to collect water. However, since he needed to collect 100 liters, he couldn't carry that much alone. So he needed to find someone to team up with to transport the water. Given the commotion along the way, it was impossible not to encounter zombies, so completing task 1 would be a breeze. Additionally, the water purifier required 8 hours to purify the water, and even if upgraded, it would still take 4 hours, so Chen Jin would likely need to collect water overnight. Meaning he could also complete task 3. As for task 2, wasn't it something he could easily do? Chen Jin was overjoyed. These 4 tasks were like a fat duck ready to be served. Unless he encountered several big bosses like mutated vultures along the way, nothing could stop him. He immediately accepted the tasks and ran toward the prophecy crystal ball like a happy child. Since I'm feeling this happy, can the crystal ball not show me any surprises that might shock me? Chen Jin held the floating crystal ball and made a request before checking it. Prophecy crystal ball, upgrade direction. Level 2 prophecy crystal ball, 5,000. 1. Mutated vegetable monsters will undergo beneficial mutations. After defeating them, there is a chance to obtain clean seeds. 2. The temperature will continue to drop by several degrees, during which a large number of bacteria will be killed by the low temperatures. 3. The cold will gradually allow zombies to develop antibodies, making them more active both day and night. After reviewing the 3 attributes, Chen Jin pondered thoughtfully. The first attribute was undoubtedly good, even somewhat miraculous, alleviating his concerns about the plummeting sanity value from the mutated vegetables. After all, defeating mutated vegetables could yield seed rewards. How could he dislike that? As the saying goes, the more seeds, the better. He would never complain. From the perspective of other survivors, the second attribute could also be seen as a good thing. Whether they were aware of it or not was none of his concern. The third attribute was important, but he didn't know how dangerous it could be. For now, it was a step-by-step approach. Those zombies, no matter how strong, could still be taken down with a single shot as long as they didn't mutate further. Overall, this week's attributes were quite gentle. Chen Jin smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up to the prophecy crystal ball. However, he soon thought of another issue. The prophecy crystal ball actually produced many attributes each week, but it could only display 3 because he hadn't upgraded it. Otherwise, when he stumbled upon mutated vegetable monsters and that mutated vulture, surely the prophecy crystal ball would have reported that vital information at the time, right? But now he only had 5,015 points left, and upgrading it to level 2 would mean spending all the hard-earned points. Chapter 79, Fully Equipped Uzi. Greenhouse unlock. Although the initial decision was to wait until after viewing the prophecy crystal ball to upgrade as needed based on its suggestions, it seemed there was no real necessity to upgrade for defense. No matter how cold it got, his protective suit could withstand the chill. No matter how powerful the zombies were, he could still take them down. So it would be better to upgrade his attack power. Forget it, he thought. He would upgrade it when he had more points. Chen Yin affectionately patted the prophecy crystal ball like a small cat before turning to leave. Then, he arrived next to the light weapon crafting station, ready to prioritize the upgrade option for the Uzi. Uzi submachine gun upgrade direction. Military Uzi submachine gun branches. Firepower, 500 replace the muzzle to increase attack power by 50. Rate of fire, 500 change the internal structure of the gun body to increase the rate of fire by 50. Accuracy, 2000 add a grip and red dot sight to enhance shooting stability. As expected, 2 upgrade options were removed, and 1 even reduced the cost. There was no need to think twice about it. He would upgrade. Keeping 2,000 points would be just enough to unlock the greenhouse. Okay, the plan was set. Chen Yin, with a quick mind, finalized all his plans and promptly upgraded the 3 options for the Uzi. Instantly, the Uzi in his backpack transformed dramatically, emitting a burst of light. Chen Yin pulled out the Uzi, which had undergone significant upgrades. Not only were all the attachments complete, but the gun body was also painted with an orange pattern. Although it was hard to tell what kind of pattern it was, it certainly looked much more impressive than before. The attack power, firing rate, and accuracy were all enhanced. I would believe it if someone said this gun had no recoil. Chen Yin grinned widely while holding the Uzi, with a fully equipped submachine gun in hand. His fear of insufficient firepower was greatly alleviated, which felt incredibly reassuring. Since there were no zombies lurking around the yard, Chen Yin didn't plan to practice with the fully equipped Uzi just yet. Instead, he headed over to the refrigerator to check on the food generator. Lifting the lid of the food generator, food indeed appeared inside. A watermelon larger than his face. Chen Yin smirked and pulled it out. The watermelon was so massive that it almost got stuck at the exit of the food generator. He really hoped this generator could randomly produce various fruits every day because his stock of fruits was far less than that of vegetables, and he needed to add a lot more fruits. He tapped the watermelon, and a dull thud echoed from inside, indicating it was perfectly ripe. Although he felt a bit tempted, he hadn't had breakfast yet, so Chen Yin decided to put it in the refrigerator to chill. After finishing a simple breakfast of fried eggs, milk, and a piece of cream cake, Chen Yin went upstairs to check the upgrade options on the second floor. Unlock greenhouse. Bang! Just as Chen Yin finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a door had appeared in the wall directly in front of him. It was obvious that this was the entrance to the greenhouse. Excitedly, Chen Yin pushed open the door with the seeds he had collected. What stood before him was the kind of greenhouse often seen in rural areas. He opened the greenhouse door, and a warm breeze instantly hit him. Wow! It truly was a greenhouse in the literal sense. This was incredibly warm. Chen Yin couldn't help but comment as he carefully inspected the internal structure of the greenhouse. Although it was quite empty, there were 2 plots of land on either side of him. The soil looked freshly turned, but it had a yellowish color, indicating it might not be of the best quality. Even though he had spent all his points, Chen Yin still wanted to check the upgrade options for the greenhouse, as it was an important source of food that he needed to cultivate carefully. Greenhouse, upgrade options, intermediate greenhouse branch options, seed catalyst, 500 bottles purchase growth experience for your fields. Soil, for 1,000 enrich the soil, making it more fertile, and increase the maturity speed of crops. Area, 3,000 increase the current 30 planting units to 40 planting units. Timer, 1,000 add a fruit timer, allowing you to see the specific maturity times of all crops. Seasonality, 2,000 any crops planted in the greenhouse will ignore unsuitable planting seasons, effectively increasing their maturity speed. Automated care, 5,000 a multifunctional sprayer has been added to the greenhouse, allowing all planted crops to be taken care of without manual effort. The sprayer automatically waters, fertilizes, and applies pesticides every day. It all seems quite expensive, but once everything is upgraded, the growth of the crops is bound to be impressive. Chen Yin commented on this, but did not leave the greenhouse immediately. After all, the system was reminding him that he could plant crops at any time, with no prerequisites or restrictions. Thinking about the 20 bottles of seed catalysts he had on hand, and considering that each catalyst costs a whopping 500 points, he couldn't help but exclaim. Rounding it up, he had essentially earned 10,000 points. Chen Yin smiled in amazement, and, following the system's prompt, scattered the seeds into the fields on either side. He could plant a total of 30 crops, with 15 carrot seeds on the left and 15 potato seeds on the right. Then, he sprinkled the seed catalyst onto the soil, using up almost an entire bottle. The cost was acceptable. 1 bottle of catalyst could yield 30 vegetables, and besides, he had essentially gotten the 20 bottles of seed catalyst for free. Chen Yin chuckled to himself, realizing there was nothing much to do in the greenhouse now, so he pushed the door open and went downstairs. After that, Chen Yin grabbed some snacks and cola and leisurely watched a movie in the recreation area. As afternoon approached, he equipped himself and left the shelter. On the way, he encountered a few zombies, and Chen Yin pulled out his fully equipped Uzi, thinking it was a good opportunity to test the gun. As soon as he pulled the trigger, the Uzi unleashed a blinding barrage of bullets, turning those zombies into Swiss cheese. Wow, the firing rate, the firepower. Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback, emptying an entire magazine without realizing it. This was purely a mistake. With such firepower and rate of fire, if he fired another magazine, even a mutated vulture would probably drop dead on the spot. After a moment of regret, Chen Yin reloaded the Uzi and stowed it in his backpack, pulling out his M9 to continue. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Chen Yin went up to the second floor and knocked on the rooftop door. "Who is it?" A voice responded from inside. It was Shun Haidong. Chen Yin replied, and in the next moment, Shun Haidong opened the door. "Brother Chen, You're here. Shin Haidong said with a smile, ready to give him a big hug. Qin Jin quickly pushed him away, saying, no need to be so enthusiastic. While he could accept a hug from Jiang Yingxue, a big guy like this was a different story. That one tea do, Brother Qin. You're a rare guest to us. Shin Haidong then handed him something. Here, have a sausage. Qin Jin replied that he had already had breakfast. Then looked around and smiled, saying, looks like you all gathered quite a bit of supplies yesterday. How did you know we went out yesterday? Shin Haidong asked, surprised. Because I looked for you yesterday, and you weren't here. Oh, Chapter 80. Still making promises? Playing house? Not seeing Jiang Yingxue and Dr. Lu around. Qin Jin couldn't help but ask, where are they? Dr. Lu ran over to discuss your pills with Guomin, and my master is exercising downstairs. Shin Haidong replied straightforwardly. Exercising downstairs? Qin Jin was taken aback and asked in confusion, why haven't I seen her? Does exercising really require going downstairs? It's my fault for not explaining clearly. My master's workout is quite special. Shin Haidong apologized first, then demonstrated a few slashing movements. Ever since she got your long knife. She goes downstairs every day to practice killing zombies. So that's how it is. Qin Jin nodded in realization. I'll go downstairs to look for her. He then went downstairs, circled around the supermarket, and quickly found Jiang Yingxue at a nearby gas station, taking down zombies. Qin Jin didn't assist her or even call out. He quietly stood by and watched this art of killing. It was called art because Jiang Yingxue's movements were incredibly graceful. Light as a swallow, her motions were fluid. And she had plenty of tricks. If one didn't know better, they might think she was dancing. So hard to learn. Qin Jin couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had taken enhancement pills and could use brute force to deal with zombies, he lacked any real technique. In short, if he encountered an emergency in the future, it would be wise to learn some skills for self-preservation. But right now, only Jiang Yingxue had those skills. And he felt a bit embarrassed to ask her to teach him. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue finished off the last few zombies. Around her feet lay a chaotic circle of corpses, and she was splattered with blood. Qin Jin silently walked over. But the next moment, he noticed Jiang Yingxue directly took off her outer jacket, revealing a black tank top underneath. Qin Jin was taken aback, but continued walking over, unable to resist muttering, aren't you cold? Jiang Yingxue was actually afraid of the cold, but after exercising, she needed to stretch. And taking off her jacket was just to make it easier. As she was stretching, she noticed Qin Jin walking toward her with a blank expression. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily startled and instinctively covered her chest. After all, she was only wearing a tank top, which was too loose. And any movement might expose something that shouldn't be seen. Qin Jin didn't think about that. Instead, he asked in shock, did you practice Shaolin when you were a child? Shaolin? No. Jiang Yingxue replied, covering up as she quickly put her clothes back on. Then why are you outside in the winter with your arms bare? Who has bare arms? Upon hearing Qin Jin's words, Jiang Yingxue's face instantly turned red, thinking to herself that he must be implying he saw everything just now. Although she didn't know how long Qin Jin had been watching her, or if he had seen anything inappropriate, at that moment, Jiang Yingxue didn't feel too repulsed. Qin Jin thought Jiang Yingxue was dressed too lightly and kindly reminded her, or more when you go out in the future, don't push yourself like this. The weather is getting colder. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment and suddenly smiled slightly. Why are you so concerned about me all the time? Qin Jin replied seriously. Because you're going to help me with work soon. If you catch a cold or get sick, where am I going to find someone to help? Oh. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but shoot him a disdainful glance, realizing she was just a tool in his eyes. After resting for a moment, the two walked and talked. By the way, what task are we being assigned this time? A very important task. What is it? Jiang Yingxue felt Qin Jin was overreacting and curiously pressed for details. Anyway, we definitely have to go out for the night. Huh, what? Jiang Yingxue's mind immediately wandered off in the wrong direction upon hearing this. That's right. Are you mentally prepared? Qin Jin looked at her with a serious expression. Jiang Yingxue stuttered for a moment, thinking that his words were really hard to decipher and too blunt. However, she didn't immediately assume that Qin Jin meant something inappropriate and cautiously asked, just the two of us? No, of course we have to bring your apprentice and Dr. Lu along. Qin Jin quickly explained. Without them, we won't be able to move those things. Jiang Yingxue nodded slightly, feeling a strange sense of disappointment. Wait, why do I feel disappointed? What's wrong with me? Qin Jin then explained the task of transporting water to Jiang Yingxue. After considering it, she said, you don't need to collect bottles. I have a few empty water buckets. If you don't mind, let us take those. Great. I don't mind at all. Initially, they were stuck because they didn't have containers for the purified water, but with Jiang Yingxue's suggestion, Qin Jin felt relieved. So, we won't get credit for this. But we should at least get some compensation, right? Jiang Yingxue continued, and Qin Jin understood her implication. She was clearly asking what their reward would be. I'll provide you with ammunition compensation, Qin Jin said after some thought. How much? 50 shotgun shells. That's too little. I used up over 40 shells just yesterday. And now I only have a dozen left. Jiang Yingxue said helplessly. Qin Jin thought for a moment and said, how about I provide you with shotgun shells along the way? Why can't you give me handgun ammo? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask. Because the handgun ammo is out of stock, Qin Jin replied dismissively. Jiang Yingxue frowned, even pouting a bit in grievance. While the shotgun could take down a zombie with one shot, it was tedious to load one shell at a time. Moreover, Shen Haidong had been urging her to ask Qin Jin for handgun ammo, since he found the crossbow even harder to use. Although she had weapons to arm herself, the experience was quite unsatisfactory. Given that Qin Jin had said that, she naturally couldn't press the issue further. You will definitely be compensated. But I haven't figured out the specifics yet, so we can just get started. After Chen Yin spoke again, Jiang Yingxue was completely taken aback. This guy hadn't even thought about their payment and was already asking them to work. It felt like he was really taking advantage of them. As if the payment was as uncertain as Schrodinger's cat. Either he would give it or he wouldn't. Seeing Jiang Yingxue slowly raise her little finger at him, Chen Yin curiously asked, "What does that mean? A pinky promise?" He almost laughed out loud, thinking they were just playing house. Kids don't even play this game anymore, do they? Yes, you haven't even figured out how to pay us, so of course we're worried you'll delay our wages. Jiang Yingxue said seriously. I don't think that's important. Chen Yin replied with a charming smile. Jiang Yingxue immediately turned to leave, saying, "Then we're not doing it. It was just a joke." Chen Yin exclaimed, "Come on." He quickly grabbed her hand and laughed heartily. Jiang Yingxue was also joking, but she decided to take it further. Looking up at Chen Yin, she said, "Then warm my hands, and we'll help you." That condition seemed a bit demanding. Chen Yin frowned, then pulled a pair of cotton gloves from his backpack and handed them to Jiang Yingxue. "This is part of your payment, in advance. They're new and of good quality. Put them on, and you won't be cold. Let us hurry up. Inform them both and get your gear ready for tomorrow." Chen Yin flashed a bright smile and waved as he walked into the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue stood there for a while, then sighed heavily and put on the gloves. Is he really pretending to be clueless, or is he testing me on purpose? No matter what his intentions are, I want tea given first. I must conquer him. Looking at Chen Jin's back, Jiang Yingxue boldly thought to herself. Chapter 81. Late night. Rampaging zombies back on the rooftop. Chen Jin and the others discussed their plan to head to the water's edge the next day. Jiang Yingxue initially suggested going to the Honghe district to collect water, as it was the closest, taking no more than an hour to reach, and it was just a small river with plenty of cover, making it safe to spend the night by the river. However, her suggestion was completely off the mark. Chen Jin had previously vowed never to go back there. That place was filled with troublesome people. Remembering those crazy survivors, Chen Jin couldn't help but mention it. Jiang Yingxue was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are there really that many survivors there?" "Not just a few, but countless." Chen Jin gestured as he described, shaking his head. "But hardly any of them are sane. When they see I have food, they rush out of buildings to rob me." "What did you do then?" Jiang Yingxue asked curiously. "Take out the leader," Chen Jin replied, raising his double-barreled shotgun. Jiang Yingxue shrugged. Since the survivors in the Honghe district had left a psychological scar on Chen Jin, they had to choose another location. Thus, the group shifted their target to a place called Moon Lake. Compared to the distance, Moon Lake is farther than Red River, and it used to be a tourist area, so there might be more wandering zombies there. However, after hearing this, Chen Jin immediately said, "More zombies? Then that's the place." Jiang Yingxue looked at him in confusion. "Are you sure? What if we get chased and bitten by a horde?" "Impossible. Those little pests can only bully people like you," Chen Jin retorted without hiding his sarcasm. Jiang Yingxue shot him a disdainful glance, thinking that there was no way around it since he had such good equipment. If she had gear like that, she would also dare to talk big. An hour later, Dr. Lu climbed up to the rooftop, sweating profusely, and Jiang Yingxue immediately informed him of the plan to go to the water's edge. "Great, no problem. I actually want to go there too." Dr. Lu nodded in response. Hearing this, Chen Jin couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you want to do there?" "Investigate the water source. After all, as far as I know, the majority of people in this city turned into zombies because of the water source." Dr. Lu seemed serious, and Chen Jin admired his spirit of exploration. As evening approached, Jiang Yingxue insisted on keeping Chen Jin for dinner. The dinner was actually just instant noodles with 2 sausages, but Chen Jin didn't mind. After all, who would refuse a free meal? He readily agreed. "Do you usually take off your masks when there is nothing going on?" Seeing Jiang Yingxue and the others remove their masks and act as if everything was fine, Chen Jin said in surprise. After all, the air pollution had reached an unmeasurable level, and even slight exposure to it could easily turn someone into a zombie. Dr. Lu understood what Chen Jin meant and spoke first. "The rooftop is high up, and the air circulation is different. Harmful bacteria tend to gather at lower levels, so it's fine to take off the mask and breathe a little." Being a doctor, his response was quite professional. Chen Jin then took off his hat, thought of the prophecy crystal ball suffix, and kindly reminded them, "In the future, you can also take off your masks to breathe when you're on the ground." "Why? That's very dangerous." Dr. Lu thought Chen Jin was joking and immediately replied, "The weather is getting colder, and a lot of viruses will die in low temperatures. But zombies will develop antibodies. The colder it gets, the more active they become." Chen Jin's statement was almost a repetition of the suffix's content. Just this simple sentence contained important information, and Jiang Yingxue and the others were stunned, wondering where Chen Jin had gotten this news. "Chen, did you study medicine before?" Dr. Lu couldn't help but ask. Chen Jin had to brush it off. I know a little. That's great. I want to have to find that woman to study viruses together. We can research directly." Chen Jin wanted to suggest that he should look for someone more capable, but he didn't want to dampen Dr. Lu's enthusiasm, so he simply replied, "Sure. So, from what you're saying, the zombies are no longer pretending to be dead? They're getting stronger?" Jiang Yingxue pondered for a moment and asked Chen Jin. After all, they were going on a long trip tomorrow and even staying out overnight. If she didn't learn more about the latest situation with the zombies, she would definitely be at a disadvantage during the operation. Chen Jin wasn't sure how zombies became more active, so he suggested that they finish their meal and then go out to observe some zombies. As the suffix indicated that night zombies seemed to be stronger than those during the day, the group agreed to this plan, and once they were familiar with each other, several of them quickly finished their noodles in a corner, grabbed their weapons, and headed downstairs. Once downstairs, it didn't take long for them to find two zombies wandering in an open area. They really did look different from before. Wow, they seemed even stronger. Upon seeing the two zombies, even Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim. The reason he noticed the difference right away was because the eyes of these two zombies were now blood red, emanating an eerie glow. Additionally, their speed had noticeably increased, and their movements were bizarre, almost like twitching. Moreover, their sounds were different too. Instead of the usual pitiful moans, they now emitted a huffing and puffing noise, resembling intermittent laughter. This felt completely different from before. Jiang Yingxue and the others were shocked by the sight and sounds, their hair standing on end. They thought to themselves that without Chen Yin, they absolutely couldn't go out at night in the future. It was simply too dangerous. Just these two zombies already had a terrifying sense of oppression. Suddenly, Chen Yin pulled out an Uzi, pulled the trigger, and unleashed a barrage of bullets on the two zombies. They were instantly turned into a bloody mess and fell to the ground. They couldn't see how they had become stronger at all. The others were momentarily stunned by Chen Yin's sudden gunfire and all looked at him. Chen Yin shrugged and couldn't help but chuckle. In his view, while the night zombies were indeed faster than before, they had fundamentally become stronger. However, this wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was quite good. This was because these zombies, in their frenzied state at night, had red eyes, making it easy for Chen Yin to spot their positions even when they were hiding in the shadows. Conversely, the zombies that didn't go into a frenzy could easily hide in dark corners, making it hard to find them and increasing the risk of being attacked. Thus, for Chen Yin, the frenzied zombies were no different from the non-frenzied ones. Moreover, he had just tested it out. The zombies were still as fragile as paper, easily taken down with just 2 shots. Chapter 82. In deep trouble, a completely different situation. There was no need to fear them. They were just a bit faster than before, and their defense was still pitiful. Plus, in their current red-eyed state, they were like living targets at night, very conspicuous. Chen Yin could see that Jiang Yingxue and the others were somewhat afraid of the frenzied zombies, so he quickly offered a few words of reassurance. I think so too. However, to be honest, they do look much scarier than before. I hope they can return to normal during the day, Jiang Yingxue said, taking a deep breath. What is so scary? They're just creatures with 2 legs and 2 arms, and they can't even withstand a single shot, Chen Yin insisted. Wanting to argue with Jiang Yingxue glanced at him and couldn't help but exclaim, what is wrong with you? Do you even have a heart? How come I've never seen you panic or be afraid? She continued to ask several questions, but Chen Yin just shrugged and smiled mysteriously without answering. If we're talking about childhood trauma, I seem to have had quite a few. Unless a meteor falls in my yard, I might panic, he eventually said, making a comparison while effortlessly shooting a raging zombie from a distance. Jiang Yingxue felt that Chen Yin wasn't joking because if she thought about it, if a meteor fell on their rooftop, she would probably faint from both psychological and physical shock. With such a calm mindset, how could he claim he wasn't some kind of expert? Even if Chen Yin had been hiding his identity, Jiang Yingxue firmly believed he definitely belonged to a special group working under the government, because people like him were only seen in her dreams. With Chen Yin's reassurance, Jiang Yingxue and the others naturally felt much less fear towards the raging zombies. The group chatted while clearing away the zombies around them, leisurely as if taking a stroll after a meal. Once the area around the supermarket was cleared of red eyes, they returned to the rooftop. Not long after, Chen Yin said his goodbyes, leaving the rooftop to return to the shelter. Meanwhile, the situation in another shelter was dire and chaotic. At the Nantian Company shelter, at 11:23 p.m., they were once again attacked by a wave of zombies. Everyone wake up! The northern wall has been breached. Damn it, go find someone. As the shouts rang out, the shelter's floodlights were turned on instantly, and a group of tired yet tense men rushed out through the main entrance, heading straight for the northern wall. The so-called wall was merely a makeshift barbed wire fence. Compared to the barbed wire at Chen Jin's shelter, this one was rather ordinary. There were no sharp spikes, no jagged edges, and not even a proper security net. If a zombie were to crash into it, the wire would make a loud noise and shake uncontrollably. At this moment, the invading zombies were already furious, their eyes blood red and incredibly bloodthirsty, crashing through the already damaged barbed wire once again. Oh no, these zombies are different. They're completely unlike before. We're really done for this time. Everyone quickly noticed the characteristics of the raging zombies, and, seeing their oncoming figures, let out desperate cries. Stay calm. Protect the women and children. Don't let them run around. Team leaders, organize your teams. Prepare for battle. The repair team found an opportunity to sneak around from the back and quickly fix the wall. At this moment, the second in command of the shelter, Zhang Mingho, was waving his arms to organize a resistance against the horde of undead. Groups of men armed with weapons rushed out of the shelter, shouting as they charged towards the oncoming tide, ready to confront them head-on. The reason these men were fearless was that behind them in the shelter were their wives and children. When it came to this critical moment, how could they, as men, not stand up? Moreover, the leader of the shelter had explicitly stated that cowardly individuals were not needed, so to avoid being expelled, they had no choice but to press forward bravely. Soon, the crowd clashed violently with the frenzied undead, and the main courtyard in front of the shelter turned into a bloody battlefield. In the past, trained men could take down zombies with a single strike. However, now they were facing the enraged undead, and their strength was quickly laid bare. They easily knocked the men down, and with a casual swipe, tore out chunks of flesh from their necks. In less than a few minutes, the outcome was already clear. Run fast. These things are completely different from before. The remaining men in the courtyard were retreating in defeat, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in panic. Then they noticed that the large rolling door at the entrance of the shelter was slowly descending. Don't close the door. We're still outside. I don't want to die. My wife and kids are still waiting for me. The fleeing men ultimately didn't make it in time and were completely trapped outside the rolling door. In their despair, they began to cry out helplessly. Pounding on the door. Inside the shelter, Zhang Mingho approached the rolling door and asked those around him in surprise, "Who closed the rolling door?" "Brother Kuan ordered it." Someone replied. The person referred to as Brother Kuan was named Li Kuan, who was also the second in command of the shelter. "Li Kuan, where are you?" Zhang Mingho immediately shouted. "Stop shouting, I'm here." A middle-aged man with a carefree demeanor quickly squeezed through the crowd to respond. "What are you doing? There are still people outside." Zhang Mingho pointed at the rolling door, raising his voice. "They're different from us. Why should we care about them?" Li Kuan replied nonchalantly. Zhang Mingho was taken aback but still shouted angrily. "Today is a special situation. Those zombies are not the same as before. They have the right to retreat inside. Don't yell at me. If you have the ability, go tell the boss." Li Kuan shouted back, crossing his arms. This is his strict rule. "Do you think I want to do this?" Mentioning the boss left Zhang Mingho speechless. But he couldn't help but ask, "Is this all ordered by the boss?" "Yes. Those who flee at the critical moment cannot be easily forgiven." Li Kuan responded, and the people around nodded in agreement. Soon, heart-wrenching screams echoed outside the rolling shutter door, and the tremendous impact caused the door to tremble violently. Those in front of the door instinctively took several steps back. Weapons such as crossbows and machetes clutched in their hands, ready for action. Each person was sweating profusely and trembling with fear. In contrast, the shelter of the company had divided the men into two groups. The first was the cannon fodder group, composed of survivors taken in by the shelter. True to its name, the cannon fodder group consisted of those who had just gone out to fight the zombies and those blocked outside. All members of the cannon fodder group. Now, the cannon fodder group had completed its mission and no longer existed. The second group was the defense team, whose responsibility also revolved around killing zombies, but their operational area was limited to inside the shelter rather than the perilous outdoor courtyard. The defense team was made up of employees under the shelter's leader, who had relaxed recruitment policies to bring in those who had made significant contributions from the cannon fodder group. Chapter 83 Decision, Hesitation Currently. The defense team consisted of 87 members, equipped with relatively good weapons, including more than 30 modified crossbows and nearly 10 handguns. However, now that the outdoor courtyard had been completely occupied, everyone was not only flustered and at a loss, but also harbored immense fear of the unfamiliar red-eyed zombies. Both morale and courage had plummeted to zero. "Look, the walls have been repaired." However, the maintenance team member responsible for observing from the second floor quickly shouted down to the people below. The crowd initially sighed in relief, then began to discuss among themselves. The maintenance team originally belonged to the defense team, but due to their special position, they often had to linger in the outdoor courtyard. Currently, the maintenance team had 8 members who had propped up the fallen tree stumps with barbed wire, blocking the red-eyed zombies attempting to rush into the courtyard. However, they themselves were gradually overwhelmed by the tide of red-eyed zombies due to the loss of cover from the cannon fodder group. Upon learning that the maintenance team had been wiped out, the people expressed regret and sighed, but did not mention the cannon fodder group that had just fought fiercely with the zombies. Soon, the women in the shelter learned that their husbands in the cannon fodder group had been devoured by zombies, and they began to wail, holding their young children tightly. Meanwhile, in a room on the 3rd floor of the shelter, several people were watching the scene outside through the floor-to-ceiling glass window with mixed emotions. Although the maintenance team had repaired the door before their demise, keeping the zombies outside, there still remained over 100 red-eyed zombies in the courtyard. "Li Chuan, you haven't told me about yesterday's events yet. By the way, how did the deal turn out?" The person standing by the window was the leader of the shelter, Su Xiangnan, who frowned as he looked at the howling red-eyed zombies in the courtyard, turning his back to Li Chuan. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, "The other party did not accept our terms, but it's also my fault. If I had pressed a bit more, I could have convinced them." Outside, where chaos reigned, this group of people continued to discuss a different topic, seemingly unconcerned about the events unfolding outside. Su Xiangnan's eyes widened slightly as he turned around and continued to ask, "Are there any other discoveries?" It seemed that his shelter was only occupied by himself, but from their earlier encounters, he appeared to have a few partners, though they didn't seem to live together. "A personal shelter, huh?" Su Xiangnan nodded after hearing this. Li Chuan suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, boss, although his shelter is quite shabby, just a metal shed, the defense equipment is excellent, even better than ours." "Oh, really? How good is it?" "It has the same barbed wire as ours, but his is special. It seems custom-made, both sturdy and sharp." Although he hadn't personally felt it, Li Chuan confidently made this statement, recalling the sign on the gate of Chen Yin's shelter that read, "Do not touch the barbed wire," unless it was prison-grade barbed wire. The material must be quite good. It seems that guy has a lot of supplies. "Who is he?" Su Xiangnan continued to inquire. "I haven't asked about that. But considering his impressive equipment, he's probably either a veteran or a smuggler," Li Chuan replied. Su Xiangnan nodded and indicated that he would visit Chen Yin's shelter in a few days to discuss matters with him. "Boss, what should we do now? Those unusually appearing zombies have taken over our courtyard," Li Chuan said, his face gradually showing signs of embarrassment. "Tomorrow, I'll organize everyone to clear the zombies from the courtyard. I've observed that these zombies are just faster than before. They haven't overall become stronger," Su Xiangnan stated. After hearing Su Xiangnan's words, Li Chuan agreed and was about to leave when he noticed Li Kuan and his group walking in. "Oh, little brother, you just got back today?" Li Kuan asked with a smile, patting Li Chuan on the shoulder. The term little brother was not a joke. Li Chuan was indeed his biological brother. Bro, no. I got back yesterday. I just returned late, Li Chuan replied. Oh, was the deal completed? Not yet. The other party didn't agree to our terms. What? Upon hearing this news, Li Kuan immediately became displeased and reprimanded him in front of Su Xiangnan. Our leader trusts you so much and assigned you this task. Yet you messed it up? Do you know what the consequences of your failure will be? Those 20 or so infected will die because of you. Li Chuan felt embarrassed and quickly apologized. What about other news? Surely, there can't be no good news at all. Li Kuan asked, hands on his hips and breathing heavily. Li Chuan had no choice but to share the information about the exterior of Chen Yin's shelter as the only good news. Li Kuan was stunned after hearing this, rolled his eyes, and approached Su Xiangnan, whispering, Boss, that's a personal shelter, yet it has such good supplies and defense systems. What do you think about us pulling off a big job? Upon learning that Chen Yin's shelter was personal, yet boasted abundant supplies and equipment, Li Kuan immediately had ulterior motives and spoke very candidly to Su Xiangnan. Although Su Xiangnan had ambitions, he did not share Li Kuan's idea of taking over someone else's territory. The reason he did not want to target Chen Yin's shelter was not because he held strong moral values or was overly kind, but rather because he was still unaware of Chen Yin's background and identity. If he were to easily attack the other party's shelter, it might lead to complications. After all, Li Chuan's recent investigation had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Chen Yin indeed had partners, but they did not know how many. If the other party had already allied with all the surrounding survivors, even if they managed to breach his shelter, they could face continuous retaliation. Though they had good equipment, dealing with fellow humans might be simpler than combating zombies. Yet they had recently suffered heavy casualties from zombie waves and had patients infected with parasites, which severely weakened them. If they sought trouble at this moment, it would be akin to seeking their own destruction. At the very least, they should first secure some anti-parasitic medicine. If they could cure the infected, that would be the best outcome. If they couldn't, it wouldn't matter. They could continue to pretend to negotiate cooperation, gathering necessary information. Once the shelter was reorganized and the timing was right, his plans could proceed smoothly. For now, he decided to set aside these thoughts. Su Xiangnan responded to Li Kuan. But Li Kuan began to chatter incessantly. Boss, what are we hesitating for? Our shelter is in dire need of everything. If we delay for a few more days, some people might not even have enough to eat. Li Kuan's words were not exaggerated. They were indeed true. The other cadres in the room immediately agreed with him and urged Su Xiangnan. Boss, what Kuan said is right. We've been dealing with zombie waves for 5 days without sending a team out to search for food. Thus, it was indeed necessary to seize the resources from that shelter. After all, there was only one person there. A few agile individuals could easily scale the walls and eliminate the opponent. Why not push out a group of women and children? They can't deal with zombies anyway, and their husbands have all died. Keeping them in our shelter is of no use. They might as well contribute their share of food to others. The cannon fodder group has already been wiped out. We should organize the widows of those fallen men into a new cannon fodder group. Once they are gone, we can gather their children to form another group. These cadres were not just persuading. Some offered cruel, yet realistic suggestions. Su Xiangnan felt a bit impatient listening to them, and suddenly raised his voice. Enough. I need to rest. We will discuss these matters in tomorrow's meeting. Chapter 84. This guy is too shamelessly. Cohen was the first to react, saying all right, and then turned around to push the others out of the room. Did you hear that? The boss needs to rest. Go on out. Once the room was left with only Su Xiangnan, he quietly sat in his chair, watching the zombie waves below, and muttered to himself. Chen Yin, huh? I wonder how capable you really are, with such good conditions, yet you still refuse to accept. The next day, Chen Yin woke up early and began tallying up the points. A total of 758 points were settled. Since not many monsters were defeated yesterday and nothing significant happened, Chen Yin's points today were much lower than before. However, he still felt very satisfied. After all, 758 points is just the right amount. Enough to upgrade a cheap piece of equipment. But at this moment, it seemed unnecessary to upgrade any equipment, especially since he might be going out for 2 days and wouldn't he need it in the shelter for now. After a quick wash, Chen Yin began to prepare his gear and supplies for going out. What should he bring? Fruits, vegetables, mineral water, and drinks. He should also take the cooking pot and mini gas canister. Although he couldn't cook meals, he could at least make some soup, right? Originally, going outside was supposed to be quite dangerous, but Chen Yin thought about bringing a lot of food and cooking tools to make it easier to prepare meals, even almost considering taking the stove from the kitchen with him. What was supposed to be a simple water-gathering trip turned into an adventure. After all, he really felt there was nothing to worry about. With weapons, armor, food, and even body-enhancing medicine, unless a nuclear bomb fell on his head, he felt completely invincible. Since he woke up too early and the meeting time with Jiang Yingxua wasn't here yet, Chen Yin set down his backpack and whistled while strolling around the shelter. First, he went upstairs to check on the crops in the greenhouse. Wow, they've grown so big. Seeing the crops towering almost as tall as himself, Chen Yin was instantly shocked. He had anticipated that the seed catalyst's effect might be extreme, but he never expected it to be this extreme. At this growth rate, by the time he returns, those carrots and potatoes might be ready to harvest. The thought of being able to eat fresh vegetables, even directly picked from the ground in just a few days, excited Chen Yin immensely. Moreover, there were still hundreds of seeds and 19 bottles of seed catalyst left, so growing hundreds more vegetables was definitely not a problem. With over 50 pounds of vegetables in the fridge, he could easily turn into a vegetable seller. However, he definitely wouldn't trade the vegetables easily. Unless the fridge was completely full, he would only consider trading away the less fresh ones. As for potential trading partners, the groups of Jiang Yingxue and Guomin were more than enough. Unless in special circumstances, he wouldn't actively look for buyers. Besides, the main goal now was to go out and gather water, completing the 4 tasks on the task list. Wait, it should be 3 tasks now. Chen Yin suddenly thought of this, smiled slightly, and moved to the medicine crafting station to prepare all 3 types of medicine. He set aside 2 red pills as a backup. Then, facing the task list, he took the red pill, blue pill, and sharp eye secret medicine all at once. Still as hard to swallow as ever, Chen Yin thought, grimacing as he chewed. Just 2 minutes after taking the medicine, Task 2 on the task list instantly showed as completed. Am I a bit foolish? If I took those medicines yesterday, wouldn't I be able to claim the reward points for Task 2 today? Staring at the task list, Chen Yin gradually showed a puzzled expression, scratching his head and couldn't help but scold himself. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, completing 4 tasks in one go feels a lot better than just finishing one. When he returns to the shelter to settle the points, if he gets tens of thousands of points, wouldn't that be even more thrilling than winning the lottery? Chen Yin could already imagine how spectacular the settlement interface would be at that time. Before leaving, Chen Yin went to the leisure area, picked up a book, and prepared to read it when he got bored on the way. As for danger, what is danger? How could he not know? All he knew was how to enjoy himself while going out. Although he had accepted the task and become a worker, he couldn't just degrade himself along the way. He had to eat good food and drink good drinks, and no one could stop him. Today, outside the barbed wire, it was still as quiet and desolate as ever. Perhaps they had killed too many surrounding monsters, and there weren't many left to crash into the barbed wire, resulting in only a little over 100 points from the monsters killed by the wire in the past 2 days, even as low as dozens of points. However, it seemed that the main source of points was no longer relying on it. Thank you, Brother Barbed Wire. If it weren't for your help in the early stages, I wouldn't have such brilliance today. Thank you, Tool Network. Chen Yin patted the barbed wire, offering some comfort, and then said some heart-wrenching words. Leaving the shelter, Chen Yin headed straight to the place where Jiang Yingxue was exercising yesterday, the gas station not far from the supermarket. It seemed both sides were quite punctual. Just as Chen Yin was approaching the gas station, he saw Jiang Yingxue and her companions not far away. At that moment, each of them was holding an empty large water bucket with bulging backpacks, hunched over, looking somewhat absurd. Jiang Yingxue and her group had volunteered to be Chen Jin's helpers. They were prepared to help him carry large and small bags. However, Chen Jin wasn't such a big baby. Although he was carrying a lot, with proper space planning, carrying something weighing 40 pounds was not a problem. After all, the advanced backpack he had directly ignored the 40-pound weight, making him look like he was carrying something heavy while actually moving more easily than anyone else. However, this didn't mean all of Chen Jin's items were packed in the backpack. There was still an important item he was holding in his hand, which he was about to hand over to Jiang Yingxue and the others to carry, and that was a rather cumbersome water purifier. By the way, carrying these empty water buckets is really quite silly. Jiang Yingxue came in front of Chen Jin, holding the empty bucket, and couldn't help but self-deprecate. It's okay. Once we fill them with water, they won't be silly anymore, just heavy. Chen Jin smiled slightly, teasing Jiang Yingxue on purpose, to which she rolled her eyes at him, her face full of a sulky expression. Recalling her oath from yesterday, Jiang Yingxue was filled with anticipation and hope, thinking that in order to take the initiative in the future, she must first learn to endure hardships. It's just carrying water buckets, after all. In the past, I have helped my superior move things. For now, let's just treat him as my boss and wait for his orders. Brother Chen, is this the water purification device? Shen Haidong looked at the device in Chen Jin's hand, which was about the size of a bucket, and asked while pointing at it. Yes. I'll leave this in your care. I have high hopes for you. Xiao Shun. Chen Jin patted Shen Haidong on the shoulder like a leader, deliberately addressing him this way. How shameless. Jiang Yingxue, who knew Chen Jin's exact age, couldn't help but mutter in her heart, feeling angry yet unable to voice it. Chapter 85. Giant Insect Nest. After preparing, the 4 of them set off directly. They didn't encounter many monsters along the way, but about halfway through their journey, they discovered something unusual. This was a wide road, but at that moment, it was filled with abandoned vehicles, covered in a thick layer of frost, creating a spectacular sight of white all around. However, not far ahead, on a truck, there was a strange, cyst-like foreign object attached to the vehicle, nearly wrapping the entire truck. The object was black and, upon closer inspection, appeared to be pulsating like a heart. No one knew what that thing was. I think we should change our route. Even without that thing, these cars block our way. Jiang Yingxue quickly suggested, thinking that the post-apocalyptic world was truly colorful. But this strange object was quite off-putting. I have a feeling there might be something inside it. Shen Haidong gasped in shock. The appearance of that thing made Chen Jin's scalp tingle. It was just too disgusting to adapt to immediately. What is that smell? Is it coming from that thing? Just a few seconds later, Jiang Yingxue and the others suddenly felt an unbearable odor wafting toward them, quickly covering their noses with their masks and instinctively stepping back. Chen Jin's protective suit was relatively thick, so he didn't smell the foul odor. He stood still, observing the object, and, after a moment of consideration, decided to boldly move closer to investigate. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Hey, you really dare to go? That thing is definitely not good. Jiang Yingxue expected Chen Jin to say something like this, but still couldn't help wanting to warn him. It's fine. It's fine. Even if something goes wrong, I can run faster than I can fight, right? Chen Jin waved his hand, even chuckling a bit. This wasn't just idle boasting. He had taken enhancement drugs before coming out, and even in a non-open area, he could outrun anyone. With that, Chen Yin nimbly approached the front of the truck and looked up at the black object on it. What on earth is this thing? Being so close. He could vaguely smell the foul odor coming from it, causing him to frown. He took out a knife from his backpack, intending to cut through the outer skin of the object to take a closer look. But in the next second, Chen Yin immediately withdrew his hand, abandoning this uncertain action. How about just setting it on fire? It looks gooey and should catch fire easily. Chen Yin thought of this, turned around, jumped into a car, took out a Molotov cocktail, aimed at the center of that thing, and threw it. The Molotov cocktail immediately exploded. Bang! Just as Chen Yin had imagined. That thing was completely engulfed in flames, not a single corner left untouched. Then, Chen Yin heard a sound from inside that thing, similar to a swarm of insects flapping their wings. What the hell? Chen Jin's expression changed, and he instinctively jumped out of the car, hiding behind it. Uffed. In the next moment, that thing suddenly exploded from the middle. It made a disgusting, gooey sound, and a stream of brown liquid with flames splattered on the ground. Then, through the car window, Chen Yin saw countless small black bugs crawling out from the broken thing. Hundreds, thousands, an uncountable number. Damn. Chen Yin was momentarily stunned, but fortunately, he was hiding behind the car, so those bugs didn't immediately swarm him. However, he still underestimated these bugs. Initially, he wanted to crawl under the car to avoid the wave of insects, but as they began to land on his arm, his movements were interrupted. What is going on? Not far away, Jiang Yingxue and the others were taken aback by the scene, and just as Jiang Yingxue wanted to rush over, Shun Haidong pulled her back. No way, master. But what about Chen Jin? Jiang Yingxue instinctively wanted to rush up, even though there were thousands of flying bugs surrounding Chen Jin. He seemed fine. Dr. Liu adjusted his glasses, looking a bit confused. What? Over here, Chen Jin also realized that those flying bugs didn't seem to bother him. The only issue was that there were too many, blocking his line of sight. It seems like I'm really fine. Chen Jin slowly stood up amidst the swarm of bugs, feeling a mix of confusion and excitement. Right now, the swarm of bugs was like bees, and Chen Jin was like a fully armed beekeeper, completely unfazed by their stings, calmly collecting the honey they had gathered. Although these bugs couldn't produce honey, considering they were definitely infectious, the points for their fall should be substantial, right? With over 1,000 of them. Doesn't that mean this wave is worth a few thousand points? Let me guess, 3,000. No, 5,000. Chen Jin counted on his fingers, while the surrounding flying bugs were continuously dying, falling to the ground. At this moment, they were all on fire, suffering immensely. If they had directly broken through that massive swarm, they might have been fine, but unfortunately, the vicious Chen Jin had thrown a Molotov cocktail on top, first burning through the outer protective layer of the bug nest, and then the flames spread inside the nest. All the bugs were trapped. If they rushed out, they would be ignited by the flames and die on the spot, but if they stayed inside, they would ultimately be burned to death. Chen Jin, of course, couldn't understand how desperate those bugs felt when he ignited their nest. After all, it was precisely what they feared the most, fire. Because the protective suit was incredibly resilient, those insects attempted a desperate one-for-one exchange, only to find that they couldn't even bite through the surface of the suit. On the contrary, the damage from their burning bodies combined was less than the harm they could inflict by mere biting. However, it was still ineffective. Chen Jin's protective suit was also fireproof. No matter how they crashed into him, Chen Jin felt nothing at all. After about 3 minutes, the sight in front of Chen Jin was no longer the overwhelming darkness, and he finally saw the light again. The insects that had blocked his view were already charred and lay scattered all over the ground. The insect nest was also engulfed in flames, and the shell of the nest, which had clung to the vehicle, was gradually melting at a visible speed. The melting color resembled that of syrup. Is it done? Chen Jin muttered to himself as he looked around, faintly hearing rustling sounds. Oh, there are still a few stragglers? With a snap. Snap. He looked up and discovered 2 small flying insects above him. He quickly reached out and swatted both of them dead. Ugh, so disgusting. Chen Jin disdainfully cleaned the remnants of the insects off his gloves and turned back to inspect the insect nest. The nest had nearly melted, forming a puddle on the ground that emitted a strong, burnt smell. Creak. At that moment, the rear door of the truck slowly opened. It seemed that the root-like things from the insect nest had previously sealed it, but now the door had naturally broken free from its constraints. The open door piqued Chen Jin's curiosity. He stepped over a puddle of black liquid and approached the back of the truck to take a look. Inside the truck, there were indeed things, quite a lot of them. They were huge cardboard boxes, stacked 2 by 2, totaling about 10 boxes. Chapter 86, A Road Burned to the End. Can't stop now. Chen Jin climbed into the truck, pulled out a dagger, and opened one of the cardboard boxes, peering inside. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. The contents of the box immediately caught his attention. It was filled with several liters of gasoline. Having taken a strengthening drug, Chen Jin easily detected the strong smell of gasoline. Just a couple of days ago, he had been lamenting the lack of gasoline for burning corpses, and now it had come right to him. Indeed, this exploration was worthwhile. Not only had he burned over 1,000 insects and a large insect nest, but he had also effortlessly found so much gasoline. However, how was he going to transport all this back? Just then, Chen Jin suddenly thought of something and scratched his head. First of all, this truck was probably beyond saving. After all, with such heavy snowfall and temperatures below freezing, its parts would be damaged in just a few days. It was unrealistic to think about driving the truck back with the gasoline. Moreover, even if he could start the truck, there were so many abandoned vehicles blocking its way. How could it get out? ram through them. That seemed even more impossible, as this thing wasn't a tank that could simply crush cars. So, he had to resort to manual methods. Chen Yin immediately thought of Jiang Yingxue and her crew of helpers. Hey, come over here. Seeing Jiang Yingxue and the others still standing not far away, Chen Yin quickly waved them over. Jiang Yingxue and the others curiously walked over. After arriving in front of Chen Yin, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but say, I really didn't expect that thing to be a bug nest. Are you okay, Chen Yin? Of course I'm fine. Come and take a look at this. Chen Yin pointed to the trunk, and everyone stretched their necks to take a look. Gasoline? That's right. Jiang Yingxue remembered that Chen Yin had mentioned he was short on gasoline, so she was naturally happy for him to have found so much. However, thinking about how they had been traveling for nearly 3 hours, transporting it back seemed to be a problem. But this thing looks heavy. How are we going to carry it back? Is that even a question? Of course, you all will help me carry it back. Seeing Chen Yin with his hands on his hips, confidently saying this, Jiang Yingxue was dumbfounded. Although they were willing to be Chen Yin's helpers, shouldn't helpers have some rights? Carrying so much gasoline back at once. Even a workhorse couldn't do that. Don't worry, you can take a little back first, and I can watch over the rest here. Before Jiang Yingxue could complain, Chen Yin had already thought of a plan and spoke up. Wait that. Jiang Yingxue was about to say something. But Chen Yin threw a key at her. This is the key to the shelter. Just leave the gasoline at the entrance when the time comes. Chen Yin finished speaking with a slight smile. Jiang Yingxue and the others glanced at the heavy barrels of gasoline in the car, unable to help but roll their eyes. But they had no choice but to agree to Chen Yin's unreasonable request. At this rate, we probably won't be back until night. That's fine, go ahead and don't worry. Your things will be safe with me. Worst case, we can just stay here tonight. There's an open space, convenient for setting up a tent or something. From what they had just seen, it was clear that Chen Yin's equipment was practically invulnerable, and with him stating it so clearly, Jiang Yingxue and the others felt less worried. If there was anything to worry about, it was themselves. Carrying so many barrels of gasoline made it difficult to deal with any zombies they might encounter along the way. For this task, shouldn't we get some overtime pay? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask Chen Yin while carrying the gasoline barrels on her back. Of course, there will be overtime pay when you come back tonight. Be careful on the way. Although she didn't know if the overtime pay Chen Yin mentioned would actually materialize, he gave her a smoke bomb for emergencies before they left, making Jiang Yingxue feel that he was quite considerate. After all, due to the existence of Task 3, Chen Yin didn't see this as wasting time collecting water. The reason he was staying here was not only for the gasoline, but also for another reason. That was, Chen Yin felt that there might still be a bug nest nearby. It could be confirmed that this bug nest and the bugs would definitely count for points. Although he didn't know exactly how many points burning down a bug nest and a bunch of bugs would be worth, even if a bug was worth very few points. Their numbers made up for it. This meant that even if a single bug was worth 1 point, 1,000 of them would add up to 1,000 points, which was equivalent to 1,000 rounds of handgun ammunition. Chen Yin eagerly wandered among the abandoned cars, carefully searching for any other nests. To his surprise, he soon heard a rustling sound, the very sound of the flying insects flapping their wings, stealthily moving to the back door of a car. He quickly spotted a nest that had been revealed in the open trunk. This nest was significantly smaller than the previous one, but nearly filled the trunk. Moreover, it seemed that this nest was already mature. The originally dark exterior had disappeared, exposing the densely woven main nest inside, with insects buzzing back and forth, creating a noisy commotion. As such a large figure as Chen Yin appeared before the nest, the insects immediately became alert. Dozens of them rushed out from the nest, frantically biting at him. However, this scratching-like attack was utterly ineffective, as his protective suit easily withstood their sharp teeth. With such a small nest, Chen Yin certainly wouldn't waste a Molotov cocktail. Besides, the potency of the cocktail was considerable. If he accidentally blew up the car, the explosion would inevitably trigger nearby vehicles as well. It would be akin to blowing up an entire street, far more impressive than blowing up half a market. Therefore, he thought to himself, I need to be a bit gentler. Chen Yin smiled at the nest and pulled out a lighter. Then, with a flick, he sparked a flame and ignited the top of the nest. Goodness, it was surprisingly difficult to burn. It took him about 5 minutes to set the entire nest ablaze. Watching the flames engulf the nest, he could almost hear the insects' wails. However, he only found it a bit noisy at that moment, turning to leave while casually swatting the insects crawling on him. These mutated insects were not small, each about the size of 2 thumbs pressed together, buzzing around chaotically, reminiscent of southern cockroaches. But no matter how big they were, they couldn't instill fear or anxiety in Chen Yin. After all, they couldn't even harm a single hair on him. Even if he wanted to be scared, he couldn't be. Along the way, Chen Yin found several nests of varying sizes, all of which he set on fire. During this time, he even encountered a nest situated in a tree. This nest was similar in size to the first one he found, but it was out of reach, so Chen Yin reluctantly threw a Molotov cocktail at it, burning both the nest and the tree. Originally, these mutated insects had chosen this prime location as their hatching area to safely undergo their incubation period, becoming adults, and then breaking out to occupy all nearby areas. However, just as they were about to complete their hatching, they encountered a relentless foe. A monster that couldn't be killed no matter how hard they bit. One that kept advancing and burned their nest upon sight. Chen Yin had certainly instilled fear in them, as his heightened senses from the enhancement medication allowed him to locate even the nests hidden beneath the cars, igniting them with a fire. So later, those bugs that had narrowly escaped from Chen Yin's hands didn't dare to fight him. flying away in panic and directly fleeing the street. Chapter 87 Such overtime pay, is it okay? As dusk approached, Chen Yin returned triumphantly. The surrounding bug nests had basically been burned clean, and the air along the entire street had become much fresher. Removing his headgear, Chen Yin yawned and rummaged through Jiang Yingshue's backpack, pulling out the tent and tossing it onto the truck. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Setting up camp on top of the truck. Although he had never tried sleeping in a tent on top of a truck, Chen Yin felt that it wasn't merely curiosity, but there was some reasoning behind it. Standing high gives a better view. Occupying the top of the truck would make it easier for him to observe the surroundings. After all, the zombies at night could become aggressive. Even though he hadn't seen any zombies around this afternoon, only some noisy bugs. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if a horde of zombies suddenly passed by and discovered them? At first, Chen Yin failed to set up the tent on top. The northern wind was blowing more fiercely, and as soon as he laid it down, it was flipped over. However, Chen Yin was clever for someone approaching 40. He took out 4 barrels of gasoline from the truck and placed them at the corners of the tent, instantly solving the problem. Then, feeling that it was still early, Chen Yin jumped down from the truck and took out a cooking pot and a frying pan from his backpack, setting them up in the empty space under the truck. Okay, perfect. Chen Yin rubbed his hands together, guessing that Jiang Yingxue and the others should be back soon. He pulled out eggs, carrots, potatoes, and tomatoes from the backpack, preparing to cook. Now it felt like a picnic. Chen Yin evaluated his situation, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Who could be better than him? Setting up a base and cooking in a place filled with dangerous bug nests? He was very confident. There couldn't be anyone else. Let alone setting up camp in this hazardous area. Even the largest and best-equipped survivor teams wouldn't dare to stay outside overnight. Moreover, zombies become aggressive at night. So no one would have the thought of doing such a thing. So, Chen Yin was essentially daring fate, yet he felt fearless. After all, strength was such that nothing could stop him from showcasing his talents. Whistling, Chen Yin cut the vegetables while feeling the urge to sing. He then began to sing a terribly off-key song. If it weren't for his clear enunciation, those who heard it probably wouldn't even recognize it as a song. 30 minutes later, the sky had completely darkened. Not far away, 3 figures, each limping, gradually came into view. They were not zombies but a tired Jiang Yingxue and her 2 companions. Although they hadn't encountered much danger on the way, saving a smoke bomb, they were almost exhausted. Finally here. Oh my gosh, I'm about to collapse. The 3 couldn't help but complain. At that moment, they were all dirty, their clothes soaked with sweat, forming ice crusts, and they emitted a strong smell of sweat. Their hair was messy, looking disheveled, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they looked like they were mistaken for one of the undead. As they approached the truck, the 3 suddenly felt the air was much fresher, completely free of the foul smell that had emanated from the insect nest earlier. Within seconds, they caught whiffs of a delightful fragrance. Is that my favorite stir-fried tomatoes and eggs? Jiang Yingxue exclaimed in shock after taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, Shen Haidong was already drooling, trembling as he pointed at the air and the smell of potatoes. Also vitamin-rich carrots. Dr. Liu adjusted his glasses and said in a very professional manner. Although he appeared the calmest among the 3, inside he was already going crazy, itching to rush over to see what was going on. As the aroma wafted forward, it seemed to draw the souls of the 3 out. Then, they saw Chen Yin sitting on a bucket, wearing a chef's hat and apron, flipping vegetables with a spatula. The scene left the 3 in a daze for a long moment, not because they recognized him, but because the sense of incongruity was too strong. It wasn't just the apocalypse. Even in normal times, they had never seen anyone cooking in a place like this. Startled me. You should have called out when you returned. Chen Yin complained as he faced Jiang Yingxue and the others, noticing their presence. How come you brought all this stuff? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask, as she had thought Chen Yin's bulging backpack was full of weapons and ammunition. But now, looking at the somewhat deflated bag, it turned out he had brought a meal instead. And not just any meal, but vegetables that needed to be cooked to be enjoyable. Is he just here for a picnic? Jiang Yingxue cursed silently in her heart. She had originally thought this operation was extremely dangerous. After all, their destination was by the water. Not considering the possibility of mutated creatures in the water, that area was also a tourist spot and could have a lot of zombies. To prepare, she had even practiced with her team last night to ensure they could complete the mission and gain Chen Jin's trust. However, looking at Chen Jin now, he was completely unfazed, first burning a massive insect nest next to the truck, and then coming out with bags full of vegetables to cook. He even brought out red wine. Now that everyone is back, that's perfect. The dishes are almost ready. Don't mind me, just eat casually, as if you're at home. The food isn't that great, but let's just make do, Chen Jin said with a cheerful smile. Although his words were straightforward, upon closer inspection, something felt off. It was as if Chen Jin was subtly showing off. Not that great. Just make do. They hadn't seen a single vegetable leaf in over half a month. Even if there were vegetables, they didn't have the conditions to cook. Yet here he was, running out with pots and pans to make a meal. Nevertheless, at that moment, the 3 couldn't think too much about it. They quickly sat down, trembling with excitement. In this day and age, being able to enjoy a stir-fried meal is quite a luxury. Chen Jin served steaming white rice to the 3 of them, handing them chopsticks. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude in turn and immediately began to devour the food. Delicious, so delicious. Chen, your cooking skills are amazing. You have to teach me in the future. As Shun Haidong praised, Dr. Liu, sitting beside him, put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and said with a hint of choked emotion, I need to use the restroom. The 3 watched his back as he left, momentarily pausing their chopsticks and exchanging surprised glances. Then, they implicitly said, cried. Indeed, Dr. Lu had shed tears over this meal. Perhaps it had genuinely been a long time since he had tasted such delicious stir-fried dishes. Or maybe there were other reasons. Dr. Lu, if you don't hurry, we'll finish it all. Shun Haidong intentionally teased, and Jiang Yingxue shot him an annoyed look, nudging him with her elbow. Qin Jian then opened a bottle of red wine and asked the two, would you like to share a drink? Or would you prefer some cola? The two turned back, seemingly uncertain if he was speaking to them. Can we drink? Jiang Yingxue asked cautiously. Qin Jian shrugged and replied, of course. You've worked hard, and this meal is your overtime pay. How about it? Is that okay? Absolutely. Sounds great. Shun Haidong nodded vigorously. Noticing that Jiang Yingxue hadn't responded, Qin Jian curiously asked, what about you? You don't have any objections, do you? Jiang Yingxue snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head. No. In the next moment, Qin Jian seemed to notice a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Chapter 88. A serious massage. Hey, is my food really that good? Is it enough to make someone cry? Qin Jian said in confusion, quickly tasting a bite of the dish and continued, this flavor is quite ordinary. My cooking skills have actually declined a lot. Qin, you really can't understand this feeling. Shun Haidong had now also put away his smile, with remnants of rice still at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yingxue was not just shedding tears of happiness from a good meal, but also because of Qin Jian. Such a man, who is both lovable and infuriating, is truly hard to find. Pour me some wine. Jiang Yingxue wiped away 2 tears and said immediately, sure. Qin Jian pulled out several exquisite red wine glasses and filled them up. Pour me some too. Shun Haidong grinned. Just like that. The 3 of them downed a glass of wine before Dr. Lu returned. After enjoying the delicious meal, Jiang Yingxue and the others set up their tents and comfortably lay down. Just this meal had chased away their earlier fatigue. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Jiang Yingxue intended to crawl out of the tent to relieve herself, but as soon as she stood up, she heard a crack and felt a sharp pain in her back. Oh, her face changed dramatically, and for a moment, she didn't dare to move. At that moment, Qin Jian was casually smoking a cigarette as he passed by her, frowning and asking, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine, Jiang Yingxue replied. Watching her walk away while supporting her waist, Qin Jian grew even more puzzled, thinking to himself, is she having her period? Where are you going? He asked curiously. To the restroom. Oh, Qin Jian stopped following her and turned to leave. When Jiang Yingxue returned, she found Qin Jian still waiting by her tent. What do you want? She asked, puzzled. Qin Jian smiled slightly. I guessed earlier that you must have hurt your back, right? His words hit the nail on the head, making Jiang Yingxue feel a bit embarrassed as she stammered. No, not at all. Really? Then I overthought it. I won't disturb you. Qin Jian nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Yingxue tried to bend down to enter the tent, but the sharp pain in her back made her shudder, and she stood up straight again. At that moment, she regretted her earlier bravado about carrying the gas can for so long. Now, it felt like her back was ruined. She sighed, hesitating to enter the tent. Do you need my help? Came Qin Jian's voice from above. She looked up to see him sitting on top of the truck, grinning as he asked. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Since he had already offered, she knew she couldn't hide her back pain any longer. What can you help me with? Of course, I can help you with a massage, Qin Jian said, extending his hands. Although massages involve physical contact, Jiang Yingxue didn't sense any ill intentions from him. Besides, she was in so much pain that she nodded in agreement. All right. She then attempted to crawl into the tent. Wait, you have to come up here. I don't want to jump down, Qin Jian immediately requested. Jiang Yingxue sighed and complained, look at me, I'm in this state, and you still want to make me do that? It's not that hard, just climb onto the truck. Come on, I can give you a hand. He replied with a playful grin. Unable to muster any anger at his demeanor, she reluctantly agreed, first jumping onto the nearby truck before he pulled her up. Afterward, Jiang Yingxue endured the pain and crawled into Qin Jian's tent. The tent was surprisingly well equipped, even beyond her expectations. There was an oil lamp, a book, a warm and thick blanket, and even snacks and drinks by the pillow. Just from these items, it was clear how generous and laid-back Qin Jian was. This was not just a search for water. It was more like an outing under the guise of finding water. Instead, they ended up being used as errand runners. Fortunately, he had some conscience and treated them to a good meal and even gave her a massage. The tent was spacious enough for one person, but with 2, it felt a bit cramped. Moreover, their positions were different, one above and one below, making the space even tighter. Although Jiang Yingxue thought this was a serious massage, she was not unaware that Qin Jian was right behind her. The position was so strange that she instinctively felt her face flush. However, over the years, the most frequent interaction she had with men was when handcuffing prisoners during handover. If there was a man behind her, her first instinct was to feel danger and want to throw him over her shoulder. But now, the feeling was completely different. The atmosphere was very relaxing and somewhat ambiguous, with no tension flooding her mind. Here, a bit higher. This, yes. Soon, the massage began, as Qin Jian's large hands roamed her waist. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but shiver slightly. To be honest, she was very sensitive about her waist. Even when she touched it herself, it felt ticklish. How does it feel? Good. Is it comfortable? Very comfortable. Then I'll make you even more comfortable. After a while, their conversation started to feel a bit off. Jiang Yingxue initially wanted to let out some pleasant sounds, but suddenly recalling the embarrassing lines, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing that Shun Haidong and Dr. Lu, who were waiting below, might misunderstand what was happening above. However, despite her thoughts, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but let out a series of low moans. After all, Qin Jian's massage was simply too comfortable. During the enjoyment, Jiang Yingxue instinctively reached for some snacks nearby and started crunching on them. Hey, that's mine. Qin Jin noticed and immediately said unhappily, just one bite. Jiang Yingxue said a bit willfully, then grabbed a handful. Qin Jin felt a bit defeated but soon relaxed with a wicked smile, saying, all right, go ahead. The massage lasted half an hour, and neither Qin Jin nor Jiang Yingxue stopped. She was almost falling asleep. Comfortable, right? Should I continue? Then how about having the payment for this operation? Dazed, Jiang Yingxue suddenly froze at the last part and turned around, blinking her big eyes. What did you just say? Qin Jin was already grinning widely and said, you said it yourself. It's settled. No, you're being unreasonable. Jiang Yingxue immediately became unhappy and said with some grievance. She never expected Qin Jin would trick her while she was half asleep. What do you mean unreasonable? Who told you not to ask in advance? I never said this massage was free. Plus, I massaged you for over 40 minutes, and you just ate my snacks and drank my drinks. Those things surely count towards half the payment. Qin Jin said seriously, but Jiang Yingxue only heard it with one ear and let it out the other. What half payment? You're so stingy. It's just some snacks. Qin Jin was quite adept at squeezing employees. From the moment Jiang Yingxue sat down for the massage, he had already thought up a bunch of plans. A deal is a deal. There's no such thing as a free lunch. All right, the massage is over. You can get down now. I need to rest. Qin Jin smiled and then made way for her. Jiang Yingxue couldn't hold back any longer, lightly hitting Qin Jin as if she were a little girl being teased. Seeing that Qin Jin had no reaction to the slap, a sudden impulse surged within her. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled, her expression changed dramatically, and she hugged Qin Jin. I don't want to go down. Can I stay here tonight? Qin Jin was taken aback by the sudden embrace, and then he heard Jiang Yingxue's words. Chapter 89. No such mundane desires at this moment. Jiang Yingxue looked up, gazing deeply into Qin Jin's eyes. Her heart was racing as if it might leap out of her throat. Even she didn't understand why she felt so impulsive, making such a request to him, but she felt that she couldn't delay any longer. She was not someone who hesitated. If you love someone, you must express it, even if it catches the other person off guard. Moreover, given how uncertain life was, she didn't want to leave any regrets for herself, especially since she had no experience in that regard. Qin Jin was not shocked, but rather confused. Is this person trying to trick me? He thought, feeling a flicker of vigilance even though the atmosphere had become extremely suggestive. Are you trying to seduce me? No way. Qin Jin pushed Jiang Yingxue away forcefully, saying deliberately, there's no way I'm falling for your trick. Is it just about withholding half your pay? Is it worth going to such lengths? Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened in response, and she quickly explained, I'm serious. Serious? Get out of here. I need to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. Qin Jin shoved Jiang Yingxue out of the tent. However, Jiang Yingxue seemed unwilling to give up and questioned him outside the tent. Don't you like me? Don't you have any feelings for me? Qin Jin sighed, feeling awkward, but he could only respond seriously, I admit you have some looks. And your personality is nice. At least you're not like those women who like to act cute and flirt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue's heart leaped with joy, and she was about to say something. Then you. But right now, I don't have those mundane desires, you understand? Qin Jin sat up straight, putting his hands together in a meditative posture. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback, and all her excitement vanished instantly. What does he mean by no mundane desires? What is he talking about? Does he really not have any feelings for me? But he always says flirtatious things to me. Could it all have just been a joke? Anyway, I like you. I will keep pursuing you. Jiang Yingxue threw out those two sentences and jumped off the vehicle. Qin Jin's rejection did not deter Jiang Yingxue. Instead, it strengthened her resolve. After all, the world was ending, so why not be a little bold? Besides, her upbringing had never taught her to be conservative in her dealings with others. After Jiang Yingxue left, Qin Jin relaxed his posture and lay back down. Damn it, they all ate it all. He shook the empty snack bag and couldn't help but curse. Soon, he couldn't help but recall what Jiang Yingxue had just said to him. To be honest, since the day he saved her, he felt that her attitude had changed somewhat. However, as he spent more time with her, he noticed some odd behaviors, such as occasionally avoiding his gaze after making eye contact or inexplicably getting closer to him, resulting in some physical contact. He originally thought she would maintain this kind of relationship, but unexpectedly, today, in such a special place, she made a bold move. Truly, it was just like her. Who confesses so directly? If it were him, he wouldn't have done that either. This was practically skipping over so many scenes and going straight to the point. Thinking back to what had just happened, Qin Jin couldn't help but scratch his head, a bit impressed by Jiang Yingxue's way of confessing. To be honest, if it were another man, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, he considered himself unusual, although Jiang Yingxue was indeed beautiful and had a nice personality. The key was that she was loyal to him, obedient like a little dog. Because of this, when she had physical contact with him, he neither rejected it nor felt excited. Paranoia was indeed a problem, but if he were cured in this world, he might end up in danger. After convincing himself for a long time, Qin Jin finally decided to stop overthinking and picked up a book nearby to read. Don't let love cloud your judgment. What the heck, is that the book title? I just randomly picked one. Qin Jin muttered, but he genuinely opened the book and started reading. Meanwhile, below the vehicle, Shen Haidong stealthily approached Jiang Yingxue's tent and quietly asked, Sister Shui, did you two have a fight? He had vaguely heard the conversation between Qin Jin and her, but he didn't catch too much. The clearest listener was Dr. Liu, who had been standing under the truck smoking and was shocked to hear the stimulating content of their conversation, as he had never realized Jiang Yingxue had such feelings for Qin Jin. Get lost. Jiang Yingxue's weak voice came from the tent. How about I go talk to Qingge? Shen Haidong smiled slightly and said. Jiang Yingxue cursed again. You little rascal, mind your own business. Get lost. Shen Haidong replied. All right, and quickly dashed back to his own tent. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue seemed to have calmed down, remembering the earlier scene. Her face gradually turned red, and she shamefully buried her face in her pillow, then fiercely pounded it a few times. These girl-like actions were all new to her. Late at night, Chen Yin had read almost a quarter of the book. At this moment, he wanted to say to the author, Master, I've understood. The content in the first half of the book successfully calmed his restless heart. Right, it seems I didn't arrange for anyone to keep watch at night. Putting down the book, Chen Yin suddenly remembered something and immediately crawled out of the tent, muttering to himself helplessly, I guess I have to take the night shift. He still had a bit of compassion. Considering that Jiang Yingxue and the others had been busy all day, he decided to temporarily sacrifice himself for the benefit of everyone. However, soon after, he saw a slender figure. The figure was sitting on top of a vehicle, holding a flashlight and scanning the darkness, occasionally yawning, looking bored and drowsy. Jiang Yingxue recognized that figure at a glance. Thinking of the earlier confrontation, Chen Yin was not as sensitive as before, and lightly jumped down from the car to Jiang Yingxue's side. He cleared his throat softly to avoid startling her. When Jiang Yingxue turned around and saw Chen Yin, her eyes widened instantly, wide awake. You. Jiang Yingxue hesitated, suddenly feeling the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Chen Yin, however, did not bring up their previous conversation and asked, How long have you been on guard? About 4 hours. That long. Chen Yin was somewhat surprised. He had been reading and had no idea Jiang Yingxue had been on duty outside for so long. You should go back to sleep. I'll take over for you. No, you're the main force. I can't let you get tired. Jiang Yingxue firmly refused. Oh, I'll call you later. Chen Yin said while gently tugging at her arm, pulling her down from the vehicle. Hey, as a result, Jiang Yingxue lost her balance when she landed and was about to fall. In the next moment, Chen Yin wrapped an arm around her waist and steadied her. This action made Jiang Yingshue's heart race with excitement. However, Chen Yin had already moved on from that thought and said, Go ahead, sleep for a bit. I'll call you later. All right, how about we make a night shift schedule tomorrow? Sure. After Jiang Yingxue returned to the tent, Chen Yin took her place, holding the flashlight and wandering around nearby. It was very quiet, with nothing but the howling north wind. But if there was even the slightest movement, he could easily hear it. Bored, Chen Yin speculated why there were no zombies in this area. Perhaps the insect nest had taken over, driving away the zombies or even eating them. Otherwise, there shouldn't be a single corpse in sight. So this area was the territory of the insect nests, and no creature dared to easily step into it. However, he had burned down all traces of those nests. After closing the truck's rear door, Chen Yin began to worry about the safety of the gasoline. He wasn't worried about it freezing, but rather about it being stolen. After all, he couldn't just wait for Jiang Yingxue and the others to finish transporting the gasoline. He still had many tasks left to complete. Therefore, he wanted both the gasoline and the points. At the very least, when they left this place, he needed to disguise the truck properly and hide it well. How exactly should he disguise it? Considering the falling snow, Chen Yin felt that this method was not suitable. After all, unless it snowed heavily enough to bury the truck, survivors passing by would inevitably notice it and try to rummage through it. The rear compartment was not locked, and even if it were, a few tools could easily open it. What about using a bait trap? Forcing a group of zombies to come here to discourage the survivors from searching this place is not a good idea. Before he left in the morning, he bought a bait trap with the intention of using it to gather the zombies at the other side of the moon lake. After all, Jiang Yingxue mentioned that it was a scenic area, which naturally has a large number of zombies. So, if he leaves the bait trap here, how would he deal with the zombies after reaching Moon Lake? Chen Yin climbed onto the truck, resting his chin in his hands, thinking for a long time. Almost dozing off. Suddenly, an idea struck him. An hour later, Chen Jin's eyes widened. He remembered that the single-barrel shotgun he gave Jiang Yingxue had an ID identifier attached to it. The ID identifier could be removed, and the back door of the truck could also be locked. The reason for attaching the ID identifier to the gun was to guard against any potential treachery from Jiang Yingxue. However, it seemed he didn't need to be that cautious with her after all. If she really wanted to act against him, she probably would have shown her true colors by now. Yet, she not only didn't act, but even confessed her feelings to him tonight. She wanted to sleep with him. Such a loyal little pup, there's no need for a leash. Chen Yin praised Jiang Yingxue and decided to take action tomorrow. Jiang Yingxue had been too anxious to fall into a deep sleep, waiting to replace Chen Yin, wanting to prove her abilities and increase his fondness for her. However, several hours passed and dawn was approaching, but she still hadn't seen Chen Yin arrive. Didn't he say he would call me soon? Why hasn't he come yet? I can't hold on much longer. Jiang Yingxue lay there, her eyelids growing heavier. Eventually, she couldn't hold on any longer and slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Yin yawned and crawled into the tent. It was almost dawn anyway, so there was no need to be so cautious. He had no intention of torturing himself and decided to sleep. By around 8 in the morning, everyone started to wake up one after another. Chen Yin stretched lazily as he crawled out of the tent, jumped off the truck, and headed straight for the cooking pot, planning to make some vegetable porridge with the leftover carrots and rice from yesterday, along with some pickled vegetables and marinated eggs for everyone to share. As for the pickled vegetables and marinated eggs, they were actually provided by Shen Haidong and the doctor. If one were to say Chen Yin was stingy, he truly was. Shen Haidong and Dr. Liu had already prepared their bowls and were sitting next to Chen Yin, waiting for the porridge to cook. Jiang Yingxue, still groggy, smelled the fragrance of the porridge, rubbed her eyes, and crawled out of the tent, only to see that everyone was already awake, making her the last one to rise. Feeling a bit awkward with the three of them staring at her, she could only endure it and sat down next to Chen Yin. During breakfast, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you call me to take over last night?" Chen Yin replied directly, "I actually wanted to call you, but I realized it wasn't necessary. It was bright by 4 o'clock, and even if there was danger, I could react in time. So, you kept watch until dawn?" Jiang Yingxue was shocked, feeling more touched and concerned. "No, I saw it was getting light and went back to sleep. It should have been around 3 o'clock, so I slept for more than 5 hours, which is not bad." However, Chen Yin then spoke frankly, which left Jiang Yingxue momentarily stunned and made her suppress her emotions. Sigh, this guy. She couldn't help but think in her heart. Chen Yin was really someone she couldn't bring herself to dislike. After breakfast, Chen Yin asked Jiang Yingxue for her single-barrel shotgun, and she handed it over without much thought since it originally belonged to him. Chen Yin examined it for a while and then extracted the ID identifier from the surface of the shotgun. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback upon seeing this. What kind of high technology was this? How did it suddenly pop out from the gun? But seeing that Chen Yin said nothing, she also didn't ask anything. The fact that he could perform such an action openly in front of them indicated that he trusted them quite a lot. So all they could do now was keep quiet and not reveal this secret. After Chen Yin affixed the chip-like device to the back of the truck, Jiang Yingxue suddenly realized, isn't this the device that gets attached in supermarkets? What was it called again? After finishing the attachment, Chen Yin gradually smiled. Now, no one could have any ideas about his fuel. Everyone, pack up and let's continue on the road, Chen Yin said to the group, then turned around and climbed back onto the truck to tidy up the tent and other items. 10 minutes later, everyone was ready to go and continued on their way. Since Chen Yin had cleared the insect nests on this street, they followed the original route as planned. About an hour later, they finally walked out of this road filled with abandoned vehicles. Goodness, just from these vehicles, one could see how many people had fled at that time. However, it's worth mentioning that they hadn't seen any corpses along the way, just some bloodstains. They encountered no dangers during the journey, and the mood of the group was relatively relaxed, leading to some conversation. From time to time, Chen Yin would pull out the map to check how far they were from Moon Lake. "Wow, this place is quite lively," he remarked, noting that there were stadiums and parks nearby, indicating that there must be quite a few zombies. Seeing several marked locations near Moon Lake that were gathering places for people, Chen Yin's eyes widened slightly, not in panic, but rather wanting to formulate some plans. For example, if they encountered a horde of over 1,000 zombies, should they use the terrain to eliminate them, or should they be extravagant and use Molotov cocktails? In any case, plans kept coming up, but there was no plan for fleeing or tactical retreats. Chapter 91. 1,000 zombies. The explosion begins after coming up with several good ideas. Chen Yin shared them with Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue looked at him in shock after hearing his plans. "You go ahead then. I wouldn't dare get close." Encountering over 1,000 zombies and using the terrain to eliminate them? Just hearing the content of Chen Yin's plan made her want to retort, "Isn't that nonsense? That won't do. At least you all have to act as bait, right?" Chen Yin said half-jokingly. Jiang Yingxue shook her head seriously. "I could try with under 100, but 1,000? No way. I want to live. Look at you, not brave at all. Bring out that tough girl spirit you had before," Chen Yin said intentionally. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself that she could work hard, but she really didn't want to be cannon fodder. Although this was all part of Chen Yin's pre-planned strategy, they hadn't encountered a massive horde of zombies yet. However, after passing through a crossroads surrounded by skyscrapers on the way to Moon Lake, Chen Yin's words came true. From a distance, the center of that intersection was not only filled with abandoned vehicles, but also crowded with countless zombies. Just one glance revealed at least 1,000 of them. Damn it! Jiang Yingxue was stunned by the sight and couldn't help but curse. Shen Haidong also felt his scalp tingle and complained, "Are these zombies just bored? There's nothing to eat here. Why are they gathering here?" Dr. Liu, in his professional manner, said, "From my observations over the past few days, these zombies must have gathered here because they were attracted by some light." "Light? Where? Could it be sunlight?" Shen Haidong looked up at the relatively clear sky in confusion. Dr. Liu replied that it wasn't sunlight. It should be something like fire, or perhaps a sudden explosion. In short, they, like humans, enjoy a lively atmosphere. But their gatherings last much longer. Basically, they wouldn't leave for about a week. Chen Yin observed carefully and pointed to a building with a large section of its wall blown off and surrounded by darkness, saying, "It's likely that building exploded. And the fire attracted them here." "Yes, that's right. Your analysis is spot on, little Chen. Haha, just average." Watching Chen Yin chat happily with the two and smiling brightly, Jiang Yingxue didn't know what to say. "Hey, are you guys still in the mood to talk about how they gathered so many? I mean, what are we going to do now? Shouldn't we prepare to take a detour?" Before she could finish, Chen Yin interrupted her, smiling. "Why take a detour? That's too much trouble. What is there to be afraid of? Let us go." Jiang Yingxue was taken aback, staring wide-eyed. "You want me to go alone? Don't be scared. It's not like I'm asking you to kill them all. Just lead them over here. I already told you to follow my plan. You know what I mean, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue became even more unwilling and responded with some grievance. "I never agreed to this. Besides, why should I be the one to lure them while those two just stand by?" She truly couldn't understand why Chen Yin was making things so difficult for her. Was it because of what happened last night that he was annoyed? Did he want to take revenge on her this way? Plus, he had said he would treat them equally, yet now she was assigned to attract the zombies while Shen Haidong and the other one seemed to be just waiting around. This was so unfair. It felt like personal vendetta. Chen Yin calmly explained, ladies first. Besides, you have more experience than them and are stronger. What kind of nonsense is that? Ladies first? Jiang Yingxue nearly shouted out, but managed to hold it back. Sigh, I will definitely train those two, right? Qin Jian explained while patting Shun Haidong and Dr. Liu on the shoulders. No problem, Brother Qin. Just give the order to attract the zombies anytime. They both replied confidently, smiles on their faces. You two aren't in cahoots, are you? Jiang Yingxue suddenly felt like Shun Haidong and the others had turned against her. All standing on Qin Jian's side. After some persuasion, Jiang Yingxue compromised. Go ahead, I'll wait for your good news. Don't worry, I'll cover you. Qin Jian reassured her while patting her shoulder. Jiang Yingxue felt a chill run down her spine, sighed, and thought that working with Qin Jian was really not easy, over time. Deductions from pay, failed confessions, and all that. It seemed impossible to gain any advantage from the other side. Qin Jian's plan was actually quite simple. First, he wanted Jiang Yingxue to lure the zombie horde away. Then he would run over and puncture the fuel tank of an abandoned vehicle. And finally have Jiang Yingxue bring the zombies back to trigger a chain reaction by shooting the leaking vehicle, engulfing the entire horde in flames. If successful, the points from this wave of zombies would likely be close to 10,000. As for Shun Haidong and Dr. Liu, Qin Jian had them hiding in a nearby building as backup. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yingxue and Qin Jian appeared at the intersection, one after the other. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath and ran towards the zombie horde, while Qin Jian found a vehicle and crouched behind it to hide. Bang! A few seconds later, Jiang Yingxue fired her hunting rifle into the air. The sound immediately drew the attention of the horde, with thousands of murky eyes turning towards her. Being stared at by so many zombies was terrifying. Jiang Yingxue's heart raced, but she gritted her teeth and ran towards the side street, seeing the fresh meat running. The zombies couldn't hold back, drooling and howling as they chased after her. During this, Jiang Yingxue weaved through the horde. Fortunately, their speed was different from at night, and she could easily evade their lunges. Soon, Jiang Yingxue had successfully lured the entire horde away from the intersection. Qin Jian jumped out from behind the vehicle, took a few strides, and reached the center of the intersection. He casually found a vehicle, pulled out a long knife, and stabbed it fiercely into the fuel tank. Bang! Wow, it really punctured. Qin Jian exclaimed, regretting selling that long knife. With a cracking sound, the vehicle was instantly punctured, and Qin Jian was surprised. He had only intended to give it a try, but didn't expect the knife's power to be so impressive. A few seconds later, black gasoline began to gush out from the puncture. The fuel hadn't frozen, thank goodness. The plan could proceed smoothly, with favorable timing and conditions. Qin Jian felt that this explosive plan was bound to succeed. Due to the ample time for Jiang Yingxue to return, Qin Jian simply punctured holes in other cars, causing a large amount of gasoline to leak onto the ground. Okay, done. After puncturing nearly 30 vehicles, Qin Jian quickly left the scene. Chapter 92, Both Attack and Defense. Mutant crawling monsters now. The center of that intersection had essentially become a grave for those zombies. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yingxue appeared at another street corner, sweating profusely. Glancing back to observe the position of the zombie tide, walking intermittently, fearing that the tide might lose interest in her. Soon, the tide reappeared at the intersection, and Jiang Yingxue felt that the timing was almost ripe, quickening her pace. Hurry up, get out of there. Not far away. Qin Jian waved at her, and Jiang Yingxue immediately caught up with his pace and went upstairs with him. Qin Jian entered the building, found a suitable angle, and at that moment, the zombie tide had almost returned to the center of the intersection. Previously worried about causing a commotion, but this time I'm not afraid. Qin Jian took out his Uzi and aimed at one of the leaking vehicles, muttering to himself. Standing beside him, Jiang Yingxue and the others felt nervous and fixed their eyes on the intersection. Rat-a-tat-tat. Qin Jian started firing at that vehicle. Be careful. Qin Jian quickly reminded everyone again. Jiang Yingxue and the others had already crouched down, hiding behind the wall. Boom. After firing an unknown number of bullets, the leaking car suddenly exploded, igniting the gasoline on the ground, which then triggered a chain reaction. One car after another was blown up. A huge sound and shockwave followed, shattering the glass in front of everyone. They instinctively crouched down, covering their heads with their hands. Outside the window, flames were soaring into the sky. Qin Jian could vaguely see zombies being launched into the air by the series of explosions, shattering into pieces, and finally falling into the sea of fire. This battle was a complete success, with no zombies escaping the explosion range. They all perished in the fiery inferno. The deafening explosions lasted for about 5 minutes. Once the explosions ceased, everyone slowly got back up. Jiang Yingxue and the others cautiously peeked their heads out of the window to check. Meanwhile, Qin Jian didn't even look back and ran straight downstairs. Wow, now that's what I call a commotion. Upon seeing the charred wreckage on the street and at the intersection, Qin Jian couldn't help but exclaim. Everywhere he looked, there were burning flames and overturned vehicles from the explosions. The surroundings were not only a mess, but also filled with countless dismembered limbs lying around, accompanied by an indescribable stench. Even on the streetlights, there were some intestines hanging, dripping some unmentionable viscous substance. As Jiang Yingxue and the others descended, they were immediately hit by the overwhelming stench, leading to a natural physiological rejection. Some coughed, some gagged, and others leaned against the wall, violently vomiting. The person who is vomiting is Shun Haidong. He ate the most in the morning and is now receiving the punishment he deserves. Qin Jian is fortunately wearing protective gear, so he can only smell a bit of the unpleasant odor. After checking the surroundings for any remaining threats, Chen Yin happily walked back and said, "There are no living creatures left. Let's go." Chen Gu is awesome. Shen Haidong, while still vomiting, gave Chen Yin a thumbs up. Chen Yin shot him a disdainful glance and said, "You might as well stop flattering me, Xiaoshun. Take care of yourself. It's okay, I'm almost done." Enduring various discomforts, the group crossed the intersection and passed through some hidden corners, finally arriving in the Moon Lake area by dusk. At that moment, there were quite a few zombies lingering around the ticket booth at the entrance of the scenic area. Chen Yin stared at them for a while, then suddenly turned back and smiled slightly at Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue, under his gaze, felt a wave of PTSD coming on and quickly said, "Can you choose someone else?" Just from Chen Jin's look, she already knew what he wanted her to do. Seeing Chen Jin remain silent for a long time, Jiang Yingxue realized she couldn't escape this moment and let out a weary sigh, saying, "Fine, I'll go. Wait, come back." Chen Jin then pulled her back with a grin, saying, "I was just kidding, it's my turn this time." Huh. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback as she watched Chen Jin jog toward the zombies. At that moment, Chen Jin had already taken out the bait trap from his backpack, found a good spot, and tossed it right near the entrance. All the zombies that had been focused on Chen Jin immediately changed their target and headed toward the bait trap the moment it landed. This bait trap is really convenient. It can attract any kind of monster, Jiang Yingxue said. "We should get a few from Chen Gu in the future." Seeing this scene, Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong couldn't help but start chatting. However, considering the importance of this item, Jiang Yingxue quickly added, "So we have to perform well, especially you two. Next time, can you take the initiative to help Chen Jin? Don't let me be the only one at the front, okay?" Shun Haidong and Dr. Lu exchanged glances, and then Shun Haidong patted his chest and said, "I won't let you down, Sister Shui. You can count on me." "Let's hope so," Jiang Yingxue sighed in response. Meanwhile, Chen Jin was standing almost face to face with the horde, trying to test their attention. "Wow, they're completely ignoring me, not even looking my way," Chen Jin said to himself, hands on his hips. He even walked over to a zombie attracted by the bait trap and patted its back, saying, "Hey." After calling out, Chen Jin quickly stepped back a few paces and found that the zombie had indeed turned its head. He gasped, thinking he had played with fire. However, the next moment, after glancing at him, the zombie turned back and continued to focus on the bait trap. Chen Jin was completely dumbfounded. "Wow, I'm being totally ignored." However, it's not a bad thing to be ignored by the zombies. Chen Jin boldly moved through the horde, walking leisurely without a hint of panic on his face. If one didn't know better, they might think he had cast an invisibility spell. As he walked past, even when he bumped into a zombie, the creature paid him no mind. "If I had known the lure trap was this effective, I wouldn't have worried about keeping a safe distance." Chen Jin shouted this amidst the horde, yet still, no zombies paid attention to him. They were all rushing towards the lure trap. Nearby, Jiang Yingxue and the others were dumbfounded. They knew the lure trap was effective, but they never expected it to be this powerful. Chen Jin walked right past them, and they didn't even acknowledge him. If they could set up a few more traps near the shelter, they wouldn't have to worry about zombies at all. Once the zombies at the entrance were sufficiently distracted, Chen Jin turned back and shouted to Jiang Yingxue and the others, "Come in, it's safe." Jiang Yingxue shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to herself, standing next to hundreds of zombies and calling it safe? But just then, Chen Jin suddenly heard a rustling sound. Turning around, he froze for a moment. There was a pitch-black creature crawling on all fours, seemingly a mutated version of a human, about the same size. It bared its teeth and was moving faster, almost right in front of him. Without hesitation, Chen Jin raised his Uzi and opened fire. The crawling creature was instantly riddled with bullets, blood splattering everywhere. Just as it raised its claws to scratch at Chen Jin, it couldn't withstand the firepower and was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a pool of blood. "What the hell is this thing?" Chen Jin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was the first time he had encountered such a mutated creature. Not only was it fast, but it also had sharp teeth and claws, with a defense that was somewhat insane. It took a full magazine from the Uzi before it finally went down. If he hadn't upgraded his Uzi to max level to take it down, that creature's claw could have easily damaged his protective suit, even if he wasn't hurt. This creature, with its combination of speed, offensive power, and defense, truly surprised Chen Jin. Fortunately, the recent battle hadn't attracted the surrounding horde, or he would have been in real trouble. Chapter 93 Tactical Retreat. Jiang Yingxue and the others witnessed the fight between Chen Jin and the creature, initially stunned. Before rushing over, "Chen Jin, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine," Chen Jin exhaled, then reminded them, "Everyone be careful. This creature seems to be immune to the lure traps." Jiang Yingxue frowned, confused, "But didn't it die?" "It did die, but it seems there's more than one of these things." Chen Jin's words sent chills down the spines of the group. Such a formidable creature. And there was more than one. But where were the others? Chen Jin was so certain that there was more than one of the crawling creatures because he heard the sound of rustling around him. That noise was definitely from the creature moving, and Chen Jin remembered it clearly. In the grass, he suddenly turned to look at the nearby grass. And in the next second, the grass rustled violently as a shadow pounced out, targeting Dr. Lu. Chen Jin quickly shoved Dr. Lu aside, switched to his double-barreled shotgun, and pulled the trigger at the shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow was indeed the crawling creature, which was now pierced by the tremendous firepower, bursting into a spray of blood and collapsing to the ground. What the heck? Dr. Lu was still in shock, instinctively clutching his heart, fearing it might leap out of his chest. Chen Jin was quite astonished by the defensive capability of the crawling creature. After all, previously, his shotgun had either obliterated or torn apart other monsters. Yet, hitting this creature only resulted in a few blood holes. At least it was dead, Chen Yin thought with relief, feeling no fear towards the creature. Instead, he found it somewhat acceptable. After all, it could still be killed. It just took more bullets to do so. An Uzi would take a full magazine to take one down, and the double-barreled shotgun would also require a full round. As for the M9, he wasn't sure if it would be a single magazine kill. But considering it wasn't as fast as the Uzi or as powerful as the double-barreled shotgun, he decided against using it. Instead, he thought of something and turned to Shun Haidong. Here, you use this. Qin Jian pulled out the M9 and a few magazines, handing them over to Shun Haidong. Thanks. Qin Go. Shun Haidong understood the urgency of the situation. Qin Jian was trying to improve their firepower, so he didn't say much else. Quickly expressing his gratitude before passing the crossbow to Dr. Liu. Wow, how do you use this? Dr. Liu looked completely confused, fiddling with the crossbow, feeling helpless. This is the trigger, and this is the string. It's simple. Jiang Yingxue understood the current situation and quickly explained to Dr. Liu how to use the crossbow. Qin Jian could still hear the movement of the crawling creature, so he instructed everyone to stay put and wait for it to appear. The four of them stood back to back, completely still, each focusing on one direction with heightened concentration. The horde of corpses was less than 20 meters away, but fortunately, the bait trap was effective, so they weren't worried about any zombies joining the fight. Watch that patch of grass. Qin Jian pointed to a spot, lowering his voice. Jiang Yingxue nodded and had her shotgun aimed at the grass. Roar. Sure enough, the next second, a crawling creature emerged from the grass. Fortunately, they weren't too close, and it couldn't leap far enough, having to crawl as fast as it could. Now, fire. Jiang Yingxue shouted, pulling the trigger, and Shun Haidong and Dr. Liu immediately followed suit. At this moment, Qin Jian did not open fire but turned around and aimed his gun at the bushes behind him. Want to play tactics? No way. Qin Jian shouted towards the bushes, and then another crawling monster jumped out. Bang bang bang. Qin Jian remained calm, waiting for the creature to pounce before pulling the trigger. The powerful projectiles from the 3 rounds of shotgun shells hit the crawling monster, instantly sending it flying back into the bushes. Its heavy body knocked some of the bushes askew, with blood splattering onto the roots. On this side, Jiang Yingxue and the others combined their firepower just right, forcing the crawling monster to take several steps back, covered in injuries. Qin Jian switched to an Uzi and sprayed bullets at the wounded creature, smashing its head and dealing the final blow. Is it over? Jiang Yingxue asked breathlessly. The pressure from the monster was too strong, and even with their combined efforts, they had only managed to injure it. Unlike Qin Jian, who had a powerful submachine gun and a double-barreled shotgun, he could easily take down the monster as long as he was close enough. Should we retreat a bit? Seeing that Qin Jian didn't respond, Jiang Yingxue made a suggestion. Shoo. Qin Jian's response made Jiang Yingxue immediately quiet down. At this moment, Qin Jian could still hear rustling sounds. And it wasn't just one or two. It was a whole group, coming from all directions. Qin Jian felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that a tactical retreat was probably necessary. If he were alone, he might have been able to kill a couple of the crawling monsters when they jumped out, and then escape quickly, making a profit. But there were 3 ordinary people here. If those monsters charged at them, even divine intervention might not save them. Jiang Yingxue and the others were just his tools, not shields. And although they hadn't known each other for long, there were still feelings involved. At least, so far, he couldn't find better tools than them. Jiang Yingxue, throw a smoke bomb. Let's not look back and just run inside. Qin Jian pointed towards the entrance of the scenic area and said to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Although she couldn't see the crawling monsters, from Qin Jian's expression, things were definitely not looking good. She then took out a smoke bomb, pulled the pin, and tossed it at her feet. With a puff, as the smoke bomb erupted with a large amount of smoke, the group silently rushed towards the entrance of the scenic area. A few seconds later, amidst the smoke, the sounds of many crawling monsters could be heard, chaotic yet terrifying. On the sidewalks of the Moon Lake scenic area, there were a few zombies that were all killed by the group as they passed by. Some zombies were too far away, so they simply ignored them. Alright, they didn't chase after us. I can't run anymore. After running for a long time, Jiang Yingxue and the others were already exhausted, panting as they spoke to Qin Jian. Although Qin Jian was also tired, he had taken enhancement drugs, which allowed him to run quickly, pulling Jiang Yingxue and the others a considerable distance behind. Let us take a break. Qin Jian pointed to a bench not far away. A few people ran up to the bench and plopped down. In order to make room for everyone, Shun Haidong sat directly on the ground next to the bench, leaning against it, already sweating profusely. After resting for a while, everyone had almost recovered. Since this place was too conspicuous and there were still quite a few zombies wandering around, Qin Jian suggested moving deeper into the scenic area to find a more concealed spot to set up camp. I remember the arch under Yuehu Bridge is quite spacious and hidden. Why not go there? Jiang Yingxue, who was very familiar with the terrain of Yuehu, immediately suggested. Chapter 94, a counterattack. Surprised, right? Qin Jian frowned and asked, is it by the lakeside? Of course. It's under the arch. Jiang Yingxue really wanted to call Qin Jian stupid. That's great, Qin Jian said, getting up to leave. The arch under Yuehu Bridge was concealed, safe, and also had water. It was a treasure. However, there was still one thing Qin Jian needed to do. Jiang Yingxue, I taught you all how to use the water purifier before, right? You can handle it? Yes. Jiang Yingxue replied immediately, but then looking at Qin Jian's expression, she suddenly felt that his question was a bit unusual. Are you planning to leave for a while after we set up camp? Jiang Yingxue asked. Yes, Qin Jian nodded, smirking slightly. I plan to go back and take a look. What? Everyone was baffled by Chen Jin's words. Those monsters were not only strong, but also numerous. And Chen Jin was planning to head back? If that's the case, then Chen Jin's earlier retreat was truly a tactical withdrawal, not a complete retreat. It's fine. Why are you all panicking? I'm not asking you to come back with me. Actually, I work better alone. It's much more effective than having someone by my side. Chen Jin said with a smile. Jiang Yingxue was the first to catch on to the implication of his last sentence and immediately looked at him with disdain, thinking he was mocking them again. 20 minutes later, everyone arrived under Yuhu Bridge, set up tents, and used branches and leaves they collected along the way to start a fire. Then, Jiang Yingxue took the water purifier and filled a bucket at the lakeside to begin purification. 8 hours to purify 20 liters. We need a total of 100 liters. Jiang Yingxue calculated in her mind, her face darkening. So, it will take 40 hours in total. We'll have to stay under this arch for at least 2 days. Chen Jin, however, didn't think that much. Staying an extra day was to complete the mission. Staying 2 days was fine too. As long as he returned with something each day, like killing more monsters or collecting good stuff, it was worth it. Looks like there's a lot to explore here at Yuehu, Chen Jin said as he arrived at Yuehu Bridge, looking around and sighing. The bullets were still enough. And if it came to dealing with those crawling monsters, he might not even need to use a gun. The main thing was that they liked to burrow into the grass. The reason for going back was not because he was frustrated and wanted revenge. It was just a normal operation. There was nothing to hesitate about. Charge when necessary, retreat when needed. Chen Jin is not a mindless fool, nor is he invulnerable. He doesn't just charge at monsters without thinking. Some situations require clever tactics. For example, the thousands of zombies at the intersection earlier. Unless he had a minigun and infinite ammo, he wouldn't dare to rush in. Right now, he needs to outsmart this group of crawling monsters. After all, if he doesn't clear them properly, he might encounter them again when he goes back. Furthermore, this isn't a forced cleanup. He is fully capable of handling it. Chen Jin has made another bet. He is guessing whether those crawling monsters will be hiding in the grass at the entrance of the scenic area, waiting to ambush. If they are indeed hiding there, then his Molotov cocktails will come in handy. That's a large patch of grass. Once he throws a cocktail, it could easily ignite everything. And the crawling monsters hiding in the grass would naturally suffer too. Although it might not instantly kill them, it would still deal a significant area of effect damage. Moreover, Chen Jin is much faster than them, so he can easily pull them apart. The strategy of retreating when the enemy advances, disrupting them when they settle, exhausting them, hitting them back, and pursuing them is the essence passed down by ancestors. He practiced this many times in the shelter, and now he can use it skillfully. If this operation goes well, he will profit immensely. After all, those crawling monsters look formidable and are much stronger than zombies and zombie dogs. Possibly slightly weaker than the mutated vultures. Therefore, doesn't T1 crawling monster easily exceed 500 points? If he kills 20 of them, that would be over 10,000 points. After this big score, he could call it a day and return home in glory. What a beautiful thought. Chen Jin is already filled with anticipation. That last wave of crawling monsters must have had at least 20. As dusk approached, he had a quick bite to eat, gathered his gear, and temporarily said goodbye to Jiang Yingxue and the others. Then, he jogged back to the entrance of the scenic area. He didn't rush out but crouched down to listen carefully to the sounds nearby. Indeed, within a few seconds, Chen Jin heard the rustling sounds. Not just one or two, but dozens. It might be slightly fewer than before, but counting those he just killed, there were nearly 20. Chen Jin was extremely excited. He was determined to claim this wave of points. He took out 2 Molotov cocktails, lowered his stance, and moved towards the large patches of grass on both sides. When he reached the right spot, he stood up and hurled the cocktails into the grass. The situation seemed to have turned in his favor. With his own efforts, Chen Jin ambushed over 10 crawling monsters. In an instant, the exploding Molotov cocktails ignited the grass, flames shooting up and spreading outward, raising the temperature all around. Soon, the crawling monsters hiding in the grass began to wail. Although they had developed a bit of tactical thinking after mutating, this straightforward ambush tactic was something Chen Jin immediately figured out. They could never imagine that the person they had just chased would return so quickly and set them on fire. I can't believe it. I overestimated you. Seeing the burning creatures suddenly leap out from the grass, Chen Jin cursed and decided to implement Plan B. Plans can fail sometimes. So Chen Jin had prepared more than one plan just in case. With a thud, he threw a smoke bomb at his feet, and the entire entrance was instantly shrouded in smoke again. The creatures that had jumped out not only lost sight of Chen Jin, but also became disoriented, flailing to put out the fire on their bodies while desperately searching for Chen Jin's figure. As a result, they couldn't see him at all. At that moment, Chen Jin had already escaped the smoke and blended into a safer group of corpses. Yes, the corpses were still gathered here. As long as the bait trap was intact, they could remain forever. Currently, the mass of corpses formed a wall, and Chen Jin crouched among them, observing the situation of the creatures. Using the zombie wall to block their line of sight and attacks was Chen Jin's plan C. Even if those creatures discovered his position and charged at him, they would likely just push aside the zombies in front of him, and he would only lose a few points from the zombies. However, if they didn't notice him, he would benefit greatly. The smoke lingered in the air, and the flames on the creatures hadn't been extinguished. They rolled on the ground, but couldn't find anywhere else to escape the fire. Both sides of the grass had caught fire, creating thick smoke, coupled with the smoke bomb. It formed a double smoke screen, drastically reducing visibility and leaving them completely disoriented. Not to mention the creatures. Even humans would suffocate and die within just a few seconds in such a dense smoke. One creature accidentally dashed out of the smoke, and Chen Yin spotted it. Could this be a significant discovery? However, upon seeing the creature, Chen Yin was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide open. Chapter 95. Weakness exposed. Bold strike. The creature, although it had extinguished the flames on its body, was now a bloody mess. No, it shouldn't be called a bloody mess. Rather, the black shell that had originally covered it was burned away, revealing its bright red flesh. In an instant, Chen Yin seemed to understand something. No wonder these creatures looked so tough. It turned out this outer shell had always protected them. Chen Yin couldn't wait any longer to take action against the unfortunate creature and pushed through the mass of corpses. The creature had no idea Chen Yin was hiding among the corpses, especially since it was heavily burned and couldn't focus anymore. It wasn't until Chen Yin was almost right in front of it that it finally reacted. Bang, bang, bang. But it was already too late. Chen Yin shot 3 rounds directly at its head. In an instant, the creature's head and half of its body were obliterated. So it was indeed like this. Without any shell protection, they are completely useless. Chen Yin immediately beamed with joy, mocked them, and boldly dashed into the smoke with his Uzi drawn. Rat-tat-tat. Before fully entering the smoke, Chen Yin preemptively opened fire, even hitting a few crawling monsters that were rolling on the ground. Those crawling monsters, without their shell protection, were as fragile as paper. After taking a few hits, they were left gasping for breath and unable to move. Oh, are they just lying around here? Do they really think I'm a coward? Seeing the remaining crawling monsters still scratching at the flames on their bodies, Chen Yin laughed heartily and spun around, unleashing a barrage of bullets. A large number of crawling monsters were pierced by the bullets, falling to the side and becoming completely motionless. Some of the crawling monsters reacted and froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Yin, unable to comprehend how this guy could be so bold as to run into their midst. The mutated crawling monsters had some capacity for thought and a hint of beastly nature, and at that moment, Chen Yin's actions undoubtedly instilled a great fear in them. It was like ordinary beasts encountering a Tyrannosaurus Rex, an unparalleled feeling. They hadn't even been burned or shot yet, and they might just die of fright first. Some crawling monsters had reached their peak of fear towards Chen Yin, even making confused movements and directly crashing into the burning grass, as if they would rather be burned alive than be killed by him. The remaining active crawling monsters, at this moment, all lunged at Chen Yin, determined to resist even in their last moments. However, their resistance was naturally in vain. Chen Yin effortlessly shattered the bodies of several monsters that lunged at him first with his double-barreled shotgun, then drew out the long knife he hadn't returned to Jiangxua, swinging it fiercely in front of him. 2 crawling monsters happened to collide with the blade, instantly bisected. At that moment, one crawling monster seized the opportunity and scratched Chen Yin from behind. Startled by the scratch, Chen Yin turned around with wide eyes to glare at the monster. The crawling monster was taken aback by his gaze and instinctively took a step back. Damn, if only I had 3 heads and 6 arms. It would be impossible to defend against this. Chen Yin complained to the crawling monster, but instead of retaliating, he patted his back. The protective suit had excellent defense. Not only was it undamaged, but there wasn't even a scratch. Moreover, despite the surprise attack from behind, Chen Yin felt no pain at all, just a slight sensation that felt like a tickle. However, if an ordinary person without any protection had been attacked like that, the consequences would likely be dire. Seeing that Chen Yin was completely unharmed and slowly approaching, the crawling monster nearly doubted its own existence. What kind of invincible creature is this? This was the crawling monster's genuine thought. It wanted to turn and flee, but found itself facing the burning grass behind it. Looking back, Chen Yin was already in front of it, raising his long knife. At that moment, the crawling monster was like a lamb to the slaughter, utterly desperate. Flash! Chen Yin smoothly cleaved off its head. Stand still and let me strike. You monsters give up too easily? Chen Yin couldn't help but taunt them again, then turned to check if there were any remaining stragglers. At this moment, aside from those that had run into the bushes to end their own lives and those killed by Chen Yin, only a few heavily injured crawling monsters lay on the ground. None of the others managed to escape this hellish smoke. Chen Yin approached the few struggling crawling monsters and examined them closely. These claws are quite sharp. Can I take one back to sell as a weapon? Chen Yin nervously asked one of the crawling monsters. In the next moment, he slashed down, severing the monster's left claw. You have no choice. Chen Yin tossed the claw into his backpack and then struck down again, decapitating it. To his surprise, something shiny and golden leaked out from its head. What is this? Chen Yin spotted the object immediately and without hesitation picked it up. Upon closer inspection, it resembled amber, incredibly hard and crystal clear. Surprisingly beautiful. Chen Yin sighed, realizing this came from the monster's head, and he felt a bit reluctant to part with it. Should I take it back? Then sell it as a gemstone to some gullible folks? Just as Chen Yin pondered how to handle this item, the system suddenly spoke up. Attention, Fortress Lord. You have picked up a yellow crystal. Please do not discard it, and take it back to the shelter for research. What? Chen Yin was taken aback by the sudden voice of the system and widened his eyes to look at the item in his hand. A yellow crystal, what the heck? Take it back for research? What can I possibly research? Although Chen Yin couldn't help but grumble a bit, since the system had mentioned it. He didn't think much further and wiped it clean before putting it in his backpack. He then decapitated the remaining 2 crawling monsters and checked them carefully. But he didn't find any yellow crystals. It seemed not every crawling monster had this thing inside their heads. Since the system told him to take it back, it must be important. It definitely couldn't be just a decorative item. After some contemplation, Chen Yin proceeded to decapitate all the visible crawling monsters around him, uncovering 2 more yellow crystals. There were still the ones that had run into the bushes to end their lives, and Chen Yin didn't plan to let them go either. He directly entered the still-burning bushes to search for their corpses. Whoa, it's getting a bit hot. The flames were so intense that they had already surpassed Chen Yin's height, and his protective suit was starting to feel the heat, making him increasingly aware of the scorching temperature. Fortunately, he could hold on a bit longer and found a charred crawling monster corpse, decapitating it and causing a yellow crystal to fall out. Wow, I'm lucky. Chen Yin smiled slightly, knowing when to stop. He picked up the yellow crystal and hurriedly ran out of the bushes. The remaining crawling monster corpses wouldn't be running away, so he didn't need to rush and could wait until the bushes burned down before returning. After all, he still had to stay at the Moon Lake for about 2 more days. As the smoke cleared, a group of corpses lay exposed, the scene in disarray. But every detail revealed Chen Yin's overwhelming victory. This battle had avenged the great wrongs. Chapter 96. Purification complete. Clear fresh water. Wanna ambush us again? Dream on. I'm not afraid of you. Leaving a mocking remark, Chen Yin chuckled twice, not in a hurry to leave, but instead fixated on the nearby pile of corpses. The fire was roaring, and it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Chen Yin came up with a brilliant plan to clean up the hundreds of zombies. Make way, make way. He dashed back into the pile of corpses, shoving the zombies aside, and then picked up the bait trap lying on the ground to put it back in his backpack. Suddenly, all the zombies turned their attention to Chen Yin. However, he remained unfazed, plunging forward in a wild sprint, crashing through the zombie horde. Come on, form an orderly line. No pushing. Chen Yin reached the burning grass and waved back at the horde, who naturally picked up speed and rushed toward him, enduring a bit of heat. Chen Yin maneuvered through the grass, directing all the zombies in that direction, and they all charged into the grass together, with the zombies fueling the flames. The fire blazed even more fiercely, with flames reaching at least 2 stories high. Chen Yin stood by, watching, unable to resist commenting. Is this considered a mass cremation? After about 40 minutes, all the zombies were lured into the grass and none remained. Compared to those crawling monsters, the zombie's skin was incredibly fragile. Within just a few minutes in the fire, their flesh was nearly melted away, leaving only the still relatively hard bones exposed. The smell of roasted zombie meat is quite refreshing. Chen Yin instinctively covered his nose, looked up at the darkening sky, and figured it was time to head back since everything that needed burning and killing was done. Happy, joyful, Chen Yin threw his head back and roared with laughter, showing a row of white teeth as he retraced his steps. Is that Chen Yin? He's finally back. I was worried sick. Jiang Yingxue and the others spotted him returning in the distance with a flashlight, visibly relieved. After all, he had been gone for nearly 2 hours, and they feared he might not be a match for the crawling monsters and could have encountered trouble. I'm back. Haha. Chen Yin spread his arms wide, as if wanting to embrace someone, unable to contain his joy, laughing out loud. But since he was covered in charred ash, no one was eager to hug him. What on earth happened to you? Seeing Chen Yin in such a disheveled state, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask. I just burned some stuff and got a bit delayed. Wow, what is that delicious smell? What are you cooking? Chen Yin caught a whiff of the aroma from the pot as he walked by and asked. Just instant noodles. Perfect. After burning for so long, I'm starving. Listening to Chen Yin's confusing words, the group exchanged puzzled glances, showing expressions of being impressed, yet not quite understanding. They intended to serve themselves a big bowl of noodles, but were stopped by Jiang Yingxue. Why don't you wash up first? You're covered in grime, and it's unbearable for us. All right, there's water nearby. Chen Yin nodded, putting down his utensils and running to the lakeside to splash water on himself. The smell of this lake is just as bad as the smell on me. Noticing the foul odor coming from the lake, Chen Yin put his hat back on and continued to wash. This lake must be contaminated with bacteria. It wasn't like this before. Jiang Yingxue commented upon hearing Chen Jin's complaints. I knew it. If it smells this bad, this scenic spot really has lost its charm. So, do you think the fish in this lake have mutated? Chen Yin was particularly intrigued by mutated creatures, as defeating them could earn him points. However, he currently lacked fishing equipment. Otherwise, if he had a few grenades, he would definitely toss a couple into the lake just to have some fun fishing. After removing his protective suit, Chen Yin decided to place it by the fire to dry. During this time, Jiang Yingxue could no longer tolerate the stench on the suit, so she took out a small bottle of perfume and sprayed it several times on the suit. Seeing this, Chen Yin couldn't help but laugh, only to receive a disdainful look from Jiang Yingxue in return. By the way, Qinggu, you haven't told us how the battle went. Shen Haidong asked curiously while slurping his noodles. Everything's cleaned up now. The entrance looks peaceful, Chen Yin stated directly. After hearing this, the others felt a vivid image in their minds and were somewhat curious to take a look. After dinner, the group gathered around the fire to roast something and chat. After all, the area under the Moon Lake Bridge was indeed safe. Several hours had passed without a single zombie passing by, so everyone was naturally relaxed and not tense at all. Here, this is yours. Chen Yin handed the bloodied long knife to Jiang Yingxue. Just because I borrowed it for so long doesn't mean you shouldn't clean it up. Jiang Yingxue complained, thinking how hard her life was. This was clearly a weapon she had obtained through effort, yet Chen Yin had it for so long without returning it, and even if he did, he didn't help maintain it, just returning it as is. Hee, no worries, I won't borrow it for free. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue's eyes lit up, and she asked, is there a reward? Of course. Guess what the reward is? Chen Yin teased. Jiang Yingxue, a bit excited, looked around and pointed at the M9 on Shen Haidong. guessing, is it this gun? Oh, I almost forgot about that. Chen Yin suddenly grinned and reached out his hand to Shen Haidong, saying, give me back the gun. Huh. Shen Haidong was taken aback for a moment, then reluctantly returned the M9 and the remaining magazine to Chen Yin. After accepting the M9, Chen Yin finally replied to Jiang Yingxue, you guessed wrong. The reward is these bowls. After finishing, Chen Yin stacked 3 bowls together and tossed in 3 pairs of chopsticks and 3 spoons, handing them over to Jiang Yingxue with both hands. Jiang Yingxue, looking confused, accepted the bowls and chopsticks, feeling that Chen Jin's actions were both expected and unexpected. I know you also have bowls for meals, but mine is different. Give it a tap and see. The sound is so crisp, the quality must be good. Chen Jin went on to elaborate on how great the bowl was. In reality, it was just an ordinary enamel bowl with no noteworthy advantages at all. Enough, thank you. Jiang Yingxue quickly interrupted him, feeling that Chen Jin was putting in too much effort to be polite. She expressed her gratitude. Chen Jin chuckled and said to cherish this generous gift, as it might not be available in the future. As time gradually approached midnight, Shen Haidong had already gone to bed to prepare for his night shift. Jiang Yingxue had been on duty for half a day and was still guarding the bridge tunnel. Dr. Liu had collected some lake water in a test tube and was busy conducting various experiments in the tent. Chen Jin crawled out of the tent and moved the water purifier and empty water bucket in front of him. Should be about ready. Chen Jin glanced at the water in the purifier, couldn't make out much, and decided to pour it out directly, with a splash. As the purified water flowed into the empty bucket, Chen Jin immediately saw clear fresh water. Oh, just looking at it makes me want to drink. The purified water, filled with transparent bubbles, clung to the sides of the bucket, as if containing a wealth of nutrients, cool and refreshing. It looked incredibly appetizing. Chen Jin leaned over the spout to sniff, instantly catching a whiff of the fresh and sweet aroma, a stark contrast to the green and foul-smelling lake water. With a beaming smile, Chen Jin hurriedly took the purifier to the lakeside for a second round of purification. Then he ran over to Jiang Yingxue, saying, feeling thirsty? Want some free water? Chapter 97. Bug Nest. See you again. Jiang Yingxue turned back to look at the water in the bucket, her eyes brightened. Is that purified water? Let me try? She took her water bottle from her waist, and Chen Jin promptly filled it for her. Can't you use a different water bottle next time? You spilled it all. Chen Jin couldn't help but complain. Jiang Yingxue ignored him and tilted her head back to take a big gulp. Instantly, she trembled all over, her expression somewhat dazed. Is it really that good? Chen Jin asked, surprised. Jiang Yingxue shook her head. It's a bit cold, but it's really delicious. Hearing her praise, Chen Jin immediately took a breath towards the bucket. Huh. He let out a refreshing sound, his face full of excitement. This water is amazing. Isn't it better than mineral water? This wasn't just empty praise. The purified water had an excellent taste, even with a hint of sweetness. Definitely much better than the peculiar taste of mineral water. How about this? Let us make a deal, Jiang Yingxue said, turning her eyes thoughtfully. Chen Jin immediately looked at her suspiciously. What condition do you want to discuss now? Remembering the little incident in the tent last night, he added. Don't pull that same trick as last night. I'm not a fool. What are you talking about? That's not it. Jiang Yingxue shot him a disdainful glance and got straight to the point. I see that for this operation, you don't plan to give us any decent compensation. So let's make it simple. Just give us this bucket of water as payment, and we won't ask for anything else. Is that okay? Huh, you said it. Chen Jin immediately felt a bit excited and quickly gestured for her not to regret it. I keep my word. Anyway, we have enough food and ammunition. Jiang Yingxue said confidently, hands on her hips, patting her chest. Chen Jin's face brightened with joy. He took a sip from the water bucket and then handed it to Jiang Yingxue. Deal. Here is your payment. Now Chen Jin was still considering what compensation to give Jiang Yingxue and her team later, but she had already made such a straightforward offer. This deal was completely risk-free. After all, he wasn't surviving on this 20 liters of water. Going out to collect water was just a task from the system. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have easily ventured out to gather water, sometimes even not returning to the shelter for days. Moreover, even if he paid 20 liters as compensation, he still had 80 liters left after the task was done, as long as it wasn't used for bathing, but just for laundry, cooking, and drinking. It would last him quite a while. Plus, he had already figured out that once the water ran out, he wouldn't need to go out to gather it himself. He could just delegate the errand to Jiang Yingxue and her team, since both sides trusted each other enough. He didn't have to worry about them running off with the purifier or anything like that. This water was far more nutritious than bottled water. Just looking at it was enough to tell. Even after the transaction was completed, Chen Jin couldn't help but boast a little about his product. It really is different. Jiang Yingxue responded perfunctorily, taking out a tissue to wipe the mouth of the bottle Chen Jin had used. This is just too stingy. You have to drink a few more sips for just a bit of water. Right now, Chen Jin was too skilled at milking them for resources. And Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but complain to herself for a while, even muttering a couple of curses at him. Back in the tent, Chen Jin picked up the book he had been reading earlier and continued. He thought that after finishing the second half of this book, he might completely see through worldly matters and could directly become a monk. Oh no, I hope it doesn't come to that. Wouldn't that mean becoming a being devoid of emotions? He muttered to himself, quickly closing the book and preparing to sleep. In the latter half of the night, Shen Haidong got up to take Jiang Yingxue's place and began the night watch. Then around 4 to 8 in the morning, Dr. Liu took over Shen Haidong's position, staying on guard until everyone else woke up. Only Chen Jin managed to sleep all the way until dawn. After all, Chen Jin was their benefactor. How could they dare to wake him up easily, even though he had said he would take the night watch yesterday? The second bucket of water was also purified, and Jiang Yingxue poured the water into the second bucket and sealed the mouth with a piece of hard paper. As the weather grew colder, they had to keep the fire going, placing the water bucket next to the fire to prevent the water inside from freezing solid. Chen Yin left the camp during breakfast, and the others didn't even notice how he disappeared in a flash. In fact, he was right above them on the Moon Lake Bridge. At this moment, he was looking around to see if anything caught his interest. There were only a few wandering zombies, unless they discovered him. He wouldn't pay any attention to these worthless little things. Although the temperature was extremely low, around -30 degrees, the flowers, grass, and trees by the bridge had not withered. Perhaps they had already frozen into frost, not even getting the chance to wilt. Jiang Yingxue and the others had tried to pick leaves from the trees yesterday for fire fuel, but they almost regretted it. The frozen leaves were as sharp as blades. Even a slight touch could tear clothes, and their lethality was almost on par with the barbed wire of Chen Jin's shelter. Thankfully, it only tore clothes. If he accidentally cut his hand, it would be a weight for tetanus. However, if it were Chen Jin picking the leaves, there would be nothing to worry about. After all, the gloves that came with the protective suit were practically untearable. Confident in his protection, Chen Jin collected the leaves in a rather rough manner, yanking off all the leaves from the branches or breaking the branches on the spot. The sharp grass frozen on the lawn was also pulled out by the roots and tossed into a prepared plastic bag. Not long after, Chen Jin discovered something very familiar. It was the insect nest he had burned a couple of days ago. He didn't expect to find it here. At this moment, a few plump insects were wriggling at the entrance of the trash can next to the nest. Just by looking at where they built their nest, Chen Jin knew how filthy their habits were. Oh, there are a few more in the distance. With his keen eyesight, Chen Jin spotted another insect nest hanging in the bushes nearby. He smiled slightly and turned back to the camp. He returned because there were ready-made torches in the camp. It would save on lighter fuel and be much more effective than using a lighter. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to burn it piece by piece with a lighter. Seeing Chen Jin pull a torch from the fire pile, Jiang Yingxue walked over and curiously asked, "Can you take me with you?" She knew Chen Jin must have some good plan with the torch, so she wanted to participate eagerly. Better not. This is an adult matter. Kids shouldn't get involved, Chen Jin joked. Although those insects could be killed with a slap, their numbers were overwhelming. He had the protective suit, so he didn't mind their bites at all. But for Jiang Yingxue and the others, they had nothing but thick down jackets for protection. If they got bitten, they would definitely get infected. And then he would have to spend money on red pills to treat the infection, so it wasn't worth asking them for help. Moreover, if they helped burn the insect nests, he could only get half the points, or possibly even none at all. After all, torches aren't necessarily weapons that one sells themselves. With the debuffs stacked so high, Chen Jin naturally wouldn't bother the other party. Chapter 98. Is there a guest coming? You just need to keep an eye on the camp and collect water on time. Leave the outside matters to me. I will ensure that this scenic area is cleaned up thoroughly. I'm now a cleaner of nature. Chen Jin joked to himself, turned around, and left, leaving Jiang Yingxue and the others looking at each other in confusion. Then, they all shared a knowing smile. They were quite adept at guarding their home, having gone through it before. Since Chen Jin didn't assign them any difficult tasks, they could just enjoy themselves. I actually don't understand why he is so obsessed with hunting monsters, Jiang Yingxue said, watching Chen Jin's departing figure. Perhaps it's because of a lack of security. After all, only when all the monsters around are dead can people feel at ease, Dr. Liu explained from a psychologist's perspective. However, Jiang Yingxue shook her head and countered. If it were me, going out to clear so many monsters would make me feel less secure. Staying in the shelter is much safer. Indeed, it's better to avoid trouble. As long as one stays put, trouble won't come knocking. At that moment, Shen Haidong also agreed with Jiang Yingshue's viewpoint and said seriously. Dr. Liu shrugged and sighed. Everyone has their own way of living. Anyway, our way is definitely different from Chen's. Chen Jin returned to the side of a nest, and, taking advantage of the bugs in the trash can being unprepared, ignited their nest. The torch was far enough away and powerful, easily setting the entire nest ablaze. The bugs in the trash can didn't have time to escape before being trapped inside by the flames, unable to move. Chen Jin was quite clever. He directly extended the torch into the trash can and set all the hiding bugs on fire. Accompanied by the bugs' painful cries, Chen Jin revealed a smile of glee. You can only blame yourselves for running into me and not being able to defeat me. Next, Chen Jin approached other nests. Since these nests were hanging in the bushes, there was a thick, string-like object at the top of the nest. Chen Jin thought of something, pulled out his M9, aimed at the thick string at the top of the nest, and shot it down. The nest immediately fell. Clap. Before the bugs inside the nest could crawl out, Chen Jin quickly set it ablaze. The reason for knocking the nest down before burning it was to ensure his own safety and protect nature, right? After all, the bushes were nearby, and directly igniting the nest might cause a fire. Although it was already the end of the world, this area had once been a scenic spot. If he accidentally burned it down, he would still feel guilty. After that, Chen Jin walked towards a sloping path that extended upward. Along the way, he unexpectedly made many discoveries. Large and small nests hung between the trees on both sides, and a bunch of bugs were slowly flying in the passage, seemingly comfortable due to the special position that shielded them from the cold wind. However, their happy days soon came to an end. As Chen Jin walked by, he directly severed their nest and set it ablaze. Soon, the winding path was filled with a thick smell of smoke and the wailing of insects. Crack, crack. The insects, having lost their nest, were thrown into a panic, even losing the desire to retaliate against Chen Jin. They flitted around chaotically in front of him, only to be swatted down one by one. Isn't that more satisfying than swatting mosquitoes? Although it was a bit messy, the feeling was quite nice. Maybe he should catch one to race. They looked plump. If Jiang Yingxue heard him muttering to himself like this, she would definitely scold him for being a weirdo. Perhaps only Chen Yin would have such a bold idea. After all, normal people would probably retreat in fear at the sight of such a large flying insect. But he was different, standing among the swarm, unaffected by their bites, and even thinking about catching a couple to take home. After burning his way through, Chen Yin didn't see any trace of the nest again and contentedly made his way back. Back on the bridge, he leaned over the edge, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the lake, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this so-called beauty? It's all green and smelly." He cursed aloud, but suddenly noticed something moving in the lake. Wait, what is that? It seemed he had a good angle. He could clearly see several figures resembling humans in the water, flailing with four limbs as they swam slowly. Water monkeys? No, this shape seems familiar. Chen Jin suddenly realized that what was in the water was none other than those crawling creatures. He didn't expect them to be able to swim. Moreover, they were swimming towards the campsite? Oh no. Could it be that the two that had escaped yesterday came back today with reinforcements seeking revenge? Chen Jin immediately became cautious and hurried down the bridge. It seemed that there were not just 3 or 4 of those creatures in the water, not far behind them. There were more figures of crawling monsters slowly swimming. So he was unsure how many of them were actually coming. But this was just perfect. They were wet. And he just happened to have fire. Chen Jin felt no pressure at all. Thinking of this, he even broke into a smile. These creatures were afraid of fire. Just a slight touch could burn their shells away, rendering their bodies as fragile as paper, easily taken down with just a couple of shots. So right now, Chen Jin believed these swimming creatures were practically delivering themselves to him. They were like walking points. Chen Jin was the first to return to the campsite, pulling out a few torches from the fire and handing them to Jiang Yingxue and the others. Are you planning a ritual? Jiang Yingxue, not understanding what was happening, couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Not a ritual, but a sacrifice to them, Chen Jin said with a smile, pointing at the water. Huh. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback for a moment, then curiously wanted to take a look by the lake. Don't go. Chen Jin quickly stopped her, saying, they'll definitely come looking for us. Oh, Jiang Yingxue responded absent-mindedly, as Chen Jin's hand just happened to rest against her chest. The creature in the water was still completely unaware, eagerly waiting for guests to arrive. Jiang Yingxue felt a bit shy about the situation, especially since Chen Jin's hand hadn't moved for a long time, and they were both just standing there awkwardly. Before long, Shen Haidong noticed the creature in the water and exclaimed, what the heck? Isn't that the thing from yesterday? How can it swim? How would I know? But don't worry, through my personal actions yesterday, I found out their weakness, Chen Jin confidently stated. What weakness? Let us hear it. Jiang Yingxue thought it was a bit late for Chen Jin to be sharing this information. In short, they are afraid of fire. As long as the fire touches them, it will melt their shells. Then their bodies will be exposed, and you can shoot them easily, and they will be done for. After briefly explaining, Jiang Yingxue realized. So they are like turtles, invincible with their shells, but useless without them? Exactly. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. Chapter 99. Not losing but gaining. Truly satisfying. So that's how it is. Then I don't need to be so cautious. Shen Haidong instantly felt confident. Chen Jin reminded him not to be reckless, as they only knew the creatures were afraid of fire, but it didn't mean they would run away just because they saw flames. After all, many creatures had charged into the burning bushes yesterday and met their end, indicating they might not be psychologically afraid of fire. In any case, the Molotov cocktails were ready. If they weren't afraid of the flames, they would light them up. Then they could use their guns to finish the job. As the creatures successfully emerged from the water and swam towards the shore, everyone gathered around Chen Jin, aligning themselves to point their torches at the creatures. Upon seeing the torches, the creatures suddenly stopped moving, even retreating from the shore, only exposing their eerie large eyes, staring at them. Seeing their behavior, Chen Jin and the others were naturally surprised and excited. They really are afraid of fire. I can't believe they look so terrifying and are so strong. Yet they fear fire. Perhaps they had a beastly instinct. Most wild animals have a vague understanding of fire and are initially quite afraid of it. Jiang Yingxue and the others immediately relaxed and started discussing it among themselves. Chen Jin, however, had already gotten close to the shore and murmured, wow. It seems my plan is unnecessary. As Chen Jin almost stepped into the lake, the creatures appeared to be angry but hesitant to attack him due to the fire in their hands, causing them to hesitate. After a short standoff, the creatures gave up their assault and began to swim away. Hey, wait a minute. I think I just lost out. Chen Jin was suddenly taken aback, scratching his head and feeling like he had lost out. Hadn't he just let them escape? But they were all in the water, making it inconvenient to attack them. For a moment, Chen Jin felt a bit confused and instinctively chased after them. He then pulled out his gun and fired a few shots into the water, shouting, hey, look at me. I'm over here. Seeing that there was no response, he simply threw his torch on the ground and pretended to be terrified, exclaiming, oh no. I dropped my torch. I can't defend myself now. However, the crawling monsters completely ignored Chen Jin's antics and continued to swim away. Seeing Chen Jin actually chase after them, Jiang Yingxue and the others were shocked. If this were them, they would have definitely been too scared to even hide. Yet, Chen Jin took the initiative to pursue trouble, as if he truly wanted to keep these creatures around as guests. Little did he know, these guests were precious points for him. Jiang Yingxue and the others had no choice but to follow, shouting along with Chen Jin, trying to lure the crawling monsters onto the shore to attack them. It was then that Chen Jin remembered something and turned back to remind them, You all need to throw away your torches. Otherwise, they won't come ashore. Huh, that won't do. We have to leave at least one. Stop talking nonsense. If they get away, it's a major loss for us. Chen Jin's words confused everyone. When did these terrifying monsters become their loss? Could it be that their meat was worth more than beef? They clearly couldn't handle them anyway. Thus, everyone followed Chen Jin's advice and extinguished their torches. However, this action instead made the crawling monsters feel a bit strange. They immediately submerged into the water, not even showing their heads. Chen Jin suddenly stopped, looking bewildered. Jiang Yingxue bumped into him from behind, almost falling over. What a waste of effort. Chen Jin couldn't help but turn back and laugh wryly at everyone. Hearing him laugh, a few others couldn't help but join in as well. People's joys and sorrows are different. Chen Jin's laughter was filled with helplessness, as the duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away due to their actions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue and the others found the whole situation absurd, thinking that chasing after monsters like this could certainly be recorded in history, which made them laugh even more. As evening approached, Jiang Yingxue continued to use Chen Jin's pot to cook instant noodles for dinner. While preparing, she looked over at Chen Jin standing by the lake and thought to herself that he was being a bit too persistent. At that moment, Chen Jin was quietly gazing at the lake, taking his last puff of smoke before tossing the cigarette, but into the water. What a pity. Could it be that they retreated tactically like I did before? Chen Jin mumbled, expressing his doubts about the crawling monsters that had fled in the morning. After a while, he returned to Jiang Yingshue's side and said to them, I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and you can take over for the second half, as long as someone replaces me. Okay. Jiang Yingxue nodded in agreement. That evening, after everyone had gone to sleep, Chen Jin crawled out of the tent and began to patrol. He shone his flashlight along the lake's edge for some time, but noticed nothing unusual. It seemed they were truly too scared to come out. Chen Jin sighed inwardly and checked the time on his watch. An hour later, he emptied the water from the purifier and refilled it. Tomorrow morning would be the last 20 liters to purify. Once that was done, they could leave. Sitting by the lake, Chen Jin yawned and, feeling bored, became curious as to why the lake water hadn't frozen in the dead of winter. Was it because of too many pathogens? While he was lost in thought, a beam of light shone from behind him. He turned to see Jiang Yingxue approaching with a flashlight. Jiang Yingxue sat down beside him, and for a moment, both fell into silence. Chen Jin didn't have much to say, but Jiang Yingxue had plenty on her mind that she swallowed down. You can go back to sleep. I'll take over for you. Okay, here you go. Chen Jin handed her the flashlight and reminded her, add some more wood. The fire is almost out. All right. The next morning, Chen Jin stretched lazily as he crawled out from under the thick blanket. He had woken up from the heat. After all, the fire was closest to his tent and had been burning continuously. Perhaps it was a matter of habit, as later on, Jiang Yingxue and the others prepared meals for him. However, the meals had become monotonous, consisting entirely of instant noodles. Chen Jin was very familiar with instant noodles from his past life. After eating them for several consecutive meals, he suddenly felt nostalgic for the days gone by. Ugh, it's really hard to swallow now, he said, putting down his bowl and offering the noodles to Shun Haidong. Shun Haidong eagerly nodded and excitedly poured the noodles into his own bowl. Watching Shun Haidong devour the food with satisfaction, Chen Jin seemed to see a reflection of his younger self in him. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue came over after pouring out the purified water from the purifier and refilling it. 100 liters of water is enough. I've also prepared another 20 liters, which I'll purify along the way, she said to him. Chen Jin cautiously asked, are you carrying it? Of course, what else? I can't let you do all the work, can I? This is a little extra for you, essentially returning the 20 liters you gave us. No loss, only gain. Isn't that what you like? Jiang Yingxue replied straightforwardly, giving him a slightly proud look. Chen Jin couldn't retort and stood up with a grin. You really know me well, Officer Jiang. Don't call me officer. I'm not in charge anymore. Jiang Yingxue waved her hand with a sigh. Chen Jin quickly corrected himself. All right, Ms. Jiang. After their meal, everyone extinguished the fire and tidied up the tents and equipment. The 3-day outing had come to a smooth and swift end. However, there is a bit of regret that the group of crawling monsters didn't come looking for them yesterday. But Chen Jin didn't have any complaints, as he had managed to kill quite a few monsters and burn down quite a few nests along the way. Coupled with the points from the task rewards, he felt that this time he could earn at least 30 to 40,000 points. That is a significant amount. He was almost drooling at the thought of how to spend it. Chen Jin was eager to return to the shelter. However, since they had added 5 barrels of 20 liters of water, their return journey would inevitably take longer, as they would need to rest frequently. It was likely they wouldn't make it back in a day and would have to spend a night outside. Chen Jin didn't mind much, as he figured that staying out an extra day would give him more opportunities to find monsters to kill and earn more points. Jiang Yingxue and the others, however, were getting a bit anxious, especially as the temperature continued to drop, making it harder for them to endure the cold. Well, can the reward for the next job be the protective suit you're wearing? I imagine your shelter has plenty of protective suits, right? Jiang Yingxue asked Chen Jin while shouldering her heavy water bucket. After spending so much time together, it was hard for her not to notice that Chen Jin's protective suit was both virus-resistant and fireproof, as well as cold-resistant. Although the suit was quite versatile and somewhat mysterious, she felt that Chen Jin wouldn't be stingy, especially since he would still need them in the future and couldn't let them freeze to death. I'll take a look when I get back. Chen Jin didn't directly refuse, but also didn't agree to Jiang Yingshue's request. He didn't know if the upgraded protective suits would still be priced the same as before, if he indeed earned several tens of thousands of points this time. and if the suits were still priced at 200 points, he could definitely agree to her request. Looking at Jiang Yingshua's red face and hands from the cold, it was clear that they needed warmer clothes to get through this freezing period. Moreover, their shelter didn't have a place to shield them from the wind and rain. So if they didn't wear thicker clothing, they would freeze into popsicles while sleeping at night. This would mean he would have to find new helpers and rebuild relationships with them. As everyone dragged their heavy burdens to the entrance, Chen Yin saw them panting and had to call for a stop to rest for a while. This also gave him the chance to scavenge the bodies of the crawling monsters they hadn't searched yesterday. Stepping outside, Chen Yin momentarily lost his sense of direction and couldn't find his bearings. The grass that had been burning brightly yesterday was now nowhere to be seen. It had likely turned to ash and been blown away by the wind, leaving everything around them bare. Fortunately, the bodies of the crawling monsters were still there. Chen Yin approached the corpses and didn't even need to use his knife. With a gentle poke, the charred head of a crawling monster fell to the ground. The haul was decent. After searching the remaining crawling monster bodies, Chen Yin obtained 2 more yellow crystals. At this moment, he had a total of 7 yellow crystals in hand, neither too many nor too few. He hoped to take these 7 items back, praying in his heart that the system would be able to use them. As Chen Yin passed by the guard room on his way back, he suddenly noticed something inside. He leaned against the glass of the guard room for a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, there is still hope." Inside the guard room, there was unexpectedly a small cart, the kind that could hold quite a bit of goods. Great, now he could go home today. Chen Jin's exclamation caught Jiang Yingshua's attention, and she walked over to check it out curiously. Upon seeing the cart, Jiang Yingshua also gasped in surprise. Afterward, when Shun Haidong and Dr. Lu heard about this, they were no longer just surprised, they were close to tears. This is just too good. Finally, we don't have to carry several buckets back. So, everyone immediately lined up all the buckets on the cart. Jiang Yingshua took a rope from her backpack and tied them securely to prevent them from falling off. If it weren't for Qin Ji's keen eyes, we would have really been exhausted on the way back. Yeah, it's one thing to be grateful. But thank you so much, Xiao Qin. Soon, Shun Haidong and Dr. Lu expressed their immense gratitude to Qin Jin. Qin Jin chuckled, saying it was just a lucky coincidence. While turning to Jiang Yingshua, "Aren't you going to say something?" He raised his eyebrows at her, hinting wildly. Jiang Yingshua rolled her eyes, sighed, and then put on her standard business smile. "Thank you, Qin Jin. You're welcome." Qin Jin grinned brightly. With the cart now available, everyone naturally felt less anxious, relaxing a lot in their hearts. They took turns pushing the cart and chatted happily along the way. Since they were retracing their steps, they didn't encounter any zombies or monsters. After all, they had eliminated most of them, and everywhere they looked was a mess they had caused, especially that intersection. It was a vivid memory for Jiang Yingshua and the others. It could be described as completely silent, not even a ghost in sight. For a moment, they even hoped that some zombies would pass by to add some excitement. As they passed the intersection filled with abandoned vehicles again, Qin Jin and the others stopped in front of the truck for a short break. Wow, someone really has been here. Qin Jin approached the rear compartment and checked the ID scanner, immediately noticing it was covered in scratches and burn marks, looking astonished. "Someone has been here?" Jiang Yingshua frowned and asked. "Of course. Look, they almost damaged my scanner." Qin Jin touched the ID scanner with some distress, instinctively looking around. Fortunately, they had left a backup. Otherwise, all the gasoline in the truck could have been taken away. Jiang Yingshua began to worry for Qin Jin and quickly suggested, "Should we stay here for the night? I suspect that group will come back." Qin Jin hesitated for a few seconds, shaking his head. "No need. I will come here personally to wait for them." His words clearly indicated he intended to confront them directly. "Be careful," Jiang Yingshua warned with concern. Qin Jin smiled at her and patted her shoulder. "No problem. It's too hard to make me die?" "Okay." Jiang Yingshua nodded and instinctively grabbed his hand that was patting her. Qin Jin was taken aback for a moment and looked at her. The two locked eyes for a second or two, and Jiang Yingshua's face slightly flushed as she thought about turning away. However, she soon realized that Qin Jin's hand had instead grabbed hers. Just as she was about to try to break free, she heard Qin Jin say, "Did you say before that you wanted me to warm your hands?" Jiang Yingshua's shoulders trembled, not understanding why Qin Jin suddenly brought this up, but she still admitted, "Yeah, why? Are you going back on your word?" Jiang Yingshua immediately asked deliberately, but after saying this, her heart raced. Qin Jin, however, remained calm, gently releasing Jiang Yingshua's hand, and then used both hands to slowly rub hers together. This ambiguous action surprised Jiang Yingshua. What is wrong with him? Is he trying to play hard to get? I won't fall for that. Qin Jin then spoke up, "Your hands are so cold. Let me help warm them up." Thank you. No need to thank me. Soon you'll be relying on these hands to move gasoline. Okay, wait. What did you just say? Chapter 101. The use of yellow crystals. Hearing Qin Jin's words, Jiang Yingshua was completely stunned. "So, you're helping me warm my hands because you want me to move gasoline? Of course. If I just asked you to carry it directly, wouldn't you complain endlessly?" Qin Jin explained seriously, with no hint of joking on his face. Jiang Yingshua felt a surge of anger, thinking that Qin Jin was taking advantage of her while pretending to be clueless. But she didn't dare refuse his request, and instead wanted to reason with him. "But isn't there an ID identifier locking it? Won't we be able to move it later? You have to learn to prepare for the unexpected. What if I let my guard down, and when we leave, that group comes back and damages the identifier? So we still need to bring back some gasoline to mitigate losses." Qin Jin, on the other hand, began to reason with her. Jiang Yingshua was at a loss for words. When it came to verbal battles, she could easily outmatch Qin Jin. Otherwise, They would have settled the score the first time they met. After resting for a moment, Jiang Yingxue and the others brought out several barrels of gasoline from the truck and continued forward with Chen Yin. The second half of the journey remained peaceful, with no dangers occurring. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening that everyone finally returned to the shelter. Jiang Yingxue and the others placed the gasoline under the eaves and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. They hadn't expected one wave of trouble to follow another. They had thought that with the cart, they wouldn't have to carry those heavy water buckets, but in the end, Chen Yin still wore them down mentally, forcing them to haul back several barrels of gasoline. Thanks for everyone's generous help. Here, have a bowl of water, Chen Yin said while pouring several bowls of water and handing them over. Jiang Yingxue just wanted to go back and rest properly, lacking even the strength to reach out. Shaking her head and saying, "You drink it yourself. I've already poured it out." Chen Yin held 3 bowls of water and said somewhat awkwardly. However, Jiang Yingxue and the others insisted on not drinking, wanting to go back and rest, leaving Chen Yin with no choice. After a while, Jiang Yingxue and the others took off their belongings that belonged to Chen Yin and turned to leave. "Fine, just when I'm thirsty too, if you won't drink. I will." Chen Yin gulped down all 3 large bowls of water and let out a loud burp. "Not bad, the quality of this water is really good." After stacking the empty bowls, Chen Yin moved everything into the shelter. Once he was done, he felt tired and sat on the sofa to rest for a while before recovering his energy. Then, he looked around. It had only been 3 days since he returned, but the shelter felt somewhat unfamiliar. Moreover, it seemed to have accumulated quite a bit of dust. It was time to clean the floor. Although the air in his home was much better than outside, the dust that had accumulated over time was still not a good thing. After thinking this, Chen Yin immediately picked up a broom and mop, swept the floor first, and then took a small basin of purified water from the bucket, feeling a bit pained as he dipped the mop into it. Too extravagant, he couldn't help but say. It seemed he thought this through. This purified water was definitely not just for cooking, washing, and drinking. But it's fine, there is still nearly 100 liters left, and mopping the floor won't use it all up. At worst, in a couple of days. He could trouble Jiang Yingxue and the others to go out and fetch some water. This kind of task was routine, and as long as he offered slightly better conditions, they wouldn't refuse. After finishing the big cleanup, Chen Yin collapsed back onto the sofa. There was hardly any time to rest that day. Wiping his sweat, he rested for about half an hour before getting up to check the task list. Seeing that all 4 tasks were marked as completed, he finally broke into a smile. Plus, having killed so many monsters earlier, the point settlement tomorrow was sure to be impressive. He was filled with excitement, and then took out the yellow crystal he had obtained earlier. Tentatively, he asked the system, "System, I've brought this back. Can you tell me what it's used for?" The system's voice responded immediately. "Yellow crystal, when thrown into the corpse harvester, can directly increase the random reward count of the harvester by 1. Concise and to the point, the information was crucial. Chen Jin's eyes widened, and he stuttered. You mean it's true?" "Absolutely, Lord of the Fortress, but as it stands, your corpse collector has not yet been upgraded to a corpse harvester. Please upgrade it first. And then the harvester will have a dedicated container for collecting yellow crystals," the system added. Chen Yin recalled that he had upgraded the collector before, but hadn't fully upgraded it. So he remembered there was one branch left unupgraded and chuckled. That's no problem. Upgrading doesn't cost much. He had obtained 7 yellow crystals, which meant the harvester could increase the random reward count by 7 times tomorrow. Wow, that is 2 more than the last 5 times. This feeling is just too great. Before this, Chen Yin had speculated about the role of the yellow crystal in the system, but at that time, it was just a superficial guess. He thought that sending this item back to the system would exchange for a certain amount of points. Unexpectedly, its actual use was to directly grant the harvester an additional chance for rewards. Winning prizes was definitely more enjoyable than simply accumulating points, as the rewards were tangible, including food and useful items, which meant he wouldn't have to spend points on supplies. "Oh, I'm so happy today. Maybe I should go watch a movie first, then take a shower?" Thinking about the remaining 100 liters of purified water, Chen Yin finally remembered this. By the way, the owner of this body hadn't taken a shower for nearly a month and a half before the disaster struck. Now that the disaster had been ongoing for nearly 20 days, it had been more than 2 months without a wash. He really was quite tolerant. Chen Yin even took a moment to smell himself, and his expression turned unpleasant. What a peculiar smell. He couldn't help but comment. He couldn't quite say if it was fragrant or stinky, but in any case, it was the first time he had encountered such a strange odor. Perhaps it was from the medicine? That could be possible, as the scent did resemble that of herbal medicine. Chen Yin made a rough guess. Poured half a bucket of purified water to heat it, planning to wipe down his body first. As for taking a shower, that seemed a bit wasteful. He would wait until he had more purified water for a thorough wash. Soon, Chen Yin stripped down completely, whistling as he wiped his body. The quality of the purified water was indeed completely different from regular water. When applied to his skin, it felt extremely comfortable and gentle, as if countless nutrient cells were penetrating his skin, releasing all the stress from his body. Wow, this sensation is incredible. I haven't even used soap, and my skin feels this smooth? Chen Yin was somewhat amazed. If he didn't know better, he might think he was bathing in oil. Truly, the advanced technology from the system was impressive, as even the purified water was unlike normal water. After a simple wash, Chen Yin tossed his clothes into the basin, not wasting any new water, and used the same bathing water to wash them. After wringing out the clothes and hanging them up, Chen Yin transformed into a carefree person, running around the house in just his underwear. He first grabbed some food and drinks from the fridge, then dashed into the leisure area to watch a movie. In short, he did whatever felt comfortable. After 3 days away from home, no one could restrict him. Chapter 102. 3 days away. Generous settlement interface. After watching 2 movies in a row and consuming a lot of junk food, Chen Yin finally decided to end his personal party. He yawned several times and prepared to go to bed. He fell into a deep sleep almost instantly upon hitting the pillow. The next day, Chen Yin intentionally lazed in bed until after 10 o'clock before getting up. System, open the settlement interface. Chen Yin sat down on the living room sofa, one leg crossed over the other, smiling like a boss. The next moment, a banner-like point settlement interface appeared before his eyes. Damn, 3 days without settlement feels like 3 years. Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim as he carefully looked at the settlement interface. Survival confirmation, 30 points. Normal sleep, 15 points. Normal diet, 13 points. Clearing nests and flying insects, 11, for 159 points. Killing zombies, 9, 805 points. Killing crawling monsters, 10, 850 points. Eliminating over 1,000 enemies in one go, 3,000 points. Destroying a street, the ultimate destroyer. Reward, design blueprint for a burner. Finding important material, yellow crystal, 500 points. Collecting a large amount of gasoline, 200 points. Allied kills with a single barrel shotgun, 215 points. Allied kills with a hand crossbow, 101 points. Task 1 completed, reward, 3,000 points. Task 2 completed, reward, 2,000 points. Task 3 completed, reward, 1,500 points. Task 4 completed, reward, 5,000 points. Mutated vegetable monster data and images. Points settlement, 45, 114 remaining points. 45, 665 over 40,000 points. Chen Yin stretched and surprisingly didn't jump up in excitement. This was all within his expectations. Although he was indeed very happy. After all, this was not a small amount. With over 40,000 points, it was enough to upgrade a bunch of facilities in the shelter to the next level. Oh, and he also received a new blueprint. In addition to the mutated vegetable monster data and images rewarded from the tasks, Chen Yin also received an extra reward, the blueprint for the burner. A burner? It can't be the one I'm thinking of, right? At this thought, Chen Yin suddenly became excited, rubbed his hands, and quickly took out the burner blueprint to see if he could make it. If it's really the type used by the military during World War II, then this thing couldn't have come at a better time. After all, there are now a large number of insects, nests, and mutated crawling monsters outside, and for them, which are extremely afraid of flames, this burner would be their natural enemy. Wait, does this thing belong to heavy weapons? Upon seeing the note below the blueprint indicating it belonged to the heavy weapon crafting station, Chen Yin was taken aback. He quickly ran upstairs to check the price of the heavy weapon crafting station. 8,000 points. Not too expensive. After seeing the price, Chen Yin felt slightly relieved. For the old Chen Yin, 8,000 points would have been really expensive. But now, with over 40,000 points, unlocking it was a piece of cake. Moreover, the purpose of unlocking this was to craft the burner. The burner holds a high status during this insect disaster, so this necessary expense is worth it. After all, next time he encounters a nest outside, he can just use the burner to burn it to the ground, and maybe in just a day or two, he could recoup the costs. Thus, after thinking all this, Chen Yin wasted no time and directly unlocked the heavy weapon crafting station. Then he placed the burner blueprint into the heavy weapon crafting station and took a look. Heavy weapon crafting station, upgrade path, level 2 heavy weapon crafting station, 80,000 points. Can craft MG3 heavy machine gun, 25,000. M1911 heavy machine gun, 25,000. Incinerator, 20,000. Upon seeing the price of the incinerator, Chen Jin's smile instantly froze. What is this? 20,000 points? This is just daylight robbery. I've never seen such expensive weapons. Chen Yin couldn't hold back his frustration and almost wanted to roll on the ground. However, he remained optimistic, as the incinerator was still 5,000 points cheaper than the first 2 famous heavy machine guns from World War II. Should I buy a heavy machine gun to play with? Although these are all older models, they are newly crafted by the system. Their firepower is definitely much stronger than any submachine gun. Chen Jin's enthusiasm surged, and he wanted to buy a heavy machine gun immediately. But soon, he calmed down and abandoned that thought. Heavy machine guns are indeed good, with ample ammunition and fierce firepower, making them excellent suppressive weapons. However, their drawbacks are quite obvious. They are heavy, loading ammunition is cumbersome, and sometimes you need extra people nearby to ensure they can be used properly. Chen Yin preemptively predicted that even if these heavy machine guns were crafted, without upgrading the branches, they would likely be difficult for him to use. So he decided to wait until he had spare points before considering buying a heavy machine gun. Thus, Chen Yin honestly spent a large sum to buy the incinerator. At this moment, he had 17,565 points left. In the blink of an eye, he had spent nearly 30,000 points. Damn it. Although I feel like the value for money is quite high, why do I still feel a bit like crying? Chen Yin scratched his scalp, looked down at the somewhat cumbersome incinerator, and smiled, saying, "Hey, incinerator, you better give me some face. Let us go out and burn down a dozen bug nests later, okay?" Chen Yin felt that the incinerator was about to face enormous pressure right from the start. After all, only by burning down enough bug nests to match its value could it redeem itself. Of course, its performance was secondary. It mainly depended on its owner's operation. Chen Yin tried to carry the heavy incinerator on his back and immediately felt the increased weight. After all, he had been carrying a high-tech backpack before, which was almost weightless. Now, suddenly carrying something heavy, he felt a bit unaccustomed. However, he was not frail, he could endure this weight. Moreover, there would definitely be an upgrade branch that reduces weight, so he could just upgrade it later without any issues. By the way, the greenhouse. Since he was on the second floor of the fortress, Chen Yin quickly remembered the crops in the greenhouse. He hurried to the greenhouse area, pushed open the door, and immediately saw crops that had grown taller than him on both sides. Wow, if I remember correctly, it's only the fourth day, right? Have they already grown such large fruits? Chen Yin was quite amazed. These crops had only used a seed catalyst. He hadn't even upgraded the automatic watering and fertilization equipment in the greenhouse yet, and in just 3 or 4 days, they had grown so mature. At this rate, in another 3 days, exactly 1 week, all these crops would be ready for harvest. He would welcome his first bountiful harvest. Chen Jin's face was filled with excitement and eagerness. He could hardly wait to prepare for harvesting. Although he didn't have a lot of land, the quick growth was impressive. With a total of 30 planting units, even if each unit only yielded 1 vegetable, considering he consumed 1 vegetable a day, he could eat for a month. Spending a week to gain a month's worth of vegetable stock, who could compare to that? Moreover, after a few weeks, the surplus vegetables he stored would be overflowing. After all, there was still so much left uneaten in the fridge. Chapter 103. Incinerator Blueprint. Super weapon. Well, no need to think too much. Once he had a surplus of vegetables, he could deal with it then. Chen Yin smiled slightly and opened the upgrade branch for the greenhouse, deciding to upgrade it simply. After all, he still had over 17,000 points left, and upgrading would make the vegetables mature faster. He was really looking forward to eating fresh vegetables picked straight from the ground. Greenhouse, upgrade direction, intermediate greenhouse branch, seed catalyst, 500 bottles. Purchase a growth experience for your fields. Soil, for 1,000. Enrich the soil to make it more fertile and increase the maturation speed of crops. Area, 3,000. Expand from the current 30 planting units to 40 planting units. Timer, 1,000. Add a fruit timer so you can see the maturation time of all crops. Seasonality, 2,000. Any crops planted in the greenhouse will ignore unsuitable growing seasons, effectively increasing maturation speed. Automated care, 5,000. Add multifunctional sprayers in the greenhouse. So all planted crops do not require manual care. The sprayers will automatically water, fertilize, and spray pesticides daily. After carefully reviewing each upgrade option, Chen Yin decided to upgrade the soil and automated care. After all, these two were linked to the maturation speed of the vegetables. And he certainly hoped all the vegetables in this field would fully mature within a week. With 9,000 points spent, he still had over 8,500 points left. The greenhouse then underwent a tremendous transformation. First, the soil changed from a dry, light yellow to a fertile, moist, deep black. A few crops in front of Chen Yin even shot up instantly. He couldn't tell if the crops had suddenly absorbed a lot of nutrients and matured more, or if they were simply pushed up by the fertile soil. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a bunch of robotic limbs extended from above, startling him. The automated equipment was activated. Watering would begin now, expected to last for 15 minutes. Pesticide spraying is about to begin. Please cover your mouth and nose to prevent inhalation of the pesticide. Additionally, I would like to remind you that all mature fruits will be automatically collected and stored in the automated equipment. Furthermore, the harvested crop plants will be recycled into seeds, which will be stored alongside the fruits in the automated equipment. Accompanied by the sound from the automated equipment, Chen Yin nodded in delight. The upgrade was indeed worth it. This automated equipment is incredibly convenient. It not only waters and fertilizes automatically, but even collects the fruits when they ripen. It can also flatten the plants and convert them into seeds. It's important to note that the information about converting seeds is crucial, because this way, he won't have to go out looking for seeds like carrots and potatoes anymore. After all, as long as he plants them, he can collect a certain number of seeds, which is equivalent to achieving twice the result with half the effort. Obtaining more seeds of the same type with a small initial investment. So, in the future, he just needs to expand the variety of seeds, allowing for more diverse types, which means he can enjoy more fresh and delicious food. As for the quantity of seeds, he no longer has to worry about that. After observing the workflow of the automated equipment for a while, Chen Yin left the greenhouse and went downstairs with the incinerator. He first set down the incinerator, took some milk from the refrigerator, boiled 2 eggs, and had a simple breakfast. Then he brought the illustrated materials about the mutated vegetable monsters obtained from his tasks to the archive room and added them in. Soon, a book appeared at the top corner of the archive room shelves, and it was obvious that it contained all the information about the mutated vegetable monsters. Chen Yin climbed the iron ladder, took the book down, and opened it to take a look. The mutated vegetable monsters are derived from various vegetables, most having octopus-like tentacles, while a few possess human-like mouths with sharp teeth. They usually disguise themselves as vegetables and launch surprise attacks by pouncing when prey comes close. Currently, they have completed a second beneficial evolution, and when killed, they will drop clean vegetable seeds. Their toxicity is relatively low. Those bitten will mutate after 28 hours, during which they will experience intense itching. However, there is a solution. As long as the bitten area is completely removed within 12 hours, the risk of infection can be avoided. This is all the information about the mutated vegetable monsters. Chen Yin felt that this information was of little significance to him. He only needed to know that killing them would drop vegetable seeds. As for being bitten and having to amputate an infected area, that would never happen to him, right? Closing the book, Chen Yin left the archive room. After getting dressed and stepping outside, he took a look around the yard. Right there, he saw a corpse covered in insect nests. Chen Yin immediately speculated that those nests might have evolved from the insect eggs he had seen before. After all, he hadn't returned in 3 days, and during that time, a large number of corpses in the yard had undergone mutations and been infested with insect eggs. So, these eggs can grow into those disgusting black nests in just 4 or 5 days. Chen Yin didn't think about how those nests had formed on the vehicles before. After all, it was time to focus on the current issue. Since there were nests even in his yard, why bother with the details? Just burn them. Without hesitation, Chen Yin went back inside to get the incinerator. As the bodies were covered in nests, he decided not to save them and directly aimed at them, pulling the trigger of the incinerator. With a whoosh, in the next moment, the incinerator shot out a flame that was at least 10 meters long, easily igniting the pile of bodies, and naturally, the nests caught fire as well. The immature larvae inside the nests were instantly ignited, producing piercing screams as they flew out, darting around like startled fireflies in the night, creating a spectacular scene. However, they couldn't withstand the burning for long and soon fell to the ground, lifeless. The pile of bodies and nests burned fiercely, emitting a nauseating odor. Chen Yin didn't waste time. While the pile of bodies was burning, he checked the other piles. After more than an hour of work, he had thrown all 50 problematic bodies into the still burning pile as fuel. As a result, with a large number of bodies incinerated, the number of corpses in the yard was suddenly reduced by more than half. Although it was less visually disturbing, Chen Yin felt even more heartache. After all, he hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday. Those 7 yellow crystals were equivalent to providing 7 random rewards for the harvester. But rewards weren't free. Enough bodies had to be thrown in to obtain them. So, in total, he needed 70 bodies. With all 70 bodies tossed into the harvester, there weren't many left in the yard. Everything really was fleeting. Even the bodies were running low. Chen Yin couldn't help but sigh, but didn't feel overly pessimistic. Without resource consumption, how could there be development? This cycle was the right way to go. Then, with these realizations, he pushed aside all other thoughts and approached the harvester. Of course, it wasn't called a harvester yet, as there was still one branch that hadn't been upgraded. Body harvester, upgrade direction. Body harvester branch take profit, 1500 body requirement reduced from 10 to 9. Chen Yin checked the upgrade branch and upgraded directly. Chapter 104, Skills and Courage Bang. The harvester immediately emitted a crisp sound, and a cloud of green smoke hit him. What is this strange smell, like flatulence? Chen Yin quickly waved his hand, and then he saw the upgraded appearance of the harvester. It was overall larger than before, and the skulls embedded on it had grown 2 devil-like horns. Upon closer inspection, the skull now had its mouth wide open, glowing faintly red inside. The reason for the open mouth was that this position was responsible for collecting the yellow crystals. Chen Yin quickly learned this news and suddenly understood. Rushing back to the room to take out the yellow crystals, he then put the yellow crystals one by one into the skull's mouth. Crack, crack. With each crystal he placed, the skull emitted a sound similar to that of a game machine accepting coins. Soon, the random reward count in the skull's left eye gradually increased to 7, due to the flames burning in the yard, with unpleasant odors and swirling smoke. Chen Yin did not rush to transport the bodies for rewards. Instead, he returned to the room to wait for the bodies to burn completely. Of course, during this time, he was not idle but walked over to the equipment crafting table to check the price of the protective suit. Still 200. This is fantastic. Seeing that the price of the upgraded protective suit had not changed, Chen Yin was overjoyed. After all, he had already decided yesterday that as long as the price of the protective suit remained the same, he would buy 3 sets for Jiang Yingxue and the others. You're welcome. Chen Yin muttered to himself, spending 600 points to craft 3 sets of protective suits, stacking them in his hands. Then, he equipped the incinerator, planning to deliver them directly to Jiang Yingxue and the others. Before leaving, Chen Yin decided to preview the upgrade branches of the incinerator. He planned to upgrade directly if he found an option to reduce weight. After all, as the saying goes, without resource consumption, where would development come from? With over 500 points remaining, he decided to spend them since there was nothing urgent that needed upgrading. Incinerator, upgrade direction, efficient incinerator branches. Range, 1000 increases the incinerator's range by 5 meters. Area, 2000 increases the attack range of the incinerator by 50, spraying in all directions. Flammable, 3000 deals an additional 100 damage to hairy and weak fire creatures. Consumption, 1000 reduces the fuel consumption rate of the incinerator by 20. Weight reduction, 1000 reduces the weight of the incinerator by 50. Material conversion, 1000 allows gasoline, diesel, and oil to be loaded into the incinerator's fuel tank, directly replacing the specialized burning fuel. Everything is quite cheap. There are so many options for 1000. After looking at the upgrade branches of the incinerator, Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim, grinning widely. Wow, the pricing of the upgrade branches for the incinerator is completely opposite to that of other weapons. No wonder these branches are so cheap. The cost lies in their production. Chen Yin suddenly felt that spending these points was not expensive at all. After all, the upgrade branches for the incinerator were so inexpensive that they were almost free. Moreover, he indeed guessed right. The incinerator did have an upgrade branch for reducing weight. Thus, Chen Yin reviewed the options and decided to prioritize the upgrades for weight reduction, consumption, and material conversion for the incinerator. After all, it seemed that he might not have enough points left for further upgrades. Although the first 3 upgrade branches were linked to the incinerator's attack power, Chen Yin did not think that the current attack power of the incinerator was weak. On the contrary, the destructive power of the burner exceeded his expectations, instantly melting those insect nests. Moreover, these 3 items were quite cheap. At worst, he could easily upgrade them when settling points tomorrow. Such an important weapon definitely deserved proper treatment. After the upgrade, the weight of the burner was significantly reduced. Chen Yin could now lift this bulky burner with just one hand. Carrying it on his back made the burden feel even lighter. Chen Yin chuckled and strode out of the shelter. Oh, he just noticed that there were insect nests on the barbed wire? Speaking of which, how dare you build nests on this? Chen Yin stopped and looked up at the nests on the wire, unable to help but complain. Perhaps due to the sharpness of the wire, the nests attached to it were either half broken or in terrible condition, and the insects inside seemed to be few. Pitifully fluttering nearby, Chen Yin raised the burner and set fire to the damaged nests on the wire. Then he searched around the wire and burned a few other nests he found. After carefully checking that there were no more nests around the shelter, he prepared to head towards the supermarket. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, not too fast or too slow. Bang! But the next second, he heard gunshots coming from nearby. From the familiar sound of gunfire, Chen Yin guessed that it must be Jiang Yingxue. Although the effects of the enhancement potion had worn off, the gunfire was close, and Chen Yin easily determined that it came from the gas station. That was her daily training spot. Speaking of which, shooting next to the gas station, you're bolder than I am. Chen Yin couldn't help but mutter as he jogged over to check it out. Then, he was shocked by the scene before him. A crawling monster, its head completely smashed, lay dead in front of him, and sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, was Jiang Yingxue. The reason this scene shocked him was not only because Jiang Yingxue's marksmanship was nearly perfect, but also because she had managed to penetrate the crawling monster's shell with just her gun, eliminating it without any fire attack. Although it wasn't the smartest method, her skill and bravery were undoubtedly at their peak. Jiang Yingxue noticed Chen Yin at this moment, but didn't say anything, just catching her breath. Chen Yin walked over to help her up and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but it was pretty close. I almost got scratched by it," Jiang Yingxue replied, brushing the snow off her clothes and wiping her sweat. "Crawling monsters have appeared around here too. I always thought they only showed up near the water," Chen Yin said seriously, feeling a mix of excitement and calm inside. If a large number of crawling monsters appeared in the northern area, it would undoubtedly be great news for him. One crawling monster was worth over 500 points. Plus, he now had the powerful burner. Dealing with crawling monsters would be a piece of cake. There was no need for any flashy tactics like using Molotov cocktails to stealthily ignite the grass. Pull the trigger directly, and everything around will turn into a sea of fire. "Are you out with new equipment again?" At that moment, Jiang Yingxue noticed the burner in Chen Jin's hand and curiously asked, reaching out to touch it. Uffed. As a result, she accidentally pressed the trigger, and the burner in Chen Jin's hand immediately shot out a flame, igniting the crawling monster's corpse nearby. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yingxue raised her hands, feeling regretful, and quickly apologized. Chen Jin was startled, but fortunately, he wasn't hurt, and he breathed a sigh of relief while frowning at her. Then, without saying a word, he walked directly towards her. Jiang Yingxue thought he was furious and instinctively lowered her head, waiting for a scolding. However, when she saw him standing right in front of her, her heart skipped a beat. "He wouldn't hit me, would he? If he does, I deserve it." Jiang Yingxue instinctively closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, guessing he might just slap her. But the next moment, nothing happened. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback, cautiously opening her eyes to find Chen Jin standing with his face close to hers. At such a distance, Jiang Yingxue instinctively panicked and took a step back. But the next second, Chen Jin suddenly raised his hand and flicked her forehead. Chapter 105, Unexpected Visitor? Ouch! After being flicked on the forehead, Jiang Yingxue immediately covered her head and let out a groan. Then, surprisingly, she felt a bit relieved. After all, he hadn't slapped her, just lightly flicked her forehead. "Don't move around next time," Chen Jin reminded her, pulling out 3 pieces of protective clothing from his backpack and handing them to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue took the protective clothing and, upon seeing it clearly, exclaimed, "Is this protective clothing? You're giving it to us just like that?" Originally, their agreement was to receive such rewards the next time they were asked to do a task. Before they even had a chance to be assigned a task, Chen Jin had brought the rewards first. Jiang Yingxue gradually put away her smile and cautiously asked, "So, what do you want us to do today?" "Today? Just take a break. There is nothing for you to do for now," Chen Jin said after thinking for a moment and shrugging his shoulders. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback and asked, "So this protective clothing is just free for us?" "Yeah, is there a problem? The weather is getting colder, and your clothes aren't very warm. If I don't provide you with protective clothing, won't you freeze into popsicles while sleeping?" Hearing Chen Jin say this, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but smile, feeling both surprised and touched. Even if he treated them like tools, he still cared for them. After all, they were currently his most capable assistants. "Thank you." Jiang Yingxue expressed her gratitude and put on 1 piece of protective clothing. "So warm. What material is this protective clothing made of? It looks so thin but has such good insulation." In an instant, Jiang Yingxue felt as if she was wrapped in a warm stove. She had thought that the protective suit might be warm, but she never expected it to be this warm. After a short while, it even felt stuffy. Jiang Yingxue couldn't stand this sudden discomfort and took off her hat. But the next second, Chen Jin quickly put her hat back on. "Don't move, it has a breathability feature. Just feel it," Chen Jin reminded her. Jiang Yingxue nodded in a daze, then remained still. A few seconds later, she vaguely sensed that air was circulating inside the protective suit. and the heat seemed to be drawn away instantly, making her feel much cooler. It really has a breathability feature. How is this possible? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask. Chen Yin answered impatiently. Don't ask too many questions, just figure it out yourself. Jiang Yingxue responded with okay, and curiously examined the disinfection device on the shoulder of the protective suit. This thing is so high-tech, it automatically disinfects the suit every so often. She couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if wearing this protective suit was like donning a high-tech combat suit from a movie. No, it's not just like it. It absolutely is. Not only is it warm and breathable, but it also prevents viruses, is fire and water resistant, and is impervious to knives and guns. This thing makes you completely invincible once you put it on. Taking advantage of Chen Jin's back being turned, Jiang Yingxue pulled out a dagger and slashed at the protective suit twice, only to find that the knife couldn't cut through it at all, not even leaving a mark. Terrifying. She marveled to herself. Afterward, Jiang Yingxue brought the remaining protective suit back to the rooftop, while Chen Jin wandered around the supermarket and, not finding any other crawling creatures, entered the supermarket to grab some juice and snacks. Just as he was about to return to the shelter and consider what movie to watch and what meal to have, he faintly heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. Chen Jin immediately became alert, pushing the cart back to the shelter in one go. Then putting on a bulletproof vest and taking various enhancement drugs, he stepped out of the shelter and headed towards the sound of gunfire. The gunfire was not far from his shelter. Although he didn't know if the group shooting was coming after him, Chen Jin felt it was necessary to investigate closely. After running for a short while, Chen Jin soon saw a group of people. There were about 20 of them, located in a very poor position, out in the open with no cover or hiding spots. At that moment, they were being harassed by a swarm of flying insects, with everyone shooting at the sky or swinging their weapons. The swarm of insects numbered in the dozens, and the reason for the confrontation was that this group had startled the insect nest hanging under the eaves of a low building as they passed by. Chen Jin quietly observed, making no moves. After all, this group appeared to be uninvited guests, armed with a large number of ranged weapons, mainly crossbows and handguns. Their equipment was far superior to that of the previous group, led by Gu Changming, as they had more than 5 handguns alone. The group reacted quickly, locating the nest of the creatures and planning to strike directly. However, their subsequent actions lacked finesse and were quite extravagant. 6 individuals armed with handguns aimed directly at the nest, firing wildly and reducing it to ruins, causing black liquid to ooze out. In the next moment, several larger creatures emerged from the destroyed nest. These creatures were adults, akin to warriors protecting the nest, only appearing at critical moments. They were far more powerful than the flying larvae, both in speed and attack strength, several times more formidable. Be careful, aim for the big ones, the armed individuals shouted. Just as they were about to take aim and fire, the adult creatures quickly flew away from their gun sights. It seemed that the gunmen had never fought against these adults before. They were momentarily stunned by the scene and lost their bearings. The adults blended in with the larvae and took the opportunity to pounce on a few of them. Ah, help, get it off me. In the next moment, 2 adults lunged at 2 men's faces, starting to tear at their flesh, causing them to scream in pain and frantically try to pry the creatures off. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, their actions proved to be a grave mistake. The adults had no intention of letting go once they landed on their faces. And when the 2 men yanked at the creatures, they ended up tearing off their own skin. The screams of the 2 men grew louder, and the others, seeing their bloodied faces with exposed bone, panicked, turning pale and shouting in fear. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Chen Jin shook his head and clicked his tongue. So foolish. So foolish. However, in the next moment, he showed no sympathy, instead muttering to himself. Even mutated creatures, a fool would know they were afraid of fire. They rushed out without any gasoline, completely unprepared to deal with the creatures in their nests, and now they were being chased and bitten. It was their own fault. At the same time, Chen Jin had a realization. In this era, having a gun might be useless. After all, once you step outside, it's all creatures everywhere. Unless you have a Gatling gun to clear the way, just carrying a few handguns wouldn't help against the dense swarm at all. Fortunately, he had protective gear, so the creatures couldn't bite him. Plus, now he had a burner, making him even less afraid of the creatures. Chapter 106. Preparing for battle in advance, Chen Jin thought to himself, smiling slightly, taking a gleeful glance at the group. Those who were struggling with the creatures were Su Xiangnan and others. They had originally planned to find Chen Jin today, but unexpectedly encountered a swarm of mutated creatures on the way. To be honest, they had no idea that after a week of staying indoors, the outside world had changed so drastically, even leading to the emergence of mutated creatures. It took them a lot of effort to clear the zombies from the shelter's yard before seizing the opportunity to venture out. Due to being blocked by zombies at their doorstep and lacking the opportunity to explore outside, they were unaware of the mutated insects that had appeared. Otherwise, how could they not have been fully prepared to go out? However, discussing it now is just hindsight. Who has a lighter? Take it out. Set the clothes on fire. Su Xiangnan, being the leader, had better awareness and thinking than others and quickly thought of the best solution. That was to burn the clothes to drive away the insects buzzing around them. It was basically impossible to kill them all. There were at least 40 to 50 of them, and even standing still to let them shoot would waste a lot of bullets. Moreover, they were flying around chaotically. It would be even more difficult to hit them, resulting in even greater ammunition waste. The ammunition in their shelter was already scarce, and wasting more would lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Su Xiangnan's words, the group quickly took off their jackets, lit them with lighters, and waved them above their heads. It seemed to be effective. Before long, All the insects scattered and fled far away. Retreat! Su Xiangnan shouted, and the group quickly turned and ran. Damn it! Why are they coming this way? On the other side, Chen Yin noticed that all the insects were rushing in his direction, cursed, and left the tree, running straight back to the shelter. In no time, Su Xiangnan and the others reached the tree and began to catch their breath. After resting for a moment, Su Xiangnan thought of the two severely injured individuals and went to check on them. The two injured were covering their bloodied faces, in so much pain that they couldn't speak. One of them had his glasses nearly torn off, unable to see anything, just reaching out his hands to feel around, ensuring someone was there to protect him. Boss, a member responsible for medical care, shook his head at Su Xiangnan, indicating that the two were beyond saving. After all, half of one person's face had been torn off, and blood was gushing out like a waterfall. Unless a miracle happened, they wouldn't survive. The medical personnel were right. Within just a few seconds, the two injured leaning against the tree slowly fell down, their breathing becoming increasingly shallow, and their bodies began to twitch, looking worse than dead. Let us send them off. It will ease their suffering, Su Xiangnan said directly, then stood up and looked north. He could vaguely see the shelter of Chen Yin. Hearing Su Xiangnan's words, everyone exchanged glances, finding it hard to decide. Although there had been instances of helping others find relief in the shelter before, it wasn't their responsibility to execute it. So, they planned to select two individuals to carry out the task of ending their companion's pain. Soon, they came to a consensus and chose two people. With a slashing sound, the two took out their knives, faces full of sorrow, gritted their teeth, and plunged the knives into the hearts of the two injured. After that, Su Xiangnan asked if anyone among them had been bitten by the insects. Be aware. Don't wait for me to check personally. Upon hearing Su Xiangnan's warning, everyone immediately became cautious, and soon more than 10 people stepped forward. So many? Su Xiangnan frowned. Each case is distinct. Even a minor bite from the larvae could pose a risk of infection. Su Xiangnan quickly ordered, "Medic, make a note of all of them. We need to monitor them closely when we return. They might become part of that group." The group he referred to was the patients in the shelter who had larvae growing on them. This was not mere speculation. There were indeed solid reasons behind it. After all, several days had passed, and when he visited the patients this morning, he noticed that the larvae on them not only had grown larger, but had also turned a deep black color, almost identical to the color of the nest he had seen earlier. So, it was estimated that in a few days, those patients would develop nests on their bodies, which was quite disgusting to think about. Nevertheless, he already had a plan for handling it, to pull everyone out of the shelter and incinerate them collectively. Boss, what if I get bitten by the larvae too? At that moment, the medic said helplessly, "Then make a note of yourself as well." Su Xiangnan replied sternly, then looked at those who had been recorded. "Are you all okay?" The bitten individuals, looking pale, quickly shook their heads in response. "Then don't waste time. Everyone follow me. If we can negotiate this deal and get the insecticide, there might still be hope for you. So don't be too pessimistic. Stay focused. If anyone dies on the way, it will truly be hopeless." Su Xiangnan continued addressing those who had been bitten, and these words were the best encouragement he could offer them. During their journey to the Chen Yin shelter, they attracted the attention of a group of zombies and several corpses due to their large numbers and conspicuousness, leading to another fierce confrontation. Fortunately, they had ample firepower and managed to eliminate all threats, but correspondingly, their ammunition was running low. It seemed they needed to ask for more ammunition. Su Xiangnan whimsically thought to himself that he could easily persuade Chen Yin with his capabilities. He believed that Li Chuan's failure to convince him earlier was due to being too polite and accommodating. In recent meetings, he had humbly listened to everyone's opinions and felt it necessary to take a dominant position in negotiations, to be a bit more assertive. Moreover, he didn't want the relationship between the two sides to deteriorate completely. After all, the other party was still useful to them and shouldn't be easily discarded. If Chen Yin knew about Su Xiangnan's thoughts at this moment, he would probably laugh out loud and say to him, "Who do you think you are? You want to use me?" Right now, Chen Yin was watching Su Xiangnan and his group approach the shelter. Who are these people? Why are they coming straight towards me? After all, they were a group of unfamiliar faces. Chen Yin immediately became vigilant, noticing the aggressive demeanor of the other party. He quickly stuffed 3 types of enhancement drugs into his mouth, preparing for battle. Although the other side had several handguns, he had the protection of a bulletproof vest and protective clothing. With double insurance, it was like being invincible on top of being invincible. He thought carefully before acting rashly. He wouldn't hesitate to roast them alive if it came to that. Chen Yin tightened his grip on the flamethrower, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he stood in front of the barbed wire, waiting for the others to approach. Chapter 107. Meaningless negotiation. As they drew closer to the shelter, Su Xiangnan soon spotted Chen Yin in the courtyard. He smiled faintly at him but didn't say anything. "This guy, is that a flamethrower he has?" Su Xiangnan quickly noticed the weapon Chen Yin was carrying, feeling somewhat surprised. Not only was he astonished that the other party had such a deadly weapon, but he was also curious about where it came from. That was clearly a weapon from the World War II era. How did he manage to get his hands on it domestically? If we had a flamethrower too, we wouldn't have to fear those bugs when we go out. Soon, Su Xiangnan couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement, thinking that in this negotiation, they would obtain anything they had their eyes on. "Hello, you must be Chen, right?" Su Xiangnan asked, feigning ignorance as he approached the barbed wire. "Yes, and you are?" Chen Yin replied, his expression neutral. "Can we go in and talk? There are quite a few monsters near your shelter. It's very dangerous." Su Xiangnan got straight to the point. Chen Yin sensed a hidden agenda in his words, finding them somewhat sarcastic. However, no matter how sarcastic he was, Chen Yin would not agree to such a request. No, we can talk here. You haven't told me who you are yet. Chen Yin immediately refused. Hearing the refusal, Su Xiangnan's subordinates all revealed fierce expressions, seemingly putting on such a reaction intentionally to intimidate Chen Yin. However, Chen Yin noticed their expressions but said nothing, remaining unfazed. Su Xiangnan had prepared for this negotiation, so he didn't feel at a disadvantage due to the refusal. He nodded and smiled. All right, if that's the case. We can talk outside. Suddenly, one of Su Xiangnan's subordinates cried out in surprise. What the hell is with this barbed wire? Others turned their attention to him, seeing several blood holes in his palm, blood gushing out. What happened? Su Xiangnan frowned and asked. What kind of thing is this broken barbed wire? I just touched it, and my hand got pierced. The subordinate gasped for air, glaring at Chen Yin with a scowl. In reality, he was fully aware of the warning sign Chen Yin had posted but had touched the barbed wire anyway, resulting in this outcome. Although this was not part of Su Xiangnan's plan, he decided to play along and said deliberately, Brother Chen, my subordinate was injured because of you. Let's introduce ourselves later. Can we go in first to take care of my subordinate's wound? Chen Yin suddenly laughed heartily, looking at him as if he were foolish, and pointed at the warning sign above, saying, Are you blind? I've made it very clear. Don't come to me with such ridiculous requests, okay? The consequences are on you. Chen Jin's words were very blunt, without any hint of politeness. One of Su Xiangnan's subordinates couldn't hold back and shouted at Chen Yin, Watch your mouth. This is our boss. He came here with good intentions to talk business, so don't be ungrateful. Another subordinate threatened him angrily. Chen Yin smiled coldly and was about to use a burner to drive this group of people away when Su Xiangnan quickly said, All right, everyone stop. I apologize. Brother Chen, we truly didn't notice, and we will be more careful next time. We will take responsibility for my subordinate's injury. Chen Yin had lost all interest in continuing the conversation with Su Xiangnan and bluntly replied, Your subordinate won't last long. He will soon die from tetanus infection. Su Xiangnan was taken aback and curiously asked, Why? No reason. If you want to blame someone, blame his hands for being careless. The subordinate who heard Chen Jin's words felt both angry and speechless, as he realized there was some truth to what was said. His hand had already been bandaged and disinfected, but the wound showed no signs of stopping the bleeding. It was gushing out more blood like a faucet, even soaking through the bandage. If this bleeding didn't stop, he would likely bleed out before even worrying about tetanus. Well, I guess I can only blame him then. Su Xiangnan said coldly, glancing back at him, aligning with Chen Jin's statement. After this small episode, Su Xiangnan introduced his name and background. Oh, so you are Li Chuan's superior? Chen Jin nodded in realization, thinking to himself that this guy had come personally. What else could it be but to negotiate terms? However, seeing that they all seemed uncooperative, it didn't matter whether Su Xiangnan was serious or not. He certainly wouldn't take it seriously. In any case, if they wanted to keep negotiating, he would keep making things difficult for them. Let's get straight to the point, Brother Chen. Do you still want the seeds we talked about earlier? Su Xiangnan said, pulling out a bag of seeds. Compared to the seeds that Li Chuan had brought before, this bag looked much smaller and lacked sincerity. Chen Jin said nothing, maintaining a blank expression, thinking it was just a way to toy with these fools and pass the time. He didn't mind continuing the performance. Seeing that Chen Jin was silent, Su Xiangnan continued. A few days ago, we held a meeting. What does your meeting have to do with me? Before Su Xiangnan could finish, Chen Jin interrupted him. Su Xiangnan choked for a moment, but managed to force a smile, and said, Anyway, we decided to trade 40 seeds for 4 bottles of pesticide. Oh, so the initial terms have changed? Chen Jin replied coldly. Is it because you personally got involved that the conditions have been squeezed even more? I'm sorry, but regardless of your status, I treat everyone equally. You can keep the seeds for yourself. Chen Jin's words not only ignited a surge of anger in Su Xiangnan, but also left his subordinates gritting their teeth in fury. Though they had to remain silent due to Su's presence, Su Xiangnan began to find Chen Jin somewhat tricky to deal with, as the latter had not been friendly from the start, seemingly disinterested in conducting business with him. Brother Chen, we are simply meeting each other's needs. I know you must really want these seeds. You are quite the visionary. While others are still worrying about food, you have already started collecting seeds. I enjoy dealing with smart people like you. Su Xiangnan said politely, smiling and nodding at Chen Jin. He believed his words not only took the initiative, but also complimented Chen Jin in a roundabout way. Truly a win-win situation. After all, this guy looked quite young. And young people often hope to have their personalities recognized and praised. Perhaps a few compliments would make the other party feel good, lower their guard, and improve their favor, leading to a smoother negotiation. However, the next moment, Chen Jin replied, But I don't like dealing with people like you. Chapter 108, Comparing with me? Alright. Su Xiangnan was instantly furious, almost ready to curse at Chen Jin. Anyone hearing such words would struggle to remain calm. This was an outright insult. Please watch your words. Brother Chen, you should know that your pesticide cannot guarantee to cure my people, while our seeds will definitely bring you significant benefits. Moreover, in this transaction, you won't bear any consequences. Even if the pesticide really doesn't work, I won't trouble you. This is a risk-free deal. If it were me, I would have agreed on the spot. Although Su Xiangnan was a bit anxious, he still held on to a glimmer of hope and continued to speak to Chen Jin. Chen Jin shrugged and smiled. So you think that without these seeds, I won't survive? Isn't that the case? We have plenty of seeds. And what do you have? Nothing, right? Perhaps in a few months, you will regret saying those words and come begging us for food. Su Xiangnan smiled slightly, and his tone suddenly changed from before. Even if the deal might not succeed, he still wanted to mock Chen Jin a bit. After all, right now, whoever had the seeds represented a bright future. And what was Chen Yin? He had slightly better weapons and equipment, but when it came to food, it would eventually run out. Perhaps once the seeds in their shelter grow and bear fruit, Chen Yin will naturally come over to negotiate with them. At this moment, Chen Yin sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Xiangnan felt that the other party had recognized the reality and wanted to backtrack. Boss Su, are you just going to give up? Chen Jin questioned. Are you so sure that I have nothing? Hearing Chen Jin's inquiry, Su Xiangnan frowned and nodded, saying yes. You only have better equipment and weapons. Your yard is empty and filled with corpses. It's simply disgusting. Even if you have seeds, you won't be able to grow any crops. We not only have seeds, but also a piece of land specifically set aside for crops. As long as the temperature is suitable, we can easily grow them. And you, I guess, your food is running out, right? Do you want to continue discussing cooperation? Sell me your burner, and I'll go back to bring you food to fill your stomach. Su Xiangnan said a lot, both true and exaggerated, just to openly mock Chen Jin and relieve the anger from being scolded earlier. Of course, these words were not without logic, after all. Upon a closer look at Chen Jin's shelter, it was indeed a bit shabby. Except for the barbed wire which looked sturdier than theirs, everything else was quite ordinary. With nothing commendable to mention. Ha! Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh, saying, You think I have no food? Wait a moment. After finishing his sentence, Chen Jin turned and went back inside. Su Xiangnan smiled slightly, not surprised, thinking to himself that he would see what food Chen Jin could produce. No matter what, he was just a clown now, and he would make sure to humiliate him. Soon, Chen Jin came out holding a bunch of bags. Brother Chen, there's no need to show off by bringing out all your food. You have to understand that we are a shelter composed of hundreds of people. Our resources are simply worlds apart from yours. As soon as Chen Jin approached him, Su Xiangnan immediately started mocking him. Boss Su, don't you think you're losing your dignity by speaking like that? Chen Jin asked with a half smile. No, I'm just stating the facts. I heard from Li Chuan that your personal shelter was so great. I thought you were really rolling in wealth. Now it seems, it's just average. Su Xiangnan shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to mock. Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking that Su Xiangnan looked imposing and somewhat dignified, originally thought to be a wise strategist. Now, however, he seemed petty, making sarcastic remarks one moment and wanting to negotiate business the next. What is the difference from being mentally unstable? Chen Jin decided not to think too much about it. Since the other party was so confident, he would just have to take action to slap him in the face. By the way, do you have this in your shelter? Chen Jin pulled out a few cream cakes from his pocket and said to them. Although a few days had passed, the cream cakes still looked exquisite and eye-catching. The moment they saw the cream cakes, Su Xiangnan and his group were momentarily stunned. His shelter surprisingly had cream cakes, and they looked very fresh, as if they were homemade. This, indeed, was something that Su Xiangnan had to admit. Chen Jin immediately chuckled and said, Oh, I eat this every day. After that, he directly stuffed a large piece of cream cake into his mouth, savoring it with a delightful expression and even deliberately licking his fingers. This scene left Su Xiangnan and the others speechless, wanting to scold him for showing off. But their mouths were watering with envy. They were truly craving that cream cake. Not to mention such high-end desserts, their shelter didn't even have a single biscuit. Most of their supplies were instant noodles, sausages, and marinated foods. In short, those things became nauseating if eaten too often, and they lacked nutrition. In terms of taste, they definitely couldn't compare to this cream cake. And in terms of quality, it was certainly not as sophisticated as the cream cake in Chen Jin's hands. However, Su Xiangnan still refused to back down, saying, Chen, this is ultimately not a staple meal. You can't just eat this every day to fill your stomach, right? Not at all. I eat plenty every day. Chen Jin replied as he opened another bulging plastic bag, revealing vibrant, fresh vegetables and fruits inside. What? You even have this? Su Xiangnan and the others were left speechless upon seeing the bag full of vegetables and fruits. Indeed, they had none of that in their shelter. Not even a single piece. There are more in the fridge. Do you want me to take them out for you to see? Chen Jin said with a slight smile. Speaking earnestly, at that moment, Su Xiangnan felt a sense of being slapped in the face. After all, he thought Chen Jin couldn't even afford to eat properly. Yet, in his shelter, there was everything he needed, including vegetables, fruits, and even cream cakes for dessert. In contrast, their shelter had nothing, only a monotonous supply of instant noodles. And recently, even those had started to run low. Some people in their shelter were already struggling to get enough to eat. In comparison to their shelter's food, it was completely different. You just said you have an outrageous amount of food. It can't just be instant noodles and sausages, right? Seeing the other party silent, Chen Jin pressed on, leaning against the wire mesh, staring intently as he questioned. His words hit the nail on the head. And some people even averted their eyes from Chen Jin. Instant noodles are not nutritious. I hardly eat them anymore. I have 3 meals a day, plus afternoon tea. And sometimes I even add a late-night snack if I'm in a good mood. I usually eat stir-fried dishes for each meal. Oh, occasionally, I might just have fried rice. Chen Jin earnestly introduced his meals. What sounded completely normal to him felt so out of place to Su Xiangnan and the others. Not only could he enjoy 3 meals of stir-fried dishes a day, but he even had rice. Moreover, he had afternoon tea and late-night snacks. Not to mention the current situation. Even before the apocalypse, they couldn't have such eating habits every day. After all, since Chen Jin had shown them his food, they couldn't help but believe his words now. However, Chen Jin wasn't finished speaking yet. By the way, speaking of which, the supplies in your shelter might not even be as much as mine. Su Xiangnan paused, looking at Chen Jin with a worried expression, unable to speak for a long time. How could this be possible? Finally, he spoke with little confidence, forcing a bitter smile. Chen Yin pointed in one direction. There's a supermarket over there. I don't know if you're aware of it. But just know that supermarket is mine now. Chapter 109. Declaration of war. Upon hearing Chen Yin's words, Su Xiangnan could hardly believe his ears. This guy actually has a supermarket? If that's true, then he must have a lot more supplies than he initially showed. The supplies he brought out were just the tip of the iceberg. Su Xiangnan was gradually becoming furious. He couldn't believe that the total supplies in his shelter were not even as much as Chen Yin's. Ever since he established his corporate shelter, he had thought his shelter would not lose to anyone. They had weapons, food, a large amount of ammunition, warm clothing, and even cruel yet fitting rules. Originally, he planned to expand the shelter, attract more survivors, and become a significant power. After all, they had a promising future and the capability to carve out a space for themselves. Now, compared to Chen Yin, they were nothing at all. They were completely outmatched in every aspect. Wait, it seemed there might still be a chance to compete. Su Xiangnan suddenly thought of something. A glimmer of hope rising in his heart. The nature of the negotiation had fundamentally changed. It had shifted from a transaction to a humorous game of vanity comparison. Chen brother, I know you have everything now, but you have to think about it. The resources in the supermarket 1T regenerate, whereas we have resources that can regenerate infinitely, like this seed. Su Xiangnan revealed a proud expression again, silently putting the seed back in his pocket, as if to tell Chen Yin that he wouldn't trade it, not even one. Hearing that the other party was still talking about the seeds, Chen Yin sighed again. This guy really wouldn't give up. It seemed the only way to make him understand the reality of defeat was to hit him hard. Fine, I don't care about your stuff anyway, because I have seeds, Chen Yin said, calmly pulling out a large bag of seeds from a plastic bag. What? How do you have this? Su Xiangnan was stunned again, thinking there was something wrong with his eyes. The large bag of seeds in Chen Yin's hand was bulging and must contain at least over 500 seeds. That was 5 times what they had in their shelter. In that instant, Su Xiangnan nearly fainted. It turned out the other party had been showing off for so long and still had a trump card up his sleeve. Now, in every aspect, they could not compare to the other side. They had ultimately lost completely. Su Xiangnan's subordinates around him felt embarrassed watching their leader's operation. They originally thought their leader could regain some face for them, but now it felt like they had lost all dignity. It would be difficult to even find a place to hide. Su Xiangnan was panting heavily at that moment, as if he were suffering from high blood pressure. All right, Chen Jian, I admit defeat. I apologize. I must be crazy. I'm acting like a child, competing with you over trivial matters. Su scolded himself harshly. Chen Jian couldn't help but smile and remarked, you have quite a bit of self-awareness, impressive. So, how about we just pretend our earlier disagreement never happened? Su Xiangnan forced a smile and inquired, seemingly wanting to make amends. Chen Jian understood what he meant and laughed. What? Do you still want to negotiate some ridiculous terms with me? Su Xiangnan nodded slightly and said earnestly, Chen Jian, have you ever thought that one day your supermarket might be overrun by zombies or crazed survivors? Never thought about it. Chen Jian replied immediately. Su Xiangnan assumed Chen Jian's response was superficial and continued seriously. So, I'm thinking ahead for you. Unless the supermarket is right next to your shelter, how could you possibly protect it from theft 24 hours a day? Chen Jian grasped the implication of Su Xiangnan's statement and said, so, you're trying to look out for me, acting like a qualified watchdog for my supermarket? The last part of Chen Jian's comment sounded quite uncomfortable. But Su Xiangnan was already in a tough spot and couldn't afford to lose face further. If he returned empty-handed, he would likely face judgment from everyone in the shelter. To salvage his reputation, Su Xiangnan shifted to a more passive tone and became extra cautious while speaking to Chen Jian. Yes, that's right. As long as you hire us, we will guard your supermarket 24 hours a day. You've seen our weapons. They're great. And we have plenty of manpower, all elite fighters. Leaving this matter to us will be no problem at all. What I need in return are just some supplies, like instant noodles and bottled water. Not much. Just 10 boxes each. Plus, 2 bottles of pesticide. Moreover, you'll need to advance some of these supplies to us first since everyone in our shelter can't even afford to eat right now. I need to take these supplies back for emergency use. Although Su Xiangnan hoped Chen Jian would compromise, he was still asking for a lot. Laying out all his demands clearly, even wanting payment up front. However, Chen Jian didn't tell him that everything he said was a waste of breath. After all, even without a watchdog, the supermarket wouldn't be breached. Did he really think the ID recognition system was just for show? Alright, those terms are acceptable. Chen Jian nodded with a slight smile. Su Xiangnan thought Chen Jian had agreed and also smiled faintly. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Chen. He even respectfully changed how he addressed Chen Jian. Huh, I didn't say I would agree to you. But in the next moment, Chen Jian suddenly blinked a couple of times and said. Su Xiangnan's smile instantly froze. Chen Jian, are you messing with me? I'm not messing with you. I never agreed to any of your conditions. Chen Jian replied. My supermarket doesn't need any watchdogs. Even if it's necessary, I wouldn't choose you watchdogs. Oh no, you're not watchdogs. You're like stray dogs. The volcano inside Su Xiangnan finally erupted as he pulled out a weapon and aimed it at Chen Jian. You're asking for death. Chen Jian. In the next moment, Su Xiangnan's subordinates also raised their weapons, aiming at Chen Jian together. Chen Jian merely smiled slightly, raised the flamethrower, and shot a massive flame into the sky, instantly stunning everyone in front of him, causing them to retreat several steps. Everyone felt relieved in their hearts, grateful that the flame wasn't directed at them. Otherwise, in that moment, they would have all been consumed by the sea of fire. I advise you not to do anything foolish, because you can't defeat me. I alone am an entire army. Even if you run, I can still chase you down and roast you. Chen Yin warned them. Then turned the flamethrower sideways and sprayed it outside the barbed wire, igniting a small patch of ground. The crowd took another step back. Although Chen Yin's words sounded somewhat doubtful, they didn't dare to move recklessly, especially since Su Xiangnan hadn't said anything yet. Whether to fight or flee, they had to wait for his command. Alright, Chen Yin, you've successfully provoked me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I originally wanted to have a good business discussion with you, but you're so ungrateful and treat us like this? Then let us do this, a fair duel. 3 days from now, at your supermarket. You bring all the forces you can gather, and we'll settle this once and for all. Whoever wins will take the supermarket. What do you say? Are you scared? Chapter 110. Invulnerable, and even bouncing bullets, Su Xiangnan directly issued a challenge to Chen Yin. He felt it was necessary to settle things with Chen Yin, because if he didn't, he would likely live in Chen Yin's shadow for the rest of his life. Rather than living in frustration, he might as well go all out and have a decisive battle. The world has changed. Only the strong can survive. Only through battle can one determine superiority. Boss, isn't this a bit too much? The surrounding subordinates were stunned by Su Xiangnan's sudden major decision and quickly urged him to think twice. Shut up. As a result, when Su Xiangnan shouted, everyone fell silent. Chen Yin, did you hear that? If you did, give us a response. Chen Yin stared at them intently, scratched his ear, and pinched his nose, as if he considered Su Xiangnan's words to be nonsense. But after a few seconds, he suddenly opened the door and aimed the flamethrower at them. How about we don't wait 3 days and do it now? 1 against 20. I think that's quite fair. After saying this, Chen Yin pulled the trigger. A flame rushed toward them instantly. Run! Su Xiangnan shouted, and the group took off running. With the spot they had just vacated being engulfed by flames in an instant. Chen Yin chased after them, but didn't he intend to wipe them out completely? He deliberately slowed his pursuit. After all, he was genuinely curious to see what method they would use to deal with him. Since you're so stubborn, I might as well send you off for good. However, even though Chen Yin slowed down, the flames from the incinerator eventually caught a few people's backsides. My butt is on fire. Help, don't stop. Otherwise, you'll catch fire all over. Chen Yin could vaguely hear their shouts and wails. Su Xiangnan, meanwhile, continued to taunt while running away. Just wait, Chen Yin. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Chen Yin stopped, looked at the other party's desperate escape and the few people with their backsides on fire, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although you look ridiculous when you threaten me, your clumsy escape is quite impressive. Chen Yin thought to himself, turning back to check the fuel tank of the incinerator. Oh, it's running low on fuel. No wonder it's losing power. Perfect timing. I should go back and refill it with gasoline. Chen Yin turned and left. After returning to the shelter, Chen Yin filled the incinerator with fuel. Then, he went back to the yard, pushed a cart full of corpses, and headed straight for the harvester. Because of Su Xiangnan and his crew's appearance, he hadn't even had a chance to draw his rewards. But now, since Su Xiangnan had declared war on him, this round of drawing could yield a lot of supplies to deal with them. Since both sides had guns, let us see whose firepower is stronger and more enduring. Chen Yin felt no fear at Su Xiangnan's declaration of war. On the contrary, he was a bit excited. After all, he was very curious about the expression on their faces when they couldn't penetrate his protective suit. By the way, the protective suit doesn't seem to defend against bullets much. It mainly protects against melee damage. The bulletproof vest is meant for that. Chen Yin suddenly thought of this and decided to check the upgrade options for the bulletproof vest before returning to draw rewards. Soon, he arrived at the equipment crafting station and opened the bulletproof vest interface. Military bulletproof vest, upgrade path, specialty bulletproof vest. Branches, advanced auto repair, 500 automatically repairs all damage to the bulletproof vest every 8 hours. Advanced bulletproof, 1000. The bulletproof vest additionally reduces bullet damage by 50. Fire resistance, 1500 installs a fire-resistant layer to withstand 80 fire damage. Explosion resistance, 1500 installs an explosion-resistant layer to withstand 80 explosive damage. Rebound armor, 2000. The bulletproof vest will be surrounded by elastic steel plates, with a 20 chance to ricochet bullets shot at you back to the shooter. Chen Yin took a look and then checked his remaining points. Over 5,500 left. The rebound armor seems interesting. Maybe if he stays still, those shooting at him will end up shooting themselves. Advanced auto repair and advanced bulletproof are also very important, so let's upgrade those. As for fire and explosion resistance, it seems the protective suit already has those functions, although they can stack, but there aren't enough points to upgrade those two for now. Quickly, Chen Yin made his decision and upgraded the advanced auto repair, advanced bulletproof, and rebound armor branches. In an instant, the bulletproof vest he was wearing made a series of loud noises. Although it didn't feel strange, it startled Chen Yin. He took off the protective gear and examined the bulletproof vest. Wow, it's almost like heavy armor. Chen Yin couldn't help but marvel. The vest was reinforced with several layers, and there were pieces of metal attached to the outside, slightly glowing. While it didn't look very appealing, each piece of metal was neatly arranged. Moreover, it felt just as light as before, with no added weight at all. Instantly, Chen Yin felt much more secure. Now, hardly anyone could injure him. Not only that, but they might even injure themselves. Haha. Chen Yin picked up the bulletproof vest and went outside to test the strength of the rebound armor. He placed the vest in the middle of the yard, and it landed on the ground like a stone. Then he moved far away, crouched behind the only tree in the yard, and aimed an M9 at it. Firing a shot. Ding. Just after firing a single shot, the bulletproof vest emitted a crisp sound, sparked, and the bullet ricocheted back. Whoa! Chen Yin paused, realizing that the bullet had just grazed past him. Luckily, he had ducked behind the tree, or he would have been hit. So, the rebound probability is quite high. It bounced back just after one shot. Plus, the accuracy is impressive, practically 100% chance of hitting the shooter. That is pretty terrifying. I hope they get a taste of their own medicine. Thinking about how the group, led by Su Xiangnan, might end up being killed by their own bullets bouncing back. Chen Yin couldn't help but smirk with schadenfreude. 5 minutes later, the lottery began. Chen Yin directly dumped a pile of corpses into the harvester. The harvester quickly spat out one prize after another, and they were all briefcases. Wow, so many briefcases. I hope they contain new guns I haven't seen before. No, they could also be something like rat cakes or accessories. Accessories would be nice too, as long as there are no duplicates. Excitedly guessing for a while, Chen Yin gathered all the briefcases in a row, only to realize there were only 5 in total. It seemed he still had 2 more chances to draw. However, it looked like there weren't enough corpses. Chen Yin looked around and found that the area was empty, with only dried bloodstains left on the ground. Oh no, it seems I need to move some bodies. He turned to see that even the corpses outside the barbed wire were scarce, likely not even 20. Where are the zombies? Where are the zombies? Chen Yin pushed open the gate, mumbling, and circled around the shelter. Then he was dumbfounded. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. There seemed to be some bodies left, enough to gather a few dozen, but they were all far away and scattered, making them difficult to collect. Chen Yin suddenly felt a bit lazy and didn't want to continue. Chapter 111. A lot of machine gun bullets let us have Jiang Yingxue and the others come over later to discuss the situation with Su Xiangnan. With this decision made, Chen Yin felt less anxious and planned to draw the remaining 2 rewards tomorrow. He returned to the courtyard and opened the first suitcase. Immediately, 2 massive black iron tubes, seemingly welded together, were revealed. What the heck is this? Chen Yin picked one up and guessed it was some kind of silencer. But he couldn't figure out which weapon it belonged to. Obtained a silencer specifically for double-barreled shotguns. This silencer is specially made and can only be obtained through the lottery. It cannot be upgraded directly in the upgrade branch. Soon, the system's explanation reached Chen Jin's ears. He was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that a double-barreled shotgun could actually have a silencer. This system really has its surprises. However, this reward was indeed quite good. Now, the only thing left without a silencer was the double-barreled shotgun. That thing packs a punch and is loud. Every time he fires, nearby zombies are drawn to him. Although he can handle them, it's still quite bothersome. Feeling excited, Chen Jin quickly attached the silencer to the double-barreled shotgun and took a close look. Now, with the silencer attached, the length of the double-barreled shotgun was almost the same as Jiang Yingshue's single-barreled shotgun, with just the silencer being as long as more than half of the shotgun itself. But that was trivial. He tossed the double-barreled shotgun into his backpack and grinned. He was now a true silent warrior. The M9 was silenced, the Uzi was silenced, and even the double-barreled shotgun that originally couldn't be silenced now had a silencer attachment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could now go out without a trace, almost like a ghost. The first prize was so impressive. The second one probably wouldn't be bad either. Chen Jin muttered to himself and immediately opened the second suitcase. Then, he saw it filled with layers upon layers of ammunition belts. Obtained 1,000 rounds of machine gun bullets. The system's voice echoed. Chen Jin's eyes lit up. Although just the ammunition belts made him recognize that these belonged to a machine gun, he suddenly thought of a way to deal with Su Xiangnan and his group. It was both interesting and effective. That was heavy machine gun fire. That's right. Chen Jin was not planning to let these 1,000 rounds of bullets go to waste. He intended to use them. He had 2 heavy machine guns. One was an MG3, and the other was an M1911. Regardless of which one, each had a price of 25,000 points. Right now, he only had 2,000 points. But that was fine. As long as he gave himself 2 or 3 days, he could definitely accumulate enough. By the time he managed to produce the heavy machine gun, Su Xiangnan would likely come charging in with his people. At that time, he could set up the machine gun on top of the supermarket and sweep through the zombies. If they dared to charge recklessly, they would just be waiting to be turned into Swiss cheese. Chen Jin felt a surge of pride and found himself eagerly anticipating the day of the showdown. He then opened the third suitcase, revealing another pile of ammunition. He obtained 500 rounds of machine gun bullets. Goodness, they really want me to use a machine gun on them. Chen Jin couldn't help but exclaim as he opened the fourth suitcase, saying, since that's the case, let's get some more bullets, too. 500 rounds is still not too much for a heavy machine gun. The fourth suitcase was empty, containing only something that looked like a blueprint. It must be a design, Chen Jin immediately concluded. Then, a voice from the system announced, obtain flashbang design. Flashbangs. Wow, this is a good item. Chen Jin immediately slapped his thigh, filled with joy. This item is the best choice for dealing with human enemies. Even a slight effect from the flashbang would cause temporary loss of all movement ability. It can be used for strong assaults or retreats. You shouldn't have provoked me at this time, Su Xiangnan. Chen Jin thought again about Su Xiangnan's fleeing figure, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. If possible, it would be great to throw a few flashbangs at him, making Su Xiangnan lose his ability to move, then capture him alive. Humiliate him for a bit before killing him. Isn't that just delightful? Killing with a heart, that's what he is best at. In the last suitcase, there was a container resembling a fuel tank for a burner. He obtained 1 can of frost fuel. By removing the burner fuel tank and replacing it with the frost fuel canister, the burner could spray out extremely cold ice, freezing any enemy in front of him. The frost fuel canister is a special equipment. Its effects are unaffected by the upgrade branches of the burner, and it cannot be upgraded, currently only obtainable through a lottery. The system quickly provided this explanation. Awesome. Chen Yin couldn't help but shout. The frost fuel canister is definitely cutting-edge technology, although there's only one can. In terms of instant lethality, frost is definitely much more powerful than flames. After all, when flames hit, the person struggles for a while before dying, but if frost hits, they probably wouldn't even know how they died, instantly becoming an ice sculpture. While it may not necessarily be usable on Su Xiangnan and his group, it would definitely have a more effective deterrent effect than a heavy machine gun. After the lottery was completed, Chen Yin closed the 4 suitcases, only discarding the one containing the double-barrel shotgun suppressor. He had discovered a little-known fact. The prizes in the suitcase seemed to have no weight. So as long as the prizes weren't taken out and remained in the suitcase, it could easily serve as a container that he could carry around any time. Soon, Chen Yin tried to take advantage of this by throwing other items into the suitcase, only to find that the suitcase's weight increased. He quickly ended this experiment, realizing it was a failure. Only the prizes inside the suitcase would be weightless. Chen Yin brought the suitcase back into the house and placed the flashbang design into the tactical throwable manufacturing station on the second floor. But he didn't rush to make the flashbang. After